Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second matchup of day 2 of the FPF Spring 2026 Championship Weekend. I am here with Keon Cyrus, my analyst for this matchup. My name is Nicholas Piermas. I'll be your play-by-play, and Anissa Bechmela will be our sideline reporter for this game. We have a good one ahead of us. It's women's B's division, the second best level of the women competition here at FPF. And we have a matchup between the first seed, Ibu, who will be facing the third seed, Wolfpack. Keon, can you talk to us about these two teams?
Yeah, so for Ibu, purely dominant on the accolades, several award winners, which we'll get into later on, finishing with an 8-2 record, number 1 in women's B. And then you have Wolfpack, third seed, 6-4, but they are on a 7-game win streak, winning their last 5 regular season contests, including 2 in the postseason. So the team striding on a high really well on a 7-game win streak against the team to beat in Ibu that's been all season.
Exactly, and both these teams have actually faced off this season in the regular season, and they went 1 apiece. So Ibu could seem like the favorites. They are stacked with all-stars and major awards winners, but they actually lost the game to the Wolfpack.
Exactly, and that was during the streak. I think that was their second game of the 5 of the regular season. Even though quarterback Cassiope Lermay was not present in that game.
It's important that you note.
Exactly, but again, Wolfpack ended up playing the team that was in front of them, and they got the win there in convincing fashion.
Absolutely. Let's speak about those major award winners. They have the Receiver of the Year in their ranks for Ibu, Anna Kaku. They also have 3 FPF All-Stars, Béatrice Dubois, Laurence Gagnon, Eleanor Lacasse, and they have the Defensive Player of the Year, Léane Lafrenière. Yeah.
Again, a really talented core on both sides of the ball. These women are able to play on both sides. So again, it'll be an interesting contest for Ibu and how for Wolfpack and how they adapt.
Before we start this game, we will get an interview with a player from Wolfpack, with Anissa
Donc, on est de retour avec la catégorie Women's 2 avec Maryse de l'équipe Wolfpack. Est-ce que tu peux nous parler un peu de ta saison? Comment ça s'est passé, toi, personnellement, dans l'équipe et aussi, avec ta team?
Je pense que notre saison a été un peu à l'image de ma saison personnelle. Moi, personnellement, ça a été ma première saison back from ACL surgery. Fait que ça a été quand même une grosse adaptation. Ça a commencé slow, puis j'ai fini par prendre mon rythme. Puis pour l'équipe, ça a été un peu la même chose. On avait une couple de nouvelles filles aussi. Au début, ça a commencé, on essayait d'apprendre à se connaître. Puis finalement, au fil de la saison, on a vraiment progressé, puis on est rendu en finale. Puis je pense que c'est notre première finale à vie dans Wolfpack, alors que ça fait plusieurs saisons là, qu'on est dans la ligue. Donc, c'est vraiment le fun.
C'est quoi vos expectations, si je peux dire ça comme ça, pour ce match-là?
Juste exécuter. Il nous manque une coupe de filles aujourd'hui. Fait qu'on va essayer juste de garder ça simple, pas paniquer. Puis c'est ça. Get going.
Parfait. Puis qu'est-ce que tu penses qui va vous lead vers l'avant pendant la game?
Je pense qu'on va essayer de catch le plus de balles possible. On a une couple de filles avec des très, très, très bonnes mains. Donc, ça va être vraiment ça qui va nous power through. Puis défensivement, on va essayer de protéger la zone profonde. On sait que Ibu, ils ont quand même une très bonne attaque, beaucoup de vitesse, puis une QB qui a un très bon bras. Fait que, on va essayer de protéger les zones profondes, puis on verra après ce que ça donne.
Ben merci beaucoup. De retour avec Nick et Keon.
Thank you, Anissa, like always, for the incredible work down on the sideline. She was with Maryse Paquette, player for this Wolfpack squad, and she mentioned something very important, their absence of star players like Stéphanie Cléroux-Drapeau, who's actually the favorite receiver of Lauriane Lapointe all season.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a key factor without their star receiver in this contest. But again, that would mean for the other players to step up, and we'll see how that goes as we are about to approach the first snap of the game.
Furthermore, quarterback Lauriane Lapointe for the Wolfpack is currently running late. Therefore, Camille Dumas will get the start under center, or in shotgun, more common in flag. But you understand, in the backfield is what I meant to say. Exactly. And therefore, that's also something that could be quite challenging. Dumas looking to her left. Finds her receiver who just couldn't hold on. That ball was right in between her numbers. We'll want to get that one back. That was Léa Turpin, the targeted receiver, passing complete.
Yeah, so having Camille Dumas in the backfield as quarterback, she has a few seasons under her belt in FPF at the quarterback position, so it's not unfamiliar territory for her. But again, without knowing that you were supposed to be in this position ahead of time, we'll see how Dumas gets into rhythm pretty early until Lauriane Lapointe gets it back in here.
Dumas, fortunately, has a hard time controlling the snap there. This is 5-on-5 rules, therefore it's simply a passing complete. Not too much harm here for the Wolfpack.
Exactly. It's third and long now. Third into midfield. For those unfamiliar in 5v5, you have 4 plays to the midfield, and then if you get the first down there, you have 4 plays to goal. So we'll see how does Camille bring her offense into at least making it fourth and manageable.
Something Maryse said in her pregame interview with Anissa was the fact that this is the first ever championship game that the Wolfpack gets to compete in, despite how long they've been in FPF.
Yeah, they've been a veteran team, so again, let's see if first finals jitters for them.
It seems like the jitters so far are present. Camille Dumas once again trying to reach Léa Turpin across the middle, and Turpin with a second drop of the game, something uncommon to see in her game.
Yeah, no, it's a little bit of a jitters there. But when you look at this Ibu team, you mentioned where Maryse was talking about for Wolfpack being in their first finals. For Ibu, they were in women's 3 finals last season and lost a heartbreaker to She Sparks. So again, not all the players from Ibu that are on this current team were on there, but I did speak to Béatrice Lemay this week about that, and some of their players have been on both teams, so it'll be key for them to see if they could get their revenge.
Dumas on 4th down now, looking for Sabrina Girard near the sideline. Lacks some accuracy, pass incomplete, and that's the first turnover on downs of the game. What a start for the Ibu defense.
Yeah, again, they've been the #1 offense, #1 defense, just the #1 team in general during the regular season. Cassiope Lemay has only played 5 games, but in those 5 games, 23 touchdowns and 1 interception.
Cassiope Lemay is the quarterback for this squad. Let's see. Her first offensive series across the middle connects with Béatrice Dubois, her all-star receiver. A good chunk of yards there for the first play for Ibu.
Yeah, they have generally a very talented receiving core, from all-stars to receiver of the year, and Kaku out wide on the right side of your screen. Ibu has everything at this point, but again, they still have to play the finals, and they have to win it.
Lemay on 2nd and 10 now. Looking to her right, finds her receiver on a bang route. It is Béatrice Lemay. Could they be related, Keon? I know you write for this division.
No, I don't.
Cassiope and Béatrice.
Very possibly. I don't.
It is a common last name in Quebec.
I have spoken to both of them separate times throughout the season.
They would have mentioned it.
Yeah, perhaps, but you never know. Again, FPF is
a lot of the family ties in FPF. We saw brother, sister. We saw brother. We saw brother parent as Lemay targets a receiver in the end zone. Laurence Gagnon unfortunately drops that ball, which would have been their opening touchdown, the first touchdown of this game. You alluded earlier, Keon, to Ibu's dominance this season. They are first in points scored, first in points against, first in yards per game. They are dominant at every single metric, and 2 major award winners, 5 all-stars.
Yeah, again, full hardware there. We'll see if, again, that will matter if they're able to win the big one when it matters most.
Lemay on a curl route to Béatrice Dubois for her second catch of the game, and that will be sufficient for an Ibu first down.
Yeah, for Dubois, one of the all-stars on the starting unit on the offense. 9 touchdowns, 31 receptions, 384 yards. And in their lone playoff game, only 3 catches, 36 yards. But again, they were able to win in convincing fashion over La Sororité, 38-12.
Long pass attempt for the end zone. Once again, just a step to the ball. It was just a step too far for Anne Kaku. We saw an earlier end zone attempt from Lemay, who seems to be overthrowing her receivers just a tad so far. I think she's going to get in rhythm, and we're going to see a very, very explosive Ibu offense. Yeah,
her receivers are fast for Lemay, and again, Anne Kaku is very speedy, whether she's going vertical or she's getting a quick slant there. So we'll see if that's a connection we see later on.
2nd and long for Lemay in her offense. Quick hook to her receiver, Béatrice Lemay. And Béatrice almost beat Abigail Perrault right here on that juke move, but Abigail got the second chance at the flagpole and made it and secured the tackle.
Yeah, so one thing for Wolfpack is, again, they mentioned that it's their first finals, but they're a veteran team like they mentioned. So they've been in situations before against tough teams. They know how to pull things out. So we'll see if their veteranness will actually be against this Ibu talented squad.
Condensed formation for the Ibu offense once again for the end zone. And this time, Anne Kaku manages to put 2 hands on the football. Touchdown, Ibu!
A very simple concept with just short outs and corners, and Anne Kaku was able to find a sweet spot there, beating her defender, opening the scoring for Ibu, taking a 6-0 lead at this point.
1-point convert attempt for Ibu. Lemay looking to her left, completed. That almost looked too easy for this Ibu offense. Laurence Gagnon with the 1-point convert.
Yeah.
The score is therefore 7-0, with just over 5 minutes that have gone by in this first half.
Yeah, so it looks like actually now Lauriane Lapointe is actually arriving, and she will be taking the quarterback duties for the rest of this game. So again, it will be interesting to see how she gets, without a warm-up really, in a sense, in this championship game, down by 6 against Ibu.
And we mentioned it a little bit earlier with her favorite target this season, Stéphanie Cléroux-Drapeau, absent, unfortunately. So the Wolfpack is not only facing the best team in the division, statistically speaking, they're also facing it with not all their weapons in a lot of difficult conditions. As we see a snap that went over the head of Lauriane Lapointe. Like we said, this is 5-on-5. It will not be a safety. It will just be second down.
Yeah, again, for Maryse Paquette, unfortunately, it wasn't a great stat. But again, no safety at this point. But it does make it, again, you lose it down there. So we'll see if, again, Lapointe is able to kind of get her offense more of in a groove, getting the ball moving, looking at some veterans like Camille Dumas or Abigail Perrault.
And like, as you mentioned it, that's exactly where she goes to Abigail Perrault down the left sideline on a hook route. Good gain for this Wolfpack offense. And let's talk about it. You said this Wolfpack might be a team that hasn't been to a championship game as this unit before. That being said, Abigail Perrault and a lot of other members of the squad have tremendous amount of experience. Abigail is a part of the Caramel Université Montréal flag football team, which won the inaugural official RCQ championship. She's also been on the national team, or been a part of the national team process, as she snags her second catch of the ball game. Will it be sufficient for a first down, Keon? Let's see. Yes, it is confirmed. First down, Wolfpack.
Yeah, Perrault's, again, her resume in flag football is enormous at a young age, and so I would expect her, and even though she's only played the minimum in games to make playoffs with this Wolfpack's team, her leadership and her skill set on both sides of the ball will be very evident if they end up winning.
She's also a dual threat, can make things happen on defense and on offense. A lot of pressure for Lapointe, manages to scan the field fully, got to her first read, second read, third read, and finally threw it a fifth read completely at the opposite side of the field where she started and connected with Maryse Paquette, her center.
Yeah, great job from Lapointe. Keeping composure. I spoke to Lapointe earlier in the season when Wolfpack was 1-3, and she was still finding her footing with the new receivers. But again, she told me that she was able to kind of find the footing, understanding the receivers' routes, and get them getting used to her, and it's been working out on the big weak streak they're on.
Lapointe, condensed formations, finds Abigail Perrault, athletic catch, and gives a few moves to get some extra yards. Finally gets her flag pulled by Léane Lafrenière.
Yeah, and also on defense, Lafrenière, 11 interceptions so far for the Defensive Player of the Year. Currently 11 interceptions in the regular season, 2 interceptions in their lone semifinal game, so 13 interceptions in both types of competition. So we'll see for her if she gets one in the championship game.
Lapointe creeping onto the opposing team's end zone. Was looking for Abigail Perrault on a return route. Lacked some chemistry there for both athletes. Passing complete.
Yeah, and the thing is, fourth down now. Fourth down at the 5-yard line for Ibu. Again, keep everything in front of you and good communication. This team has been very much improving on their communication on the defensive end. And so I would expect, especially on this drive, they're going to put extra focus on avoiding Wolfpack to score.
Lapointe trying to avoid the rush, manages to do so, has her center wide open, and connects with Maryse Paquette for a Wolfpack touchdown.
Yeah, unfortunately, the rusher Béatrice Lemay was not able to get the sack there. And Lapointe, good job on her for evading the rush and finding her snapper there on a busted coverage play. And now with a chance to tie the game at 7 for Wolfpack, who seemingly felt their first drive didn't go the way they wanted to, but with their quarterback back in action, we'll see.
Wolfpack with the 1-point convert attempt. Looking for Maryse Paquette once again. Convert no good. The score will therefore be 7-6 with a little bit over 9 minutes to go in this first half. Well, the Wolfpack would have liked to tie the game, but either or with this scoring drive, they show how they got on a 7-game winning streak at the end of the season.
Yeah, no, they were very phenomenal, winning 5 regular season games, beating the Merge 26-12 in the first postseason matchup, and then beat the number 2 seed Supernova at 21-7 to reach this point in the finals.
Lemay has some time, decides to hit her receiver on the sideline who was running a hook route. Béatrice Lemay gets her flag pulled by Abigail Perrault, but not before she gets a good chunk of yardage.
Yeah, the play calling from Cassiope Lemay has been really working well so far in their second drive, as it pretty much feels like every Ibu player is open no matter what concept the defense is throwing at them.
Condensed formation except for Lemay here for Ibu. Scanning the field, connects across the first down marker, and she has a lot of room. Abigail Perrault ends up making the flag pull once again. Good play, good catch and run by Laurence Gagnon.
Yeah, again, that was a nice read from Lemay, finding Gagnon, her all-star there for the long gain. And that's the thing with this Ibu offense. It's like no matter which progression Cassiope is looking towards, there's someone wide open. She just has to wait and let her receivers get to the right spot, and they've been making the right plays all game long so far.
And on the defensive side, I can't help but notice for Wolfpack, Perrault seems to be on every flagpole.
Yeah.
Lemay on the crossing route is looking for Anne Kakou. Her second drop of the game. Not trying to be negative here. She also has a touchdown. But that's a catch I think Anne Kakou believes she can make every day and twice on Sunday, and we are Sunday, Kian.
Exactly, and the end zone is indeed open on Sundays, unlike some places.
Lemay trying to get a second major for her team. Had Eleanor Lacasse wide open in the back corner of the end zone. She just couldn't hold on.
Yeah, again, that was a ball that, again, Lemay would wish that maybe she had a bit lower into the hands of her receiver for Lacasse, who had a really great season. All-star as well, 8 touchdowns, 438 receiving yards.
The Ibu offense now trying to get inside the end zone. They've been having a hard time, but this time it's successful. Laurence Gagnon, who had a 1-point convert earlier, now gets her first touchdown of the ballgame.
Gagnon was able to just sit in the middle of the end zone. You had a drag there from Eleanor Lacasse that kind of shifted the defenders open, leaving the center wide open in the middle of the end zone.
Ibu with the 1-point convert attempt. Lemay has some time. Throws across the field. Was looking for Béatrice Lemay, who's coming on a dig route at the very back of that end zone. Was well thought of. Unfortunately, couldn't hold on.
Yeah, it was a tough ball there. I think she might have had Anne Kakou at the first pylon. But again, great stuff from Ibu, scoring on their first 2 drives and taking a 7-point lead as we approach 6 minutes left in the first half.
Score is therefore 13-6. Ibu has scored twice, missed their second convert. Their 1-point convert was successful in the first touchdown. On the other side, Wolfpack scored once and missed their 1-point attempt convert. Lapointe looking for her favorite target today so far. Maryse Paquette lacked some precision there.
Yeah, it looks like there's a change of rusher. Now it's going to be Gagnon rushing. And I was wondering why she didn't initially start the game as a rusher, as she ended up the regular season with 6 sacks, leading the team from Wolfpack. And for those that don't know, in 5v5, it's actually much harder for rushers to get sacks, as there's no intentional grounding. So quarterbacks could just drop the ball, have it incompletion no matter where they are on the field.
Absolutely. If you have the NFL in mind, sorry to cut you off, Keon, and you think of a spike that you've seen in a game-winning drive from a Tom Brady back in the day, it's the same thing. You can just do that anytime you want in 5-on-5. As Lapointe connects with Abigail Perrault on a crossing route, gets a couple yards after the catch. Good flag pull, though, by the Ibu defender.
Yeah, I feel like for Wolfpack, Abigail Perrault is going to be very much featured on both sides. And we've been mentioning her a lot on defense with the tackles and also getting a lot of catches. Reliable hands, the veteran experience is going to be on display. But I wonder to see which other supporting casts. We've seen Maryse Paquette score a touchdown. Who else would be there? Will it be Sabrina Girard or potentially Camille Dumas? As they're going to need everyone to step up for them to win this game.
Bourgeois was the author of the tackle on that last play, as she was in coverage right now on that Abigail Perrault catch attempt on the sideline that was judged out of bounds by our referee.
Yeah, Perrault felt that she got her 1 foot there. It would have been tough. I'm not sure we're going to get a replay there, but it was a tough call to make. And again, for those that don't know, at home, you do have a challenge. Each team has a challenge if they do have a timeout in the game, as both teams have not used one. Again, is it worthwhile using a challenge this early in the game, or you want to wait until the second half until a much bigger call is needed?
Important 4th down and 15 situation for Lapointe and her offense. Lapointe avoids the rush, throws a big ball, deep ball attempt. She was trying to reach Camille Dumas, who tried to jump to get that football. Unfortunately, couldn't hold on. Good defensive play as well.
Yeah, Camille Dumas usually has a height advantage over most defenders, and good job from number 8, Charlie Couture, who was able to kind of disrupt that and giving Ibu a chance to score, taking a commanding lead before the half is over.
Therefore, the second turnover on downs provoked by the Ibu defense. The other one was in the very first drive of the game, when Wolfpack was playing with not their starting quarterback, but rather Camille Dumas. As we see Cassiope Lemay connect with Béatrice Dubois across the middle. Got very, very close to the first down marker. It will be 2nd and 2.
Yeah, I think for the Wolfpack defense, again, I know Abigail Perrault has a lot of experience, again, within her flag football career. But again, trying to finding the right defensive schemes to stop this Ibu defense is tough, even for someone with her knowledge, because again, she can only control herself, and putting people in the right positions is not an easy task.
Lemay decides to check it down to Gagnon. Easy gain here. Small gain, but sufficient for the Ibu first down.
Yeah, the tackle was made by Gerard, who, again, and something also we don't talk about too, good first downs in 5v5. If you're able to get a first down from a defense that's right after the first down sticks, it's honestly the best case scenario because it's goal to go afterwards, so you would want your opponents to be as back as possible.
Lemay under center now. Just a little bit of trickery. Unfortunately, the exchange wasn't done properly, and the Ibu crew is actually laughing about it. All smiles here. It shows the confidence they have currently. Now, only a one-possession game, they feel quite comfortable, it seems like, as they can laugh about a missed play like that one.
Yeah, well, I mean, at this point in the game, it doesn't feel like Ibu's been really threatened by Wolfpack on both sides of the ball, especially on the offensive end. Lemay has been able to kind of find her receivers everywhere on the field. Some of her throws might have been inaccurate, but again, the fact that she's able to find her receivers wide open is the better thing you would rather have as a quarterback.
2nd down for Ibu. Hit Anaku on the whip routes, right? So that's a fake in route for a few steps and then bang back out. Abigail Perrault once again on the flagpole. I think this might be her 5th flagpole in just a half.
Yeah, great job from Anaku there. She believed that she was past the veteran defender, but we're not going to see many missed flags from Perrault in this game or in any other game that she plays.
We're already past the 2-minute warning of the first half of this exciting game. Yes, when we're in good company, football does go very fast. So we're now in pro clock. Lemay has her offense in a condensed formation. Looking to her left, checks it down to her receiver who has some space, gives it a move. Is finally tackled short of the No, they're giving her the touchdown. Béatrice Dubois gets the 3rd touchdown for her crew.
Yeah, Léa Turpin didn't believe that the receiver was able to score there with the D flag, but referee Xavier Couture had the first pylon line, and he felt that the ball was reached. And again, for flag football here, as soon as the ball reaches the plane, it is a touchdown.
Extra point attempt. Lemay looking back, end zone. Double catch for Gagnon, but unfortunately by the time she caught it the second time, her feet were clearly out of bounds. Good call by a referee.
And
one
again,
point convert is no good.
Again, there you see Abigail Perrault. She started off at the front of the end zone and made a defensive play there. She might have not touched it, but she might have done enough to distract number 5, Laurence Gagnon, from making that initial catch before she caught it when she was out of bounds.
Point game. We're officially in a 2-possession game now. Keon, how important is it for Wolfpack to score before the half, especially considering Ibu will take the ball starting the second half?
Very critical. Again, like you mentioned, they don't get the ball to start the second half, so they at least can make it one possession. They still need to stop defensively, but again, if they go down the half down 2 scores with Ibu with the ball that the offense has shown that they're capable of scoring, it'd be almost all she wrote for Wolfpack. So getting a touchdown here would be very vital.
On the first play of this drive, Lapointe connected with Dumas on a hook route, and now for the second play, Lapointe looking towards the sideline, finds Abigail Perrault, pardon me. Amazing catch, keeping her concentration. She was well covered by Alexia Bourgeois, who kind of created a physical screen with her hand there. Good job by Abigail Perrault.
Yeah, looks like for the Ibu, this Ibu defense is very talented, and again, they're switching rushers again. Beatrice Dubois now is rushing, who finished with 2 sacks as well. So very much talented group of players on this Ibu side. So again, maybe if one rusher is getting tired, you give them a break. And again, so constant pressure for Lauriane Lapointe.
Lapointe looking left for Abigail on the fade route down the sideline. That ball was short. Intercepted by Léane Lafrérière.
Again, we spoke about it where she's had 2 interceptions in the semifinals game against La Sororité and 11 interceptions for the Defensive Player of the Year, playing that number 3 position, playing that safety position. Again, that ball was a little bit underthrown for Perrault and it allowed Lafreniere to get the interception, her 3rd of the postseason, totaling her total to 14 across all competitions this season.
A little bit of trickery here by Ibu. Side pass back to the snapper, and she's still running. Laurence Gagnon showing off a little bit of athleticism.
Yeah, and great thing there. Nice trickery there. And again, for 5v5, the initial person that takes the snap is not allowed to run. So that's why you saw Anne Kaku, even though she took the snap under center from Laurence Gagnon, she wasn't able to run. And that pitch pass to Gagnon back was allowed for Gagnon to make the run there.
We see it on the replay right there. Side snap, pitch right back to the snapper, then fake the handoff and run. I love this play. I might have to steal it for my own 5-on-5 crew.
Oh, a great idea for it.
Ibu again, some trickery. Side snap, back to the initial quarterback. Across the middle, connects to her center. And I thought she scored, but Abigail Perrault with her 6th flagpole of the matchup keeps Ibu within the 5-yard line. Great catch by Laurence Gagnon.
Again, this Ibu team is very methodical. They know the rules of 5v5. They have the players to make plays, whether it's Cassiope Lermay, whether it is Anne Kaku, or even Laurence Gagnon. All of them have the ability to make a pass in the backfield, so having them move around is very vital at this point. And again, things have been working for them. Just for Wolfpack, they have to avoid the bleeding now, avoid the score before the half.
Lemay and her crew in the red zone. Traditional snap now. Lemay finds Gagnon left completely alone, wide open in the very center of that end zone. It's the 2nd time we see this today. Touchdown, Ibu.
Yeah, Laurence Gagnon again, just waiting in the middle of the end zone. I'm trying to figure out what the defense for Wolfpack, as the center has been open at the middle of the end zone for 2 touchdowns in a row now. So I'll be very keen to see how does Wolfpack adapt. If it's a lanes concept again, there should be ideally somewhat in the vicinity, or at least blocking that view from Lemay to Gagnon.
Ibu are now going for a 2-point conversion, their first 2-point conversion attempt of the game. Lemay looking deep left, finds her receiver, makes an incredible play. Anne Kaku actually caught this ball short of the end zone, makes an incredible move, erases her defender, and walks in for the 2-point conversion.
That was a phenomenal play by the receiver of the year. Like you said, Nick, catching the ball before the line of scrimmage for the 2-point convert, made a little dance move, making Léa Turpin miss and get the 2 points and taking a 21-point lead at the half.
That will lead us to our halftime break. Well said, Keon. The score is 27-6 in favor of Ibu. Keon, this is a one-sided affair so far. Despite Wolfpack showing some things, some nice flag pulling defensively, Abigail Perrault is having a hell of a ball game, as well as a touchdown drive. But I think personally, the key of the game here is the turnovers. Yeah. Fortunately, Wolfpack turned over the ball twice on downs and one time by getting intercepted. What do they need to do, Keon? You're an expert of this division. You wrote for this division all season. What does the Wolfpack need to do to expect to be able to come back in this game and win a championship?
They have to go methodical. I don't think taking shots deep, again, with Lafreniere playing the safety position is going to be the best idea. Their first drive with Lauriane Lapointe at quarterback was sufficient enough where Maryse Paquette found the end zone. So I think if they can find their rhythm, one play at a time, maybe this Ibu team plays with too much confidence and maybe makes a mistake or whatnot. The game is not over. It's a 21-point game. We've seen a lot of crazy things throughout the weekend and throughout the years of FPF. So again, for Wolfpack, again, they start on defense, but taking one drive at a time on offense, letting Lapointe take her time to actually see her receivers making those plays. Doesn't always have to be chunk plays, but also you do have to be a bit more of a hurry-up offense, consider you're down 3 scores.
We now have Anissa Bechmela, the third member of our crew, on the sideline to talk to Anka Kou, the receiver of the year this season in Women's B.
Je suis maintenant avec Anka de l'équipe Hibou. Dis-moi, comment ça s'est passé votre saison cette année?
Ça s'est passé très bien. On jouait très bien ensemble. Il nous manquait plein de joueuses dans chaque game. On a réussi à compléter les games, gagner. Des fois, on a eu de la difficulté. Mais overall, on a très bien joué ensemble. Puis on a une très belle saison jusqu'à maintenant.
Tu as gagné Offensive Player de l'année. Félicitations. Comment tu te sens face à ça?
Je suis vraiment proud de myself parce que j'ai travaillé pour ça. Puis j'ai toujours rêvé d'avoir un MVP dans cette ligue. J'ai joué trois saisons. Fait que je m'imaginais avoir un à m'amener. Puis je suis fière de moi. Je suis contente.
Super. Comment ça se passe la première demi en ce moment dans votre équipe? Le score est de 27-6 pour vous. Donc c'est quand même une belle avance que vous avez réussi à aller chercher.
Ça se passe très bien. On met toute l'énergie, offense que defense. On a fait des beaux stops, des beaux attrapés, puis on continue comme ça pour la deuxième demi.
Super. Ben merci beaucoup. De retour avec Nick et Kian.
Thank you, Anissa, for the incredible work. Like always, Anka Kou, who told us about how she is proud of her MVP award. And kind of like you were saying, Kian, how everything's been working and firing on all cylinders for them so far in this first half. Is there a concern that they get a little bit too confident and start relaxing a little bit too much in this game and let the Wolfpack, which is a dangerous team who beat them this year in one of the matchups they had in the regular season, come back in this game?
I think they definitely have to have that worry, but I think for Ibu, the way they're playing with confidence, but I don't think it's overly confident. They're making sure that their reads are there. Cassiopeia Lermay has been doing a great job on offense, so I think, again, have some fun. It's a finals for this group of women. So again, have fun, play with confidence, but again, stick to what's been working, which has clearly been doing on their side in this game.
The stands have filled up. We have all the bells and whistles, all camera angles, instant replay, commentators, sideline reporters. So it's normal and expected that these girls enjoy the moment and show us their skill. I think it's right about time for us to get started with the second half of action.
Yes. For sure. It's going to be a great stuff. And especially for the Wolfpack on defense, it'll be very pivotal to get a stop now in their first drive. And again, we'll see what they come up with in terms of their defense. And again, for Wolfpack, embracing the moment, which I've seen, it looks like the emotion for their players is pretty happy, which again, regardless of a winner or loss in the finals, take your time. Enjoy that moment. Look at the camera. Have fun with your teammates and the fans up there. Again, we have the Hebrew supporters here as well.
Lemay, the first offensive drive of this second half. Looking across the middle, little hook route to number 6, Eleanor Lacasse, who has a lot of space. She has to speed down the sideline at the 5. Did she get in?
I think she either stepped out of bounds inside the 5-yard line.
Exactly what's going to be called, Keon. You have the eyes of a lynx, like we say. Perfect call. It's inside the 5. Great play by Ibu to start this half.
Yeah, great play there. And again, she was able to kind of get down the tight ropes, but unfortunately was not able to reach the end zone. But I think even if she didn't step out of bounds, she might have got deflagged at the 1. But again, great play to open up the second half if you're an Ibu fan.
Ibu condensed formation in the red zone. Lemay looking left at the back of that end zone, looking for her favorite target today, Laurence Gagnon. I believe she might have stepped out of bounds. One foot seemed inbounds, and the other one was on the line.
Yeah, I think she was just focused on running that quick out left there from the back of the end zone, but didn't realize that her footing was really close to the blue line. And for those at home, the front of the end zone is the blue line that's on your screen, and then faintly in the back of the end zone is the same blue line, which Gagnon had 1 foot out already before she caught that.
Trips to Lemay's right on 2nd and goal for Ibu, the left of your screen. Lemay has her favorite receiver this year, Ankaku, wide open at the front pylon, and that'll be sufficient for an Ibu touchdown.
Yeah, unfortunate for Wolfpack again. You could see with the body language, I think you're getting very tired of how things are going. But again, one possession at a time. You can't really look at the scoreboard at that point. You're down a lot of points, but again, take one drive at a time. And for Ibu, things have just been clearly working no matter what Lemay throws at their defense.
This was Ku's second touchdown of the matchup, and we're going to her again, this time for the 1-point convert back of the end zone. Snag, great concentration to go get that ball at its highest point, get both feet down, and what a pass by Cassiope Lemay.
Yeah, that was a great ball there. And again, for defenses that normally play a lanes concept, as we see the replay here, again, you play a high-low where you have one receiver play the front of the pylon, second receiver, which was Ankaku, who found the back corner right side for Lemay. And again, perfect ball placement, perfect toe-tapping play for Ankaku there, extending the lead.
I said 2 foot inbound. She actually only got one, and it's all that's necessary here at flag plus. Lapointe trying to reply. Finds Abigail Perrault on a crossing route, and Abigail shows her skill after the catch. Nice little dip move to get those extra yards.
Yeah, great shot from Perrault from actually making defenders miss there. She had one more defender. I think she would have been gone. That would have been a nice play. But again, great job first down for Lauriane Lapointe to find arguably the best player on the field, and Abigail Perrault making plays there. And again, for Wolfpack, taking one play at a time, which clearly they did on the first play.
Lapointe in her offense, approaching midfield. 2nd and 10. Abigail Perrault once again. Nice dip move. She gets by 2 defenders, and that'll be sufficient for a Wolfpack first down.
Yeah, same play where it's pretty much like a drag or like a 5-in for Abigail Perrault. It looked like Lauriane Lapointe was good to not throw her the ball, but hesitated, but then found her in stride. And again, Perrault able to use her dipping maneuver to get extra yards there. And again, the offense, the offense might be predictable for Wolfpack at this point, but it's working, so don't break it.
Perrault,
if it ain't broke, don't fix it, my bad.
Exactly. Perrault giving us her best impression of Houche Doucette, number 7 receiver quarterback hybrid for Team USA's flag football men's national team, which I got to see in person last week at the World Championships in Dusseldorf. Big pass across the middle, and it is caught for a touchdown by Camille Dumas. Wolfpack responding early in the second half.
Again, I think that was kind of the key thing missing in the first half a little bit. 3 plays for Lauriane Lapointe, 2 quick passes to Abigail Perrault, and 1 dime to Camille Dumas in high point where only the receiver could get it. And again, for Wolfpack, making it 1 score at a time, getting the first score of the second half in relatively in like 2 minutes.
An absolute dime of a throw for Lauriane Lapointe, who might be just getting in her groove. Let's remember she got into the game late, didn't even have time to warm up. Her first throw was inactive play, and at the moment that I say that, unfortunately, has a play that either didn't come out of her hand like she wanted it, a throw that didn't come out of her hand like she wanted it, or a miscommunication with Maryse Paquette. Either way, there was no target close to where that ball ended, and the convert is no good.
Yeah, looking just at that play, I think it was supposed to be like a right to a left from the center, but it was really played by number 10, Béatrice Lemay, which resulted in Lauriane Lapointe throwing it where she felt that her receiver was going to get to, but the defender made a really good play avoiding that.
A little bit less than 15 minutes to go in the second half. The score is therefore 34-12. The Wolfpack reducing the deficit by just a little bit, by 6 points to be exact. Lemay tried to find her receiver Lacasse. Lack precision there. Passing complete, 2nd and long for Ibu.
Yeah, I think this is the first time that Ibu didn't get a first catch on their first down play. And again, we talked about a bit about being too complacent in a game like this when you have the lead. So we'll see if Ibu is able to stay focused on track.
Lemay from her own end zone connects on a check down to Dubois. Dubois tries to get a little bit of yaks after the catch, but she's immediately tackled by Paquette. This will set up a 3rd and about 15. The Wolfpack are in a good situation to provoke a turnover on downs here.
Yeah, great job from Wolfpack making that second down, only worth 5 or 6 yards, making it 3rd and long, and we'll see what Ibu comes with. But for Wolfpack, you're putting yourself in a great position for your offense.
Trips to the right of Lemay, the left of your screen. Lemay looking deep on the wheel route. What a play by Maryse Paquette. It seemed like Béatrice Dubois had the opportunity. She on the first catch, she bobbled the ball, had an opportunity to catch it for a second attempt since that ball stayed close to her. But Maryse Paquette, in full legality, got there and batted that ball down, swatted it down. Therefore, it will set up 4th and long for Ibu. The Wolfpack haven't been in a situation this good since we started the football game.
Exactly. We're going to see this we'll see on 4th down how things go.
Lemay, long pass, she's left wide open, and she catches that ball over her head. What a catch by Eleanor Lacasse. Touchdown, Ibu!
Again, even when the back were against the wall for Ibu, that was 3 phenomenal defensive plays from Wolfpack. A near interception by Maryse Paquette. And unfortunately for the Wolfpack defense, Cassiope Lermay was able to find Lacasse down in stride from the left side of the field for a touchdown. And a great concentration there, making that catch over the ball over her head and stretching forward to get that catch into the end zone.
And what a heartbreaker for the Wolfpack. They put this Ibu very, very powerful offense, the first offense statistically this year in all categories in a 4th down and long situation, and they just went, not only converted the first down, they scored, and to add to that score, they get the 1-point conversion to none other than the receiver of the year in Women's Division B Flag Plus Football Spring 2026, Ankaku.
Again, phenomenal thing for Ibu. Things have been clearly working on both sides of the ball. And if you're a Wolfpack, again, just have to take it one play at a time. It looks like the Wolfpack players are a bit fatigued. A little quick water break before they get under center. Again, taking one play at a time. It's tough looking at the scoreboard at this point, but again, it doesn't take away from the great season this group of ladies have had throughout the past few months of the summer. Let's see what Lauriane Lapointe and company orchestrate now on their next drive. They scored on their first initial drive of the second half, playing great football there. 2 passes to Perrault and 1 to Dumas. So we'll see what Lauriane Lapointe comes up with now.
Lapointe desperately needs to reply for her team. Almost gets sacked in the end zone, looking for her receiver, but that ball is swatted down by Alexia Bourgeois.
Yeah, it looked like the play was designed for Perrault on that quick 5-in across the field. But Anne Kaku, who again, we've talked about her on the offensive end, is a really underrated defender. Finished the regular season with 4 interceptions. So again, she was able to follow the number 1 target for Wolfpack across the field, forcing perhaps a ball that Lauriane Lapointe didn't really want to make. Thankfully for her, it wasn't intercepted.
Ankaku, on top of her defensive prowess, 2 touchdowns today, 1 2-point convert and 2 1-point converts, having an absolute championship game today. Abigail Perrault, like we've seen all game from her, catches a crossing route and goes for extra yardage. On top of it, good flag pull by Eleanor Lacasse.
Again, that play that has been working for the majority of the time of this game for Perrault, getting that crossing route and making defenders miss. And for Ibu, you know it's coming. You just have to kind of see better communication perhaps from the Ibu defense, maybe passing it off or cutting it off, or having a defender there maybe jump the pass as you know Perrault's coming across there.
Bourgeois was actually the author of that tackle. Lapointe to her left, connects. Tough pass there, but manages to get that ball through to Camille Dumas, and Kaku was in tight coverage. Good concentration by Dumas.
And good job for Wolfpack again, making it 4th and manageable. Instead of taking the deep shot there, Lauriane Lapointe was going through her progressions and made a good play to Dumas, making it 4th down to midfield, which is roughly around 6 yards to go.
Important 4th down for Wolfpack if they want to keep the hopes of getting back into this ball game. Lapointe looking to her right, strikes to Abigail Perrault on a crossing route, and nice catch by Abigail, who has room in front of her. It's tackled inside the 10. Will be sufficient for a Wolfpack 1st down. When in doubt, find Abigail Perrault.
Yeah, and Kaku was there once again, but again, Perrault showing off her wheels there, getting the extra step on the talented 2-way player, and again, making it at the 10-yard line. Good job for Perrault, getting the extra yards and making it 1st and goal from the 10. And again, for Wolfpack, I'm liking better this offense than it was in the first half especially. It looks like Lapointe is finding her rhythm.
Lapointe on 1st and 10, or rather 1st and goal, pardon me. Finds Camille Dumas on a hook route. 4-yard gain on the play.
Again, good job there. Again, the Ibu defense was swarming Dumas there, but again, good job from the veteran receiver from corralling it and avoiding incompletion. Moving down the field is Wolfpack, and again, I think for them it's more of like just finding what's working for them and executing play for play, and that's what they've been doing in this second half especially well.
Second and goal for La Pointe. Abigail Perrault is her isolated receiver on the left. That's where she's looking on the crossing route. Finds Perrault deep in the end zone, and that'll be a Wolfpack touchdown.
Yeah, great job from Perrault. She's been everywhere on the field, offense and defensively, but she hasn't reached the end zone yet until now. Great job by the veteran receiver for making sure she got at least 1 foot in bounds. So we see the replay here. She actually got both feet before the blue lines, catching. I can't even imagine how many receptions she's had in this game, but a lot. But at least her first touchdown of the game.
We're close to 10, that I'll say for sure. And about 4 of those were for first downs, if not more. We mentioned her a lot during the game, and now you see why. La Pointe and her offensive crew looking for a 1-point convert. Buying some time. Erases her rusher. Looks for Perrault once again. Down the left sideline. Unfortunately, couldn't connect. Perrault just got one hand on it.
Yeah, it was a good job from La Pointe for evading the rusher, Béatrice Lemay. I think that was Béatrice. Yeah, number 10, Béatrice Lemay. Unfortunately, the ball was just a bit too on the outskirts for the hands of Perrault. Again, 2 drives for Wolfpack, 2 scores in the second half. Much better than they did in the first half. And again, just taking it 1 play at a time. Let's see if maybe on defense to get a stop. They were close on their last drive.
Lemay finds Lacasse, who tries to erase her defender. But Paquette manages the flagpole. Good chunk of yardage on first down for Ibu. They'll be in 2nd and 5 with a little bit more than 6 minutes to go in this championship matchup. Ibu has a comfortable lead currently, 41-18, and are looking to go score another touchdown to really put the nail in the coffin of Wolfpack's championship hopes. Lemay checks it down to Gagnon. Gagnon decides to go out of bounds. I'm not sure about that one, Keon. If I'm Ibu, I want the time to oh no, we're not in stoppage time. Pardon me.
We're not in stoppage time.
We're not in pro clock.
Might have been a force of habit, or maybe trying to evade the contact. Some players do that sometimes. They rather, instead of the risk of maybe taking a bad step,
they don't want to put their flag back on. That's just so tiring. So might as well get on the sideline.
Sometimes people just don't want to at that point.
Little mistake on my part about stoppage time. That time keeps going right now until we get to 2 minutes. So check down to number 6, Lacasse, who's trying to show off her moves. Unfortunately, was more east-west than north-south in this current situation and gets her flag pulled.
Yeah, again, because she was able, again, like you mentioned, didn't go vertically, went more laterally, allowed the rusher, Camille Dumas, to actually come back into the play to make that tackle.
And good hustle play by Dumas. A lot of rushers sometimes, and I could compare it as well to D linemen in tackle football. Think, hey, look, if the quarterback threw it, it's not my problem anymore. My goal was to get a sack or a rush or like a pressure other than that, or tip, I could say. But other than that, my job is done. No, you can trail back the play and make a great play just like Dumas just did for her Wolfpack squad. Side snap, a little bit of trickery there, handoff to Gagnon, and Gagnon tries to make a move, but ends up getting her flag pulled. Still a 4-yard gain for the athlete.
And you could tell from this Ibu offense, all smiles across their faces, and for good reason. Things have just been working for them fluidly, and great job for a great season for them. Time is ticking on their side. Let's see if they score another one before the game is over.
Turpin was the author of that tackle for Wolfpack. Condensed formation for Lemay and her offensive squad. Was looking for Lacasse on the front pylon, right in the center, which they've been exploiting all day in the red zone. Fortunately, that ball was a little bit short, and Lacasse couldn't scoop it up.
Yeah, and good job from Maryse Paquette, actually. That was probably the first time that where I felt that there was a defender there kind of making that pressure at the middle of the field. Again, now I think we're looking at a 3rd down, if not mistaken, Nick. This should be a 3rd down attempt for Ibu.
Lemay on 3rd and goal. Looking across the middle once again. But Wolfpack seems to finally be defending that front of the pylon, middle end zone. Maryse Paquette with the bat down. That being said, there's a flag on the play. Will we say that Maryse Paquette had too much contact? Will she be penalized for defensive pass interference?
Yeah, I think she might have got a hand to the head there, unfortunately. Again, it was not her intentions at all. She was making a play for the ball. But again, as the taller defender, she unfortunately, I think, made contact to the receiver, making a automatic first down for Ibu.
Tough blow for the Wolfpack defense. I might have been able to get out of there while provoking a 4th down. Now 4 new set of downs for the Ibu squad, and they won't need all 4. They just need the first one. Béatrice Dubois catches the crossing route in the end zone for another Ibu touchdown.
Yeah, Unfortunately, that penalty did deem to bite them in the butt there for Wolfpack. But again, for Ibu, they've been doing everything right in this game. And again, for Wolfpack, you're going to have at least one more chance to score before the game is over. So let's see if they can kind of build momentum and score their third, but not before this 2-point convert. Yeah, have Cassiope Lermay looking up, looking at the corner, tipped by number 3, Lauriane Lapointe, playing coverage there. Intended target, look for number 3, Béatrice Dubois.
A 1-point convert is therefore no good with 2 minutes, 20 seconds left to play in this game. The score is currently 47-18 in favor of the number 1 seed coming into the playoffs, Ibu. What do you do if you're Wolfpack? 2 minutes left. We're about to hit the 2-minute warning, Keon. And this is a 29-point game, which is more a 4-possession game, essentially. How do you remain positive? Maybe with a wheel route big play like this one.
Exactly. What a great play off rip. Again, unfortunately for Wolfpack, it's going to be too little too late because of the fact that it's more than 15 points and the clock will run, effectively removing the pro clock ability. But again, great stuff. First play, finding Camille Dumas right there on the wheel route, getting the first down. And for Wolfpack, again, keep your head high. Especially in the second half, they've been playing very well, phenomenally on both sides of the ball.
That'll be sufficient for a Wolfpack first down late in this game. Let's see if they could go score some momentum points, even though the game is dead. Even though the game seems to be already wrapped up, to get an extra score always feels good in a championship game. And to have these highlights to be able to post on social media, since this is all being filmed and presented professionally, thanks to our producer extraordinaire and our production team here at Flag Post Football. Spring 2026 Championship Weekend, as Lapointe finds Sabrina Girard for a quick play.
Yeah, again, it'll be nice. I would like Wolfpack to kind of work the field and try to see if they can score before the end of the game. Again, a bit more of a confident boost. Again, nice to look back on this film afterwards and seeing yourself like being viewed with the viewers of fans and friends and in the stands here. Again, great stuff for them on an incredible season.
Long pass, deep end zone. Lapointe was trying to reach the receiver, but what a defensive play. Pass bat down by the Ibu DB.
Yeah, great stuff there. That was number 8, Charlie Couture there, where it looked like Girard was able to kind of corral that ball in for a touchdown after the tough throw from Lapointe. And it looks like now we're going to get one final play, one final chance for Wolfpack to put points on the board before this game is going to be officially over.
Last play of the game, even though it has no incident on the championship stakes. I know Wolfpack would like to score. For Abigail Perrault, deep end zone, almost intercepted. That will be all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen, with a final score of 47-18. Ibu are your Flag Plus Football Spring 2026 Women's B champions.
Again, it was a dominant effort for Ibu throughout the regular season, and then no short of a Cinderella story for Ibu to be fallen this time. Again, they lost in Women's C last season in the finals on a heartbreaker. This time they're able to win in Women's B in spring 2026.
We still have to give a little bit of credit, or maybe even a lot of credit to Wolfpack.
Yes.
Went on a 5-game winning streak to make it here today. We're facing the favorites, the monster in Ibu, and still showed up and gave a respectable performance, especially in the first half. It started to go into Ibu's favor a little bit more in the second half, but all credit to Wolfpack. A newer team, a team that wasn't in a championship situation before. What's the future for them like in Flag Plus Football?
For Wolfpack, I think going into Women's 2, again, they deserve, after this performance, they played very well, and good job for the fans, standing ovation for the Wolfpack players. Again, remarkable season, 5-game win streak to enter the postseason after a 1-3 start, and then winning 2 more playoff games. Again, it might not have been the outcome we we're looking for, but again, heads up high for an incredible season, and I'm sure that this team will be back, whether in the fall, winter, or next spring, back in FPF, and probably Women's 2, I would be presuming.
And on the stacked Ibu side, you mentioned it. What a story that dominated all season long. And today, with this stacked roster, no short of stacked performances. Anne Kaku, who was receiver of the year in the division, got 2 touchdowns herself, as well as 3 conversions for a total of 4 points, because one of them were for 2 points. Béatrice Dubois went for 2 receiving touchdowns. Laurence Gagnon went for 2 receiving touchdowns. Eleanor Lacasse went for a receiving touchdown of her own. Léane Lafrenière went for an interception. She's the defensive player of the year. But finally, Cassiope Lemay, she threw 7 passing touchdowns. Who would you give the MVP award to, Keon?
I think you have to give it to the quarterback, Cassiope Lemay. Again, phenomenal athletes all over on both sides of the ball, but the quarterback with 7 touchdowns, so it's hard to not give it to her.
Well, we're about to find out as Anissa is on the sideline to do the final game ceremony.
Donc, on a nos grandes gagnantes pour la catégorie Women's B. Félicitations, Hibou! Yeah! J'invite Jeff à leur remettre le trophée et la bannière. Bravo les filles. Je vais aussi remettre un prix, le prix du MVP du match. Et ça va être remis à Cassiope. Parfait, tu peux venir avec moi ici. Donc, comment tu te sens face à cette victoire?
Je me sens vraiment bien. On a travaillé tout l'été pour ça. Puis, on est dévoués, puis on aime le flag. Fait que c'était vraiment le fun. On a eu du fun. Fait que j'adore.
Est-ce que tu es fière de ton équipe?
100%, je ne pourrais pas être plus fière que ça. À la défense, autant qu'à la défense qu'à l'offense, ils ont très bien joué. Ils ont suivi leur jeu, leur tracé. Fait que je suis vraiment fière d'eux.
Est-ce que qu'est-ce que tu penses que vous avez fait de mieux dans la game? Offense, autant en offense qu'en défense?
À l'offense, clairement, on a eu vraiment beaucoup de fun. Même sur des balles droppées ou des petites erreurs, on continuait pareil. Puis on passe au prochain jeu. Puis à la défense, c'est juste qu'ils sont locked in puis ils sont concentrés sur ce qu'ils font. Fait que c'était incroyable.
Super. Encore félicitations les filles. Puis merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Thank you, Anissa, for the incredible work down on the sideline. Like always, congratulations to this Ibu squad for the Women's B Championship. And to Cassiope Lemay, you predicted it, Keon. She did win the MVP award. What a season for these women.
Yeah, no, it's been phenomenal for Ibu. Again, 8-2 record, but again, all those 8 wins are pretty dominant, and in the playoffs too, both the semifinals and finals games for them, pretty domination on both sides of the ball.
Stay with us because this is the end of our presentation of this Women's B Championship game, but it is not the end of our day 2 of Championship Weekend here at Flag Plus Football on the South Shore of Montreal at Complexe CN. We have Co-Ed 1 coming up in a few minutes. You want to speak about that matchup quickly, Keon?
Yeah, we're going to have a really big battle between Lego My Flag, led by Jeff Rosenblatt, and Tea Party, led by Ben McMahon. A lot of stars from both sides of the ball. It's going to be a really exciting one. We'll see how things go.
Absolutely, and Jeff Rosenblatt is the league owner, and Ben McMahon happens to be the league general manager. So this is not just a really good matchup on the field. It's also a matchup of FPF employees, FPF royalty, if you will.
Exactly.
So stay tuned with us if you want to watch this. I'm Nicholas Pierre-Mass. I was your play-by-play commentator. I was accompanied by Keon Cyrus, who was our analyst, and Anissa Chembela was the third member of our crew on the sideline, giving you in-depth analysis directly on the field. Thank you so much. See you for the next matchup. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this third matchup of Day 2 of Flag Plus Football Spring 2026's Championship Weekend. My name is Nicholas Pierre-Mass. I'm accompanied by Brent Bodkin, who will be your analyst. I will be the play-by-play commentator. We have a third member of our crew today, Yvan Salomon, who will be doing the sideline reporting for us. Brent, we have an exciting Co-Ed 1 matchup that's underway between Lego My Flag, the 4th seed, and Tea Party, which are actually favored. They came out of the regular season as the 2nd seed, actually got a bye week out of it, and then went to the semifinals and are now in the championship game. Brent, can you present to us a little bit these two teams?
Yeah, sure. So you look at Tea Party, right? They played each other twice. Tea Party and Lego My Flag twice in the regular season. Tea Party winning both games. Obviously today they're going for the always hard 3-game sweep, at least in football. Again, both of these teams with players that have played together with each other and against each other. Talking about Jeff Rosenblatt, of course, Ben McMahon, Juju Cabrillo, Sanders Armand. The list goes on and on with these players playing on different teams. But right now, again, they're going for the Co-Ed 1 championship, playing against each other. Huge game, which should be an exciting game here this afternoon.
And this is teams that have faced each other before. And in both matchups, Tea Party came out on top in Week 3 and Week 11. It's now time to go join Yvan Salomon down on the sideline, who has an interview with a player before the game.
Ok, donc je m'appelle Yvan Salomon Junior. Je suis présentement accompagné de Léa Bigra, une joueuse de Tea Party. Donc, ma première question pour toi aujourd'hui, c'est vous allez affronter les Go My Fly qui ont fini 3-7. Est-ce que pour vous, plus psychologiquement, est-ce que c'est un avantage? Est-ce que vous allez essayer de penser à comme un avantage, le fait qu'ils ont fini 3-7?
Vraiment pas. Ils ont tous des bons joueurs, donc on va pas se fier au stade. C'est vraiment pas ce qui compte. C'est dans le moment présent ce qu'on va jouer. On va jouer notre meilleure flag. Ils vont sûrement jouer leur meilleure flag aussi, donc on va voir ce qui va se passer.
Parfait. Comme quarterback, tu as Ben McMahon, qui est un vétéran dans la ligue. Est-ce que ça vous donne un boost, le fait que ce soit lui qui a les rênes pour l'offense?
On est contre Jeff, l'autre boss de la ligue. Donc c'est sûr ça nous remonte un peu. C'est un bon QB, donc ça va être le fun. Mais un QB ou un autre, pour le vrai, on joue notre game, puis c'est ça.
Okay, parfait. Donc c'était tout. J'étais avec Léa Bigra. Donc c'est pas mal tout pour le début. Donc on retourne au bout avec Brent et Nick.
Thank you, Yvonne, for that incredible work down on the sideline. We were with Léa Bigra, Tea Party player. She spoke to us about this important matchup, the fact that this is two quarterbacks that are well known in the league. Jeff Rosenblatt is the opposing quarterback on her end for Lego My Flag. He's the league owner, and Ben McMahon, the Team Party quarterback, is the league commissioner. So it's two people that everybody in the FPF community know very well. We interact with them on a daily basis. They are both colleagues, so they work together all the time, and therefore it's not just a on-field matchup, it's also quite a personal matchup.
Definitely a personal matchup. Again, these two guys have gone head-to-head a ton of times here in FPF, and they played together as teammates as well. But one of my big things, you talk about Ben McMahon, right? How is the Lego My Flag defense going to stop him? This year in the 2 games against Lego My Flag, 46-50, 409 yards, and 13 touchdowns. It's pretty solid.
That's how he managed to get the QB of the Year award in Co-Ed 1. And he threw, like you said, for 1,871 yards in total. Jeff threw for actually a little bit more yards, 11 more yards, 1,882 in the regular season. But Ben also rushed for 258 yards, threw for more touchdowns, and for that reason, he won the award. All that being said, we have 2 experienced, powerful, explosive quarterbacks in this matchup. It's going to be very interesting. And I want to say one more thing that was mentioned in Yvan Salamon's pregame interview. Lego My Flag came in with the 4th seed. It's only a 5-team division, so they were second to last with a 3-7 record, a negative record. That being said, they came in with the right momentum in the playoffs when they needed to. Now let's see if they can continue on that momentum to win this championship, despite the losing record.
Yeah, Tea Party starting with the ball here.
The game on the way. Ben McMahon for the first offensive drive finds Emma down the sideline. There's a lot of space in front of her, and she goes all the way to a first down. Good first play for Emma Asselin.
Yeah, big catcher on the sideline. He kind of left her open. Maya DeFazio was the corner on that side, but she gave a lot of space to Emma Townsend Asselin. And obviously the receiver took advantage of that. Fresh set of downs for this Tea Party offense.
Townsend Asselin also works for Flag Plus Football. He's very familiar with Ben McMahon on and off the field, and you can tell that they have chemistry at the start of this game.
There's a number of people for Tea Party to for FPF.
Ben McMahon was trying to reach Léa Bigra. A little bit lack of accuracy there. Bigra, with her long stature, big catch radius, wasn't even able to touch that one. Something Ben would like to fix, of course. He's usually quite accurate.
Definitely, yeah. And Big Bigra, like you talked about her length, and that's the versatility and that's the skill set that she brings to this lineup. She'll play receiver, she'll play rusher, she'll play corner. You put her anywhere, a snapper as well. You put her anywhere on the field, she'll make a play for your team.
2nd and 10 for McMahon and his offense. Looking to his right, looking at the crossing route, finds his target. It's Dante Girardi for his first catch of the game. Both flags were pulled by Lego My Flag defenders.
Yeah, Girardi, him and Ben McMahon, close friends. They play with each other on a couple different teams. Girardi usually a quarterback, but obviously in this team, since it's co-ed 1, he's playing receiver there. Good catch over the middle by him, pick up of about 9 yards.
Third and 2 for the Tea Party offense. Ben McMahon using his legs like he's done all year long. Finally tackled by Lara Uzoka, the Concordia Stingers flag football player.
And that's the skill set that Ben McMahon brings to this lineup, right? I mean, we talked about what he did with his arm, but he could beat you with his legs as well. So far in this postseason, he's averaging 8 yards a carry. He didn't get 8 yards right there, but he got more than enough for the first down to move the change for his offense.
Sufficient for a first down. for Tea Party. And now a touchdown caught by Dante Girardi. First touchdown of the game, 6-0 for Tea Party.
Yeah, we see the defender right there, Phoebe Gervais, of course, the daughter of Leo Gervais, usually not the head ref in this game, but usually one of the main referees, the head of refereeing here in FPF. Gervais was just a little late coming over to try to deflag Girardi. Again, good catch there by Girardi from the fastball by McMahon.
One-point convert attempt for Ben and his offensive unit. Deep down in the end zone, down the sideline in that left corner. Unfortunately, Emma Townsend Asselin couldn't hold on to it. Rare sight for the veteran receiver.
Yeah, and that's just and she'll be the first to tell you, that's just a lack of concentration right there. She was wide open by herself. She didn't even bother to look the ball in. As you know, as a receiver, right, you have to look the ball in when you make the catch. You can't just assume you're going to come up with the grab. So now we'll have to see if that extra 1-point conversion that they didn't get is going to come back to bite them later in this contest. And obviously, Lego My Flag taking the field for the first time with their offense.
Jeff Rosenblatt and the Lego My Flag offense looking to reply. Quick strike to Lara Uzoka. A little bit of yards after the catch there. It's finally tackled by another number 10 that is not Emma Townsend-Asselin. It's Constance Miller.
Yep.
So we have two number 10s today on the Tea Party defense, or the Tea Party squad.
So we see the Tea Party defense kind of taking a page out of the Lego My Fly playbook, right? Defensively, at least in the first play, giving a ton of space to the receivers. That's why Uzoka was able to do that slant and pick up a lot of yardage.
Rosenblatt 5 yards on that previous play. Just looking for his target down in the center of the field. Unfortunately, lack of accuracy there, or at least a miscommunication, because there was no one down there to receive that ball.
Yeah, the nearest receiver, I think, was Maya DeFazio. She was at least about 8 to 10 yards away from where the ball ended up going. So a little bit of miscommunication there between the receiver, DeFazio, and obviously the quarterback in Rosenblatt. Luckily low for this offense, Nick. I mean, it's not far to go first down. It's about, I want to say, 3rd and a long 3 here.
Jeff Rosenblatt to Jalen Greaves for his first target of the game. Shows off his athleticism. The Dinos del Norte Professional Mexican Football League receiver, who's come back from his first season in the LFA, is now playing flag football here during his offseason in Montreal, Quebec.
Yeah, Greaves was a monster in the second meeting between these two teams in the regular season finale back on week 11. He had 2 touchdowns in that game, along with 71 receiving yards.
It was sufficient for a first down for Lego My Flag. Jeff Rosenblatt finds Maya DeFazio on a crossing route. It's a nice chunk of yardage there, 5-yard gain.
And that's a good play right there by the veteran quarterback in Rosenblatt, right? Obviously, you saw the last couple plays, he was going a little bit deep. So you know what, to stay with the defense is giving me, let's make it now 3rd and manageable. It's about 3rd and 3 right here instead of being 3rd and long.
3rd and very manageable for Jeff Rosenblatt. Looking to his left. Has Jalen Greaves on a corner route against Phil Roberts, and it's caught! Touchdown, Lego My Flag. The first touchdown of the game for the talented former Concordia Stingers receiver, Jalen Greaves.
And that's going to be one of the main issues in this game for the Tea Party defense is how can they stop Jalen Greaves? Listen, Jalen and Jeff have been playing together on this season on a couple of different teams, and I had a chance to talk to Jeff Rosenblatt this week, and he said, I'm just going to throw the majority of my balls to Jalen Greaves, and you can see why right there. Beautiful route on Phil Roberts. He had no answer for him.
Jalen Greaves in his rookie year a few years ago with the Concordia Stingers tackle football team won Rookie of the Year of the entire U Sports. So not RSCQ Rookie of the Year, not just the province, the entire country is now playing professional football down south in the Mexican Professional Tackle Football League, the LFA.
See double quarterback option here. Kwesi Gordon-Mall now with the ball. He's being chased after by Millar.
Kwesi showing off his athleticism, looking for Jalen deep end zone. A lot of contact, and Jalen manages that catch through traffic. 2-point conversion, good for Lego My Flag. Jalen Greaves, the target of the touchdown and the 2-point convert.
I mean, I was saying before, right, who's going to guard Jalen Greaves? And this is the problem with Tea Party. They're fat. They have the speed advantage on their squad. But when you look at this lineup for Lego My Flag, with Sanders Armand, especially even Jeff Rosenblatt, and obviously with Jalen Greaves, I'm not going to throw any shade off. I'll throw Adam Allen off in there as well. They had the height advantage, and you saw that play right there. Kwesi Gordon-Mall was running around. He just chucked it up. There was 2 defenders around Jalen Greaves, but still able to leap over everybody and make the grab.
With a little over 12 minutes left in this first half, the score is therefore 8-6 in favor of Lego My Flag. Tea Party would like to reply. Ben Rosenblatt, excuse me, pardon me, I'm mixing both my colleagues here. Ben McMahon finds Léa Bigrand on the crossing route, immediately tackled. 4-yard gain on this play.
I mean, they're so tight personally and professionally that you can say Ben Rosenblatt, you can say
or
Jeff McMahon. Exactly, there you go. So interesting rush right there, technique I should say, by Phoebe Gervais.
Who's mushing the rush, if you allow me the term here. McMahon scanning the field, doesn't have a lot of pressure, finds Phil Roberts, and Phil is tackled by Jalen Greaves, but it's sufficient for a Tea Party first down.
Yeah, good play right there by Roberts. Roberts actually has been the best receiver on this team. He has touchdowns in 2 straight games, basically 5 touchdowns over his last 2 games as Phil Roberts. But just to go back to my previous point about Gervais, she's fast, obviously maybe not as fast as Ben. So what she's doing is she's staying in front of the quarterback so he can't break her to the outside and run.
McMahon still manages to run away, breaks a tackle, and finally gets his flag pulled by Jalen Greaves at the 6-yard line. You were saying, Brent.
Yeah. So as I said, that she's staying to the center of the quarterback, not letting him get to the outside.
She's trying to
gets to the outside,
to get débordé, like we say in French, to get outsped by Ben. So she's trying to stay at a nice distance from him and not force him, but encourage him to throw the ball instead of taking off running. That being said, Ben is still quite athletic, and he's going to try to take off running, as it's something he likes to do, despite her trying to limit him. And this time, Ben, after attacking with his legs, manages to attack through the air.
Yeah, Kabir Abante.
Exactly, finds Abante for her first reception of this game, which is a touchdown for her squad.
So great play by Gigi right there. You've seen Gigi no matter what team she's playing on. She's going to make a play. The former McGill Martlet point guard, showing her athleticism right there, coming up with a big grab for the touchdown.
Two-point conversion attempt for the Tea Party offense. We're now in the lead by the mark of 12-8. McMahon has a quarterback option if he wants, but goes at the front pylon down the sideline to Emma Townsend-Asselin. Can't hold on to the football. This is her second drop in this game so far. Usually has extremely steady hands.
Yeah, just a little bit off target there was the throw, but as you know, right, you get your hands on the ball, you should be able to catch it.
Touch it, catch it, as they say, Brent.
So now it's interesting, right? Again, we saw Jalen Greaves getting his team on the board. My question, though, with this offense is who else is going to step up and make a play? Jalen Greaves, throughout the playoffs, he has, including today, 10 touchdowns so far in the postseason. And now 19 catches. No one else on the team has double-digit catches, and the high after him is 1 touchdown. That's shared amongst 3 players on the squad.
Jeff Rosenblatt looking deep for Jalen Greaves as we mention him, and that'll be sufficient for a touchdown.
Make that 11 touchdowns now.
Make it 11 touchdowns. Lego My Flag gets back in the lead.
So Jalen Greaves doing Jalen Greaves things. He's not even staying on for the convert. He's going off right away. So Rosenblatt is actually heading off right here too, which is interesting. So this team is about 4 quarterbacks deep, really. Sanders Armand could throw. Adam Malinoff, who I think is directing the offense right now, he could throw. And we saw before Kwesi Gordon-Mall could throw as well. So it will be Malinoff taking the playing quarterback for the extra point conversion here.
And Adam Malinoff is very versatile. He's actually the receiver who got the most receiving yards this year for Jeff Rosenblatt. Might not have the most touchdowns, the most explosive plays, but 345 yards. He is in the regular season by far the receiver who had the most production on this very talented team. And now for this convert attempt, he is the quarterback, second quarterback option to Kwesi Gordon-Mall, who's trying to shake Phil Roberts. Good effort defensively by Roberts. Kwesi tries to beat him. He does, and Kwesi gets a second move this time on the defender and gets in for the 2-point conversion. What a move, what an effort by Kwesi Gordon-Mall.
So Mr. Pick Six, as I call him, Kwesi Gordon-Mall right there. I meant to call him Mr. 2-point convo. He had no intention of throwing that ball whatsoever. Nice move on the sideline to get past the tackle attempt by Phil Roberts, and the one right there by Gigi near the goal line, stretching the ball, getting it into the end zone. So 2 solid drives to start this game here for Lego My Flag. Let's see now, obviously, if Tea Party can answer. Again, Tea Party, like I said, in the regular season, they won both games, looking for the 3-game sweep here this afternoon.
Just over 7 minutes to go in this first half. The score is now 16-12 in favor of Lego My Flag. Ben McMahon trying to reply, looking to his right, check down to Phil Roberts. Phil gets immediately tackled by Maya DiFazio that he tried to juke there. Good effort by DiFazio. Young woman actually plays in men's divisions oftentimes in FPF. She was doing so just last season in winter 2026. She's a very impressive young player.
And DiFazio with the dual citizenship, looking to play for Team Mexico, played in a couple of tournaments already. So obviously she's going to be excited about Team Mexico's future and hers as well.
Ben McMahon, quick strike to Dante Girardi for his second catch of the ball game. Flag pulled by Kwesi Gordon-Mall. Be sufficient for a Tea Party first down.
Yeah, quick hitter right there from McMahon to Girardi. No need to get too fancy. Just take what the defense gives you. You're able to extend the drive, pick up a fresh set of downs here. So we've seen so far both offenses are in rhythm. The question is going to be who could play some defense and get a stop here.
McMahon, new set of downs, was looking to maybe throw the corner out to Phil Roberts, decided to go for the safer option to check down to Constance Miller, and Miller couldn't hold on.
Yeah, Miller, they're nowhere more for her defense. She doesn't have a catch so far in this postseason. She does have 4 tackles. Gonna drop right there by Miller. But again, it's on first down, so it's not so bad if you're the Tea Party offense. We have to see. McMahon, though, he has confidence in her, so I imagine he's going to try to go back to her, if not on this drive, definitely later in the game.
2nd and 10 for the Tea Party offense. Ben looking to his right. This time he does go for Phil Roberts, immediately tackled by Armand Sanders. Or Sanders Armand, pardon me. I always mix. These are 2 first names, 2 last names. You know, they could work at both. Sanders Armand.
So one interesting.
Also an FPF veteran.
Yeah, 100%. Playing in for a championship yesterday, went back that pass up. I believe they lost the Phantom Troop, actually. Yeah, they did lose the Phantom Troop yesterday in the Co-Ed 3 championship game. Obviously, he's looking to redeem himself here in Co-Ed 1.
1st and goal now for Ben McMahon, trying to shake Kwesi Gordon-Mall. He's very shifty, Ben McMahon. He manages to get by Kwesi. Also gets by Maya, but no Maya makes the tackle. Great effort by Maya DiFazio. Diving flag pull here, limiting Ben to a gain inside the red zone, but no touchdown.
Yeah, good tackle by DiFazio right there. I'm looking to my left. I see her father, Gino, FPF Hall of Famer there, always in attendance at his daughter's games. And that's a great play there by DiFazio. See, DiFazio, I've known her since she's been, I think, about 10 or 11 years old. Quiet as a kid. Now she talks a little bit of trash, kind of like her dad a bit, but she knows how to play ball.
McMahon and his offense inside the red zone now. Quick strike at the first pylon to Léa Bigra, who this time will catch that football, and it's a touchdown for Tea Party. This game is really tit for tat in terms of who gets the lead so far here, Brent.
And that's what I was saying earlier, right, with Bigra. She just makes plays. You put her anywhere on the field, she make a play. We saw a fastball right there by McMahon. DiFazio had great coverage. She was coming over to get her hand out to knock the pass away, and just we saw, again, Bigra put her hands up and swiped that ball away. Great play by her for the touchdown.
Under 4 minutes to play in this first half. The score is now 18-16. Tea Party just took the lead, and they're going for a 2-point convert to try to extend their lead from 2 points to 4 points. Ben McMahon looking to his right. Now trying to extend some time. Middle of the end zone, intercepted by Sanders Armand. Immediately tackled by Léa Bigra, who was the intended receiver. Convert will therefore be no good. Jeff Rosenblatt and his offense will hop on the field.
And you can see what Armand did right there. He was just baiting that throw. He tried to make it look like he was out of position. He's about 4 to 5 yards away. By the time the ball got there, again, he's about 6'2", 6'3", with a lot of length, right? He was able to get up there and pick off that extra point attempt.
Now, Brent, if you are Jeff Rosenblatt, are you trying to milk as much clock as possible and score last, or are you just trying to score as quick as possible and not thinking about the time just yet?
I would try to milk the clock as long as possible here. See what he does here on first down.
Jeff, post route to
Malinoff.
Cabilo, pardon me, to
Adam Malinoff.
Exactly, you're right, to Adam Malinoff. You're completely right. And he bobbled that ball, it seems like. Will it be considered a flag catch, or will it be considered passing complete?
That's going to be incomplete right there. And he tapped his chest right away. He knew he dropped it. That was actually a really good throw by Rosenblatt.
Good play call. He was wide open there.
100%. And that's exactly where you want the ball, too. And Malinoff did a good job of shielding the ball from the defender. But again, he has to make the catch.
Rosenblatt to Maya DeFazio, and the second drop in a row for this Lego My Flag team. Uncharacteristic of this squad.
Yeah, so two drops right there. So 3rd and long now facing this offense. So, again, you have to imagine right here, I mean, listen, let's be honest, the best player on the field is for both sides is Jalen Greaves, and you have to imagine, again, what we've seen so far in this game. They're going to go back to Jalen Greaves here on 3rd and long. Just a matter of, do you want to send him deep, knowing that they're probably going to roll that safety, which is Girardi over deep, over the top, or do you want to have him maybe do a deep hook or a deep in?
Ben McMahon is currently the defender in front of Jalen Greaves pre-snap. Rosenblatt looking towards Jalen Greaves' side, decides to go to Malinoff instead on a very similar route than what we saw before on that drop play, and this time he catches the football. Will it be sufficient for a first down? Let's see the line judge. It is a 4th down, but very close. It's going to be 4th in inches.
Yep. Yes, it is Malinoff atones for that drop there on 1st down. So now this is a big decision right here. Right, it's 4th and, like you said, less than a yard. Just looking at the head-to-head this year against Tea Party on 4th down. Lego My Flag is a perfect 6 for 6.
Rosenblatt, quick strike to Jalen Greaves on an out route, and it'll be enough for the first down. No surprise there. He went for the most talented receiver on the field today.
And what I want to see there to Constance Millard, a great defender is Millard. She's played on a ton of teams. She's won a few championships. You want to see her try and jump that row, because worst case scenario, you let that be completed, you're going to get up the first down anyways. And on that short out route like that, okay, Greaves might take it up the sideline a little bit, but you have 2 other defenders back there to make the tackle. I would love to see Millard just try to jump that out route and try to get the INT or a pass deflection.
New set of downs for Rosenblatt, finds Malinoff on a quick strike, and he has room in front of him and tries to get this dip, but Dante Girardi is not beaten by the move, gets the flag pull. Not before, though, Malinoff gets the first down for his squad. Will therefore be 1st and goal for Lego My Flag, who are in a good position to get in the lead right before the halftime break.
Definitely, and it goes back to the point you asked, or the question you asked at the beginning of this drive, right? Does Rosenblatt kind of want to take some time off the clock? That's essentially what he's doing right here. I'd be shocked if they take a shot towards the end zone on 1st down.
Rosenblatt, quick strike to Maya DeFazio, who exactly, Brent, she wasn't in a rush there to get into the end zone. Kind of took her time, but finally got into it, and it is a touchdown for Lego My Flag, but I don't think that was the goal here.
Yeah, not at all. So, yeah, about 59 seconds. So, a minute remaining here in the first half. And you're right. I'm not sure what DeFazio was thinking there. Again, she stretched the ball out to get that first down. She has to be more aware. And she's a veteran. She's been in the league for a long time. She should have known to kind of let herself get tackled at the 1 or the 2 yard line to kill more time off the clock. Because regardless of what happens here, you're giving McMahon and this Tea Party offense, again, the best offense in this division,
the number 1 offense in points scored in the entire Co-Ed 1 division, actually, Brent, like you said. So 59 seconds is plenty of time for that offense. Nonetheless, touchdown scored for Lego My Flag. They are now going up by 20 at the mark of 22-18. Malinoff trying to extend it to 24-18. Long pass to Maya DeFazio, who makes the jump ball catch on top of Kevin Donay. 2-point conversion good for Lego My Flag.
So great catch there by DeFazio. Like I said, leaping over Kevin Donay for the 2-point conversion. So I guess she shouldn't have got into the end zone, but at least she makes up for it there with a great grab for the 2-point convo.
59.7 seconds left to be exact for Ben McMahon and his offense. They would like to strike before the halftime break. Brent, do you remember who started with the football? I'm not going to lie, I can't remember.
That makes 2 of Tea Party.
I do believe Tea Party. So Lego My Flag would really enjoy if they could get the stop and get the ball again at the second half and try to get 2 in a row, essentially, as Ben McMahon finds Dante Girardi on a nice diving catch.
The catch was great, but if you're Girardi, you got to run that route more to the sideline. You can make a play and get a bounce to stop the clock.
Absolutely. Unfortunately fell. Ben McMahon, quick snap, finds Phil Roberts, and Phil Roberts wisely goes out of bounds, which stops the clock. It was also sufficient for a first down for Tea Party. 33 seconds still left on the clock, so it just shows you just how fast you can get down the field in flag plus football. Such an interesting, fast-paced sport that is flag football. I like to say it all the time. The 2-minute drill that we see in tackle is essentially a 30-second drill in flag. So anything more than 30 seconds is plenty of time, especially at this high level of flag co-ed 1 with experienced quarterbacks. McMahon to Roberts, immediately tackled after his hook route reception by Jalen Greaves. And now Ben McMahon is he calling a timeout? No, he realizes that it is first down, and therefore the time will stop to allow the referees the time to place the new first down markers. It will start on the whistle, so it just started now, and Ben snaps right at the whistle. Very, very smart. Ben McMahon looking to his left and wisely decides to just get rid of the football, stop the clock before Kwesi Gordon-Mall could get the sack.
And that's something I think we talked about last night. The difference between a veteran quarterback and a higher division like Ben McMahon and a younger quarterback. Younger quarterback would have either taken a sack or tried to force it into a tight window that probably wasn't going to be there. Good job, Ben McMahon, realizing, having good awareness, like, you know what, let me get rid of the ball, live to play another down.
A less experienced quarterback, or maybe sometimes just a quarterback who has tons of experience but comes from tackle, believes that 19 seconds is not a lot of time. It's just a different sport. In flag, 19 seconds is a lot of time if you know how to deal with the clock, and Ben is not in a rush right now. As he rolls out to his right and gets out of bounds, he was trying to get away from Kwesi Gordon-Mall, maybe get a little bit more yardage. Essentially only ended up getting 3 yards, and that puts him in a position of third down and long.
So I'll tell you what, Phil Roberts, number 3, he did a crosser. It was a deep crosser into the end zone. By the time he broke the goal line, he was by himself. But at that point, obviously, Ben McMahon had committed to the run. I would have loved to see Roberts just sit down at the front of the end zone right there in the middle of the field.
Find a soft spot.
Yeah, exactly. Find that soft spot in that zone. McMahon's more than capable of planting his feet and throwing on a dime. But, you know, he lived to fight another down, unfortunately. Wasted opportunity there for Tea Party, but let's see what they do here.
And what's interesting here is it's not third and goal, it's third and a little bit long. The first down marker is actually at the 3-yard line, so they have an opportunity to get a first down and stop the clock again and then get a chance at the touchdown. As Ben found Dante Girardi on a post route in the middle of the field, and now we're evaluating, did he catch that ball and then drop it, which would be a flag catch, or did he just lose control of that ball?
So see right here in the replay right there, see the slant route, great route. I don't know if he ever stopped rotation. I don't think he ever secured possession of that ball, to be honest with you.
I believe so as well, that he just never fully controlled it. Jalen Greaves is on the ground currently.
He's exhausted. Greaves is
I thought
tired.
He was in pain. I'm glad to see that he's healthy. And what was the call? The call was pass incomplete. So this leaves us in a 4th down situation. And Ben is asking for the first challenge of the second day of Flag Plus Football Spring 2026 Championship Weekend. Can you explain to us how this is going to work exactly, Brent?
So again, each team in the finals, right, as is the case for finals weekend here in FPF, you have the luxury of instant replay. Each team has 1 challenge per game. So if you get the challenge right, you can get another challenge. If you get it wrong, then you lose the timeout and you're out of challenges for the rest of the contest.
You also cannot challenge if you do not have a timeout
Yeah,
left.
Exactly. Yeah, you need to have a timeout.
Something we saw yesterday night, an absolute heartbreaker. The last game last night was Division E1, if I'm not mistaken. I was covering it with Keon Cyrus.
Yes.
And what an interesting matchup. It was a walk-off touchdown at the very, very last play.
Wow.
And the other team who got the walk-off touchdown scored on them requested a challenge because, you know, they're just trying to survive. We went for the challenge. We went to the instant replay, and there was no conclusive. We didn't have the footage, unfortunately, of that one. We had the entire field except that one play film. Right. It was like on the very edge of the field, and therefore it ended on a walk-off touchdown and on an inconclusive video review. It was one of the most movie endings I've ever been a part of. It was very entertaining. Probably not as fun for the losing team. No, but very entertaining for everybody at home nonetheless.
I mean, listen, this is what finals weekend is all about, right? It's a spectacle, it's an event, it's extravaganza, if you will. All the excitement, we see the stands filling up pretty much almost for every single game. This is game, I believe, 3 of today? Yeah, this is game 3 of 9 today, right? But again, instant replay is one of the main points, one of the main parts of finals weekend here in FPF. And again, shout out to our camera crews, same guys and girls that were here yesterday, same guys and girls that are here today, doing an amazing job here on the sideline. But again, going back to this play, we see the slant there by Girardi. He initially had the ball. I don't think he was able to secure the catch though, or stop the rotation of the ball, which is a hallmark of a completed pass.
Our official head referee is up here in the booth next to our producer to see the same video evidence you are currently viewing directly from your house.
So you see the grab right there. You see Jalen Greaves trying to bat the ball away. So
this might be a catch, Brent.
See, he tries to kind of bring the ball into his second hand there. He has the ball. He secured it kind of with his right hand. He's trying to bring it into his left to secure it, and that's where the ball kind of pops out a little bit there.
The official call on the field was pass incomplete, so it is a little bit harder to overturn a call than to confirm a call on the field. And
that's the right call.
Has been confirmed.
That's the right call.
That's why you're the expert here. Good analysis.
Let me see. So Leo Gervais, again, he's running the replay booth. He just said when Jalen Greaves came over to swipe at the hand of Girardi, the ball moved, which is true.
Good play by Jalen Greaves.
We also have Brett Young, one of the top officials in Canada here, joining us for finals weekend. Also working the replay booth as well. Glad to see him back in action. A little bit of a health scare a few weeks ago.
So following this inconclusive video review for Tea Party, they're in 4th and 10 situation, and Ben McMahon was trying to hit Léa Bigra quickly, and she wasn't even aware that she was a quick option. Lack of communication there between the two. She did not look at Ben, which leads to a turnover on downs. Good break for Lego My Flag, who conserves this lead and now has an opportunity with only 6 seconds left to maybe go score again with a big play to potentially Jalen Greaves and then get the ball back in the second half.
So we saw earlier in that drive, he ran the same play to McMahon with Phil Roberts. McMahon and Roberts play together on pretty much every single team. Big Gra does have experience playing with McMahon, but this is the only team she's playing on this season, whereas Phil Roberts and Ben McMahon play on multiple teams together.
Absolutely.
She was open on that route, but again, the timing was just off.
Jalen Greaves is actually not on the field right now, but there's other weapons like Kwesi Gordon-Mall. Great execution here. A curl route right next to the sideline. Kwesi catches it, immediately steps out of bounds. 2 seconds only came off the clock, and they just got a big chunk of yardage.
So you take out Greaves, you put in Gordon-Mall, one former Concordia Stinger to another. Solid play right there on the sideline, setting up now about 2nd and a long 2, maybe 3 here. So that's a smart play by Jeff. Some quarterbacks would have just tried to go for the end zone, right, with about 7 seconds remaining. Rosenblatt there just say, you know what, I'll cut the field in half a little bit, make this potential final play a little bit shorter.
Trips right for Jeff Rosenblatt. Shot at the end zone. Looking for Sanders Armand. He catches it for the touchdown with 0 seconds left in this first half.
And again, that's what I talked about, the height of these receivers for Lego My Flag. Not just Jalen Greaves and Adam Malinoff, it's also Sanders Armand. And we saw him leap over a couple of players and make that beautiful Hail Mary grab to end this first half.
So my prediction so far has worked with 6 seconds left. If that doesn't show us how quick the sport can be, Lego My Flag went across the entire field and scored a touchdown at the very end of the half. They now have an opportunity to extend that lead by an extra point. And Brent, they get the ball back in the second half, to start the second half rather, I should say.
The
momentum is swinging right now towards the team in yellow. Like we've seen all game for 2-point conversions, Jeff Rosenblatt has come off the field. Adam Malinoff is actually the man under center, crossing route to Sanders Armand. Can't hold on to that one. Wasn't as hard as his first catch. You would think he could make that grab. Sometimes the big, great players almost seem to have a better facility to do bigger plays than the smaller ones. Nonetheless, that will be our first half. The final score for this halftime, at this halftime break, is 30 Lego My Flag, 18 for Tea Party.
Yeah, exciting first half. Oh, yeah, my bad. No exciting first half there for both teams. We saw again that closer. So a 12-point swing there pretty much on the final 2 plays. Again, we had that drop by Girardi on 3rd down. Couldn't punch it on the 4th down by that miss over the middle to Big Gra. And we see last play, or second to last play, a Hail Mary to the end zone. Nice catch there by Sanders Armand. Couldn't catch a 2-point convo, but I'm sure he'd rather take the touchdown than a 2-point convo.
We've mentioned it early in the half. The story of the game seemed to be Jalen Greaves, 2 touchdowns, 1 2-point convert, but then Maya DeFazio got involved with a touchdown of her own and a 2-point convert of her own. Kwesi Gordon-Mall with a 2-point convert. Sanders Armand with that amazing catch at the end of the half. What can Lego My Flag do better right now? It seems like they're firing on all cylinders.
Well, that's exactly it. They're cooking with gas right now. I mean, they haven't been stopped on offense, and their defense now finally able to get a stop there near the goal line, and they turn that defense into some offensive points. You want to switch sides now to Tea Party. I mean, what can they really do offensively besides just try and score and score and score? And as you know, right, you can score 1,000,000 points, but if you can't stop anybody, you're not going to win. Tea Party needs to play some defense.
Absolutely, they need to play some defense, like you said, and it is hard right now with so many weapons on Lego My Flag. But I'm not surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if this team comes back. They scored the most points in the division so far. We'll now go down to Lara Uzoka, who's going to be interviewed by Yvan Salomon.
Donc, c'est présentement la mi-temps. Je suis avec Lara Uzoka. Vous avez marqué avant la fin de la mi-temps. Vous êtes maintenant en avance de 2 touchdowns. Psychologiquement, comment vous sentez-vous?
On se sent super bien. On a une saison quand même difficile cette année parce que il y a beaucoup de gens qui sont pas là, donc on trouvait des remplacements. Là, notre but, c'est vraiment de scorer à chaque drive, puis je pense qu'on aura la game.
Parfait. Donc là, puisque, comme j'ai dit, vous êtes en avance de 2 touchdowns. C'est quoi que vous comptez faire pour la fin du match pour sortir de là avec la victoire et pouvoir soulever la coupe?
Donc, c'est pour ça qu'on continue à scorer à chaque drive. Les convertis, super important aussi. On a réussi tous nos convertis sauf un, donc ça, c'est bien aussi. Puis à la def, on veut rendre ça difficile pour eux. On veut qu'ils drive. On veut pas que c'est des balles par-dessus nos têtes, donc bien les contain dans le terrain.
Parfait. Donc, vous avez entendu, c'était Lara Uzoka pour l'équipe de Lego My Flag. Ils sont présentement en avance et on va bientôt retourner pour la fin du match. Donc, on retourne au bout avec Nick et
Thank you,
Brett.
Yvan, for this insight directly from the sideline. So Lara Uzoka, who says their goal here is to score on every single drive. And she points out that they converted every single convert attempt so far except one. And she says, well, look, our goal is, like I said, score every single drive and really suffocate this team. I know you mentioned it quickly, but can you come and give us a little bit more analysis on how can Tea Party avoid this suffocation and get back in this game? They are a talented crew.
Well, they got to start with some quick hitters, at least offensively, right? You got to get the offense going. There wasn't much of a problem again, except for that last offensive drive, right? So if these guys, you have a little bit of a break here at halftime, going to come out and get some quick hitters to get back in rhythm, right? And defensively, again, they're going to have to play. They're going to have to stop the deep ball. The deep ball, the Jalen Greaves has been killing them all game long. Easier said than done when it comes to trying to guard Jalen Greaves, or cover him, I should say. But they're going to have to figure something out because he is shredding them so far this afternoon.
And let's remind ourselves that they've done this before. They won against this team the 2 times they met in the regular season. In week 3, they won 47-34, so a 2-possession game. And then in week 11, in a nail-biter, 36-32, they won again. So as much as right now it seems like we're all sold for Lego My Flag, we are not, ladies and gentlemen. We're just describing what's happening so far. I wouldn't be surprised if Ben McMahon and his squad manages to come back in this game. So stay tuned for this interesting second half that's underway right now.
And obviously, again, with Lego My Flag starting with the ball, this is your chance to really take a commanding lead if you can score a touchdown here.
And if you're Tea Party, you absolutely would want a stop to start flipping this game over right away. Jeff Rosenblatt looking for a deep pass to Gervais. Caught by Gervais. She didn't survive the ground, but in flag, I don't believe that's necessary. I think it will be confirmed the catch inside the red zone. What a way to start the drive for Lego My Flag.
See, yeah, so the ground count caused a fumble. So as you mentioned, good call there by you, Nick. The ground can't cause you to drop the ball or a fumble in this case. So that's going to be a completed pass right there by Phoebe Gervais. And that's the speed she brings to the lineup. That's her specialty. On most teams she plays on offense. She doesn't get the ball that much. She's more of a defensive star. But she runs those go routes. And you can see right there turning on that the afterburners. Yep.
A veteran quarterback like Jeff will definitely give her a shot. And what a catch by the young athlete.
Yeah, she's got the ball down to about the 2-yard line here.
Wide in formation here on the left of Jeff Rosenblatt. Uzoka and Jalen Greaves are completely far on the outside, but Jeff goes to his right and targets Adam Malinoff, who catches this ball in the end zone. This will be a Lego My Flag touchdown.
Easy pitch and catch right there between 2 quarterbacks in Rosenblatt, and this time obviously playing receiver Malinoff. Not much resistance at all by this Tea Party defense. And now it's an 18-point game, right? 36-18 in favor of Lego My Flag. They have their foot on the throat of Tea Party early here in the second half.
And Jeff Rosenblatt's 5th touchdown pass of the championship matchup, only in his first offensive drive of the second half. A superb performance by the league owner so far.
So
two-point conversion. Once again, Malinoff is in the backfield as a quarterback. Second quarterback option for Armand. He decides not to go there. Was aiming for Gervais in the back pylon of the end zone. Miscommunication there. She seemed to think the ball was going to come in the front pylon. Either way, convert no good. The score after this drive with 17 minutes, 30 seconds left in the game will be 36-18 for Lego My Flag. Literally, for people at home that are quick with mathematics like me, I believe it's
18 points.
It's literally double. Lego My Flag so far has doubled the points of Tea Party. Let's see if Tea Party can chip away at that deficit.
Yeah, so they're going to have to, again, don't go for the home run shot right now. Just get at least some yards. Get a first down here. Try to get the ball at least to midfield if you're Ben McMahon.
McMahon looking to his left has a receiver that was open in the intermediate zone. Constance Miller makes a diving catch. Good play. Big chunk of yardage to start the drive. First down, Tea Party.
Yeah, for Miller, that's her first catch of the postseason. Great diving catch by her. Nice pass there by McMahon, getting it in before the safety was able to roll over the top.
I believe it's her second catch of the postseason, and the only reason I'm saying this, Brent, is because I heard you say it was her first catch a little earlier today. But I appreciate you giving us this expert analysis because I didn't know she had no catches in the postseason before you told us. Ben McMahon checks it down to Phil Roberts down the right sideline, and Sanders kind of pokes that ball away. Phil doesn't seem too happy about it, but it's okay. They know each other quite well. This will set up a second and short for Ben and his offense.
I've seen that call the penalty before. You're technically actually not allowed to do that.
Absolutely. I think the refs let it slide because it was clearly Sanders trying to reach for a flag. But if you do this purposely in flag football, that is a penalty. Just so many familiar faces on this team for anybody who's familiar with FPF. And all these people know each other very much, so very comfortably off the field. So it's funny to see the interactions between plays. Ben McMahon back at the end zone. Unfortunate drop here for Constance Miller. This ball was quite high, and she didn't want to jump. She wanted to maintain her feet on the ground to make sure she wasn't out of bounds. But that's unfortunate because Tea Party would have really enjoyed getting that touchdown quick with a lot of time left to try to chip away at this lead at this deficit more and more. Yeah, in the second half.
That's one of those times where as a receiver she has to jump. I'm surprised, though. Again, this team is down by 18 points. They're in the red zone. Arguably their best receiver, Gigi Cabello-Abante, on the sideline right now. It's a little surprising. We've seen a slot Kevin Donay. Donay actually the cousin of Ben McMahon.
3rd and 4. McMahon taking off running versus Kwesi Gordon-Moe. Makes an amazing diving flagpole, limiting Ben McMahon to 1 yard from the first down marker. It will therefore be 4th and 1.
Yeah, great. Kwesi Gordon-Moe is a tackling machine. One of the top defenders in the history of FPF, showing why right there. Not too many guys could tackle Ben McMahon in the open field, and we saw Gordon-Moe just come over and it made it look easy, to be honest with you.
4th and 1 at the 8-yard line. Ben McMahon finds his center. Sure hands here for Léa Bigra. Gets the catch and the first down. It will therefore be 1st and goal for the Tea Party offense. They really needed this first down.
Definitely. Touchdown saving tackle right there by Phoebe Gervais at the 1 yard line. So Bigra, one of the things she has on her side is that long reach, but again, a good tackle right there by Gervais.
Tea Party offense creeping in close to that end zone. Ben McMahon trying to buy some time. Double rush. Back front pylon. Well thought of from Ben McMahon. Try to find Kevin Donay. Hit him right in between the numbers, but Donay couldn't hold on.
Yeah, rare drop there by Donay. I had a chance to play with Donay for a couple of seasons. He's sure-handed as it gets. A rare drop by him right there. And again, I talked about earlier, right? The cousin connection between Donay and McMahon.
2nd and goal here at the 1 yard line for McMahon and his squad. McMahon looking to his left. Has some time. Finds Phil Roberts at the back end zone. Touchdown, Tea Party.
Yeah, good job there by Phil Roberts finding an opening in that zone defense being played by Lego my flag. And for Roberts, playing some great ball right now. That's his 6th TD and now his 3rd game. Great play there by McMahon to Roberts.
Ben McMahon's 4th touchdown pass of the game. He's not having a shabby performance. In his own right, I spoke about Jeff Rosenblatt having 5 passing TDs earlier. Ben McMahon is right there with him. These 2 quarterbacks were both at the top of Co-Ed 1, and it maintains this way for this championship game. Ben McMahon, 2-point convert attempt. Facing Gervais, trying to outspeed her to the right. Looking for Emma Townsend Asselin in the back pylon. Great pass by Phil Roberts. Couldn't be held on by Emma.
So again, and that's about the 3rd pass to that corner of the end zone that's gone through the hands of Townsend Asselin. Again, she's getting some fastballs thrown her way, but she's one of the top receivers on the squad. She has to find a way to make that grab. And I'll tell you what, obviously you're a receiver as well. It starts, you have to look the ball into your hands, because she's just putting her hands up there, assuming maybe she'll come down with it. No, you have to look the ball into your hands, and occasionally, she's long as well, but occasionally you got to jump and try to make that catch.
Just over 12 minutes to go in this championship matchup. Score is currently 36-24 in favor of Lego My Flag, and Jeff Rosenblatt would like to increase that lead. Looks on top of his rusher and gets it up and over the long statue of Léa Bigras to reach Adam Malinoff, his favorite receiver this season. Unfortunately, Malinoff, rare drop for him, passing complete. This will lead to 2nd and 10.
That whole play just looked a little discombobulated, a little sloppy. We saw it's kind of Rosenblatt was slowing off of his back foot. It wasn't really squared to the receiver. The ball kind of just floated over, got there. Malinoff trying to kind of make a one-handed half attempt there, catch. I'm pretty sure both players want to have that play back.
2nd and 10 for Rosenblatt. Quick strike to Maya DeFazio. Great catch by the young athlete.
So that's a good catch. We saw earlier in the game on that same route, DeFazio missed that pass. If she would have missed that one right there, Gigi Cabello-Abante was waiting for the high INT. So great catch there by DeFazio.
Flag pulled by Dante Girardi.
And this is what Tea Party needs right now, right? Again, still a lot of football left. 11 minutes remaining here in the second half, but they got to force a turnover. They have to get a turnover off of Jeff Rosenblatt. And we've seen Rosenblatt's been great so far in the playoffs for his team, but throughout the history of his career, he has been known to throw some INTs, especially in big games. If you're a Tea Party, you got to start trying to jump some routes.
3rd and 6 for Lego My Flag, and Jalen Greaves is wide open in the center of the field, uses his athleticism. Great flag pull by Gigi Cabello-Abante. If it wasn't for her, Jalen Greaves was walking into that end zone.
Yeah, and that's just a mismatch right there. I mean, nothing against Phil Roberts. Again, Phil Roberts is having a great postseason so far for his squad, but you can't put a one-on-one or man against Jalen Greaves. It's just not going to work out too well.
So far, at least, I'll say that the matchup is being the matchup is favoring Jalen Greaves quite clearly, and he just got a first down with this play. It is now 1st and 10 because the first down marker is actually at the 1-yard line. Roberts to
Uzoka with the catch.
With the catch, exactly like you're saying, Brent, on the sideline. This will lead to 2nd and 7. It was a 3-yard gain here.
And that's a player in Larry Uzoka you have to watch out for. I mean, she's not a focal point of this offense, at least not this afternoon here, but she's a great receiver. I had a chance to speak to her on the podcast earlier this season. She has goals set up for Team Canada's Olympic team. Obviously not the 2028 games, but potentially if we have have football involved with the 30-32 games, definitely wants her spot on Team Canada.
Rosenblatt, quick strike to Maya DeFazio, like we've seen all game. Quick outs to the right for the center, or quick slant to the right, depends on exactly what they have drawn up. But either way, good play that's been getting them consistent yardage so far in this championship game.
And we see what Lego My Flag is doing right here, right? It's death by 1,000 paper cuts. They're slowly matriculating the ball down the field. Now you're setting up a 3rd and short here. There's still a chance to get a first down, right? The first down marker's at the 1-yard line. So Rosenblatt's saying, you know what, okay, we'll take 4, 5 yards, 6 yards here and there. It's also, more importantly, is killing time off the clock.
I love the very descriptive language, Brent. Creating some imagery here for the people at home. I appreciate it. Jeff Rosenblatt rolling out to his left, has somebody across the field wide open. It's Maya DeFazio. She managed to hold on to it, but did she get her feet in? The referee corps is saying she didn't. Nonetheless, what an athletic play by the young woman here. I think they should give it to her just for the I'm kidding. Sometimes the play's so nice, you don't want the facts to come in the way of it.
Now, there was a nice rope by her. She was open the entire time. Rosenblatt was flush to his left. He only saw her at the last second. He tried to plant his left foot and try to get square to the Fazio and throwing that moonshot there. But fortunately, just a few yards too far.
I believe we're in 3rd and 4 for Jeff Rosenblatt here in his offense. Crossing right to Adam Malinoff, bobbles it, has a 3rd attempt at catching it, and unfortunately, passing complete.
And that was 4th down, actually. Yeah, so that was 4th
down. All right, we were hesitating here. It was 4th down. Well, nice for the Tea Party squad here who manages a turnover on downs at a very important moment, as this is currently a 2-possession game. They can get it to a 1-possession game with still a good amount of time on the clock.
Definitely, this could be the stop they needed. And that's Malinoff again, trying to catch it with one hand. You have to get 2 hands on the ball. Don't make it fancy. Just make it simple.
Especially a veteran player like him. Ben McMahon now in his own end zone, trying to win some time, or maybe beat Gervais, who's mushing the rush here. He manages to do so, and finally gets tackled by Lara Uzoka near the right sideline. He was close to a 1st down here, 8-yard gain for Ben McMahon.
Smart play there by McMahon. He waited as long as he could. He wanted to get rid of the ball. He wanted to pass it, but realizing, you know what? There's a couple of tight windows in there. Let's be smart. Pick up 8 yards. Now you're setting up a 2nd and short here for your offense.
McMahon looking to his right, checks it down to Bigra. Bigra gives a nice move to Sanders Armand, but he gets the flagpole nonetheless. It'll be sufficient for Tea Party 1st down.
I wonder if number 88, Kevin Donnet, is going to come back to that route later on. He had the corner. Now, Kwesi Gordamal, again, one of the top defenders in all of FPF, he was trailing a bit. I think maybe if McMahon would have ripped that to the corner and given only Donnet only a chance to make a play, maybe something could happen there. Let's see if he goes back to that play later on.
You said it downs for the Tea Party offense. McMahon high snap. Manages to get it easily, though. Crossing route. Kevin Donnet can't hang on. The ball wasn't exactly placed where you would want him to get it, but I believe with this, he caught it with one hand, managed to get it back into his frame, and unfortunately didn't catch it on the 2nd attempt. I'm sure he believes he should make that catch.
No, 100%. Again, I understand it would have been a circus catch there with one hand, but he could have got 2 hands on that ball. Easier said than done, obviously, from the broadcast area over here, but you got to get 2 hands on that ball to make sure you secure it.
This leads us to 3rd and 10, and that corner route is still there, like you said it, but instead, they decide to go underneath that corner route to Emma Townsend Asselin. Great play calling by Ben McMahon. You send Kevin Donnet on a corner route, moving Kwesi Gordamal from the right to the left of your screen, which creates a gap in the middle of the field for Emma Townsend Asselin to come into that gap with the post route she was running, and Ben found her.
I believe that may be Townsend's first catch of the game. She's had about 3 drops so far.
Ben McMahon rolling out, outsped Gervais, and is stopped inside the 5 with a flagpole from Jalen Greaves. It'll lead us to 2nd and goal at the 3 or even at the 2-yard line. Jalen Greaves is complaining a little bit that Ben kind of dove into him, to the sideline referee here, but there will be no call on the field. Just over 5 minutes left in the game. This is an important touchdown opportunity here for the Tea Party offense to reduce the deficit to 1 point, and they managed to do exactly that. Dante Girardi catches the crossing route into the end zone for a Tea Party touchdown.
Yeah, easy right there. Good out route by Girardi. He put his right foot in the turf and exploded to his left. McMahon saw that one right away and gunned it right in there. Good throw, good catch from quarterback to receiver.
And Girardi is not a name we said too much in this game. It seemed to have a calm afternoon today for this championship game, but he actually snagged his 2nd touchdown of the game, and this one when it counted most so far. Ben McMahon no-look pass. I was looking for Léa Bigra, but unfortunately that no-look pass might have not just confused the defense. Bigra didn't seem like she was aware that she was going to get that ball until it was too late. No, the convert is therefore no good. Score is now 36-30, 6-point game with just over 4 minutes to go. If you're Jeff Rosenblatt, what is in your mind right now, Brent?
Again, like I said, about 4 minutes remaining in this contest, so you're only up by 6. Obviously, you want to score a touchdown, but I think priority number 1 has to be killing the clock. So at the very worst, if you don't score a touchdown, if you have to give the ball back to your opponents, give it back with about 30 seconds left if possible.
Let's see if they're able to execute that. Rosenblatt, quick strike to Jalen Greaves, who was running a hook, immediately tackled, gain of 5, I would say, on the play.
Yeah, it's a smart check down right there to Greaves. Like I said, a gain of 5 on the play, nothing wrong with that. Kill some time off the clock, and now you're setting up 2nd and manageable.
Second down now for the Lego My Flag offense. Looking to his left immediately, Jeff Rosenblatt finds Jalen Grieve for the second time in a row, and he's shows his athletic prowess, but isn't able to beat Kevin Donnet despite the impressive moves. That would lead to 3rd and 3.
Rosenblatt looking to go 2 for 2 on championship weekend, helping Void, along with Adam Malinoff, win the 5v5 intermediate championship yesterday night in a win over the Mighty Schmucks. And, of course, don't forget, McMahon and Ben will be going head-to-head for the Division B championship later tonight, the final game of championship Sunday. Hard 8 against the Silent Ticklers.
Lego My Flag, Maya DiFazio is the targeted receiver, and she catches that ball on her staple quick out route that they've been running all game. The Rosenblatt-DiFazio connection continues.
Yeah, and continue for a first down right there. Smart play once again by Rosenblatt. No need to take a deep shot. Just pick up the first down, keep moving the chains, and let the clock keep on rolling.
Tough blow for Tea Party. This would have been a perfect situation for a turnover on downs. Way enough time on the clock to get back in this ball game. But hey, new set of downs, a new opportunity for turnover for Tea Party.
There you go. Exactly.
Rosenblatt to Adam Malinoff on a hook route. Malinoff turns around immediately, tackled by Ben McMahon. He's playing both ways.
So it's interesting here. So you have Gigi, so now we're in the pro clock. I don't know if you want to explain what the pro clock is, but it's interesting that Gigi Cabello, again, top receiver, good defender as well. She's rushing. Big Ra has experience as a rusher, and I think using her length, she's taller and longer than Gigi is, would make more sense here to try to bat a ball down from Rosenblatt.
I'll definitely let you explain, Brent, what a pro clock is. You can do it even better than me with all your FPF expertise right after this play. Jeff Rosenblatt looking at the center field, has Jalen Greaves on a deep post. Caught it for a touchdown over Phil Roberts. Jalen Greaves has his 3rd touchdown of this championship matchup.
And that's my point right there. So we see Gigi coming down, Cabello Bonte right down the middle, right, trying to bat down that ball. Rosenblatt is tall enough where he can, and you see right here, see, she comes down. She doesn't even actually try to extend her arms. She just goes for the flag. If you put the much longer Big Ra there with her arms up, that causes potentially Rosenblatt to have to change the angle of that throw. But we saw an easy pitch and catch there from Rosenblatt to Greaves. And again, like we said earlier, Greaves just killing that team deep right down the seam with that route past Ben McMahon.
So with that play, Lego My Flag makes it a 2-possession game once again. 2-point convert attempt, just like they've done all game. Jalen Greaves and Jeff Rosenblatt come off the field. Adam Malinoff is now the quarterback. He has a second quarterback option in Kwesi Gordon-Mall, but he's looking for him, but they're both very well covered. Great defensive effort here by Tea Party. Kevin Donnet tips that ball and manages to intercept it off of his own tip and was running it back to try to get those 2 points. Luckily for Lego My Flag, Adam Malinoff managed to pull his flag before he could run it back.
Yeah, that might have been the highlight of the afternoon there. Always when a rusher's able to tip the ball to himself and run it back for a score, it's always a highlight to see. Just going back to the point about the pro clock, right? We have 2 minutes or less with the score. As long as it's within 15 points, the clock will stop after every first down. It'll be play. Actually, I'll finish my thought after this play here.
McMahon trying to get back to a 1-possession game, finds Dante Girardi, immediately tackled by Lara Uzoka.
So we see it right now, right? Obviously, the player got tackled and bounced, so the clock is running. It does get stopped if you pick up a first down. It'll get whistled again once the ball and the cones are set.
Which is different than when we're not in pro clock, where the clock just keeps running. Ben McMahon, long pass, caught by Leah Bigra in the end zone.
Onside now. They're going to go for the onside pass now.
Amazing play by Leah Bigra, her 2nd touchdown catch today.
A beautiful catch right there, right over the shoulder. Gervais had great coverage right there, but again, Bigra diving grab for the TD. Nicest one of the game for Tea Party. And now, so we have the onside attempt, if you're not familiar with that is. So instead of going for the 1 or 2 point convo after a touchdown, Tea Party, what they're electing to do here is to go for an onside pass or an onside run. What that is you get the ball at your own 5-yard line, You have to get the ball past midfield. So you have to get it to the 25-yard line. If you get the ball past midfield, you can continue from where that player is tackled. If the ball gets intercepted, the intercepting team will get the ball wherever that player is tackled. If, though, the defense elects to bat the ball down to force an incompletion, and we see Lego My Flag calling a timeout here, well, what happened, though, if they bat the ball down is they would get the ball at Tea Party's 5-yard line.
So they're automatically in the red zone. And finally, a tiny one that we see a lot less, but it's still important to say, if Tea Party just gets a 15-yard gain, let's say, so they don't manage to get the successful onside because they don't get to midfield and they get tackled at the 15-yard line, well, that's exactly where Lego My Flag will then
start with the ball,
get the ball at the opposing 50. So now that we've explained all scenarios, let's look at this exciting onside attempt. 1 minute, 25 seconds left here. We're talking about a 6-point game, 42-36 in favor of Lego My Flag. Tea Party absolutely wants to get to midfield. If you're looking at home, the little dots that you see in the middle of this like soccer field where the goaltender's box would be, this represents midfield, as you are not able to see the official referee cone that's on the sideline currently. It's not in frame. So that's the objective here. And if they manage to get to midfield, they would get the chance to continue their drive and potentially go tie the game or even get the lead. Ben McMahon from his own end zone finds Dante Girardi, but I believe he falls.
He got a first down.
Past the first down marker. Successful onside attempt by Tea Party. What a play. I thought he was short, Brent, for a moment there.
Listen, great throw right there by McMahon. Kwesi Gordomo was rushing. He was right in his face. He knows he has to get rid of the ball. Girardi right there. Smart play. Hooking at the first down marker.
And he knew immediately, Brent, that he was past the marker, unlike me, and therefore he got to the ground to stay safe. What a veteran play by Dante Girardi.
And that's good awareness there by the veteran Girardi. Because how often do we see that, whether it's flag, the NFL, the CFL, college ball, NCAA youth sports, whatever the case is, high school even, where you need a first down. And a receiver will run a route about a yard or two short of the marker and then try to lean forward and get tackled or get deflagged to pick up the first. Great play by Girardi doing the hook at the first down marker to make sure that even if he got tackled right away, as he did, he would pick up the first down.
Exactly, or a player will lose progression himself. And just like tackle football, well, in flag it doesn't really apply. In tackle football, if you get, we give you progression. So if you get to you get an 8-yard gain and you start getting tackled.
Yeah, your forward momentum, exactly.
You keep your forward momentum. If you back up because of the tackle, that's fine. There's no problem. You still get your 8-yard gain even though you were tackled 3 yards behind. But in flag, there's no such thing. So you're actually, the only time a player will lose yards is if he loses it himself trying to juke a player. And if you do that yourself, just like in tackle, if it's not the fact that you got tackled that made you back up, but rather your decision to back up yourself, that's where the rest will call you down. So the fact that Dante got on the ground immediately, he took away all that potential risk. What a play.
So the Lego My Flag defense is actually challenging to play here. They're saying that Girardi got tackled short of the first down. Now, again, we have the instant replay, but from that angle, at least you're seeing at home, you can't see where the first down marker is, right? And the angles you see at home are the only angles we have available in the replay booth. Ideally, we'd have someone at the first down marker. So you see the catch right there. He's backing up, so he hasn't been deflagged yet. He's falling. I think he falls.
This is a tough one, Brent. This is as close as it can be.
Yeah.
I believe what's going to happen here is it's going to end up being inconclusive to completely deny it or not, and so the call on the field will stand.
That is, but to say that exactly. Yeah, and first down. They were
That's
first
what
down.
just happened.
I was going to say, good point by you. I was going to say the call on the field was a first down, so you have to have indisputable evidence that Girardi didn't get the first down. Obviously, that wasn't the case there. So the drive continues for Tea Party.
This leads to a movie-style ending potentially here. 1 minute, 15 seconds left to go. 6-point game. The two best quarterbacks of Co-Ed 1 facing each other. And Ben McMahon has an opportunity to get his team the walk-off touchdown as he runs away from the rusher and away from Jalen Greaves for an 8-yard gain before stepping away on the right side sideline.
So that's a great play for two reasons. I'll tell you why. First, he picks up 8 yards, so now you're making it a second and short. Also, again, it stops the clock. 1:04 on the clock. You don't have to rush anything.
That's plenty of time, considering they are at the 14-yard line, the opposing team. McMahon scanning the field, finds Dante Girardi. Fortunately, he was looking left, but on the right, like you pointed out to me, Brent, Léa Bigra was absolutely wide open. Now it's easier said than done for
definitely.
me, for us, at this nice point of view, elevated point of view, to spot who's open. Ben McMahon has a rusher in his face and a lot of pressure to win this game against his colleague, Jeff Rosenblatt. Ben McMahon running once again all the way to the sideline. This time it'll be sufficient for a first down. Still 51 seconds left on the clock. New set of downs, and he's inside the 10. This is a meticulous offensive drive so far for Ben McMahon.
I will say they're going back to that previous play. He did pick up the first down, though, on that pass. So he didn't see Big Rod wide open, but at least they picked up the first down. And we see right there a smart second down run by McMahon, getting out of bounds again, stopping the clock here. So plenty of time with 51 seconds, remaining in the game.
And now with the comfortability of 4 downs, knowing you have a new set of downs, Brent, was Ben McMahon thinking about wasting time to make sure when he does give the ball back to Jeff Rosenblatt? And that answers my question. I was going to say to give him the ball with as little time as possible, but instead he shoots it to Léa Bigra, who walks into the end zone immediately. And I think Ben is a little bit disappointed potentially. I don't think he wanted to get into that end zone.
Well, Big Rod did get tackled by DeFazio at the 1 yard line, but again, the receiver extended the ball. That's kind of just a lack of awareness, unfortunately, by the receiver. If you're DeFazio,
a lot of time to give the ball back to Jeff.
If you're DeFazio, I don't even bother to make the tackle. I take 2 steps back.
And if you're Bigra, don't extend the ball.
Yeah.
That being said, hey, these teams are the ones who make the decisions, not us as analysts or commentators. So the score is 42-42 with 46 seconds left from this touchdown by Léa Bigra. Ben McMahon, 2-point attempt, was looking for Kevin Donnet, but there are 2 flags on the field. Rather, 1, pardon me, a lot of contact there. Oh, there are two flags on the field. There was offside on the rusher.
Wow.
And I believe defensive pass interference.
So you have to, I think they're going to go.
They'll be at the 1 for a 2-point attempt.
Yep.
1 point or 2-point attempt doesn't change much at this point for the outcome of the game. Either or, Jeff Rosenblatt and his Lego My Squad's crew are going to have to go score. Remember in the first half we were saying just how much Lego My Flag seemed to be dominant, and was it possible for Tea Party to come back? Then we said, wait, Tea Party won twice in the regular season. They can. That's exactly what's happening, ladies and gentlemen. This is absolute nail-biter. Ben McMahon, an opportunity to get in the lead. Dante Girardi catches this 2-point convert. Flag on the play. Let's see if it will stand.
Wonder maybe if it's a false start by the receiver, a potential hold. Oh, offside on the defense. So obviously the offense is going to decline that penalty. So 43-42 lead now for Tea Party, 46 seconds remaining.
It's going to be 44-42 because remember it was a 2-point at the 5. Not that this changes much to the outcome of this game. What a ball game, Brent. We were promised by all these people who play, all these FPF players that we know that it was going to be a tight one. But the fact that it actually is one is a lot more fun. I believe finally it is.
It is. It's a 1-point conversion.
So it was a 1-point conversion. So it wasn't 2 from the 5. It was rather 1 from the. It was 1 from the 1. Actually,
yeah,
you're completely right. Jeff Rosenblatt looking for Uzoka. Unfortunately, drops that ball, and that's unfortunate because she was right next to the sideline. She could have stepped out, gotten the yards, and wasted no time. No yards there in this case, but at least the time also stops for an incomplete pass.
Yeah, you have to imagine Rosenblatt wants that pass back, and as does Uzoka as well, because she was wide open. Again, so like you said, plenty of time, though, left in the contest.
2nd and 10 for the Lego My Flag offense. Looking for Uzoka once again is Jeff Rosenblatt, and this time she catches it and steps out of bounds immediately. Will it be enough for the first? Yes, it is. First down, Lego My Flag.
But I'm not sure what the defense is doing right there. I believe Constance Millar is the outside defender. It's either here or Phil Roberts. See what it is now. It's going to be, Millar is the outside defender. I'm not sure who she was covering there.
Is she helping Phil Roberts with Jalen Reeves, considering the threat and the output he's been giving us all game? Kwesi Gordon-Mall this time on the opposite sideline. Shorter hook route than the one we saw from Lara Uzoka, but caught nonetheless and steps out of bounds immediately. It will be 2nd and 5 as Jeff Rosenblatt and his offensive crew are creeping into enemy territory.
Yeah, so again, like I said earlier, right, death by 1,000 paper cuts. This is what Rosenblatt is doing. He's just taking small hook routes and out routes, little crossers and that, just marching up the field, getting closer and closer to first down, and also eating the clock.
This one will go down to the wire, it seems like. Jalen Greaves on the whip route.
Good tackle.
Caught the ball. Good tackle by Phil Roberts. Kept him in bounds, which will provoke the time to start running if it's not for the first down marker that has to move. But at least the clock will start running as soon as the markers are down on the whistle of the ref that you hear right now. Rosenblatt snaps it quick to waste no time. Found Uzoka this time. Caught it right next to the sideline. Did she move her leg a little bit? Like, it almost looked like she stepped out of bounds as she caught it, but the refs say it was clean.
You know what? If I'm Tea Party here, I challenge that.
Yeah, I would too.
Yeah.
I would too. But then again, you see, from our point of view, maybe that was clear, but from the field in the heat of the action,
right.
maybe they didn't notice what she did. Actually, I thought it was clean. It was just real. I think now it was clean.
What I'm wondering, though, is
really
if she got tackled in bounds. So that's what I was wondering.
That's what. Okay. I thought she might have stepped out of bounds as she caught it.
That as well. You're right.
2nd and 5 now. Jeff Rosenblatt, corner out to Jalen Greaves, wide open. What an adjustment for Jalen Greaves. That ball was a little bit too far, but he catches it for his 3rd touchdown of the ball game, rather his 4th touchdown of the ball game, and gives his team the go-ahead touchdown with 17 seconds left in the game.
You see, and the defense did what I was talking about before, putting Bigra as the rusher. You saw she came in, she extended her arms. Rosenblatt had to get rid of that ball quicker than he wanted to. Getting great catch there by Greaves. We saw that throw came out really fast and almost went a little too far for the receiver. Obviously, Greaves throwing a ball outside of his catch radius is kind of hard to do. So again, a great grab by him. But I'm just wondering why Bigra hasn't been playing rusher earlier in this contest.
17.8 seconds left in the game. 5-point game now. Rosenblatt would like to make it a 7-point game, which would force Ben McMahon and company to score and have to go for a convert to tie. Jalen Greaves with the leaping grab. What can't he do? The 2-point convert is good. The score is now 50-43.
Yeah, like I said, I know you said 30 seconds is more than enough time. Well, it's going to be 12 seconds less than that with 18 now remaining for this Tea Party offense. Still enough time for the squad to march down the field and make a play. You have to imagine they're going to cut the field in half on 1st down and try and get out of bounds if they can here on 1st down. And now we see, so Greaves is on the sideline. So, yeah, Sanders in the slot. No, Greaves, pardon me, is in there. So Greaves and Sanders are your slot defenders. Kwesi Gordon-Mall at safety. Corners are Uzoka and DeFazio.
Ben McMahon, long pass to his receiver on the corner. Out, he catches it for a touchdown, Kevin Donay.
And I told you about that route before. I told you about that corner route before. That's what he does. That's what Kevin Donay does.
You were saying, Brent, 17 seconds could be enough. Actually, it took 5 seconds and just 2 plays for Ben McMahon to go it ahead in this game that's been tit for tat since the absolute start. And now to the absolute wire. Kwesi Gordon-Mall, unfortunately, is on the sideline here and seems banged up. He's not moved. He's sitting down, the absolute star defensive player. And this is the beautiful thing about FPF. Constance Miller is actually our physio in-house right now, our athletic therapist. But she's playing, and despite the fact that these two teams are against each other right now in an extremely tight game for the championship, the ultimate honors of co-ed flag football here at FPF, she's going to go take care of Kwesi.
I'll tell you what, so I was here on Tuesday scorekeeping. Constance Miller left her playoff game in the middle of the game to take care of Bakari Barrett, who plays on another team with Jeff Rosenblatt. He was outside. He actually ended up getting a concussion. She stopped playing her game on another field and ran off to go take care of him. That's a stand-up person right there, Constance Miller.
What an athlete, what a professional in her field, and what a human being. It's Constance Miller as she's giving Kwesi the medical attention he currently needs.
Yeah, hopefully Kwesi's going to be all right. Obviously, a member of the FPF media team as well. It's supposed to be calling a couple games later on, so we'll have to see how that goes. One of the top veterans in this game. But again, just going back to that touchdown game, Kevin Donay, I've seen that corner route by him a million times, and I talked about it earlier, and I mentioned it for a reason. You see on the replay right there, that play was just money.
Way to get that catch over the shoulder, and we see it on the replay. Kwesi, when he was trying to slow down, seemed to catch the turf monster, and seems like his foot, when it was planting one way, his knee kind of buckled the other way. Seems it's a non-contact injury. I don't want to speculate what may be happening, but didn't seem like
right there.
Didn't seem like it felt good here on that left knee.
You're hoping it's an ankle injury, not a knee injury, but I mean, at this point, obviously, we don't know. But yeah, and Kwesi's tough to, that's not looking good, being helped off the field right now.
As the entire opposing team and the crowd is clapping up for Kwesi Gordon-Mall, a FPF veteran, a star player in this league, a contributor to the media team, just a good human being overall. I wish him personally best return, the best rehab possible, no matter what he actually has, and a prompt return to the field.
So the injury right there, obviously, to Gordon Mull, salt in the wound, obviously, is that the defense gave up what looks like the game-winning touchdown here. 11 seconds remaining.
So Tea Party is still down by 1, Kwesi. And so they need, we don't want to, like, it's like we're getting ahead of ourselves a little bit. We said the potentially game-winning touchdown. They actually need to go for 2 right now to win this game, or go for 1 to tie it. And Ben McMahon is choosing to go for 2 to put it all on the line right now to win the game. Ben McMahon, rushed by Adam Malinoff, is trying to run away and extend some time. Crossbody throw! No good! With 11 seconds left, Lego My Flag is still up by 1 point, and it's looking like they will be the Flag Plus Football Cohen 1 Spring 2026 champions, and I believe that's what's happening. They're calling it, Brent. They will not play the last 11 seconds. The ref is calling for the game, but everybody else is shaking their hands. And yes, it is official. Lego My Flag are your Co-Ed 1 Spring 2026 Flag Plus Football champions. What a game.
Yeah, what a game for sure. Again, fantastic finish. You said Donné with the Hail Mary corner route there for the TD, but a big defensive stand by Lego My Flag to make sure they walked away with the championship. We see players from both teams now going over to make sure Kwesi Gordon Mull is all right. A classy move, obviously, by both sides.
Brent, talk to me about the decision of Ben McMahon to go for 2 instead of going for 1 to tie the game, and then to potentially have the chance to go to overtime. What do you think of that?
I like that move. So I'll be honest with you, even doing the podcast the last couple seasons with Kwesi Gordon Mull, we talk about it a lot of the time. Like, we talk about it a lot, pardon me. Going for 1 to tie and go to overtime, and going for 2 to try to get the W. He's a believer in going for 2. I am as well.
I'm a believer in going for 1.
Yeah, I can understand. I can understand. You want to go to overtime. I can understand. You're actually missing Kwesi Gordon Mull. I think the smart play would have been to go for overtime. He's your top defender. But I appreciate the guts there by Ben McMahon and Tea Party. You want to get this game over with. You want to get the W, a walk-off W. Unfortunately for them, it didn't work out.
Also, the general manager, commissioner of the league, are you potentially thinking of the flow of this championship weekend, not trying to slow down everybody? Could that be a factor?
I mean, it's been slowed down already with traffic, especially yesterday.
Oh, yes, with the bridge, the Champlain Bridge.
Today a little better. But yeah, anyways, a great game, 2 fantastic teams, and a great finish for you guys at home.
Absolutely. Let's speak about the potential MVPs here. There was so many good players on Lego My Flag, but specifically here.
I'm going to stop you. Jalen Greaves. If it's not Jalen Greaves, it's a robbery. It's a heist. Jalen Greaves is your MVP.
Let's talk about his stats real quick. He got 4 touchdowns. He had the go-ahead touchdown. He had a 2-point conversion as well. What a performance by the former Concordia Stingers receiver in tackle football. Was also the 2021 U Sports Football Rookie of the Year in the entire country, and is now a Dinos del Norte professional football player in the Liga de Fútbol Americano, the LFA, the professional Mexican tackle football league.
University, Mexico, FPF, doesn't matter. Wherever Jalen Greaves is, he'll make a play. We saw here this afternoon a ton of touchdowns for his team, the game-winning TD as well. That's what Jalen Greaves brings to your squad.
Let's talk about Tea Party quickly before we go down to our post-game celebration. They showed so much grit coming into this championship game with a 6-4 record initially. They beat this Lego My Flag team twice during the year, and at the half, it looked like it might be a wrap, and they came back and made it an absolute to-the-wire game. Even had the chance to win it in the last play of the game with a 2-point convert. What is to follow for this team?
I mean, they have nothing to hang their heads about, right? Look, halftime score was 30-18. In favor of Lego My Flag. These guys put 25 points on the board in the second half. They should be back. I expect nothing but another at least semifinals return for this Tea Party squad, because they are almost the top of the top here in Co-Ed 1.
Yvan Salomon is down on the field with our champions Lego My Flag for the post-game celebrations and the MVP announcement.
Donc le match est déjà fini. Je suis présentement avec l'équipe championne de la division Co-Ed 1, Lego My Flag. Ici. Donc on va présenter le trophée au capitaine Jeff Rosenblatt avec la bannière.
Give that right over there. Open that banner. Open that Co-Ed 1 banner.
Parfait. Et maintenant on va On va aussi annoncer le MVP du match, Jalen.
I got one thing to say. I got one thing to say. Jalen Greaves is the best receiver in FPF. Yo, come at me in the comments.
Is it true?
Come at us.
Is it true?
One-on-ones, on est là.
Donc voilà, les Go My Flag, l'équipe championne de la division Coed 1. Donc on retourne à vous, Brent et Nick.
Right. Thank you, Yvon, for the amazing sideline work. Congrats again to Lego My Flag. And no surprise there, Jalen Greaves was named the MVP, but he made a surprising, or some would say not surprising if you know him personally, claim here that he is the best, or at least Sanders did it, but he confirmed that he's the best receiver in all of FPF. I know James Drysdale that might want to contradict that personally. I don't know.
James Drysdale, Francois Rousselot. I'm not going to lie. I wrote a preview article for the Division B game later tonight featuring Jalen Greaves. I did as well say he's the best receiver here in FPF.
All right. Well, you heard it here first from our expert. I will personally not position myself on that. I don't want to get some hate mail from any of these three men that I know very well. And there are some women receivers that could claim as well
100%.
to be the best receivers in Flag Plus football. This leads us to our next matchup coming up next, Co-Ed 2 between the Ben Perchons and I forget the last
Plenty
name.
of Fish.
And Plenty of Fish, of course. And we're about to see Ben McMahon quarterback a team once again, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, yeah. So the Ben Percons, led by Ben McMahon,
Ben
obviously.
Percons.
That's the name. Led by going against Mo Lacasse and Plenty of Fish. Plenty of Fish this season, right? Dominated the Co-Ed 2, finished at 9-1. Some people say they're Co-Ed 1 team. They dropped down from Co-Ed 1 last year. Much more success this year. We'll have to see what happens. Again, Ben against Mode. Plenty of Fish, Ben Percons. Don't go anywhere.
Next, stay with us for this presentation. My name is Nicholas Pierre-Mass. I was your play-by-play commentator. Our third member of our crew was Yvon Salomon, who was our sideline reporter. And I was with Brent Bonkin right here, who was our analyst. Stay with us for this Co-Ed 2 matchup in a few minutes right here on the Flag Plus Football YouTube channel.
Home of the Co-Ed 2 Championship matchup between the number 5 seed, 7-3 Bempercons, and the number 1 seed, the 9-1 Plenty of Fish. I'm Brent Bach, and I'm joined by Nick Pierre-Mas. Nick, a big game, two of the top teams in this division, and two of the top quarterbacks. And of course, I'm talking about Mo Lacasse and Ben McMahon. Ben is first in touchdowns, completion percentage, and yards. Lacasse is second in pretty much every other category. Huge matchup between two great quarterbacks.
Absolutely, and we get to see Ben McMahon for his second time in a row today. We just got to see him in the Co-Ed 1 championship. Unfortunately, didn't win that game, but had a great performance himself. I believe 6 passing touchdowns, and he led his offense to first in points scored in this division, first in yards per game in this division, while Maud Lacasse led her offense to second in points scored and fourth in points in yards per game.
All right, so we're going to shoot it down to the sideline to Yvon Salomon Jr. He has Seth Galina of Plenty of Fish.
Donc, nous sommes présentement à la finale de la division Co-Ed 2, Plenty of Fish contre Bempercons. Je suis présentement accompagné du vétéran Seth Galina. Les deux équipes en finale en ce moment sont les deux meilleures équipes en offense. C'est quoi votre secret pour Plenty of Fish, pour le fait que vous connaissez autant de succès en offense?
There's no secret, man. We just call the same plays over and over again. We have good players, and the quarterback gets the ball to the right people. There's no secret in flag, right? You just got to get the ball to the right people and let them make plays.
Tout à fait. Et vous avez Maud Lacasse comme quarterback. Elle a fini la meilleure athlète féminine de votre division. Qu'est-ce que ça fait d'avoir une quarterback aussi talentueuse dans votre équipe?
Well, you just know that the ball, like I said, the ball's always going to go to the right spot. We make it very difficult on her. Sometimes by our personalities in the huddle, but she gets the ball where it needs to go, and you can tell by her stats she's one of the best.
Parfait. Donc là, on a parlé de l'offense, mais là, Bempercons aussi est la meilleure équipe offensive. C'est quoi vous devez faire défensivement pour essayer de les arrêter et pouvoir gagner le match?
Look, you can't really stop Ben when he's rolling. We just had to hope to contain him, and we have a really good rusher. If we're going to get out of this game alive, Julian is going to have to contain Ben. He's going to make plays. They're going to score a lot of points. We know that. Just got to make plays on our side when it counts.
Merci beaucoup. Donc, vous avez entendu, c'est Guilina. Donc, on retourne au bout avec Nick et Brent.
Thank you, Yvan, for that good sideline analysis. And I think we're up and ready for this game already, Brent.
Definitely. So one of the main storylines in this contest, right? Bempercon's #1 offense and co-ed 2 against the #2 defense of Plenty of Fish. A lot of great playmakers on both sides, like we talked about already, right? Mo Lacasse, quarterback, Ben McMahon, quarterback, but it doesn't end there. Theo Ojea, arguably one of the top receivers or players in the history of FPF. He's a Hall of Famer. He's in the lineup this afternoon, along with Julian McLaren Thompson, is Maggie Gervais. You go to the other side, right, with this Bempercon's team that we just saw. Ben McMahon, like we talked about, Phil Roberts as well on this roster, Abigail Perot, Thomas Cote, the list goes on and on. Playmakers on both sides. This should be a fantastic game. So we see Bempercon starting with the ball here. Again, the co-ed format. Each team starts their offensive drive at their 10-yard line. McMahon gets a snap. He goes deep to the left. He has a player open. That's Perot. And she gets tackled by Ojea inside the 5-yard line. Pardon me. First and goal for the Bempercon's offense.
And you mentioned her earlier in the pregame, or just right now in your introduction, just how dominant she can be, Abigail Perot. And we saw her 2 games ago as well in dominating completely in that matchup. So Abigail Perot, FPF veteran, every season in the past year she's been playing for multiple teams. On top of that, she's a Caramel Université de Montréal player on defense there, the reigning champs of the RCQ Conference of University Flag Football. She is an absolute asset for this Bempercon's team, and it shows early in the ballgame.
There's a pro lineup at snap. Again, big catch, getting the ball down to the 3-yard line. Let's see if Bempercon can punch it in. My man gets a snap. He looks to his left. He gets flushed to his right. Good sack there. Julian McLaren Thompson with the tackle.
Julian McLaren Thompson, I've seen him play this season and last season personally. I faced him, and I had friends who I came to watch who faced him, and he is a disruptive force as a rusher in FPF. We tend to forget rushers sometimes. It's not the most glamorous position, but when they can disturb quarterbacks, they become some of the most important players on the field. And to disturb Ben McMahon of all quarterbacks is a tough feat, and he's managing to do it early in this game.
Good pass on the out route, diving in towards the end zone. Don't think he got in. The receiver right there is tackled about a yard or 2 short of the end zone.
That was Thomas Cote.
Let's go back to your point, Nick, about Julian McLaren Thompson. With that sack right there, that's his 4th of the postseason. I played with Julian McLaren Thompson before. One of the nicest guys you're ever going to meet in FPF. Team for his guy. He'll play whatever position you want him to. Obviously here he's playing rush, but he'll play corner, he'll play receiver. He just wants to play ball. Second and goal now. McMahon gets the snap, goes to the right. He has Phil Roberts open for the touchdown. Quick, easy pitch and catcher from McMahon to his favorite target, Phil Roberts. Of course, we just saw them in the last game, losing the co-ed 1 championship, but they connect early in this contest.
Quick and easy indeed, Brent, and I would like to say even maybe a little bit too easy, a little bit concerning here on the Plenty of Fish defensive side. Of course, I'm not trying to be a bearer of bad news. This is the start of the game. It's the first drive. They need to keep their footing, but you wouldn't want to have Phil Roberts keep getting easy opportunities like this in a game that I believe will be a tight game.
Sound out there, caught for the touchdown, or the extra point, pardon me, my apologies. Good catch right there. That was Mary Stanescu with the grab. So 7-0 lead early here for Bempercons. Stanescu, 2 catches for 44 yards so far in the postseason. Big grab right there again to give her team the 1-point convo. So we see Mo Lacasse, number 13, with her team on the field. She has Alessandro Daniel, again, one of the up-and-coming superstars here in FPF.
We got to see him yesterday be an absolute dominant force. He won a championship game with his team that were playing 5 versus 6. He was doing it all on the offensive side and being a disruptive force as rusher.
Lacasse gets the snap. She goes to the left. She goes to Daniel. Daniel with the catch near the sideline. Gets past one tackler, finally taken down by Roberts. A gain of, say, 9, almost 9.5 right there.
Speaking of the devil, Daniel is already targeted, Alessandro Daniel. and he shows a glimpse already of his athletic ability. In this case, there were two people around him, so they managed to flag pull him. But wait until you see him catch a ball later in this game. In space, he's able to be as dominant as he in aggressive catches, but also for yards after the catch.
Yeah, red zone threat as well, right, with his leaping ability and his length. 7 catches, so 8 now, counting that one so far this postseason for Daniel. Quick snap. Lacasse rolls to her right, throws across her body over the middle. It's caught. Nice catch there by Annabelle Chevrier. So Chevrier with the grab picks up a first down for her squad.
What I appreciate from Annabelle Chevrier here, as soon as she caught that ball, flipped her hips to go directly towards the north of the field, if you allow me the expression, and showed athletic ability trying to get around defenders. You can see it right here. Actually, they're showing Daniel's athletic ability, but my point stands for both players.
And you're right, that is north of the field, 100%. So we saw Perrault, the snapper for Bempercons, being involved early, and the same thing for Chevrier. Fresh set of downs, pass to the flat. Dylan Taylor with the catch. He gets tackled immediately. Dylan Taylor, of course, quarterback in this league for many years. He throws for this team sometimes as well, but on Plenty of Fish's main responsibility is to play receiver, so good catch out of the slot by the veteran Dylan Taylor, a gain of about 7 yards.
Nothing too complicated. Pardon me, Brent. Nothing too complicated here for Maud Lacasse. All hook concept. You know that it is a 6-on-6, so 2 defenders to 3 sometimes are going to go deep. You just need to find the player that's running a hook on your team that's facing a defender that goes deep. Give him the ball, easy 6 yards.
So Lacasse waiting for the ball on second down. She gets it. She looks to her left. She goes there right away. Quick pass to the outside. Seth Galina, the veteran, with the grab. I think it's going to be enough for the first down. Yeah, he's going to get tackled or pushed to the bounce inside the 5-yard line. First down, Plenty of Fish.
Easy pass in the flats here to go get a first down. You didn't need anything more than a 4-yard gain, so that's exactly what they went to get. It's almost like a wide receiver screen. Yeah. He literally backpedaled towards the sideline, caught the ball, and then extended his hand. That's all he needed. Good play.
So the veteran making himself available for his quarterback, able to extend the drive.
Her favorite receiver this year, said Galina, 558 yards of production. Lacasse.
Lacasse in the end zone to Galina once again, but this time for a touchdown. 7-6 lead for Bempercons as Plenty of Fish gets on the board.
And her favorite receiver strikes, just as I'm mentioning him. First touchdown of the game for him and Plenty of Fish.
Yeah, 3rd touchdown of the postseason for Galina. Getting his veteran squad making the jump to, or move down actually, I should say, to co-ed 2 of the season. 1-point convoy attempt looking for the tie is Lacasse in her offense. Lacasse gets the ball, throws it to the back of the end zone. It gets picked off. Trying to run it back now is the defense, and a good flag right there at midfield. So 7-6 is the lead in favor of Bempercons.
Great play here by Thomas Cote. He read that play like a book, and he almost baited Maud Lacasse to throw that football, and as soon as it was in the air, he went and got himself in front of it for the interception. Good effort, though, from Maud Lacasse to slow him down and allow her teammate Maggie Gervais to get the flagpole, because if he returned that ball, since the rules have changed in FPF for the last few seasons, it would be 2 points despite it being a 1-point attempt. And a tight ball game like this one, you don't want to give 2 free points to the opponent.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Every point counts in FPF. So now here comes McMahon's second drive of the game. McMahon looks to his left, goes to his right, throws to the sideline. That ball was caught. Oh, and breaking a tackle right there. Good run down the sideline. That was number 11, Alyssa Goulet.
Alyssa Goulet was Ben's favorite receiver all season. 397 yards of production for him this season in the regular portion of the tournament, if you will, if you allow me, of the spring. And I've had the chance to play with them in winter 2026, and their connection is very strong. Ben McMahon treats Goulet like a star receiver, gets her on deep routes, crossing routes, short routes, and they really understand each other. You'll look for this connection to strike again in this ballgame.
Yeah, Goulet, a member of the McGill flag football team, passed to the end zone through the hands and out of play.
The McGill flag football team that just recently became a varsity sport at that university, so congrats to Goulet and her teammates for finally getting the recognition they deserve.
Yeah, long overdue.
Long overdue, let me tell you. It's an Olympic sport in 2028. Canadian women just won gold at the World Championships in Dusseldorf, Germany a week ago. Qualified our nation to the first ever Olympics. It was about time that almost all our universities that have flag football at least offer it as a varsity sport and not simply a club sport.
100%. Men winning bronze as well. There's a chance now. McMahon to the outside, caught by Cote, extends the ball It's going to mark out of bounds, let's call it at the 4-yard line there.
Hopefully now my alma mater of Bishop's University can follow. They also have a women's flag football team, but for now it is a club program, and I believe they deserve to also be a varsity team.
Oh, definitely, 100%. I mean, listen, this is a popular game. It's growing and growing and growing right by the day, hence why it's part of the 2028 Olympics in LA.
It's the fastest growing sport in Canada in the past 5 years, Brent.
It's true. I'd be shocked if it wasn't included in the 30-32 games. Don't want to count all your chickens before they're hatched, but just saying. Pass to the end zone, caught, extending the ball right there. Is it in for the touchdown? Yep, touchdown. Good play there by Perrault. Second TD of the game.
Great play by Abigail Perrault, who catches that ball, turns upfield, immediately extends the football, and really just slices in between both defenders, avoids the contact, and gets her second touchdown of the game. Like you said, Brendan, gets her team ahead in this matchup.
So we see Bempercon's going for the 1-point convo here. A little surprising considering that Ben McMahon usually plays in higher divisions for the most part. He'd be more accustomed to going for 2, but let them to go for the 1-point convo here. Again, his team is up by 7, 13-6. You have to imagine if you go for 2, you can make it a 2-possession game, but here's a 1-point try. Pass to the back of the end zone. Over the outstretched hands of the receiver in Goulet. So 13-6 is the lead for Bempercons. Nick, what do you want to see here offensively on the second drive of the game for Plenty of Fish?
I want Plenty of Fish to take it slow if they can and simply get Maud Lacasse to get into her rhythm. They've done that in the first drive already, but stay that way, stay disciplined. There's no time, it's not a time to panic yet. There's so much time. You have been facing off against this team equally so far, and you've beaten this team in the regular season. Therefore, I would stick to what works. It's not time to panic. It's not time to throw a deep pass if it's not available, and it's just a question of capitalizing on converse, because it seems like that's where this game is going to be played.
Nice move there by Lacasse. She's going to run. She takes off up the middle, zigging and zagging. Finally tackled. I believe they're going to get her.
Every single flag is currently on the field.
I think they're going to get her though for flag guard, unfortunately, but a nice run there by the veteran of Maud Lacasse.
I just want to make a quick correction. Abigail Perrault, actually, it was her first touchdown of the game. Just her second catch, the second touchdown for her team. We got a little too excited.
Second big grab. There
exactly. We've been watching her earlier today, and this is our fourth game that we're presenting, I believe.
This is the fourth game of 9. Again, there's 9 games today, right? We did 9 games yesterday. It's a lot of football.
Yes, sir. And Abigail was performing a lot, very well earlier in one of the games. Therefore, we got a little mixed up here with the touchdown count, pardon us, at home.
So ball just past midfield for Lacasse and her offense. Fresh set of downs. She goes to the right side, caught by Ojea. Nice move by Theo Ojea, and another. He's in.
And I don't mean to harp.
Touchdown.
I don't mean to harp on a player here, but on the Bempercons, Jaden Edgehill, who I'm very familiar with his older brother, Juwan Edgehill. They're a very talented football family. I don't want to blame a player or single him out, but that poor effort here in terms of tackling and the effort to really finish the play. I think he was just assuming that this was going to be a routine hook route, that it was going to be for a 6-yard gain, that he was going to automatically make the flagpole, or that the player was going to go on the sideline. But that's not what happened. Tio Ojea gave full effort on his end, spinned away from him, and managed to get all the way to the end zone to tie the ball game.
So it's funny. I'll finish my point here in a second. It's 2-point convo now. Double quarterback. Ojea is the second quarterback. He gets it from Lacasse. Ojea going to his left. He is no stranger to throwing the ball. Going to his left again. Is he going to run? No, he's looking to pass. Now he decides to tuck it and run. Can he get in? Flag on the play here.
Now I have to wonder, looking at Edgehill, is there something limiting him physically? He's like shaking his left leg. I've seen this young man play before with a lot more speed, a lot more energy, and now I can understand what's been happening for 2 plays. He seems to not be 100%, but unfortunately, if he stays on the field in that situation, a team as experienced as Plenty of Fish, even though they have 40 championships to overall on that team, if you count all the players and all their FPF championships, there's a total of 40 championships of experience on that team. They're definitely, they need to understand that they cannot use Tio Ojea, because the Bempercons, who maybe have a little bit less experience, only 6 championships total on that roster, are going to keep attacking a player who's not 100%.
Oh, 100%. I mean, whether this is co-ed 2 or co-ed 3, 4, 5, 6, co-ed 10, doesn't matter. You have an injured player on the field, you're going to attack them over and over. I mean, that's just it's football. That's just any sport. to be honest with you.
And just to make sure here for the people at home that I'm not just attacking sorry, it wasn't Tio Joe, it was Jaden Edgehill who was injured, of course. And to make sure I'm not attacking him here, this is something I've seen at the highest levels of flag football. I had the chance to cover for the zone the World Championships in Dusseldorf of flag football. And at some point, Team Canada men's had some injuries, and they had to put Marc-Antoine Dequoy as away from the rushing position and put him as DB. He's an amazing CFL DB. We all know he won Grey Cups. He was a safety for the Alouettes for years in the Canadian
U of
Football
M
League.
as well,
But he's not yet an elite flag football DB because he has a hard time deflagging, and that's normal. He has to adapt. The opposing teams were targeting him 5 plays in a row when they noticed that that's what was happening, right? So it's not a low blow on Jaden Edgehill. It's just the reality of what I'm observing as an analyst.
Yeah, so we observed Perreault making a grab right there. Quick out route. Gain of about, let's call it 6 yards, maybe even 7 on first down for the Bempercons. But you mentioned before, obviously, hopefully Edgehill, again, still staying in the game, it appears. But he's on the sideline now.
He's on the sideline, yeah.
But in terms of continuing for the rest of the contest, hopefully it's going to continue for the rest of the game. And again, he is limited, though. Appears to be, again, we're not going to speculate, but it appears to be a lower body injury.
He has something on his left leg that seems to be bothering him. And visibly, he's less fast than I've seen him all season long.
And man gets the ball. He's flush. Nice throw over the middle to Cote. Good grab right there. And a laser by Ben McMahon. And see, so now, I talked about it before, right? Where Julian McLaren-Thompson doesn't always play rusher. Right now, Alessandro Daniel is rushing. McLaren-Thompson is playing corner.
We've seen him rush earlier in the tournament. We mentioned he's an absolute force at rusher. He's very good at tipping balls at the line of scrimmage, and considering the height advantage between him and Ben McMahon, who's an incredible quarterback, but is not the most gifted in the height department, this could be a factor in this game.
Snap. Oh, pass almost. Yeah, it is picked off. In and out the hands of the receiver and into the hands of Theo Ojea. INT, first turnover of the game, goes in favor of Plenty of Fish.
Theo Ojea, touchdown on the last offensive drive, and now on defense for his team, gets the interception. He's having a hell of a championship game so far.
So you see that quick passer on the hook and right through the hand. You can see right away before the play even ended, Mary Stanescu mattered herself. Guess she should have made that grab, and it ends up working out in favor of Theo Ojea and Plenty of Fish.
Score is currently wrong on our indicator here on the screen. We apologize. It is 13-12.
Pass over the middle. Oh, and a pass over the middle, and there you. And that's the leg injury. That's the lower body injury right there by Edgehill. That pass was intended for Taylor, a little too high. He got a hand on it, flipped up in the air. We saw Edgehill kind of stop, but he couldn't really explode to jump out to make the catch. So a lucky chance right there for Plenty of Fish. Let's see now what they do here on this down. About 8 minutes remaining here, probably 6.5, I should say, remaining here in the opening half.
1 point game. Maud Lacasse is trying to get back
and she's
in the
going
lead.
Deep. Daniel! Oh, and he just kind of pulled up short. Looks like he might have lost the ball in the lights here for a second.
The lights here are tricky here at Complexe CN in Brossard. Brent, we've both played in this field extensively, and everybody who's a member of the FPF community is well aware of how familiar we all are with this field and are familiar themselves. And unfortunately, the lights, I mean, they light up the field very well. It's a very nice complex, but they are bright, and it is hard sometimes to track that football. And I do think that's what happened because Alessandro Daniel does not drop such balls usually.
And as a player just like you are, I mean, I'll take this over Concordia. I will say that.
That
Dome at Concordia in the winter
Dome is not the most well-lit establishment, let's put it that way. Deep out route.
Yep, nice catch there by Taylor on the sideline. If you like catching fastballs, if you like catching the football when you see it like right in front of your face, then Concordia is for you.
It's because the lights are so low that they are literally at eye level, and sometimes to get right in the way of a ball that may be coming right into your face, just like you said it. At least here at Brossard, it's for over-the-shoulder balls that it usually can affect you. But then again, if you're outside, the sun can affect you, the elements. So receivers are always complaining.
There you go. You guys are divas. First down now for Plenty of Fish, just past midfield. Lacasse gets the ball, puts it over the field, over the middle part, to Galena. He's tackled after a small gain there by Perreault. Actually, my apologies, not a small gain. He gained a 9 right there. So good grab by Galena.
Galena remaining the safe and secure option for Maud Lacasse. Her security blanket to who she goes to the most and went to the most this entire spring.
So now second and short here. Nick, I got to ask you, 2nd and 1, maybe even less than a yard. Are you going to the end zone here?
Shot,
All right,
Brent.
there you
yes,
go.
I knew where you were going with it. That being said, this entire tournament, I've been wrong when I predict that these teams are going to do so. Let's see now. Exactly. They just went for the hook, secure hook to go get the first down. I've been wrong, man. So it's like but you know what? These players are well positioned. They're in the championship. I'm just commentating it.
Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. Yeah, it's a little surprising. And this is a veteran team as well, right? We talked about, you mentioned, right, the 40 championships combined for all the members on this Plenty of Fish squad. A little surprised, at least 2nd and 1, you don't take at least one shot to the end zone. But it all worked out. The quick pass there to Taylor extended his drive for his team. So now about 3.5 minutes remaining here in the first half. 13-12, 1-point lead for the Brempicons, but Plenty of Fish is driving. Lacasse, high snap, she takes it in, passes it back in the end zone, caught for the touchdown. Seth Galina, his 2nd of the game.
Who other than Seth Galina, author of 558 receiving yards for Maud Lacasse this season, and now the author of his 2nd touchdown in this championship game. Plenty of Fish is back in the lead in this game that keeps on going back and forth and has promised like it would so far in this first half.
So good response right there by Plenty of Fish. Going to go for the 2-point convert. Right now it's a 5-point lead, 18-13, so it makes sense to go for the 2 to make it a 7-point game. Let's see if they can punch it in here. Double quarterback, Theo Ojea. We've seen this play already. Ojea gets flushed to his left. He's going to try to run it in. Maybe. Nope. Pass to the end zone. Nice catch by Daniel. Yeah, he got his foot down. Great play right there. 20-13 is the lead for Plenty of Fish.
I love this play call. It puts a lot of stress on the defense and really utilizes the full length of the field from sideline to sideline. And here we see Ojea cross the field, make a nice catch, a nice throw on the run. And what an effort by Alessandro Daniel to not only secure this catch, but to slow down fast enough and quickly enough to make sure it remains in bounds. Incredible execution by Plenty of Fish.
So new series here for Brempicon. McMahon goes to the sideline. And that's what you like to see the McMahon right there. We saw Stanescu before, had that drop from select to an INT. Quarterback goes right back to his receiver, making sure her confidence stays up. 2-minute warning. We have the pro clock here. For those of you new to FPF, what the pro clock means is the clock can only be stopped if you get a first down or if you get the ball out of bounds. If you catch the ball in bounds, the clock continues to run. Of course, both teams have 2 timeouts. Each team has 2 timeouts per game. Neither side has used one as of yet. Past the opposite sideline. Nice yak yards right here by the receiver. Great catch on the right sideline, working her way to the middle of the field.
It's Alyssa Goulet.
Yeah, Alyssa Goulet, exactly.
Ben McMahon's most productive receiver this season.
So first down past midfield for this Brempicons offense. They have the ball at about the 21-yard line, pardon me, up Plenty of Fish. But 1:10 and counting remaining here on the clock. No, 1:30, my apologies. Pro again, the snapper, she places the ball down. Getting some last-minute instructions from her quarterback, McMahon. McMahon gets a snap. He looks to the right. Oh, nice catch there by Pro. I'm not sure if that ball was intended for her, but she made the grab. So timeout called here by the offense.
Brent, you seem confused with that call.
I was going to say, like, I think it's a little early. It's a waste of a timeout. I mean, the time is running, but there's still more than a minute left in this first half. I'm not sure why they wasted a timeout.
I agree, and you have to remind people at home who might be wondering, but timeouts in FPF, they do carry over to the second half if you don't use them. Is that correct?
Yeah. So you know what? Actually, so it's being changed now. I'm saying the timeout was made by called by the defense, which makes sense because you want to save some time on the clock. Yeah.
But yeah, so timeouts in Flag Plus football. Can you explain the full timeouts rules for people at home?
Yeah, so like I said before, right, each team gets 2 timeouts, and as you alluded to, you can carry them over if you don't use them in the first half.
So it's not like at the NFL where you get certain level of timeouts.
Yeah, you have 3,
first half
exactly.
And second. This is 2 timeouts all game. So a lot of teams want to keep him for the end of the game, depending on the different scenarios, if they can.
So Kesher in the flat by Perot. She's been pretty much the main focus, I think, right now, Nick, for this offense, at least in this first half here. Perot for another grab.
You know, she's a veteran player on offense and on defense. Earlier in the tournament, we saw her be an absolute menace on defense. She had like more than 11 flag pulls in a game. Now she's doing work on offense. That's the veteran presence of Abigail Perrault, and the fact that she has so many years of flag plus football experience and flag football in general of experience on her bag. It allows for such moments. High snap here, but Ben manages to maintain possession.
A nice play there by Chevrier. Great job by Chevrier going over the top of Roberts and not getting the pass interference flag to bat it down. So that was 3rd and 1. Now setting up 4th and 1, less than a yard here. It's going to be a big play. If we go back to the regular season meeting between these two teams, Brent-Pecon went 1 for 3 on 4th down against Plenty of Fish. Plenty of Fish, of course, winning their lone regular season matchup 44-36 in week 10. McMahon gets the ball, goes to the left, caught by Perrault, no, bobbled and dropped. Great play, and a flag there on Mo Lacasse. I want to see the replay here. I'm not sure. What do you think of that call?
I personally agree, Brent. I was going to tell you there was a lot of contact. If this was tackle football, of course not. But in flag football, Mo did. What actually bugged Abigail Perrault in that catch, according to me, is the contact and not a play on the ball. Right there. You see? That little extension of the arm that we saw after she tried to touch the ball. If they contact each other only because she got there, there's no problem. But once they made contact and she extended her arms while Abigail still had the opportunity to catch the football, that's when I believe illegal contact or defensive pass interference will be called, and that's the call that was made on the field.
All right, so fresh to the downs, 1st down now at the 1-yard line for McMahon and his offense. He gets the snap. He looks to his left. Fastball over the middle, caught in for the touchdown, Thomas Cote.
Thomas Cote just made one of the most difficult catches that exists in football. It may not look that impressive. It may not make a Sports Center top 10 for the people at home, but trust me, the fact that he's going inside, he's so close to Ben, and then that ball right here, you see it is just thrown so fast when he's he's off balance, manages to catch it anyway. A ball he barely had the time to see. What a play, what a catch. And this game continues being exciting and tit for tat here, Brent.
I mean, if you're at home watching this game on YouTube, hey, listen, make a clip, put that on Instagram, put it anywhere you want, social media. Great play right there by Cote.
Just tag flag plus.
Yeah, exactly. Pass the end zone picked off by Lacasse. I don't think she's going to run it back. No, she doesn't. She's deflagged by Perrault. But now we see, Nick, here, 22 seconds on the clock. I know, again, you have that 30-second rule. 30 seconds is more than enough time. 8 seconds less, still some time to do something if you're Plenty of Fish.
Absolutely. And what about Mo Lacasse making it work on both sides of the field? She just made an important interception to keep the game to 1 possession. Now she needs to lead her team to another offensive drive to extend their 1-point lead. I said 1 possession earlier to keep the lead to 1 point. Now she wants to extend that 1-point lead before the halftime break.
So Lacasse, Daniel, and Galina to her left. She gets a snap. She goes to the sideline. Ojea once again. Kind of gets pushed out of bounds a little bit there by McMahon. 1st down, no, for Ojea and his offense. Maggie Gervais to slot on the right to the immediate left of Ojea. Pass, and that pass goes out of, just a little bit wide of the intended target there. And that will do it for the half.
Final score after 20 minutes of play, 20-19 in favor of Plenty of Fish.
So Brent-Pecon started with the ball.
Which means Plenty of Fish gets the ball back to start the second half. So they will have the opportunity to extend that 1-point lead, which we weren't able to do with 6 seconds left here.
So we saw, again, help by the whistle, saved by the bell, if you will. Kind of a defensive stop, I guess you could say, from Brent-Pecons at the end. But defensively, I mean, we've seen both teams march the field, not too many deep shots. We've seen both teams methodically march down the field and get the ball into the end zone. What do you want to see out of both defenses in the second half?
What I want to see from both defenses is trying to be a little bit more aggressive. Yes, Mo Lacasse has had an interception for a convert, and Teo Ojea has had an interception, a real one in the normal play, if you allow me. But I want to see a little bit more aggressivity, a little bit more pass breakups, and a little bit more risk-taking. Now, mind you, it's easier for me to say here as a commentator in the booth rather than these teams that don't want to necessarily try to become the hero and maybe make a mistake. Sometimes you say, hey, we're in this championship because we play our game. I do my 1/5 when I'm on the field, or my 1/6 rather, and that is how we got here. So I'm just going to do my 1/6, but I'd like to see some players try to be a hero a little bit more for the entertainment factor.
All right, we look at both quarterbacks like we talked about. Obviously, the matchup, Lacasse against McMahon. Quickly, if you can, just talk about the quarterbacks and their play so far in the first half.
I believe we haven't seen Ben McMahon use one of his biggest tools so far, his legs. And I think that could really change the game. In terms of Maud Lacasse, she's playing incredibly so far, and I have nothing to add to her game. She's doing a great job on offense and defense.
All right, we're going to shoot it down to our sideline interviewer, Yvon Salaman Jr. Yvon, over to you.
OK. Donc là, je suis présentement avec Thomas Côté, Defensive Player of the Year dans la catégorie Coed 2. Là, vous perdez par 1 en présentement. Ça va être quoi la stratégie défensive pour revenir dans le match et pouvoir gagner le trophée?
Écoute, en ce moment, il place bien la balle, il trouve l'entre-zone. Fait qu'il va falloir trouver falloir trouver une faille là-dedans. On va essayer de changer les joueurs de place un peu puis essayer de peut-être un peu de confusion avec la QB.
Parfait. Donc, ils ont Maud Lacasse de l'autre côté. Elle a gagné l'athlète féminine de la division. C'est quoi que tu penses que tu peux faire pour la perturber?
Je pense que c'est une joueuse d'expérience, c'est sûr. C'est difficile. Elle a déjà été dans des moments comme ça. Mais ouais, comme j'ai dit, un peu changer le coverage, faire des rotations dans le back-end. Puis c'est ça, on va essayer de la déranger un peu. Avoir un bon rush aussi, ça serait bon. Nos filles font de la bonne job là-dessus. Fait qu'on va essayer de concrétiser.
Parfait. Et de votre côté, vous avez Ben McMahon, un vétéran aussi de la Ligue, qui est votre QB. Donc, tu te sens comment à l'avoir derrière toi? Puis c'est lui qui mène le bateau en offense.
Ouais, comme tu as dit, vétéran, j'ai entièrement confiance en lui. Fait que quand il est dans le huddle, il est très intelligent puis il sait qui va être open. Fait que j'ai entièrement confiance en lui pour qu'on puisse gagner avec lui cette game-là.
Parfait. Donc voilà, j'avais Thomas Côté avec moi et bonne chance pour le reste du match. Et on retourne avec vous, Nick et Brent.
So second half coming up, again, a 1-point game, right? 20-19. Who do you think has the edge right now in this contest?
I don't believe anybody clearly has the edge. If I had to decide though, I would almost give it to the Benprocons. Why? Because they threw an interception, yet it's still a 1-point game. And we both know. I was talking to the Team USA flag football head coach actually last week at the World Championships, and he told me, in this sport, 2 interceptions, you should win the game. And for some people that might sound, or even say 2 interceptions, pardon me, 2 turnovers. So just the ability to create 2 turnovers against an elite team should be enough to win you the game. Plenty of Fish forced an interception. It's not just a turnover on downs. So I believe they actually have the slight advantage, but I think it's very tight.
So I like where your head's at, and that coach obviously I think has some correct advice. I had a chance a couple of seasons ago to talk to Kevin Wyeth, the golden FPF, right? The greatest quarterback of all time. Some would say greatest player as well. He told me the same thing. If you can get 2 stops in a game, you should never lose the game.
Exactly. So because Plenty of Fish already has an interception, yet it's a 1-point game, I think the Benprocons have the slight advantage. I think at the end there I said Plenty of Fish. Sorry for the confusion. There's a lot happening here.
Lacasse goes over the middle. She has Galena. Again, Galena, can he make a man miss? He can't. He gets tackled. Good job there by Perot, saving what would have been a touchdown. Nice post route, though, over the middle by Galena. Good job by Lacasse finding him. And then Galena, of course, getting a ton of yak yards.
And we forgot to say it earlier. Thank you for Yvon Salamon doing a great job on the sideline to remind us of this. Maud Lacasse won women's MVP in Co-Ed 2, this division, this spring, while Thomas Côté won Defensive Player of the Year. So some really stacked teams here with major award winners on both sides.
Yeah, so Lacasse right now, she has her offense humming. Quick explosive play to start off the second half of action. Ball at the 5-yard line. Lacasse gets it. She looks to the right now, to the left. Galena, and a rare drop there by the veteran Seth Galena. The ball went right through his hands. That would have been a touchdown. You know, Galena wants to have that pass back for sure. He did a nice out route there. Was able to beat the defender in Perot, but again, could not squeeze the ball to get it in for 6. So second and goal now for the Plenty of Fish offense. Galena and Daniel, the receivers to the right. The pass, and it's picked off there. Phil Roberts with the INT. A bad pass there by Lacasse. She was going to the corner route to Dylan Taylor, who was open, but she underthrew that ball by at least about 4 to 5 yards. Horrible pass leads to an interception right there. So Benprocons now first offensive drive of the second half after the INT.
And that's a tough blow for Plenty of Fish. Maud Lacasse, the last thing she wanted here, they had a chance to get up by more than 1 point. So basically stay at a 1-possession game most likely, but have a buffer that if the other team scores, it's actually a tie game or a 1-point lead. Not a situation now where the team could get ahead with a whole touchdown. which is what Ben McMahon will try to do.
McMahon gets the ball, goes to the sideline. Nice catcher. The receiver deflagged. Is Goulet deflagged by McLaren Thompson. We go back to that regular season meeting again in Week 10, which Plenty of Fish won. Lacasse was brilliant, going 17-23, 211 yards, 6 TDs, but she did have an INT. You saw she has an INT right now as well.
Now there's an INT on both sides of the field. I think that's what I was saying. I think the Ben Precons had a slight advantage, and now it's looking like the momentum will swing their way.
Second and about 2 here, long 2. McMahon gets flushed. He's going to run. He picks up the first down, gets past one defender but not another. McLaren Thompson tackles him, but not before the agile quarterback could pick up a first down.
This is what I mentioned that we were lacking in the Ben McMahon game so far in this Co-Ed 2 championship that we had seen plenty of in the Co-Ed 1 championship and all season. For anybody who's followed Ben McMahon through FPF, he's a dual threat quarterback, and that it makes it so hard for a defense to have to stop his ability to throw the ball and thread the needle down the field, paired with his ability to run when you finally manage to stop his offensive weapons. Now he's finally putting it together.
McMahon goes to the sideline again. Nice catch before going out of bounds by Phil Roberts. Roberts with a spin, a pickup for about 5 there on first down. So second and manageable facing this Bempercons offense. So we've seen so far, Nick, so Bempercon, they're having a lot of luck just going to the outside. We've seen a lot of outs or a lot of hooks to the outside. If you're the defense, how do you start taking some of those plays away?
Have to have your corners respect the sideline. It's a hard thing to do because then it opens up what we just see right there. Yep. The middle of the field where Abigail Perrault just caught this ball and excelled in the open space.
So good grab right there by Perrault, picking up a first down. So the ball right now for Bempercons, they have it at the Plenty of Fish. I want to say the 12-yard line right now. So they're driving. Again, they started this drive courtesy of an INT. Looking to punch the ball into the end zone here. McMahon gets the snap. He goes to his left. He's going to take off and run. Gets past Daniel into the end zone. First down, tackled just past the first down marker, but shy of the end zone.
When Ben McMahon gets into his running bag, especially if he's been successful through the air, he becomes almost unstoppable. And that's why he's one of the top quarterbacks in our league for the past years in multiple divisions.
So first and going off on the 2-yard line for this Bempercons offense. Getting the first meeting between these two teams, Bempercons went 5 for 5 in the red zone. Been pretty solid today as well. Let's see what McMahon has up his sleeve on first down. McMahon gets the ball. Quick shot over the middle. Caught by Roberts. Touchdown, Bempercons.
Phil Roberts, such an experienced receiver in flag plus football, and his connection with Ben McMahon is unparalleled. I've seen him hit defenses deep, hit defenses in the intermediate zone, and hit defenses short where it counts the most in the red zone. And right now, with that connection, a strike for the Bempercons to get ahead in this ball game.
1-point convo attempt back at the end zone. Nice catch there by Cote. Catches the ball before hopping out of bounds. Nice throw and an even better catch.
The defensive player of the year in Co-Ed 2 gets a 1-point convert and makes it a 6-point game.
So the lead now 26-20 in favor of the Bempercons. Second drive of the second half here for Plenty of Fish. Of course, their first drive, ended in a turnover interception off the arm of Lacasse to Phil Roberts. Lacasse probably wants to atone for that mistake. Let's see if she can. Lacasse gets the ball, looks to her right, quick pass to the flats. Chevrier with the grab. She gets deflagged a little short of the first down. And we see, I know yesterday we had a conversation about pockets. Obviously, there's no pockets on any of the players here on the field this afternoon, but we saw Eloise Lefebvre, number 12. She went to deflag the player, and you could tell she was shaking her hand immediately after making a tackle.
Of course, we have the rules of no pockets in any respectable flag football league, and flag plus football is no exception, to avoid finger injury. But despite the pockets, there's plenty of potential for finger injury in flag football when players are running so fast and making such big moves, and you're coming quickly to try to deflag them. Your finger can get stuck, and it can hurt. It's part of the game, I guess.
Yep, and part of the game right there was a nice catch by Galina and a tackle, but a flag holding is going to go against Cote there, so it's going to be a first down. So you see on the replay here, so Galina makes a catch. Good grab right there. McMahon almost got the pass deflection. And we see the hold right there of the shorts by Thomas Cote.
And Galina was also looking at the referees and asking for that flag to come out. And he got it.
Galina's ref a couple of years here in FPF as well. Not recently, but he has worn the zebra stripes over his tenure here in FPF. He knows how to get a call.
You would think those guys would be the nicest ones with the rest, but oftentimes just not the case.
Lacasse now to the end zone, wide open, caught, touchdown, Dylan Taylor.
Beautiful execution by Maud Lacasse. She didn't just see that Taylor was open. She threw him open with anticipation, and that's the mark of a great quarterback. Maud Lacasse is having a hell of a ball game on the defensive end and the offensive end, and you just saw in the replay, she even pumped faked the defense earlier in the play, so it seemed like it was designed. She knew she was going there. She wanted to move the safety short towards her left to attack the middle of the zone, and that's what she did, and she executed it perfectly.
And you talk about throwing a player open. I mean, so that's, I guess, what you're alluding to, right? I mean, for the people that don't know at home, being a receiver that you are, right? I mean, how
was.
Yeah, so
now we're retired.
Okay. I mean, you still play in FPF.
I play, but I'm not that good anymore.
I'll finish my thought after this play. Pass, the middle of the end zone. Nice leaping grab there by Galina. The convo is good.
And credit to Maud Lacasse from this play. It's the fact that she rolled out to the right, moved the defense. Galina just had to find the sweet spot. And then, great, of course, he had to make the leaping catch. But she basically got him open by becoming a threat by moving towards her right. You were saying, Brent?
I was going to say about throwing a receiver open. I mean, how important is that as a quarterback? Again, we have some quarterbacks at home watching, right? If you could just explain, what does that mean to throw somebody open?
Well, throwing somebody open is the fact of realizing, anticipating that they will be open soon. And if you throw that ball before the cut or as they're doing it, you can get them open instead of waiting for them to be open and then throwing it. And sometimes the defense then has a time to close that gap by the time you make that decision. I'll give you a player that's really good at that in this league. It's not a traditional quarterback necessarily. It doesn't have a cannon of an arm. Yvan Salomon. His ball is a floating ball most of the time, but when he throws it, there's so much anticipation, so much knowledge and understanding of the game that you feel like as a receiver that you're not open. He throws the ball in the air, and by the time you get to it, you're wide open. And sometimes with other quarterbacks that have so much arm talent and they rely on it, you're actually open and waiting for the quarterback to throw it, and by the time he throws it, you're not open anymore. That's the difference. I don't know if that was clear, but I hope it was.
That's pretty clear. Thank you for that, sir. Saw a catcher on the previous play. First down by Goulet. And that pass actually goes right through her hands. So one big play by Goulet, but a drop right there.
Goulet said, I only catch the ball when you guys are talking about something else. If you're describing it, I want to hear about it.
There you go. So the ball right now, just past midfield. I want to say it's at about the Plenty of Fish 22, maybe 23-yard line here. Second down, McMahon gets a snap. He looks to his right. He's going to run to the left. McMahon makes one player miss. And another finally pushed out of bounds, tackled by Ojea, just shy of the end zone.
I want to sound like a broken record, but when Ben McMahon gets going on the two aspects of his game, he's almost unstoppable. Look at the speed right here in the move. Whoop! Little juke. He's very good at making great moves while also avoiding flag guarding by moving his hands away from his flags and also using his hands as a counterbalance to his body to make sure he can make moves that are very, very sharp, change of directions that are very sudden while keeping his balance. What an incredible flag football player, this Ben McMahon.
So first and goal now, ball at the 3-yard line from McMahon in his offense. McMahon goes to his right, past the end zone, just out of the reach of the outstretched arms of Alyssa Goulet.
And that's unfortunate because Goulet made a great job getting open on that pivot route. She faked as if she was running a 5-yard in and then broke it violently back out and put her defender in a blender, if you allow me the expression. It's very hard for them to cover her in that situation. And Ben just lacked a little bit of precision there. After I praised his ground game, he just, he couldn't keep it up. I was glazing a little bit too much. So he had to miss on that throw, unfortunately. Looking to get in the end zone for the next one, though.
Second and goal now. Perot with the snap. McMahon looks to the left. He goes straight to Perot. Can she get past the tackle? Yes, she does. She's in for the touchdown.
This one's almost too easy for McMahon and Perot. A crossing route. Nobody followed, or if there was a person following, they were trailing a little bit too much. And in that case, Ben's not going to miss twice in a row. Yes, it was Lane's defense, actually. So nobody was assigned to follow. They're all covering their own corridor, and therefore they need to pass off Abigail, who's going across the entire field. And that's hard to do when she's so close to Ben, to communicate fast enough for somebody to intercept that ball or put a hand on it before it gets to Abigail.
So 32-27 lead, 5-point game. Peppercorns in front. They're going to go for the 1-point combo. A little surprising they don't go for the 2 here. Pass down to Perot.
Very similar play.
Yeah,
they're going to call that a flag catch. Exactly. They're going to say Perot caught that ball and then dropped it after the contact in the end zone. They're going to call the contact legal, but Perot's not too happy about that. She feels like Ojia hit her a little bit too hard. She gave a little bit of attitude getting back up. Good for her. Good for Perot. She's such a nice player. She's always smiling. She's always kind to everybody. I like to see a little bit of swagger from her for the first time here.
That's great. Listen, she's having a big game, right? She's arguably been the top offensive player for her squad here in this game, making a number of key catches for Brempicon. So now the lead is 6 points, 33-27 in favor of the team in blue. The cast down back on the field with her offense. Can she tie this game up? Let's find out. Pass to the flat. Smart play over to Chevrier. Chevrier gets to the sideline. She gets tackled by Goulet, rather by Lefebvre.
Am I right to say Perot has 2 touchdowns in the game so far, and the next convert that we just saw?
Yeah, she's making plays for her squad, and saw a play right there by Chevrier. So some snapper to snapper love right there. Both snappers making an impact in this contest. And snapper, I don't know about you, Nick, but I feel like snapper and flag football, that's kind of like they play the role of the tight end.
You can see it that way, of course, especially with a bigger body player, but I've also seen smaller formats, if you allow me, smaller players playing that position and really acting like a slot receiver, traditional slot receiver you'd see in a 11-on-11 NFL type style of football.
So we see a grab there by the snapper once more, Chevrier twisting and turning her way upfield.
But definitely, if we think, for example, of the Canadian national team that's quite popular right now, Anthony Auclair, who was a tight end. Yeah, he was a tight end for the Super Bowl champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers for Super Bowl 55. And now he has a very similar role of using his big body and his frame for the Canadian national team, which got him a bronze medal.
The cast going to the end zone. Jay is open. Oh, I couldn't haul it in. That pass was just a touch behind him. He was open. He had a step or two on the defender. But again, the pass by Lacasse, not exactly where it needed to be.
Ojea, who had the opportunity to give us an Odell-esque catch, could have been the talk of Flag Plus Football Championship weekend on our social media if he managed to snag that one. Fortunately, wasn't able to.
I've seen him make more than a few one-handed catches before. I'm a little surprised he didn't come up with that grab.
Hey, that's all the credit to this player. For you to expect such a catch from him, that says a lot about his talent.
High snap, crowd in by Lacasse. Has Ojea on drag route. Smart play right there by the quarterback. Able to pick up the first down for her squad.
Lacasse goes right back to Ojea, who wasn't able to snag that big catch earlier, or the play right before. I love when quarterbacks do that. It's not always on purpose, but when they're able to, if you go back to a player who just got a drop, even if it was a drop that they're probably not mad about, it just puts that receiver right back into the mood, right back into the momentum. It's smart veteran play, and I love when I see quarterbacks try to do it.
So fresh set of downs, first and goal for Plenty Fish. They have the ball, looks like about the 9-yard line here. Lacasse waits the snap. She gets it, goes to her right, now throws over the middle, back in the end zone, caught by Daniel for the touchdown. We waited a little longer than we thought we would, but Alessandro Daniel makes his presence felt in this championship game.
Absolute laser from Maud Lacasse. Please look at this replay from home and see how that ball comes out of her hand. Whew! Almost heard it zip out of her hand. Perfectly placed for star receiver Alessandro Daniel at the back of the end zone. Maud Lacasse can sling it with anybody in this league. And I just came back from the World Championships in Dusseldorf. I saw some of the best quarterbacks in the world. She has arm talent that's way up there. Trust me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not just talking about the women's game.
No, you're absolutely right. So we see a timeout call here. I'm wondering right now, Nick, if Brempicons are challenging that play, that catch, I should say.
Would they claim that maybe he didn't, he stepped on that back line? That could be it.
That's what I'm imagining. I couldn't think it would be anything else.
Same here. Let's see. We're going to get the news pretty soon. I see that the referee crew is talking to the Brempicons at the opposing end zone from where we're situated here at Complexe Sportif CN here in Brossard on the south shore of Montreal. Either way, if they do challenge, the refs are going to have to come here. And yes, we're seeing the refs use the communication device that we have in our video referee, Léo Gervais, who's also our head referee here at Flag Plus Football, is listening to the claim. It's going to go upstairs to our producer extraordinaire, Ali Reza, look at his screen, and make the evaluation. Leo, any way you can tell us what the challenge is?
Yeah, the challenge is that the receiver didn't catch the ball, and they weren't grounded when they caught the ball. They caught it out of bounds. Okay.
Thank you so much. So you got it directly from our head referee and video review official. He's now headed to the review booth. And something that's very fun for Flag Plus football fans is the video review you're currently seeing on screen is exactly what will be evaluated by Léo Gervais. And Brent, seems like he's in to me.
Yeah, it looks like he's in.
As close as can be.
And again, and don't forget, right, in FPF, all you need is 1 foot in. You don't have to get 2 feet in bounds.
Exactly.
So you see, of course, the receiver on that play was Alessandro Daniel. Don't forget, he won the Co-Ed 4 championship yesterday with his team, Vodka Red Bull.
They were playing 5 versus 6. Incredible. On offense, he caught 4 touchdowns in that game. And on defense, he was playing rusher. He tipped at least 3 balls from the opposing quarterback at the line of scrimmage.
I think he had about 3 or 4 sacks, too.
That's right.
So his left foot did go out of bounds, but his right foot came down first.
I'm not even sure his left foot went out of bounds, to be honest, Brent. Let's see the call.
It's going to be close. And again, it's called a touchdown on the field, right? So you need indisputable evidence that it's not a touchdown.
It's confirmed that the right foot was down, regardless of what happened with the left foot. And it was down first. And it's a league where we only need 1 foot on the ground to confirm a catch. Therefore, it was a touchdown.
So the game is all tied up at 33 now after the big TD grab by Daniel. About 3.5. There you go. So
Thank you so much, Leo.
Yeah, Leo Gervais saying, so again, the right foot, like I said, came down. The ball stopped rotating, which is, again, that's the hallmark of a grab, of a catch. You have to stop the rotation of the football for it to be a catch. Daniel did that, and like I said, he got his right foot in bounds before the left foot went out. So 1-point convo attempt here. Lacasse looking to take a 34-33 lead. Let's see what happens. The cast to the end zone, jump on. That's easily picked off. The defender saw that the entire way. So 33-33 is your score. Just over 3 minutes remaining here in the second half of this championship matchup between the Brentprecons and Plenty of Fish, of course, doing battle for the Co-Ed 2 Flag Plus Football Championship.
Eloise Lefebvre was the author of that interception in the convert attempt. That being said, Maud Lacasse, I think, just had a brain freeze there because she literally threw it directly to her. Either that or simply, missed her throw. Sometimes the ball doesn't come out of the hand of the quarterback the way they wanted it to. And so I believe that's what happened here. Either or, we're all tied up now. And the Brentprecons now have a chance to get in the lead with less than 3 minutes left in the game. And Ben McMahon is going off running on his own. What a play. By the young quarterback.
Yeah, big run right there by McMahon, right up the middle. Avoided the sack attempt by Daniel, taken down by the second rusher in Julian McLaren Thompson, but well past the first down. So first down at the 9-yard line. So a huge run right there by McMahon. Let's see what he has up his sleeve now here with a fresh set of downs for this Brentprecon offense. Play gets whistled in. McMahon gets a snap, goes to the flat once again to Perot. That play has been money all game. We see McMahon now going to a quick huddle here. About 2 minutes and counting remaining in the contest.
And you see McMahon look back at the play clock, and I think he's thinking about time management now. Of course, as we hit the 2-minute warning, it's going to be pro clock. Will he try, unlike in this Co-Ed 1 game that we saw, to make sure to tell his entire team, hey, do not get in the end zone too quick. Ideally, we don't want to give Maud Lacasse and her highly explosive offense the ball with any time left. In the ideal world, we want to score with 1 second on the clock. That'd be ideal. There's 0, right? Of course, it's harder said than it's easier said than done. But you don't want to give her the ball back with 1:30. That's for sure.
So now they have the ball. The Brentprecons at the 6-yard line. The time did get stopped because of the 2-minute warning. The pro clock pass it in zone. Nice bubble, but good catch right there by Roberts. Took a second effort, but he made the grab. So now his team is up 39-33 with 1:55 left. in the contest. And so now they're going for the onside attempt right here instead of going for the 1 or 2 point convo. We see a lot of teams in a higher division do that. I'll tell you why. If you can get, Nick, this conversion, if you get it converted, obviously you want to get a touchdown. If you can, that's great. You take an even bigger lead. But if you can at least get a first down, then you control the clock the rest of the game.
Absolutely. So they said, look, we don't have enough downs here. It's pro clock. We're too close from the end zone. We don't have time to milk the clock. Let's score right away. Go for our our onside kick attempt, and then we'll be able to milk the clock. I see it. I didn't even think of that. So that's really, they were one step ahead of me there. That being said, you do need to.
You have to make sure you convert it.
You need to make it. Yeah, that's a pretty big task. Now, mind you, if you were following with us earlier, in Co-Ed 1, just the game right before, Ben McMahon did manage with his team, which had a lot of the cast that's currently here. Phil Roberts was on that team, Abigail Perrault as well. They managed to get the first down. So let's see if they do it again.
Pass to Dante Girardi. Here's a pass here, an attempt. Deep shots and a fall incomplete. So now here's what happens, right? Again, for you guys at home that aren't sure what happens with the onside, you have to get the ball to midfield if you're McMahon and his offense. They started the ball not after 10, how you usually start an offensive drive. They started after 5. You have to get the ball past midfield for you to continue having the ball. They didn't do it here. 2 things of note, though. First off, if Plenty of Fish had picked off the ball, they would have got the ball from wherever the defender was tackled after that. Because that ball fell incomplete, they now get the ball at their opponent's 5-yard line. But something I wanted to say to you before that play happened is, it's not the worst thing in the world, because now you get the ball back to your opponents at the 5-yard line.
And they're going to be forced to score fast as well.
Exactly.
And therefore, you at least have a chance to reply instead of if you had went for the convert and then giving them an entire drive, a perfect opportunity to milk the clock and score at the end and get the walk-off. So this is almost reversed thinking of a tackle football for those who are used to that, but it's the beauty of flag football.
So the pass over the middle, a touchdown right there, an easy play. That's Alessandro Daniel, second straight touchdown for him. For the 5th-year player, so he gets the ball into the end zone.
And that will tie the game up. So once again, now there's 2 opportunities. They need to convert to, and they're going for
exactly. I was going to say that. They're going for it as well now, exactly.
Brent, this is there you go. Elite flag football out scheming that's going on.
There you go. This is Madden. You put that word as a 99 right here. I mean, that's pretty smart thinking by both squads right here. So again, the same rules apply. They have to get the ball, being Plenty of Fish, past midfield for them to continue the offensive drive, or they can score a touchdown on this play. We'll have to see what happens.
And if they miss, that also puts Ben and his team at the 5-yard line, and they'll also be forced to score fast. So you also get a chance to reply. This is some genius play. And once again, if you're not that experienced in flag football, this may be confusing. So we hope we can explain it for you, because even us, we weren't sure this was going to happen.
So Lacasse gets the ball here. She looks to her left. She's going to the right. She's taking a deep shot to Ojea. Ojea's open. Caught. First down. Plenty of Fish. Theo Ojea, the Hall of Famer, extends this drive for his squad.
Before we got on air, Brent, you told me in private that Phil Ojea was one of the greatest flag football players Flag Plus has ever seen. He's in the Hall of Fame. 100%. He's one of the top. He's considered one of the GOAT receivers in this league that's been existing for multiple years. And at one of the biggest moments in championship weekends, he proves why he is that, to get the onside kick for his team, successful onside kick, and potentially put them in a position to win this championship.
And the only question I have here on this is, if it's surprising that they elected to keep Eloise Lefebvre. Again, she's a great defender, don't get me wrong. But they've tried time and time again to go after her with Theo Ojea, and it's pretty much just the deep shots haven't been accurate in terms of where the ball's been placed, but he's their best receiver on the team. You figured they would try to at least roll some coverage over his way.
Well, at least Phil Roberts was actually on that matchup, Brent. Yes, it's just I think he misjudged that football because he didn't jump in the moment when Ojea went for the peak of the ball, went to the apex of the ball to make that great play. Phil didn't jump, and I'm not blaming him. It's a harder thing to do once you're on the field. Track the player, make sure you're in coverage, and then jump at the highest point when the ball's not intended for you, but rather for him.
So the pass to Ojea, he's tackled immediately by McMahon after a minimal gain. So the ball, the previous play because of the onside play, was put at the 4-yard line. So it's tackled now, and smart job by Ojea not going out of bounds here again. So now the clock is running. This game is all tied up at 39-39.
Well played by Ben McMahon, because Phil Roberts was actually trailing against Ojea, who did a drag route from the far right of the field all the way to the left, and it was man-to-man, I guess on that side at least, and he was linked. Ben McMahon identified that, came down, and made sure to get the flagpole, the potential touchdown-saving flagpole.
So about 35 seconds remaining in the contest. Lacasse gets the snap. And you can tell, yeah, she's going to take the sack. Smart play right there. Take the sack. You lose only a couple of yards. That doesn't matter. So it's going to set up 3rd and goal from the 4-yard line. Smart, heady play by the veteran quarterback in Maud Lacasse.
Because if you're Plenty of Fish, you just want to have the opportunity to either score with no time left on the clock or go to overtime. That's all you want. You do not want to give a second to Ben McMahon and his offense in the event, in the possibility that you score or not. Either way.
So here comes Lacasse now on 3rd down. She bobbled the ball and she gets sacked. Not the outcome she wanted on that play.
Alissa Goulet almost intercepted that ball after tipping it. That would have been an absolute nightmare for Plenty of Fish. I was saying the only opportunity here is either they score or they go to OT. That would have been a possibility where they lose.
So here it is on big 4th down from the 5-yard line.
For people at home wondering why there's 0 seconds on the clock and we're still going to play one more down, it's because this 5+ football CFL rules apply in that sense in terms of
one time down.
Yes, sir. Canadian style football, we do play with 0 seconds left.
So here we go. This is the play of regulation. Lacasse and her offense, ball at the 5. Can she get it in or can Bremprecons make a stop? Let's find out. Ball to the end zone. Ojeo over his head. He was open, but the pass was too high. Overtime coming up between Bremprecons and Plenty of Fish.
And Brent, this will be our first overtime period of this 2026 Flax Plus Football Spring Championship Weekend.
So I'm going to explain how overtime works. Each team has 3 possessions to get the ball into the end zone. If you're, and there's a trick though to it. So let's say whoever starts with the ball first gets a 1-point convo. So let's say Plenty of Fish scores a 1-point convo. Bremprecons gets a chance to get the ball. They then have to go for 2. If you start with the ball first and you want to go for 2, the other team could go for 1. You go back and forth again. Like I said, each team has 3 possessions to try to get the ball into the end zone. Don't go anywhere. Of course, coming up next, we have the co-ed 5v5 championship game between the Airbuds and the IG team. First place IG team, second place Airbuds. Going head-to-head, both teams split the regular season meetings, 1 game apiece. But, of course, one of the big storylines hanging over that contest will be Kwesi Gordon-Mall, who went down in the last game here that we had due to a lower body injury. He is definitely out for this contest, and how will that affect the Airbus defense? He is their play caller and their best player on defense.
It's a tough blow for that team. Let's be honest here. He's irreplaceable. You can scheme in a way to make the hole that he leaves on your team less important. You can motivate yourself. You can try a lot of things, but you cannot replace Kwesi Gordon-Mall. As soon as we're able to get an update on his physical condition, we will get back to you because we also care about him on a human side of things. His injury had seemed quite serious. And now that I'm saying this, I'm wondering if he's not the player I'm seeing right now. And you can see on your screen at the very end of the end zone here, next to Maud Lacasse, right on the left of the exit door, doing a B-skip currently. Is that not Kwesi Gordon-Mall, who seems to be back? Was his injury a lot more fear than actual seriousness? That potentially is what happened, and I'd be glad if that's the case. I think so. Yes, I think Kwesi Gordon-Mall it is. I have the confirmation from production here that Kwesi Gordon-Mall is on his feet and warming up, Brent. Absolutely. So it seems like it was in French we say plus de peur que de mal. I don't know if you can translate that correctly. It seems like he's fine. Great news.
I don't know. It's great for him and great for his team again.
He's doing a full B-skip across the field. We got it on camera.
That is Kwesi. That is Kwesi. And Kwesi's been injured pretty much the whole year. He'd be the first one to tell you that. He's an old man now, Kwesi. But yeah, I see him. He's warming up there. I mean, listen, if there's one guy that could that's going to try and tough it out and get out there, it's going to be Kwesi Gordon-Mall.
Well, that's great news. We thought he might have a torn ACL, let's be honest.
Yeah.
So we're quite happy here.
I mean, when you plant your leg and your knee goes one way and your foot goes the other, I mean, usually it's a torn something, but hey. Could be some painkillers. Dr. Needleman made a visit to Kwesi Gordon-Mall. You never know. Anyways, hopefully he'll be able to play, and it looks like it at least because of your ace reporting right there that he will be playing in this next game again. Like we said, it's going to be the IG team against the Airbuds co-ed 5v5 championship. But of course, before we get there, we have to settle this game here. Fantastic shootout for the co-ed 2 championship between the Plenty of Fish and Bremprecons. So this is our first overtime game, obviously. Let's pick a winner. Who do you have in this contest?
Remind me the rules. You said the first one needs to go for 1 or 2, and after that you're forced to go for 2.
Yeah,
Is
so
that correct?
So each team gets 3 possessions.
Yes.
So necessarily doesn't really matter what you decide to do. You have automatic 3 possessions.
Perfect.
But how it usually is if a team goes for 1, then the other team would have to go for 2.
Automatically, they're not allowed to try to tie. Got it. In that case, because there's going to be teams that are going to be forced to go for 2, I'll give a slight advantage to Ben McMahon for his ability to run with the ball when you go for a 2-point convert.
Okay.
And not to say Maud Lacasse can't run with the ball. We've seen her do it. She just doesn't have and she's quite good. She's nimble. She's athletic. She has good change of direction. But Ben McMahon is elite at that.
True.
And I believe in a 2-point convert battle, which it could ultimately fall into, Ben McMahon has a slight advantage. That being said, the weapons that Maud Lacasse has,
she has the height on her
arsenal,
side. Yeah.
Exactly.
That's
what I'm speaking about. Daniel as well as Ojea, and she has an absolute cannon of an arm. So let's see.
So that's what she does. She's going for 1. Pass. Ojea easily gets into the to the end zone. So 1-point combo there for Theo Ojea, and Plenty of Fish. They take a 40-39 lead. First possession of overtime. Yes,
right, so now the other Ben and the Ben Percons are going to go twice in a row.
So it's like obviously fantasy football is coming up for a lot of different teams, myself included. So it's basically as if you have the first or the last pick, right? So let's say they're going first. So now Team B, which in this case is Ben Percons, they have 2 shots in a row. So they're going for 1 here. So my man gets the snap, goes to the end zone, caught by Cote. Out route there, Cote getting to the spot in front of Ojea. So like I said again, Replicons, they have the ball again because the ABBA format, ABB. So it looks like they're going to go for another 1-point convo here.
So we're all tied up here.
Yep, 40-40.
1 point again for the Ben Percons.
My man gets a snap, slant route, nice catch, flag on the play, but I believe it's going to go against Gervais in the defense. Great grab by Stanescu. And you talked earlier, Nick, you talked about going back to a receiver who drops the ball. We saw McMahon do that earlier. He did it late as well.
Stanescu with the and 1.
Yep.
I like to say so much contact here, so much traffic, and she still made that catch. And I don't mean to say that Gervais was trying to purposely make a bad play or anything like that. She's in tackle football, that would have been a nice play. But in flag, no contact, right? So that play was penalized, yet Stanescu still made the catch.
Yep. So Plenty of Fish is going to get the chance with the ball. Pardon me, going to get the chance with the ball here.
The penalty will still apply. Brent, did you get to hear?
That's what I was trying to hear. That's what I was trying to hear. Yes, yeah, the penalty got waved off, obviously. So now it's... Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, the ball will be at the 5-yard. So if that was a major foul, that would have applied. Yeah, exactly.
But now it's just canceled.
Yeah, it's just a regular penalty.
So no and 1.
Yeah, exactly. So 41-40 lead for the Replicons. Lacasse gets the snap. She looks to the left, flush to the right, goes across the body to Ojea. Risky pass, but it paid off for Plenty of Fish.
Ojea for his second 1-point convert in this overtime period. You could tell Maud Lacasse is confident in targeting him in this crucial situation.
So second convert for Ojea in this overtime period. Replicons going for the 1-point convo once again. So depending on what happens here, again, 41-41 game. See what Plenty of Fish does here. Can they take the lead? Let's find out. Lacasse gets the snap. She looks over the middle, not to the right. Back to the middle, and she gets sacked.
And great defensive effort here by the Ben Percons. I don't want to take any credit away from Alyssa Goulet on this sack, but this is what we call a coverage sack in the jargon. Every single Plenty of Fish receiver was covered perfectly by the blue-shirted team's DBs.
See, and that's where, I mean, the snap wasn't incredibly high or anything, but that's where having, as a quarterback, having to jump to get your snap kind of throws off the rhythm sometimes. That might have been what happened to Goulet because she had to jump to get the ball, then she had to set her feet all over again. And that extra second or two of a delay gave the rusher and Goulet time to get home. So now this is it. And Leprechauns, they have a chance to take the lead and potentially get the win. McMahon gets the snap, quick pass to the end zone, knocked in the air, and goes out of play.
Ben is not happy with himself on that one. He just threw it a little bit too fast. He was a little too excited that he had the opportunity to hit Cote on a slant, and therefore didn't aim properly and hit Cote on his back shoulder while he's going inside. That's a hard catch to make. Cote still put out his right hand and almost made the grab, but it ultimately wasn't able to snag it. All right, so the
so extra overtime.
Both sides are done. We're now going into sudden death, Brent. In other words, if the Leprechauns score and Plenty of Fish don't score, the game's over. The Leprechauns don't score and Plenty of Fish score.
Yep,
the game's over.
Exactly.
All right.
Both teams scoring on the first two possessions, but not on the third. Slant pass. Center for Goulet. She couldn't make the grab. Good coverage right there by Chevrier, right in the back pocket. She might have got a hand on the ball there. Let's see on the replay. And great coverage right there by the defensive back and making sure not to get called for the PI or for a holding.
Annabelle Chevrier maybe making the play of the game. Let's see if we have her on the right angle. So, because it seems like it was happening on the other side. We'll see the end of it right here. Great effort at putting her right hand in there to tip that ball down without creating contact.
So here's a chance now. Plenty of Fish. Again, this game is tied up at 41.
It's for all the marbles now for the championship. If they score, they win.
Looking for the walk-off TD. Here we go. Lacasse gets the ball. Oh, miscommunication. Galena had the out route. He thought that ball was for Daniel. Daniel thought it was for Galena. Miscommunication for both receivers right there, and this game continues.
And just now, like I had maybe predicted here, Brent, that it could happen, if I understood correctly, Ben McMahon is asking for a 2-point convert, and that's when I think his ability to run with the ball can come into play. That being said, he was actually wrong because, well, he's not wrong. He's a little bit too ahead of himself because it's actually
it's Plenty of Fish has the ball.
Get the ball. And they have to also go for a 2.
That's what I was going to say. Exactly.
It's obligatory.
Yeah.
So Ben wasn't actually calling for the 2-point. He was confirming that that's what they have to do. And this is when I think that the Leprechauns will have the advantage because of Ben's ability to run. The defense will have to respect his running ability. Right. And then from there, he's allowed to throw.
So it's going to be a question of will his running ability
threaten the defense
enough, or will the height of these defenders, especially OJ, who's being covered by Brent McMahon here, will that win out?
Right.
Let's find out.
Cote is aligned on Daniel.
Pass to the end zone to OJ. He's wide open. Touchdown!
And Ben slipped.
Yeah.
Ben McMahon slipped pre-snap and completely got beat.
And you just knew the ball was going there.
Yes.
You knew the ball was going there 100%. Yeah, and that's just a turf monster guy, Ben, at the worst possible time. You hate to see that. Fantastic player is McMahon, and he has his team right in overtime, but that happens sometimes in football.
The beauty of this is that Ben McMahon is the quarterback of his team, and he now has the chance to make up for this himself, as he's the one who's going to be receiving the snap and throwing this ball or running it in.
That's it.
Let's see.
Let's see what he does.
This is for
all the marbles.
Exactly, for the survival of the Leprechauns. If they cross this blue line at the bottom of your screen here, they remain in this contest and they stay alive. If they do not, Plenty of Fish are your champions.
We have a touchdown. We have a stop. Let's find out. Pass over the middle off the hands of the receiver, Perot. Plenty of Fish are your co-ed 2 champions. Fantastic ending to an amazing game. Football is a game of interest, and we see why right there.
What a game. What an ending. Absolutely down to the wire. What more can you ask for, Flag Plus football fans? Our first OT period of this championship weekend, and it goes to the absolute wire of the OT period in sudden death. 2-point conversions were obligatory. What a game.
Fantastic ending right there. Again, 43-41 is your final. A huge victory for Theo Jaya and Plenty of Fish. Again, they were down in this contest, and they found a way to come back and keep on fighting. Again, fantastic end. And guys, this is finals weekend. This is what you can expect here in Brossard. When FPF does it, we do it big. Fantastic game between two great teams. Plenty of fish coming out on top. What are your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts are what a game. You said it all. What a game. What an event. This is the beauty of Flag Plus Football Championships. This is why we bring up all the hoopla, all the gadgets, the production team, the camera, the commentary, the video review, and all of it was featured today in this final matchup. Who will be our MVP?
I was going to ask you the same question. I was going to ask you the same exact question. Okay, so I'll take Theo J. Who do you got?
You say T.O.J. I think I might go Maud Lacoste. I think Maud Lacoste had a great game. I think she might deserve this one.
That's right. Although I will say, you know what? I'm looking at it right now. For Plenty of Fish, every single point that was scored on OT was scored by Theo J.
That's true.
But I mean, he did get the ball from Maud Lacoste.
You're right. And when we hesitate, oftentimes it usually means the quarterback's going to get it.
Yeah, that's true. That's
true.
But
we'll see in a few minutes here. Yvan Salomon, the third member of our crew, will be down with Plenty of Fish to celebrate their championship, Co-Ed 2 Spring 2026 Flag Plus Football Championship.
Yeah, it's a great ending to a fantastic game. Like I said earlier, I mean, you can't ask for anything more than that. Again, a lot of veterans on both sides. And right now, listen, for some players on Plenty of Fish, right, I want to go to my notes here for a second, right? Just in terms of championship rings, like we said, coming into this game was 40-6 in favor of POF. So, I mean, looking at some of these players, just adding ring after ring. So for Theo, that's his 8th. For Mold, that's her 5th. For Dylan, his 5th. For Seth, his 5th. For Julian McLaren, his 5th as well. So adding some more championship glory and lore, never a bad thing. We're going to shoot it down to Yvan Salomon on the sideline for a post-game interview.
We are here with the Spring 2026 Co-Ed 2 champs, Plenty of Fish, with Captain Seth Galina. Keon, get over here with that trophy and the banners. Plenty of Fish. We got the champs. Quick interview with Seth. Seth, Plenty of Fish, been around the block before. A little Co-Ed 1, a little Co-Ed 2. Now you have a Co-Ed 2 champion. What does this mean to you?
It's just like, we lost a lot of games in the winter, so we came out in the summer and we decided we weren't going to lose a lot of games. We lost one game the whole year. Shout out to Ben Percons. We knew it was going to be a crazy game. Both teams deserved to win. Neither team deserved to lose. I guess we made one more play.
It was an amazing thriller, overtime game. Seth, last question. I know you've gone back and forth, Co-Ed 1, Co-Ed 2. Where do you think Plenty of Fish really belongs?
We're clearly probably a Co-Ed 1 team, but if we fit in the cap, we fit in the cap.
That damn cap system. I'm going to have to talk to somebody I know. And let's get Keon over here to present the MVP to the game. It was tough between Mode, but it ended up going to Theo. Get over here, buddy. Get over here. We got rings now. Okay. All right. Now, for those of you that may not know, Theo has been in the league for a few years. It's possible he's won a few games and a few championships. But let me ask you a question. Now playing in what isn't a top division, you're playing Co-Ed 2 instead of Co-Ed 1, and of course, one of the GOATs of all time. What is it like playing in these games where it's more with your friends and maybe less the absolute highest level, even though it's still a big level, but maybe a little bit more friendly?
There's nothing like it. Playing with your homies, your childhood friends, it's special. So even though it's not the highest of levels, like I said, playing with your friends is a beautiful thing.
And what does it feel, obviously, to be the MVP of this game for your crew?
It's great. I would have given it to Mode myself, but thank you.
Hey, it was a tough choice between Mode and Theo. Again, that's Theo Ojea, one of the all-time GOATs and greats of FPF. Great dude on and off the field. This is your Co-Ed 2 champs. Plenty of Fish. Back to you guys.
Welcome back here, obviously. Jeff Rosenblatt doing the interview with player of the game, MVP Theo Ojea. I know we were going back and forth between Mode and Theo.
I hate to admit it.
I mean, either player was well deserving of it.
Jeff did say that it was tight, and they were considering Mode as well.
All right, so congratulations to Plenty of Fish on winning the championship. Again, great game. Any final thoughts?
Final thoughts is this was one of the best matchups this weekend, and both these teams, like they said in the post-game interview, none of these teams are Co-Ed 2 teams. They should both go up to Co-Ed 1, but if they fit the cap, they fit the cap, and Jeff said he might have to switch it out for such talented teams, but I think he was kidding.
So you know what? That's actually a good point that you bring up, because that's one of the storylines surrounding this Plenty of Fish team this season. Last season, in the winter season, they finished 1-9. Last spring, they finished 3-7, so hence why they dropped down for Co-Ed 1, where they were, to Co-Ed 2. Some people were complaining. They had a strong roster. They finished 9-1, obviously the champions. Definitely Co-Ed 1 is where they're going to be going next. Switching sides to Brembacons, where do you think they go from here?
I think the Brembacons had a great run, and honestly, they were so close to winning this championship. I feel a little bit bad for Ben. It's been 2 games in a row that he loses at the absolute wire, one to go into OT and one in OT. That being said, when you have Ben McMahon on your team, you're going to get to a championship game and you can compete year in, year out. The little things that they had to advantage. If this was any other, like one thing goes different and we're talking about them as champions this year. So I think they're right where they have to be and they need to rebuild this roster and be back next season.
There you go. And don't feel too bad for McMahon. He has a chance to win a Division B championship later this evening with the Silent Ticklers against Hard 8. Again, great game. 43-41. Plenty of Fish knocks off Brembacons to win your Co-Ed 2 championship. He's Nick Piermas. I'm Brent Bakken. Don't go anywhere. Again, the Co-Ed 5v5 championship game coming up between Airbuds and the IG team. And a little late breaking news, Kwesi Gordomal of the Airbuds, the defensive leader, who I said wasn't going to play due to a lower body injury. Well, you know what? Kwesi's going to suit up and play. He just came to see us. He's going to suit up and play for sure. So don't go anywhere. Make sure to tune into that game. See you soon. Welcome back to Brossard, home of the co-ed 5v5 championship matchup between the number 1 seed, the IG team, and the number 2 seed, the Airbuds. I'm Brent Balkin. I'm joined by my broadcast partner, Keon Cyrus. Keon, a huge game between these two teams, the rubber match of all rubber matches. Back in week 3, the IG team laid a whooping on Airbuds, beating them by a score of 43-12. Well, you know what? Airbuds returned the favor a couple weeks later, back in week 11 at Concordia. Airbuds winning that game in dominant fashion by a score of 32-13. Again, this is the rubber match, winner take all. What kind of game should we be expecting quickly?
I don't expect a blowout. I expect a much closer game in the finals with the fans there. It should be a good one.
All right, so we're going to shoot it down to the sideline. Anissa Bushmela has Fritz Senatus of the IG team ready for the interview. Anissa, over to you.
Donc, on est présentement avec Fritz de l'équipe IG Team pour la finale de la catégorie Co-ed 5. Est-ce que tu peux nous parler un peu de la saison que vous avez eue cette saison?
Okay, cette saison, moi j'ai joué seulement 5 matchs parce que peu importe, whatever. Puis on a eu des hauts et bas, on a perdu 2 gars, puis en ce moment on se retrouve en finale. Ça a été une bonne saison, I guess, man.
Est-ce que vous avez déjà affronté Airbuds, puis comment ça s'est passé?
First game of the season, on les a éclatés. La deuxième game de la saison, j'étais pas là. Bon, on a perdu à ce que j'ai entendu, mais j'étais pas là. Je sais pas comment c'était.
C'est quoi tes prédictions pour ce match?
Je pense que ça va être un gros match pour de vrai, mais je pense qu'on va gagner. On n'a pas le choix. C'est ça. Tu dois donner un score ou même pas? Ok, mais je pense qu'on va gagner, that's it.
Super, merci. De retour avec Kian et Brent.
All right, thank you, Anissa. So again, quickly, what are your keys to the game for either side?
For IG team, I think the dual threat quarterback tandem of Yvan Salomon and Samuel Mambo is going to be really key. And when you look at Airbuds, the defending champs in 5v5 co-ed, yeah. And I think the best thing for them is, again, keep things in front of them and always stay ahead of the game.
So one thing I talked about earlier, right, in the previous game, again, a fantastic game for the Co-ed 2 championship between the Brempercons and Plenty of Fish. Kwesi Gordamal in the game before that had went out due to a lower body injury. He had a chance to come up right after that Co-ed 2 game was done. He told me, yeah, I'm still playing. So he's going to be limited for sure. He has a bit of a bandage job going on his left knee, but credit to Kwesi, he's going to try and gut it out for his team, trying to win another championship. Great game. Again, the top 2 teams here in Co-ed 5v5. Here we go. Airbus starts with the ball.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. It's 5v5 now. Jeff Rosenblad's going for his 3rd championship of the weekend.
Yep. Rosenblad gets a snap. He looks over the middle. A lofter almost picked off. Great coverage right there. Charlene Vixamar in coverage.
Yeah, that was almost a question of did the ball stop rotation there? As we were seeing on the replay here, it was really tough, but fortunate for Airbuds, it was not an interception there.
I believe that was Constance Millar, I think.
Yep. It was Constance.
The second along now facing this offense. Rosenblatt gets the snap. He's going deep. Kwesi Gordamal is open. Touchdown. Gordamal says, don't worry about my knee. Just worry about catching me. And they couldn't catch him, and he gets the touchdown. 6-0 lead, second play of the game for Airbuds.
You hear Jalen Greaves talking about those predictions, Brent. But it looks like for Kwesi, at least in that stride go there, no need for that leg. He is completely fine as of now. Great stuff and opening the gates for Airbuds. For IG team, again, both teams have blown each other out in the regular season, but again, like I mentioned earlier, I expect a much closer contest. Let's see how they adapt for the verticality between Greaves and Kwesi Gordamal.
Snap to Rosenblatt, 2-point convo attempt. Second quarterback gets the ball. Nice move there by Greaves. He's going to try and run it in himself. He's deflagged by Senatus. So Mo Khan, the official, saying that he got in. Mike Jazz, the other official there on the sideline, saying that he didn't. So I'm going to have a meeting of the minds now between the officials.
And it looks like the 2 is good.
So 8-0 lead quickly here for the Airbuds.
Striking quick within less than 2 minutes in this ball game. Again, for IG team, let's see how they kind of adapt to it. They get the ball back second half at least, so let's see what Gucci and the rest of IG team could come up with on the first drive.
Yes, Samuel Mambo, number 2, known to everybody as Gucci, playing quarterback. He gets the ball. Quick pass on the out route to Hani Okana Lynch. Tackle right away by Emma Townsend Ashley. Of course, Okana Lynch and Townsend Ashley, members of Team Chaos in Women's A. Teammates usually, but opponents here this afternoon. Gucci, of course, taking over for Jean-Lee Alexi. Of course, Jean-Lee Alexi, the top quarterback of this IG team, the architect, along with his brother Jordanson, number one receiver, suspended for the rest of the season. Get to that a little later. Pass down the sideline. Senators with the grab. Good tackle, though, by Kwesi Gordamal, saving a touchdown. But it is a first down for Senators and his offense.
Yeah, that was a great ball there by Omambo there. Now we're going to kind of see for Kwesi Gordamal. Again, he was able to run the go route for his touchdown. But again, Fritz looked like he just got a step in front of him. We'll have to monitor that as we keep going in this game.
Of course, in the 5v5 format, different than the 6v6, and not just because of the amount of players on the field, but also the first downs and where teams start with the ball. In the 5v5 format, instead of starting at your 10-yard line like you would in 6v6, you start at your 5-yard line in the 5v5 format, and it's not every 10 yards. It's not a first down every 10 yards. It's a first down only at midfield, unless, of course, the defense takes a penalty.
Exactly. We're going to see now with first and goal at the 10-yard line.
So quick toss play over to the right side. Senators throws it back to Gucci, who's the quarterback now. Amambo tackle short of the end zone by Jalen Greaves. And I'll tell you what, Keon, I don't know how often you've seen the IG team play, but they'll do that play a lot where you have the snapper will snap the ball instead of to the quarterback. He'll snap it to a receiver. The receiver can run, or the receiver, in this case in Senators, ended up throwing the ball to Gucci Amambo.
Yeah, this group of, especially the gentlemen between Ivan, Gucci, especially as of late, and Fritz have a lot of experience more into 5v5. So again, seeing that side snap by Heidi to either option, it gets the defense really scrambling there. And fortunately for them, they were able to advance. They weren't able to score, but good job on them. We're going to see that more often than not.
And a pass right into the ground. So Isaiah Allard hasn't played that much rusher recently this season, at least. Playing more of a receiver and defensive back, but using his height against going up against, if I can try that again, against Amambo, who's equally as tall. That's why it makes sense to put Allard at rusher.
Yeah, no, it'll be an interesting battle for Allard and Omambo for the most part of this game. And again,
so quick snap, quick toss to Okana Lynch. She's in for the touchdown.
Again, good stuff for IG team, scoring 6 there, and in a span of 3 minutes, both teams scoring relatively quickly. And the thing is, with 5v5, first down to midfield, you only need 4 plays. So instead of these like first downs and 10 yards, you're kind of able to move the ball a bit more quicker at this point.
So quick play, and that's another play you'll see a lot around the goal line, especially in the 5v5 format. But the IG team, of course, running it as well. Quick snap, the quarterback goes behind center, right under center, and takes the snap, and the center just turns around in the end zone. Good play right there from Amambo to Okana Lynch.
Yeah, it'll be interesting now. Ivan Salaman is going to be the one taking the snap for the 2-point convert.
So looking to tie the game. They have 3 quarterbacks back there. Senators. Now Salaman goes as a receiver. Now Amambo trying to run. No, he passes it. The last second caught for the 2-point combo. Charlene Vixamar with the grab. So we're all tied up at 8. With just more than 14 minutes remaining here in the opening half, an exciting opening half so far.
Yeah, Charlene was open there for a good minute there. I was a bit worried that Omambo was not going to throw it to her, but nice no-looker. Kwesi Gordamal went towards the inside, bit in the inside, and then Charlene was able to get that tying the game at 8.
And that's one of the keys in this game. It's going to be the matchup with the females. I talked about Heidi Okana Lynch and Charlene Vixamar, 2 of the top players defensively, or just on the team in general, for the IG team. Okay, Jeff gets this. Rosenblatt gets a snap here. He's going deep again. Greaves is open, and he makes the pay. Touchdown, Jalen Greaves.
And you hear from the man himself. He is targeting you, Brent.
It's all right. I'm the one that writes the articles for 5v5 co-ed. It's all right.
I'm going to assume you picked IG team?
Yeah, I was wavering back and forth, to be honest with you, and I picked the IG team because, again, we'll talk about it. Obviously, Jean-Lee Alexi and Jordanson Alexi, the 2 brothers, suspended for the rest of the season due to their actions after that game there. Well, during the game, after the game down at Concordia back in week 11.
Right.
Most people wrote them off, right?
Yeah.
You lose your best 2 players, including your starting quarterback and your best receiver, and the Alexi brothers, and people think they're going to be left for dead pretty much. But you know what? This team is kind of galvanized the IG team. They've won 3 in a row. Obviously, they won a playoff game to get to this level, to get to this point, but they won 2 games in the regular season as well. So you figured maybe the loss of the 2 brothers is kind of inspired this team. And right now they're down 14-6. There's still plenty of football left.
Exactly.
14-8. Don't listen to Jalen Greaves. Plenty of ball left in this game. Greaves passed the end zone, out of bounds. So 14-8 is the lead.
I think if Greaves starts scoring more touchdowns as the games go on, his rants will be even louder. But again, it's very early in the game. Each team is scoring within like 3 minutes of their possessions. We're going to see now with IG team with Gucci under center, it looks like. And again, trying to respond. Again, conference could be a pivotal factor. We just watched a really great co-ed 2 finals that went into double or triple overtime there. And so let's see how things go now. Gucci with the ball under center.
Gucci passed back and knocked away by Isaiah Allard. So I give me a little stare there to Gucci.
Again, having Isaiah there for the length is going to be very pivotal for this Airbuds defense. And again, with Gordon Mall, with Constance, with Emma and Jalen in the backfield or the back end of the defense. Again, I think that for the IG team, they specialize with the multiple quarterback switcheroos. So let's see if they could potentially get that and get their women players like more involved in space.
So quick handoff here to Vixamar. Makes Emma Thompson and slam miss. Tackled though by Millar.
Yeah, exactly there. Getting their players, the playmakers involved. Mm-hmm. And again, it looks like for the most part, I'm going to assume the guys are going to shout out the guys. And then the ladies are going to shout out the ladies. But again, for 5v5, there's so much more space. Yes, you lose the 5 yards compared to 6v6, and you lose a player on each side. But that's so much more space for an individual, especially for these shifty athletes on both sides of on the field.
That's the second down now. Ball at the 9-yard line. Amumbo goes to his right, and a fastball down in the turf. A great rush by Isaiah Allard. Hadia kind of Lynch was wide open, but again, just a bad pass by the quarterback in Amumbo.
Yeah, it's the first half of this game, or first half of this half, is looking like Isaiah Allard is winning that matchup with Omombo there. Again, I think the best part of the IG team's offense, like I mentioned, is when you have multiple quarterback options. And in the few times when both Yvonne and Fritz are moving forward, it's been a bit of a troubleshoot for Omombo against the tall Allard.
So since Omombo has taken over at quarterback, he's thrown for 6 TDs and a win over Activated, 6 TDs and a win over Flamand de Croix, and 4 TDs and a win in the semifinals against the Maple Syrup this past Tuesday here at Brossard. So Senatus with the ball now. He's running around trying to evade Gordon Mall. Pass across his body. That's picked up by Allard.
And again, that was not the play to make. I see where Fitzgerald Senatus was looking at, but again, Allard using his height and wingspan there. As soon as that ball went up, and there was not enough air on that, unfortunately. And then here you have it, Brent, hearing it from Jalen himself.
If I'm Greece's biggest concern in this game, I don't know if they're going to pull away with the victory, but we'll have to wait and see.
Exactly. A lot of flag football left to be played tonight.
Yeah. So 14-8 is the lead right now. Airbuds have the ball just past midfield. Allard with the catch on the sideline, bumped out of bounds by Philip Rossell. And Philip Rossell, number 8 there, he's another guy that can play quarterback for this team.
Yeah, I was about to mention that, as we haven't really seen him on the offensive end so far. It's been Fritz and Yvonne for the most part. So again, Phil is someone else who has taken over quarterback duties for this IG team, whether in co-ed as well.
Pass to the sideline, Allard with the catch, tackle by herself. And let's not forget, we talked about the Alessi brothers, but Victoria Bouchard as well.
Yes.
She has a hand injury. I saw her about an hour ago, so she has a cast on her, I believe it's her thumb right now. Definitely, obviously not playing in this game, and that's a big loss for this IG team. She's a player along with all 3 ladies, 3 of the main ladies on this team, Heidi O'Connor-Lynch and Charlene Vixamar, who have gotten better and better throughout the course of the season. Marika Bouchard as well, another player not in the lineup. So this is a short-handed IG team.
Yeah, I think.
Pass it in zone. Greaves with the catch. Flag on the play, though. He's pass interference against the offense.
Yeah. Pass interference on the offense. And like you were mentioning, for the IG team, they are short-handed. However, again, for Airbuds, you're playing the team that's in front of you. You don't choose whether your star players, your star athletes are on the field. So again, and again, for IG team, they went through adversity to get to this point.
Yep.
They deserve it more than anyone else, as well as Airbuds. So we're going to see if the players on the field and at this game here are be able to prevail in this one.
So what do you want to see out of this defense right now? Again, the Airbuds have had their way with the IG team defense. Like, this is still an athletic and long defense. What do you want to see here?
I think just be a bit more upfront instead of giving them space. It feels like, if, for example, the past 2 plays were allowed Isaiah Allard to just get simple 8-yard hooks. And so for them, it's much easier.
Pass the middle, nice catch by Greaves.
And there goes Greaves again. I think it's working for him. I think maybe you're firing him up. Maybe he's scoring more.
I mean, that's the point of the article. Sometimes you want to give some I was going to say locker room, but some bulletin board material, if you will.
As an article writer myself, I understand sometimes that you have to make predictions. One team's going to win, one team's going to lose. And according to Greaves, you chose wrong. But again, there's a lot of game to be played. But again, for Airbuds, getting that interception by Allard and having Greaves score another touchdown.
Yeah, so 20 to
8
is the score we have right here on the scoreboard in the CN Sports Complex. 2-point conversion attempt by Rosenblatt in his offense. Caught made by Allard for the 2-point grab, so 22-8 now.
And it looks like he might have either pulled a hamstring unfortunately. Oh no, this is not going well for Airbuds. We're going to hope that he's okay. But again, as we mentioned earlier, we do have Kwesi Gordon-Mall already bandaged up from his last game. And we're going to hope that Allard, he's on his feet, which is a good sign, but might be towards a hamstring. Or might have gotten the ball thrown to him in a spot that didn't feel comfortable.
You kind of hope it's that. As bad as that sounds, you kind of hope it's that and not a hamstring injury. See here on the replay. Again, good throw there by Rosenblatt. Good catch there by Allard.
Yeah, just a catch. The ball, I think the points of the ball went towards the gut.
Yeah,
Isaiah's going to be okay. It just hurts in the moment.
Little winded, let's say.
Yeah. So I guess now we're going to take Allard out of rushing duties, at least for the brief moment.
Yeah, so
snapper will be Rachel Shea.
I think it's Rachel Shea. Yeah, Rachel Shea's going to come in there at rush, which is fine. She's rushed a lot for this team this season.
Exactly.
She's a competent rusher. And
now, again, for IG team, it looks like we do get Philip Orcel in the lineup on offense. Yeah. So let's see if we see a bit more creativity now with the speedster there that could throw as well.
22-8 is the score right now. Mambo gets the snap, quick out route to send it on the sideline. He's tackled by Gordon Mall, a gain of, let's call it, exactly 5 yards there on first down.
Great job there, but I think now for the IG team, kind of having levels concept, if you're not going to be sending multiple options behind the backfield, I think levels will be very perfect.
Pass on the middle. Vixamar, she was open. She could have caught that. That would have been a touchdown there. It's a bad throw by Amambo because, again, Vixamar was open by about 3 or 4 yards on that pass.
Yeah, Vixamar has been open a few times early enough in this game, and unfortunately for Airbud, she hasn't been able to pay because mainly the ball hasn't been going her way in that sense. So, but again, you can't leaving the talented receiver open.
So third down now, facing the IG team offense. Again, stuck at their own 10-yard line. They have to get it past midfield to continue this drive.
Yeah, I think right now, third and long, you have to at least cut it in half. So see if maybe they drop multiple people behind center.
Fake handout to Vixen Morris, a toss back to Senatus. Senatus now deciding what to do with the ball, and he's going to run, and that's a smart choice right there. Senatus takes it down the left sideline. Tackled by Greaves. Will it be not? Mo Condor, the official, saying it's going to be a first down for the IG team.
Yeah, so in flag football, especially in 5v5, you would consider that for Airbuds a good first down because, again, first down from your 5 to midfield, and then after that, it's first down and goal. So, again, because they got the first down and it's only roughly a yard past midfield, that's a longer first and goal than typical you would usually have.
Fresh set of downs, pass caught by Akana Lynch, tackled right away, though, by Millar. Gain of about, call it 5, maybe 6, actually, right there by Akana Lynch on first down.
Yeah, great tackle by Constance there, and good job for them moving along the field for IG team. Clock is ticking towards the first half. We approach 4 minutes, so it'll be vital for them again getting away from that interception earlier by Omombo to get a score and potentially a stop.
So a bit of a bunch formation here. Trips to the right for the IG team. Okay, looking to get the ball in the end zone for the second time this game. Pump fake, pass over the middle, caught by Senatus. Good tackle there in the open field by Millar and Greaves.
Yeah, I think it's going to be contrasting styles. As for the IG team, they're more used to playing 5v5. Jeff Rosenblatt, even though he won a 5v5 intermediate championship, and again, he won the inaugural 5v5 co-ed championship last season, he's more typically in the shotgun formation with his offense. So it's a nice kind of change of pace when you have IG team be more crafty and with under center, and then Rosenblatt just shotgun.
So Mumble thought about going under center. He backs it up now. Toss to Senatus. He's running to the end zone. Touchdown, IG team.
And exactly,
22-14.
That is something that they needed, and great job there for Senatus for completely going around there and making Kwesi Gordamal miss en route to reaching the end zone, making it an 8-point game. Or, yeah, 8-point game.
Yeah. Quick math there, Keon.
Yep, I wasn't sure. I had to think about it. It's been a long day, long 2 days.
Yeah, definitely. A couple more games left here on Championship Sunday, the final day of Championship Weekend here in Flag Plus Football. Thank you at home for tuning in. We have the Women's A Championship game coming up next. 2-point convo attempt. Orcel makes the player miss. He's going to run to the end zone. Splits the defenders, but tackled just short by Greaves.
Again, the reach, unfortunately, for Orcel wasn't long enough to get the extra 2 points, keeping it at 8-point game as we approach the 2-minute warning and pro clock in the first half of this contest.
2:15 and counting remaining here in this opening half. Opening half was pretty much dominated the first, I want to say, 10 minutes of it or so, 10, 12 minutes by the Airbuds. IG team, though, showing a little bit of signs of life after that drive. Let's see now if they can turn that offensive momentum into a stop here defensively. Rosenblatt gets the snap. Rosenblatt, quick hook on the outside to Greaves. Tackled right away by Orcel. Minimal gain there by Greaves. It's called a pickup of 6 yards there on first down.
Yeah, we finally got the whistle for the pro clock at 1:51. Again, for those that don't know, first down, stop the clock to allow the referees to move the chains. If you go out of bounds, it stops the clock. But if you catch it inbounds without a first down, the clock will keep running.
The second down now facing the offense. They're about 10, 11 yards away from that first down marker. Rosenblatt gets the snap. He goes up the middle, and it's picked off Orcel. He's going to run it back for the pick six.
That's exactly what they needed. Unfortunately for Emma, she wasn't able to corral it. Great defense there by number 1, Charlene Vixamar. And Philip Orcel was there to pick up the mess. And Rosenblatt was not running back there to stop him for the pick six.
Rosenblatt is never running to try and stop a pick six. And slim down, Jeff Rosenblatt. It's looking good, but yeah, he's not running after
He's
him.
looking better and better as the seasons go on.
So a 2-point game now. 22-20 is the lead for the Airbuzz. 2-point convo attempts here for the IG team, looking to tie this game up at 22.
Yeah, like you mentioned before, the first 10 minutes were all Airbuds, but now it's been IG team. Both teams have exchanged a pick, but for IG team, they were able to get the pick six.
So here we go. Will we have a tie game after this play? Let's find out. Amumbo gets the snap, or Salomon rather Jr. dropping back as the second quarterback. He has it. Going to try and shake Grease. Jump ball to the back of the end zone, and it's caught. 22-22, Senators with the grab.
Yeah, Yvonne Salomon was able to see the mismatch there with Fritz. Emma, being a tall female player in her own right, gets a lot of pass deflections and interceptions, but the savvy Senators was able to get the high point before her, tying the game at 22 apiece. And maybe now Jalen Greaves.
A little quiet right now. I didn't want to say anything. You're saying he's a little quiet.
I didn't write the article for this division, so for me, I am just a middle person. It's a nice battle between you and Greaves.
Catch by Shea over the middle. And this is the thing what's funny, as you know, being a ready yourself, right? We don't take these things personally.
Exactly.
We honestly, for the most part, we don't care who wins. We're just making a prediction and making it a fun read. And we're basing it off of what we've seen throughout the regular season, and in this case, regular season and the playoffs.
Exactly. So, again, 1:20 on the clock.
Rosenblatt gets the snap. He goes to the sideline. Catch by Greaves. Are they saying he got out of balance? I believe they are.
No. Wait. Mokan and Mike Jazz are going to be discussing it whether Yvonne Salomon made the tackle before he got out of bounds.
The clock is ticked down now.
Yeah, looks like Yvonne made the tackle before.
Yep, good call.
And again, Greaves did not get the first down, it appears, but the clock is running.
So less than a minute now remaining here in the opening half. Again, the score is all tied up at 22. And so now we're getting a stoppage of play. So John Delala is the head official for this game. As you talked about, Mike Jazz is one of the officials, as is Mo Khan. Alex Hollowak, I believe. I see him on the sideline. I think he's the fourth official here, the deep man.
Yep, he is down there.
A lot of FPF royalty right there with the officials on the field. Rosenblatt gets a snap, but half a yard away from a first down. Rosenblatt throws it deep to Gordon Mall. Touchdown, Airbud. So now the lead is 28-22 with about 45 seconds of time remaining here in the opening half.
It's nice to see Gordon Mall be able to run right now, even though he's bandaged up. He's not 100%. I'm sure he's feeling the pain, but maybe perhaps it doesn't matter for him. The adrenaline of playing in another finals and potentially getting another championship. 2 touchdowns, 2 deep bombs to him. And
I'll tell you what, and that's where this IG team misses the Alessi brothers, because I can't blame Obama for being tired, because he's playing pretty much the whole game. He's playing quarterback, but he kind of gave up on that route, or just he was too exhausted to make a play on that ball, because that ball hung in the air long enough for him to make a play. Could even get his head turned around. A 2-point convo, pardon me, attempt here. Pass over the middle. Nice catch by Greaves. Nice catch by Greaves over the middle.
Had some words to say to you once again, Brent.
I mean, and I pointed at the clock and I pointed at the score, so he stopped talking, rightfully so.
Exactly. Again, for Omomba, he's a really great defender in his own right, but I think, again, potentially the fatigue of playing both sides of the ball could be impactful. We'll see how the game evolves. If maybe are we going to see more of Yvonne taking the snaps, or again, will we see Philip Arcel as well?
Yeah, and that's the versatility that you have in this lineup, right? You have 3 different players, 4 really, pardon me, that can play quarterback for the squad. It'd be interesting to see if they go to that a little bit more often in the second half, because pretty much it has been, majority of the time, it's been Omombo making the majority of the throws, mixing with a couple here and there from Senatus and Salaman.
Yeah, so, unlike for Airbuds, you actually, and there's a commotion.
Yeah, so we had a catch on the sideline by Senatus. Mike Jazz is saying the player got out of bounds. The head referee, John Delala, is saying no. You can see Kwesi Gordon just yelling at the officials. Yeah, so they're saying he got out of bounds. Quick toss to Vixamar. Vixamar with the grab. So she's tackled by Millard, and the situation is melting down here.
Yeah, as the clock is winding down.
Yeah, there's the players chirping at the refs, and the refs trying to restore order here. Quick pass, quick chuck over to Akana Lynch. She gets the first down.
The clock will stop now until the cones are set, unless IG team decides to elect that for a timeout. It doesn't look like they will. So again, 13.5 seconds on the clock until the whistle's blown in.
So Mumbo trying to set his team up quickly here. Gets a snap in the center. Quick pass to the sideline, out of bounds by Senatus. He's tackled inbounds though. Great tackle there by Gordon Mall.
Again, Senatus hasn't been able to get out of bounds there. Is this second down?
Yeah,
second down.
Second down.
Did he get out of bounds there?
The referees are saying that he did. I don't agree with that. I don't think he did. I think Gordon Mall, like I said, he made a good tackle on the sideline there.
Yeah.
But, I mean, again, the referees are right there, right?
Yeah, exactly.
They're closer than we are.
It's just that we're not also seeing it from the view of the sideline. We're a bit up here on the booth.
5 seconds left in the play clock. Quick pass to the left sideline now. Catch by Salaman. He gets up before Graves can make the tackle.
Yeah, ideally it would be one play. You could make it 2 plays in 3 seconds, especially if you go under center. Yeah. So maybe does Omomba want to take extra yards before taking a final shot into the end zone, or
what would you do in this situation?
I think honestly, with the way Airbuds have been playing, I think maybe the extra 2-3 yards, because again, you're still in a position where you could kind of move the ball. Take the extra 2-3 yards, get down. 3 seconds is a lot of time, especially in 5v5, where unlike in 6v6, you have to take the snap from 5 yards. So I think if I was Omombo, take the 2-3 yards.
So Omombo gets the snap, second quarterback back. Omombo to the end zone. Yeah, he got hit. It's going to be a flag on, I believe that's Isaiah Allard made contact with Omombo on the throw, on the follow through.
Yeah, that was the last thing that Allard wanted to do there. Well, one, it's good to see him back in action after that potential injury, but again, that contact to the passer is going to bring that ball
to the one.
To the one with one untimed play left for the IG team to make it closer to potentially tie the game.
Okay, so they're bringing it half the distance to the goal. Usually it's a 10-yard penalty when you get contact against the quarterback and an automatic first down. First down was down, but again, it's because of where the play started, again at the 8-yard line, they're going to make it half the distance to the goal. So the ball is at the 4 now. Final play here of the opening half. Can the IG team punch it in? Or we see a stop? Let's find out. Quick fake to the left, move to the right, pass, and through the outstretched hands of Makana Lynch. She was open, just a bad pass from Omambo, who couldn't set his feet before making the throw. We hit the half, and it's a 30-22 game in favor of Airbuds.
Yeah, these concepts from the IG team is very much, if only Omambo was able to connect there, it was a nice read where Heidi was able to kind of push towards the left side, where Omambo was turning, going to the right side. But again, that's a tough crossbody throw to make for any quarterback.
So again, we're going to have a halftime interview in a few moments. But before we get to that, what are your thoughts here on the first half? Again, 30-22 lead for Airbuds.
For Airbuds, they started off really strong. But again, that pick six to Philip Orcel did kind of change momentum in that sense. But for Airbuds in the second half, keep things going. It looks like Kwesi Gordamal and Jalen Greaves have basically been able to do whatever they wanted on the offensive end. So for Rosenblatt, again, feed the hot hand. And then for the IG team, like I've been mentioning, again, the multiple quarterback options could be very much viable for the offense. And again, taking Kwesi Gordamal, taking away Emma Townsend, take away Isaiah Allard, as well as Kwesi Gordamal and Greaves, in that aspect when you're putting almost in a sense backyard football there, and they have a lot of speed with this IG team. Their women players are very reliable with their hands, and then their speedsters all over the field. So again, for them, take it one at a time. They're down by one score, so again, it's still anyone's game. And like we've talked about, it's not going to be a blowout for either side, we don't think.
All right, so talking about Kwesi Gordamal and Jalen Greaves, 2 touchdowns apiece for those players. Obviously, for the Airbuds, we're going to shoot it down to a sideline interview
with Greaves.
Nisha Bushmiller talking to Greaves. I expect to get a shutout from Greaves in the sideline interview.
On est maintenant avec Jalen de Airbuds. Est-ce que tu peux nous parler de votre saison?
Our season's been going good. I joined the season halfway through, and I think they were just above 500 when I got here. We finished the season strong, and we're just trying to complete the mission.
Comment ça se passe le match en ce moment? C'est 30-22 pour vous.
I mean, if you're not tuning into a game, you're missing a great game. We got the 2 best 5 co-ed teams probably in the country. But we're putting on a good show. That's about it.
Parfait. Puis qu'est-ce que tu penses que vous devez faire pour garder l'avance et gagner le match?
We just got to execute little things. Finish our plays, finish the game, and have fun. Right? That's what it is at the end of the day. But we're going to get it done. We're going to finish the match.
Merci. De retour avec
so thank you, Anissa. So that was Jalen Greaves at halftime. So again, an 8-point game, 30-22 in favor of Airbuds over the IG team. Again, IG team, they started off slow. In this one. I mean, they scored a touchdown in the first drive of the game, but then we saw their defense was just getting shredded by the combo of Greaves and Gordamal, and that's still the case right now at halftime. What do you want to see out of this IG team defense? Again, missing arguably the 2 best players in Jean-Cise Alexi and Jonathan Alexi, along as well with Victoria Bouchard.
I think, honestly, just for their playmakers on the defensive end, just to step up. Again, they are at a disadvantage compared to losing a lot of key weapons on that side of the ball. But for those players that are there, Orcel, Senatus, as well as Heidi, you just have to play at a higher level. Just gotta, and it's not like, again, they're talented players. They know that. But it's also tough. A lot of them play both ways as well. But again, championship football, you play for these moments. These players have been in these positions before. They've won championships in other divisions as well. So again, they know what's at stake. So I just believe if they're able to just take their play up to another level, especially on defense, again, that pick six was very much game-changing. They're more than capable of doing stuff like that to kind of get Airbuds off balance. Because I feel like Airbuds, they feel like they're confident enough in this game. And the first 10 minutes especially shown that. But again, we've seen things where one team will stay ahead for a long time, and then they get complacent, they get comfortable, and then their opposition is able to make a comeback or make it a much closer game.
Just looking at how both teams got to this championship Sunday, I said earlier, the IG team knocking off Maple Syrup 31-18 this past Tuesday here in Brossard. Also here in Brossard, we saw the Airbus knocking off Tuski 32-14. Again, both teams punching their tickets to Championship Sunday here in Brossard. Again, we have a slew of other games remaining here. We have 4 of the games to be exact. Women's A, 5v5 competitive, Division A and Division B to wrap up Championship weekend, here at Complexe CN. And for you guys at home, obviously on YouTube.
Yeah, we've had a long weekend of flag football with 4 more games, like you mentioned, to be played. A lot of exciting games, a lot of games coming down to the final plays, overtime in our last game as well. So, again, so far, this has the recipe with IG team starting with the ball on offense to be another game that goes down to the wire.
I mean, we'll see overtime like we saw with Bemper Cons and Plenty of Fish in the Co-Ed 2 Championship. I mean, we can only wish, right? Well, let's find out. IG team starting the second half with the ball. Number 12, Heidi Akana Lynch, the snapper. Giving it to Mumbo, who's right behind her. Oh, a toss actually to Vixamar, back to Mumbo, and that's a sack. Is it a safety? Safety.
Yeah. And wow. Good job for Allard to stay on Omumbo there off the pitch to Vixamar and was able to get the sack in the end zone for the safety. That was not something that for IG team was on their card. And yes, it looked like he was still in the end zone, unfortunately. But at this point for IG team, do you challenge that? It's tough because, again, they called it initially.
And they're going to challenge it.
Yeah, they are going to challenge it. And I was just about to say, I don't know if that was worthy of a challenge because of the fact that of the angle of it. It seemed like Omumbo had the ball kind of still in the end zone. He's arguing that he reached the ball ahead of the goal line.
Ahead of the goal line, yeah. I mean, it's worth the challenge in the sense that right now it's a 10-point game and you're giving the ball back to an offense that you haven't been able to stop so far here this evening. It is a little early, obviously. It's the first play of the second half to make that challenge. Again, you're down. You're going to have to save a timeout for an onside kick.
When you look at the replay, actually, it might look like he's always had his hand forward with the ball. But again, it's really see if he is think enough to. It's tough considering they called it a safety initially.
Yeah, you need undisputable evidence that it's not a safety.
And I think with the angles that we have, and we have great angles throughout the weekend, but because of just the placement where the ball is right now.
So we see it right here, right? He gets behind the blue line, which is his end zone. So Allard reaches out with his right.
Oh.
So there is a straight. Yeah, and it's actually a grab at his shorts. It's a mishold there, but.
Do you actually do you consider that shadow of the ball there being ahead of the goal line?
It's hard to say, right? I mean, ideally we'd have a shot at from the other side, because then you would see exactly where the ball is in conjunction with where the line is. But you can't argue. You can't argue that he is reaching forward.
Because then we'll look where Allard's feet are when he's making the sack, and
he's outside of the. Allard's outside of the end zone when he makes that sack.
And you can clearly see Omumbo is reaching. So again, it'll be interesting to see if they deem it conclusive enough to overturn it for IG team, or are we going to stand at a 10-point game?
But again, don't forget, right, you need indisputable evidence that it is not a safety. I'm not sure if we have that. That's going to be the problem facing IG team here.
Yeah. Again, because we see the shadow of the ball.
Right.
But again, that is just one aspect of it. And again, like you said, we need conclusive evidence. That's the thing with Championship Football and Flag Plus. We get the opportunity to have this advanced technology with the extra camera angles and the ability to make a challenge. So for those teams looking to make the finals, that's one cool aspect that you could have in your game at the final one.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's one of the hallmarks of finals weekend here in FPF, where you have instant replay. And let's explain how that works, right? So for instant replay, again, just like the NFL and the CFL, you need a timeout to be able to make a challenge. If you have no timeouts, you can't challenge. Each team gets one challenge per game. So if your challenge is right, you get an extra challenge, and it looks like the challenge is going to stand. So a successful challenge for the IG team.
Again, that was huge for them because, again, going at a 10-point game, 2 possessions at that point, whereas now the game still stays at 1 possession at 8 points. But again, now it becomes second down, and you're at the 1. Again, seeing Omumbo and company.
Let me see. So obviously the Airbus probably not agreeing with that call. Omumbo passed on the sideline. Center test was open, but the pass was a bit too far.
Yeah, he had to be careful though because he's at the 1, and he might have almost threw the ball over the line of scrimmage there, and also Allard there rushing, creating presence there.
So third down now, third and long.
Again,
facing the IG team.
It's tough now because, again, Isaiah Allard's already made presence as a potential safety earlier in this drive. Yep. But again, they have to cut the field short now. Airbuds knows they have to get chunk yards or at least go for the first down right away. So they're going to play really lax. So we're going to see if maybe they drop one or two options at quarterback for Omombo.
Omombo fakes the left, goes to the right, pass over the middle to Senatus. Can he break the tackle? No, he can't get tackled there by Greaves in the open field. The play ends about 3, maybe 4 yards short of the first down marker.
That was a great play concept, having Charlene go for it was almost like a double post cross, and that allowed Fitzgerald Senatus to actually get some space there. If he was able to make Greaves miss, he would have been through for a touchdown. But again, making it fourth and manageable, especially with 2 plays starting at their own 1.
The IG team, no stranger to having their backs against the wall. Let's see what they have dialed up here on this important fourth down. So it's going to be fourth, and let's call it, I was going to say a long 3, but let's call it 4 here.
Yeah, very feasible, again, considering where they were coming from, and we'll see how IG team comes up with this play.
So last minute instructions there from Omombo to Senatus. 5 seconds remaining in the play clock. Quick toss. Back to Omombo and O'Connor Lynch. Yeah, it's going to be, so automatic first down here. It's going to be rusher interference. Well, pardon me, actually not going to be first down. So the pass goes over the head of Salomon. So it's interesting. Will it be rusher interference? O'Connor Lynch, she collided, I believe, with Allard and went down to the floor. But don't forget, again, the rusher in flag plus football, they have to start the play back at 7 yards, but the rusher has to be 1 yard either to the right or to the left. You cannot get in the rusher's way and make contact with him. So you can tell by the look and the body language of multiple players for the IG team, the penalty is going to go against them. It'll be a turnover on downs because that pass to Senatus was incomplete.
Yeah. So, again, interference on the rusher. I think an incomplete pass, like you mentioned, Brent, and Airbuds escaped the fact that they were almost about to give up that first down after that, like, really long attempt to get to midfield.
So a huge chance there for the IG team. They couldn't capitalize on it. Again, down by 8. Time is still on their side. A lot of time left outside of 60 minutes remaining in this contest, but they're going to have to get a stop here. Rosenblatt a pass.
Yeah,
caught by Rachel Shea, yep.
Yeah. Good for, again, it's felt like it's been a minute for Jeff Rosenblatt sitting down on the bench.
Yeah.
Considering, again, with the challenge and the fact that IG team had a chance to score before half. So, again, let's see if he's a bit warm now. Again, getting to your snapper there, Rachel Shea, reliable hands. They've been playing together for a few seasons now. I think this is her second, at least in co-ed 5v5. But, again, they're starting to build really good chemistry down the line.
So we'll have to see how much is that fourth down turnover looms in this game. Pass to the end zone, Greaves. Senatus there in coverage. Senatus did get a hand on Greaves. And a late flag they're thrown by Mo Khan, who was the official on that side.
Yeah, for Jared Senatus, you could see from our angle, he did have a bit of a jersey pull there. As you see in the replay here, it's tough to see there, but on our viewpoint, because we're a bit higher than on field level. And yeah, automatic first down, moving the ball down the field.
Yeah, correct call there made by Mo Khan. Again, Senatus played DB for a long time, both tackle and flag. Try to get away with it right there. He almost did. Yeah. The DB trick right there. You try to grab the hand or the wrist of the receiver at the top of that route, but he got caught there by the official once again, Mo Khan.
I think IGT might be looking at another challenge. Maybe are you challenging that play?
Again, they were successful in the last challenge, so they have one more opportunity to challenge in this game, but I think that's a wasted challenge here.
Yeah, unless Senatus felt like there was something that we didn't see, but again, we had a really good vantage point of that whole play developing. I think that's also Greaves being a bit smart there, in a sense, where like he's running in stride. Again, I don't think Senatus meant to kind of like hook him up, but I think maybe he did. Again, he's a very veteran football player. I'm just
so
saying.
far, Jalen Greaves in this game, I mean, hooking him might be holding might be the only option you can have against him.
No, exactly. But again, maybe just because, again, the hook.
You see there, and right there.
Exactly. Again, just that, like, the fact that he has his hand in front of Greaves, who's running in stride, that does slow down his momentum.
Yeah.
And again,
it's not an egregious hold, though. It's not like something, oh my God, it has to be a flag right away. Try to be a little sneaky. He did get caught.
Yeah, it's one of those holds that, like, again, it doesn't have to be the tug of a jersey or anything, and he's not holding on to you, but he's kind of like bracing you from impeding your stride there in the run. But again, it's going to be another call where this one I feel like it's tougher to overturn compared to the last one with the safety. Yep. And again, kudos to IG team for getting that challenge successful in the first one, having this opportunity, like you mentioned, Brent, to go over it again.
So a big call right here. Obviously, if the call stands, the ball's going to be placed half the distance to the goal, or inside the 5-yard line, I should say, pardon me. And again, they're up by 8 is the earbuds, so the chance right there to go up by 14, and they could, after the play, convert a touchdown. After the call, pardon me, convert a touchdown.
Yeah, again, for the longer that the officials are deciding about this play, the more closer of a challenge being overturned is in question. So for IG team, this is probably the best case scenario.
Of course, one of the big storylines in this game is who could stop Jalen Greaves. He's second in receptions with 44 in this division behind activated Rory Submergian. First in yards coming into the playoffs with 659. First in touchdowns with 15. Averaging about 15 yards to catch. He is the number one option, the deep threat. Anything you can say about a receiver, he is that. And then some for this Airbud squad. He is the main go-to receiver on the team. Again, we can't act like the team doesn't have other good players. Like Crazy Gordon Mall, Emmett Townsend Aslan, Rachel Shea, Constance Millar, Isaiah Lard as well, right? And the list goes on and on. But Greaves is the main man on this squad, and Jeff Rosenblatt's looking for him early and often.
It looks like they have made a decision with the call. We're going to get down to the officials now. We're going to announce it to both teams.
Oh, so you had to wait. Another successful challenge for the IG team. So, I mean, the delay was long, but it was worth it. So Jack Nudie, the official who was looking at the replay there in the booth, and a successful challenge yet again for the IG team.
Maybe that's why we're not referees, Brent.
Yeah.
Again.
Fair enough.
We're going to be sticking to our articles, getting players riled up for their finals.
I haven't asked the ref, but I mean, we'll see what happens in that in the near future.
I've been asked a few times, and
there you go.
Everyone assumes everyone has a price. I do not have a price. I will not do it.
Speaking of refs, you see FPF veteran Rob White walking into the building right now, getting ready to officiate some of these games. One of FPF's finest.
Yes, sir.
Referees and individuals.
That was a very key moment because that would have brought them towards an automatic first down on that penalty. But good kudos for, again, IG team for getting their second challenge being success and overturned.
So Rosenblatt gets the ball. Things were going deep. It hits Gordon on the crosser, tackled by Vixamar.
Yeah, it looks like right after the first down marker. Or
no,
nope,
before the first.
Before. My apologies there.
So it's going to set up now fourth and a long 2 here for the Airbuds.
Very, very important for IG team to get this stop. Again, they weren't able to score on their initial drive to open the second half. But again, getting a stop here would be huge. But they haven't been able to stop Airbuds all game, outside of that pick 6.
Yeah, it's true. Yes, they do have one stop. I mean, let's see if they can get another right here. This would be huge, right?
Exactly.
Again, the momentum right now is not in their favor after they turn over the ball. So let's see if the IG team can steal the momentum right back. Rosenblatt snap, quick slant route. First down, nice catch there by Greaves, tackled immediately by Senatus, but not before getting the first down, pardon me.
Again, getting first downs when you're very short in yardages there is very hard for a defense in 5v5. So honestly, great job by Senatus for actually avoiding Greaves getting the extra yards there and making it a much tougher goal-to-go scenario.
So the ball about half a yard past midfield. After the first down by the Airbuds offense. Rosenblatt goes over the middle. Millar with the catch. He's tackled by Vixamar. Gain here of about 7, maybe 8 yards by Millar.
Yeah, that's a good way to kind of start the goal to go because, again, you're basically first and goal with like 24.5 yards there for Airbuds. And, again, you make it smaller and smaller, it makes it easier for Jeff Rosenblatt.
Rosenblatt looks down the middle, pump fake, pass to the sideline. Good catch there by Gordon Mall. And that's the pressure right there by Hadi O'Connor Lynch. She almost got the sack. Good coverage, though, by the back end as well, right?
Exactly.
Rosenblatt didn't see his first read, didn't see his second read. He was hesitating, almost led to a turnover.
Again, the rusher works so much in tandem with their defense because, again, you could get those coverage sacks or, again, get those really good pressures, but it also involves the amount of your defense. If your defense is able to be in the right spots, taking those reads away from their quarterback, and in that sense, you almost saw a sack there.
Rosenblatt gets the ball, looking down to the left side. Oh, almost picked up by Senatus. Nice play. Intended target was Greaves. Nice play by Fritz Senatus.
Yeah.
And he'll take that one. He's been burned a couple of times in this game. He'll take that defensive play right there. 4th and goal now, facing the Airbuds offense with the ball at the IG team's 9-yard line.
Again, that was a great play there. It was a nice route by Greaves, but again, Senatus, the veteran FBF flag player and tackle football player who excels well on the defensive end, made a great play there. No penalty there, no grabbing of the shirt. There's a great bat down, making a 4th and goal from roughly the 9-yard line.
So we saw a 4th down conversion by the Airbus before. Can they make another one here for a touchdown pass to the end zone? Bubbled and dropped, and flag is thrown on Salomon Jr.
It was tough there, Yvonne. I don't think he liked the call. Is he okay?
His
glasses fell off.
Yeah, it's about the 3rd or 4th time this postseason where his glasses have come off.
Yeah, or actually, did he potentially get hurt? He went straight to the bench, actually.
I think he's getting a new pair of glasses or
yeah.
something. Anyways, 1st and goal here for the Airbuds.
It looked like he got injured on that in his hand. Yeah,
you're right.
We're hoping for the best for Yvonne there, yeah.
Okay, so fresh set of downs now from the 5 for the offense. Quick pass. Ooh, miscommunication right there. Rachel Shea thought that pass was for Kwesi Gordon-Mall. Gordon-Mall thought it was for Shea. If that ball was about an inch or two higher, Philip Orcel would have had his second IT of the game.
Yeah, potentially could have ran that back because, as we know, Jeff Rosenblatt won't run that back for a pick 6.
2nd and goal now, again from the 5-yard line.
And fresh set of downs for Airbuds now, off that penalty from Ivan Salomon. Again, for Airbuds, they have to punch it in now. Time is clicking, though, for IG team, though. For the defense, again, I expect them to be a bit more aggressive here. Try not to, again, take a penalty there. And, again, that was a penalty where I think you were unsure if that should have been a penalty.
Pass over the middle, off the hands of Kwesi Gordon-Mall. Great pressure, this time by Gucci Amambo, playing the rusher position.
Yeah, almost. If that pass was just a bit higher tipped from Gordon Mall, Heidi could have gotten an interception there. Yeah. So, again, this is a few plays now where the ball is not bouncing the right way for the IG team. They're in the right spots. And, again, for Airbuds, are they kind of playing with their food a little bit too much?
Yeah, a little bit. And we see, so as we saw in the last game where Kwesi Gordon-Mall got hurt, Constance Millar, who's a player on the field right now for the Airbuds, going over to the sideline to make sure Yvonne Salamon's okay.
Again,
Millar, of course, works in the medical field.
As much as she's a competitor on the field, her profession is very much important. And even though there are competitors on the field at this moment, her concern is the health of Salomon.
3rd and goal now. Rosenblatt being flushed, passing back in the end zone, caught by Kwesi Gordon-Mall, tackled though immediately by Vixamar at about the 2, maybe the 3-yard line.
Yeah, great tackle there. I'm not sure what is Kwesi Gordon-Mall arguing about.
So Mike Jazz, the official on the spot there who made that call. See the replay. I mean, I think the call was fine, but we'll have to wait and see here.
I'm not sure what he was arguing about there.
I think he thought that he extended the ball into the end zone, but he definitely did not.
As we see in the replay here, running like a delayed slant.
So he has a catch here. He extends the ball, but it's short of the end zone.
Yeah, I think that he's basically at the 1. Yeah. Because he didn't extend right away, and Vixamar made the tackle basically at the point of contact of the ball. So we see here, I think it's 4th and goal now. Or are they also saying perhaps that she it was like, that's what I was about to say, an early deflag by Vixamar there. Which, again, it's close there as well. Because that could have been the reason why Gordon Mall was arguing there for the call.
Right.
As we see the replay.
You see the ball there thrown by Roosevelt, almost tipped by Amambo. So right now, Gordon Mall has separation for Vixamar.
Yes, yeah. If you look at the replay there right now, the flag is pulled. and Gordon Mall does not even have the ball
So,
there.
but it's great.
Yeah. So
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Victor Martin reached out and pulled the flag.
I think it was a bit more closer, but I think it's very evident with the spacing there. A second too early. As the flag
that ball actually did get tipped on me by Mambo.
By Mambo. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like the referees are going to make that decision right now, unless it's already been announced for a touchdown. If it's to go down. Yeah. Okay, so there's no touchdown there, but because of the early D-flag penalty, it resets the chains. Again, Airbuds,
first down,
this is the second penalty inside the 5 for IG team. Again, these costly penalties are also draining the clock for them.
Yeah, I was going to say that exactly. Less than 9 minutes remaining in this contest. And again, fresh set of downs once again, like you talked about, spot on, Keon, right here near the goal line. We see Senators man up 1-on-1 on the outside. We have Greaves, pass to the end zone. Caught out of bounds by Townsend Aslan.
Yeah, I think that ball was just a bit too out of a ball from Rosenblatt there. Townsend Aslan was open there. She tried to get her feet in, but again, I think the ball just pushed outwards a bit too much.
I'll tell you that. Oh, our left corner, her right, has not been friendly to Townsend Aslan so far here on Sunday.
Yes.
She's dropped about 3 touchdowns, make it 4, I think, right there in that area. Let's see if Rosenblatt goes back to her here on second down. Goes over. Nice cow drop by Gordon Mall. Rare drop by him.
Again, it's 3rd and goal from the 1 now.
So, and we see Grace is frustrated right now. He wants Rosenblatt to look in his direction. He's 1-on-1 on the outside against Senators. And that's what I wrote about in my article. I was asking who was going to play against Senators. I was wondering, against Greaves. I thought maybe it's going to be Salama. It could be Omamo. But I think the best corner on this team is Senators, hence why he's matched man for man.
I would agree.
Greaves.
I would agree so, too. That is an interesting match. And to see, again, for IG team, they've been in this position before already in the past few minutes, but again, they've been getting costly penalties. Can they get a stop on defense without a penalty resetting the chains?
So here we go, 3rd down now. Rosenblatt quickly, and he's going to go to Greaves right away. He does. Push off. Offensive pass interference against Greaves right there. The referee, Alex Hollowak, saw that right away. Good call by Hollowak.
I'm saying that's a second penalty on Greaves on Senatus. So again, that they got the call they needed, IG team, resulting in 4th down.
Yeah, it's going to be it's going to be 4th down now.
And they're going to be backed up a little bit.
Yeah, so we saw Greaves made the separation right there, but again, he pushed off of Senators. You see Senators, that ball was caught. Senators right away motioning to the official, looking for the OPI.
Well, look at the clock now. It's been, I think, roughly 10 minutes that Airbuds have had the ball in this game.
Yeah, 6.5 minutes remaining here in the second half. Rosenblatt gets the snap. Rosenblatt's looking, still looking. Pass to the back of the end zone. Knocked away by Senators. Turnover on downs. Defensive stand for the IG team.
Yeah, great job by Senators there. Not getting a penalty on Greaves. The ball was high pointed, and Senators made the right play, jumping at the right point and batting it out of bounds before Greaves could actually make a play on it. And for IG team, this is great and phenomenal for them. The clock has been rolling for them. But again, now how is their offense going to respond after being cold and being on defense for 10 minutes, over 10 minutes at this point?
The one thing, again, you're only 6 players, right? So, I mean, actually, right now they're only 5, actually, because, again, Yvonne Salaman has not come back into this contest.
Yeah.
So, I mean, these guys, they're not cold, right? They're
but at least on the offensive end, at least. Omambo's been rushing at least the past few minutes, especially inside the 5-yard line. Again, good catch there by Senatus for 5 yards.
I wonder if we're going to see Philip Orcel more involved now at receiver. More than capable of playing double quarterback position as well. Kind of Lynch backs up a yard or 2. Last minute instruction from Omambo to Orcel. Orcel gets the snap. He's rolling to his right. Pass over to Victor over the middle. Nice tackle there by Gordon Mall, but Victor is able to pick up the 1st down to extend this drive for the IG team.
Yeah, great play call there, and good job from Vixamar for not impeding Isaiah Allard. She was very close. She was able to move her body on the replay there right before Allard passed her, and was able to get the first down there. Great tackle by Gordon Mall because she had a lot more space than I think the Airbuds defenders wanted.
So first down, about 2 yards past midfield for the IG team. Let's see what they have up their sleeve on this play here. Pass to the sideline. Oh, Senators couldn't make the grab.
Again, that was a tough ball there. It looked like it was honestly just great coverage from Airbuds at this point. Maybe now because they feel like they've had the ball for so much on offense, on defense, they have to step up because, again, time is ticking.
And you're right, good call by you with the injury to Yvonne Salomon. Yeah, it is to his right hand. I see him, he's on the sideline now, gripping a football. Trying to say he's wincing in pain already.
Yeah. So, again, I know Yvonne, he's going to try to come back into this game if he could. But, again, got to think about your health as well. If he feels like he could not be a positive impact on the team, I know he's going to have that hard decision to sit out. But we have to monitor him as the game goes on.
Quick pass to Orcel again. He can throw. Passes it backwards to Mumbo. Mumbo on the run now. Mumbo trying to split Townsend Asset. And Gordon, he does. And he's in for the touchdown.
Emma Townsend Asselin and Kwesi Gordon Mall both felt like they made the tackle there. They looked at each other, and Samuel Guccio Mombo felt that he got tackled too. His dip maneuver was unfazed, taking it to the house and making it now a 2-point game.
So a huge chance, huge play right here, from the 10-yard line. 2-point convo attempt for the IG team, looking to tie this game up at 30.
Again, if you're the IG team, again, I don't think having Omomo as the single option at quarterback right now is the best move. Sending Philip Orcel back into the backfield, giving more space for their playmakers, especially for their women players to get involved. Orcel takes the ball here, makes Greaves miss.
Orcel going towards the end zone. Oh, there's a flag. Oh, it's going to be flag guarding, I think, against Orcel. Or perhaps maybe a hold on the defense. I could be wrong.
Yeah, perhaps. All officials are huddling up right now as the time is clicking towards the 2-minute pro clock warning.
It's going to be flag guarding against the offense. So a 2-point game, like you talked about, Keon. 30-28 is the lead for Airbuds. Airbuds right now, priority number one, besides getting the W, is draining the clock. Of course, pro clock coming up. For those of you at home who are new to FPF, with the pro clock, it starts at the 2-minute mark. The only time the clock stops now is the ball gets thrown out of bounds, or if the team picks up a first down. If they pick up a first down, play gets whistled in immediately as the ball and the cones are set.
Exactly. I think the IG team wanted to see if Yvonne Salomon could come into the game, and I don't think he could. I don't think he feels like he's ready. He is pounding his hand right now, trying to get some feeling in it.
Rosenblatt pass to Gordon Mall. Nice tackle right there by Amambo.
No gain there. Again.
Yeah, you're right.
Center Rachel Shea was open in the middle of the field, but I don't think Rosenblatt saw her on time.
See, and this is the problem that O'Connor Lynch came in at rush, and she got there quick, right? So we saw Rosenblatt wasn't sure what to do. He was kind of hesitant there, throwing off his back foot. Again, he got the pass over to the receiver, but like you talked about, Keon, no gain. So second and long now, facing the Airbuds, pardon me.
Again, for the IG team, perfect coverage there. Great rush from Heidi. And again, you have to keep it. Even if they do get a 5 or 6 yards, that is a great result for the IG team. Again, considering that they're down by 2 with 1:35 left in this contest.
Shea, the snapper, puts the ball down, at the 5. Gordon Mall switching over to the left-hand side. Rosenblatt, he's going deep to Greaves. Nice play, interception, Senatus.
Yeah, Senatus getting the interception on Jalen Greaves. Tracked him step for step. The ball was slightly underthrown by Rosenblatt, and Senatus made sure he did not lose this one in stride. No penalty there. Clean flag football, clean coverage all over it. Yeah, ball was just slightly underthrown to Greaves.
Beautiful coverage, beautiful play right there by Senatus, step for step with the defender. Obviously, Keon, you're Defensive Player of the Year this year in FPF. Let's talk about the coverage right there by Senatus.
Perfect. Again, against one of the best athletes in FPF has today, Jalen Greaves. Step for step, he is beating anyone off a go. But for Senatus, a great corner and defender in his own right. Multiple defensive players of the years throughout his FPF career at a young age. So again, great stuff. He did 100% everything right there.
Marble gets the ball, pass to the sideline. Senators breaks a tackle. Senators going past midfield. Finally brought down by, looks to be Greaves.
Yeah, rare missed tackle by Gordon Mall there.
Very
Very
rare.
rare.
Again, Mr. Pick Six himself. So now Senators right there getting tackled at about, the 11-yard line. So if right now, if you're the IG team, again, obviously you have a lot of momentum. You got the defensive stop, have a big first down there. How much of a factor should be killing the clock be for this team?
I think as much as you can, but again, it's tough because Airbuds is going to probably use one timeout at least because they want to keep one potentially for one their offensive drive. So I think right now, as you see, just keep the ball in bounds, keep the clock running, and then Airbuds calls a timeout right away.
Yeah, smart timeout there by the veteran squad, veteran defense with Airbuds. We saw Orcel not even trying to go upfield. I feel, though, if I'm Orcel there, I would at least try to get it inside the 5-yard line.
Yeah, at least a bit closer. But again, now because it's still second down, which is honestly a great position for them. Again, we do see Omombo getting some water. He's been playing a heck of a game, mix of rushing, quarterbacking, running, has a rushing touchdown, doing it all for this IG team. He's, like we've mentioned before, he stepped up in the absence of both Alexi brothers.
Yep.
As quarterback, doing a fair share of his parts.
Yeah.
Again, potentially allowing IG team to win a co-ed 5v5 championship. Again, they're less than a minute left. They have to score and prevent the Airbuds from scoring.
All right, so here we go. Second down play. Omombo gets the snap. Omombo, quick slant there to Senators. Senators gets tackled by Millar. That definitely is inside the 5. Timeout once again called by the defense. So the ball is down at the 2-yard line.
Yeah, I think that was smart as well, forcing Airbuds to use their final timeout. If the IG team scores, I'm going to assume roughly around 45-ish seconds left in the game for Rosenblatt. But again, do you want Airbuds to have the ball last? We always talk about that for these higher division teams. Having the ball last is the most pivotal thing because you get to control the clock there. For IG team, some strategy we've considered, we saw in the last game between Plenty of Fish and Ben Percon, do you just take the onside attempt so you make sure you get the ball last? We'll see if first IG team could score and see if they make that decision.
Yeah, so 52 seconds remaining on the clock, so plenty of time. Quick play here, toss over the middle, Akana Lynch in for the touchdown. So Hadi Akana Lynch, one of the top receivers on this team, a breakout year for her playing with this team and with Chaos. She gets the ball into the end zone, but again, the question is, have they left too much time on the clock now for their opponents with 49 seconds remaining?
Yeah, so they're electing to go for 2 and not for the onside attempt to make it to a 6-point ball game, forcing Airbuds, if they score, to hit their convert.
First lead of the game for the IG team.
Exactly. Again, they've been trailing this whole game, but again, Airbuds felt like they had an opportunity to pull away, and they didn't. Philip Arcel with that pick 6, those stops in the second half, especially that long drive. Again, and then the INT by Fitzgerald Senatis on Jalen Greaves there on 4th down.
So big 2 points right here. 4-point game right now. IG team looking to make it 6. Amambo, ball gets tipped and knocked down by Allard. Amambo waited a bit too long to let go of the ball. So 34-30 is the lead for the IG team. 49 seconds remaining here in the contest.
Yeah, I didn't like that for IG team, for Amambo to be the sole quarterback there. Again, hasn't had the greatest game against Isaiah Allard one-on-one. So I think, again, that matchup has been Allard for majority of the game. 49 seconds to be exact on the clock for Jeff Rosenblatt and Airbuds.
So now if you're this IG team defense, Keon, I got to ask you, are you playing a prevent defense? Or are you having your players drop at least 8 to 10 yards back? Or
I would say first play, no, just to see where to go play with, because 49 seconds is a lot, especially goal to go.
All right, so here we go. First play, corner route. Oh! And that corner off the hands of Rachel Shea, almost picked up by herself. I got to tell you something, man. Philip Rossell, always around the ball.
Exactly. That he could have. Again, here he has 1 pick 6. He's almost. That could have been almost his 3rd pick of this game. He's had 2 picks, 2 additions. That would be the 2nd pick that was right at his footsteps. Again, like you said, he's always around the ball. 45 seconds left. Again, you know Greaves is going to get a target at some point. But again, that was a great play call to have Rachel Shea there. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to corral it. But at least for Airbuds, the time stops.
So Senators line up on the outside against Greaves, and Greaves is going deep pass to the sideline. Gordon Mall, he makes the catch, but out of bounds. Called there by Mokan. Mokan saying that Greaves' his foot or whatever body part got there first went out of bounds.
I initially thought Gordon Mall was able to slide the feet. We're going to see in the replay.
So let's see. Catch. I think when he corralled the ball finally, when he secured it, I think his foot came out of bounds. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I think the initial contact, like you were talking about, was in, but because he didn't have full possession of the ball, we're going to see here, I think this would be ideally the best angle we have.
So we see he doesn't have it yet. Now he has it. Yeah, he got his left foot down. They should challenge, but
they don't have any timeouts.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's true. You're right. Good call. You're right.
They
used the timeouts on that last offensive drive by the IG team. You're right.
Yeah, they used both their timeouts at that point. That was a very much a challengeable play, and I think they would have won that.
So Rosenblatt gets a snap now. He's looking deep over the middle. Yeah, Townsend that slam. Big pickup by her. And she is not tackled. Oh.
Inadvertent whistle.
So,
unfortunately for Airbuds, it was an inadvertent whistle.
So, yeah, the ball's going to get placed just past midfield. Yeah, that was an inadvertent whistle. Good throw right there by Rosenblatt. Big catch by Townsend. She's had her struggles catching the ball this weekend, but she saved her best performance for last right there, at least on that last play. Great catch by her. Fresh set of downs. 30 seconds, remaining. 35, at least on the clock here in Brossard on the clock. Rosenblatt gets the snap. Quick sideline pass to Greaves. He steps out of bounds. And I'll tell you what, Keon, the IG team, if they end up losing this game, they're going to kick themselves. They were 2 plays away from winning the championship.
Exactly. And I think for Airbuds, as much as Emma Townsend SNI had the end zone there due to an inadvertent whistle, that might have been a blessing in disguise if they end up scoring here because, again, they get a chance to waste more clock.
Yeah.
But, again, they have to score in the next 32.2 seconds.
So let's see if they can. Rosenblatt gets the ball. He's looking towards the end zone. Corner row to Townsend Aslan. That pass is way too far out of her reach.
Yeah.
Second down now.
Oh, third
down. My apologies. 28 seconds left here on the clock.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You have to score within this. Again, Senatus is going to be locked on Greaves. I'm assuming whatever coverage they're playing, Senatus is going to be locked, manning Jalen Greaves the whole way through.
Yep.
So, again, do you just try to chuck it? Does Rosenblatt try to chuck it to his
the last time he did, right? We saw an INT.
Yep, exactly that. But we've seen it where it has worked before. Yeah, so, again, getting Greaves in space, too, is always a key thing.
Here we go. Big third down here. Rosenblatt going to and he thought about pump faking. He lost control of the ball. 4th down now. The ball at about the 13-yard line.
For Airbuds, the pressure is on.
So you see the frustration in the body language by Jalen Greaves right now. He knows that was a wasted opportunity for his squad. Yeah, looks like Rosenblatt was looking to his right, Keon. He had Quasi go to Maul. He was kind of open there, yeah.
It was a hook and go. He faked the hook there, and the ball slipped.
Yep.
And again, kudos for Heidi being a great rusher against Rosenblatt. Again, she's causing constant pressure, and again, now Jeff Rosenblatt can't just throw the ball in the dirt. He has to get it into the end zone.
So here we go, 4th down. This could decide the game right here. Thompson goes over to the left. Rosenblatt gets the snap. Rosenblatt going to the back of the end zone. Caught out of bounds. The IG team gets the ball. And is there a flag on the field here? No, there's not a flag.
No.
Second defensive stand right there for the IG team.
And the game is over because Airbuds do not have a timeout remaining. And it looks like Brent Bodkins got the last laugh against Jalen Greaves.
Listen, my friend, I'm a man of the people, my friend. I live and breathe, in the words of the great Jerry Seinfeld, I live and breathe, my friend. But 34-30 victory for the IG team over the Airbuds. The IG team finished in first place in the regular season, and now they're first place at the end of the playoffs. They are your co-ed 5v5 champs.
What a great game. What a great comeback for the IG team. Again, all the adversity throughout the regular season, and for them to pull through in the final game, especially being down to Airbuds in the fashion they were. That was a 10-minute defensive drive that they had in the second half. They lost so much time there, but they corralled everything. That interception by Senentis in the second half on Greaves, and then again, that touchdown late and that defensive stance right there, we just witnessed it.
And we see right now, looking at the second half statistics, right? I mean, a great second half delivered by the IG team. Again, they were down at the half. They were down, and it looks like I don't want to say the game was over, but all the momentum was on the side, like we talked about, Keon, of the Airbuds, right? Jalen Greaves was talking trash. They couldn't stop him. They couldn't stop the deep ball at all. Kwesi Gordon-Mall was an injured Kwesi Gordon-Mall. Again, credit to him on playing through this injury. They were having their way with the IG team defense, who looked gassed and tired. Again, they were down to 6 guys, six players. Yvon Salomon Jr., like we talked about, he got hurt. Speak about the resiliency, if you can, about the IG team.
Again, their team has been resilient throughout the regular season, losing two of their key players in the Alexi brothers. So again, resilience has been part of their formula as the games have gone on. Samuel Gucci-Omombo has been great at quarterback, leading this team towards the finals. Heidi, Charlene, as well as Philip Orcel and Yvonne, who he really wanted to play in the second half, but again, he decided it was best interest for him and his team, and his teammates stepped up. Senatus, again, Jalen Greaves was getting the best of him early in the game and even into the second half. That big interception there, and again, for IG team, the resilience is at an all-time high. They deserve this more than anyone else.
And this, again, we're using it a lot here, and it's apropos for this IG team. Again, we talked about the suspension of the Alexi brothers, Jean Lee and Jordison, the injury to Victoria Bouchard. Again, this team going through the playoffs shorthanded and coming into this afternoon, shorthanded as well. It was a team effort, though.
Yes, 100%.
Their offense started a little slow. Mm-hmm. They found their gears in the second half, and obviously that defense, 2 big stops at the end.
Yeah, again, a full team effort from that. Each player on this team in this game had a part to the contribution to the championship game. Again, you can't ask for more. Again, sometimes in finals appearances, we get a 1-star that's controlling the game on both sides of the ball or on one side of the ball each. I think for this team, everyone had their parts. Everyone made their catches, their D flags, their sacks, their pressures, their touchdowns, their pick six. Like everyone on this team contributed. I think if one member of this team didn't play the whole game, I know we saw the loss of Yohan Solomon in the game. If one person was out of this game for the full, I don't think this team wins.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, again, and tip of the hat to the IG team, they're able to finish the story, right? Again, this is a team that was counted out by many after the losses due to suspension, losses due to injury. But again, they're able to finish the story, 34-30 victory over the Airbuds. And once again, the IG team are your co-ed 5v5 division champions. He's Keon Cyrus. I'm Brent Bakken. Coming up next, we have Birds against the Knicks, the Women's A Championship. Yeah. But before that, we're going to toss it down to the on-field trophy presentation, Anissa Bouchard. We're going to kick it over to her. Actually, momentarily, we'll kick it over to her. So, again, IG team, a great victory for them. But where do you think this game fell apart for the Airbuds, again, who had full control of the first half?
It's hard to tell, honestly. I honestly can't really tell you which part specifically. Again, the Senatus interception was a great play that completely changed the last few minutes of it. But I think already at that point, the tide was turning for IG team.
Okay, so now we're going to shoot it down to Anissa Bushmello, who has the IG team on the field.
Donc, on est avec les gagnants de la catégorie Coed 5, Coed 5 contre 5. Gucci, comment tu te sens après cette victoire?
Je me sens vraiment bien. Moi, j'ai juste un truc à dire que tout le monde doit retenir. Ne jamais nous sous-estimer parce qu'il disait que malgré qu'on a perdu 2, 3, 4 jours, on a 6 gagnés. Puis, regarde, on est là,
on va remettre le trophée et la bannière. Donc, MVP pour ce match, Fritz. Parfait. Comment tu te sens après cette victoire?
Je me sens bien, je suis content. On a gagné pour les Twins, tout le monde nous sous-estimait. Puis, that's it, man. C'est ça, man.
Est-ce que vous êtes fiers de vous?
Très, très fiers. On perdait, on a come back, on est resté ensemble. Puis, that's it, man.
Super. Merci, guys. Bravo.
All right, thank you, Anissa. So, Fritz Senatus, obviously the MVP of the game. A man of few words, but a man with another championship under his belt.
Great performance by Senatus. Again, we've talked about it was a great game from every player on this IG team. Again, Samuel Mumbo talked about the fact that they lost players. And like he said, on est là maintenant. So great stuff from the IG team. Well-deserved. Big run from them, fighting that adversity of losing several players for this championship game. And again, let them celebrate.
There you go, the IG team showing you have to play a full game. You can't be talking trash in the first half of a game. You got to finish the game, made that catch. Unfortunately, Jalen Greaves couldn't, and his team ends up losing 34-30. IG team, once again, are your division co-ed 5v5 division champions. Congrats to them. Again, like we said, we have Birds and Knicks coming up. Women's A championship on the line. Don't go anywhere.
Gentlemen, welcome back to the second day of the Spring 2026 Flag Plus Football Championship weekend. We are on the way with a new important matchup here. It is the Women's A Championship game. It will feature the Knicks that are the first seed that are going to be facing off versus the Birds that are the third seed. This matchup has its fair share of talented players. We have the receiver of the year, Lara Uzoka, for the Knicks. And on the Birds side, we have QB of the year, Clarence Michaud, defensive player of the year, Lauriane Bouchard, and all-star Alice Lucier is unfortunately out. On the Knicks, we also have an important absence. It's Atena Ryan, the starting quarterback. Maya DiFazio, very talented young FPF quarterback, an international flag football quarterback, will be replacing. She is the injury replacement. We have that rule here at Flag Plus Football. Right before we give you a little bit more analysis, we will shoot it down to our sideline reporter, third member of our crew, who has an interview with a Birds player, Sofia Di Coretto.
Donc, on se retrouve maintenant pour la catégorie Women's A avec Sophia de Birds. Est-ce que tu peux nous dire comment ça s'est passé votre saison cette année?
Oui, we did really well. Obviously, we're in finals now. We're such a unit. We're kind of like a new team, new people. But yeah, we're here.
Comment vous vous sentez par rapport à ce match, cette grosse finale?
We're really excited parce qu'on connaît aussi les Knicks very well. Fait que we know how they play, they know how we play. Fait que c'est pas un secret, but we're really hyped, very hyped.
Puis qu'est-ce que tu penses qui va vous mener vers la victoire aujourd'hui?
Playing all together, for sure. We're very good at communication, la def offense aussi. So being together, communicating, hype, of course, and yeah.
Super, merci. De retour avec Nick et Brent.
Thank you, Anissa, for this insight from the sideline. Sofia Di Coretta wearing some bling pre-game. I like the confidence there. And she said they know this Knicks team very well, two teams that know each other. A lot of girls who play in this Flag Plus football circuit who've been playing for years and who play in all types of leagues in Quebec, notably the University League. So this will be a very good matchup. I am Nicholas Pierre-Mass. I'll be your play-by-play for this game. I'm accompanied by analyst extraordinaire Brent Dawkin, and Anissa Buchmela will be the third member of our crew, giving you insight from the sideline all throughout the game. Their next intervention will be at halftime. Brent, tell me what you expect for this matchup.
Well, listen, this Knicks team, they've been the cream of the crop in Women's A the entire season, looking obviously to cap it off with a championship. They've only been beaten once this season. Taking on, though, a tough Birds team, like you said, the 3 seed. They're here for a reason.
Maddie Fazio, her first pass of the matchup, connects with Leah Bigra on a quick out route. Yeah, good gain for the Knicks early in the ballgame.
Yeah, we got to see Bigra a little earlier in the Co-Ed 1 championship game with Ben Percons taking on Plenty of Fish. Unfortunately for Bigra, her team came out on a losing end, so obviously she's hoping to go home with at least one championship here today.
2nd and 10 for DeFazio. Second pass attempt, and it connects one more time. DeFazio's perfect so far early in this one. Anouk Benalil was her target on the dig route, sufficient for a first down for the Knicks.
And you just look at this Knicks offense, there's a reason why they're the top team. Anouk Benalil, Ashley Langer, we haven't talked about her yet. Fantastic receiver. Talked about Laura Yuzuka and obviously Leo Bigra there, the snapper. And again, like you said, Maya DeFazio, she's subbing on this team. Athena Ryan's a regular quarterback. She's missed the last couple of games due to injury. She's here in attendance, but unfortunately not able to play. But Maya DeFazio, a more than capable replacement.
DeFazio gets the rusher jumping, rolls out to the right to extend some time, throws cross body. Unfortunately, couldn't connect this time. She goes 2 for 3, though, to start this drive.
Yeah, so risky throw there by DeFazio, up a little high. Langer can come down with the catch, but luckily for that team, for the Knicks, they're able to survive and get playing just past midfield there.
Yes, the intended receiver was Ashley Langer. Thank you for telling us, Brent. I couldn't see her number from that far. DeFazio, corner ball, perfect accuracy, caught by Bigra for her second catch of this first drive on the sideline there.
Yeah, beautiful throw right there. Accurate throw by the quarterback to the center, to the snapper, I should say, on that corner route. Good job by Bigra, using her length to make the grab and keeping her feet in bounds.
And Athena Ryan, despite Maya DeFazio being a worthy backup, like you said, she had a hell of a year, 1,216 yards through the air in the regular season. She also has chemistry with her squad. Let's see if DeFazio can replace her for the biggest game there is. DeFazio rolling to her right, crossbody throw, front pylon. Couldn't connect, unfortunately, with Shelly Grenier.
Yeah, blown
up. Rather, that was Langer once again, pardon me.
Yeah, blown opportunity. Langer was open, just a bad passer by DeFazio. Again, she's being rushed. She knows she wants to have that throw back. You're not going to find too many more competitive players than Maya DeFazio right there. I had a chance to talk to her, actually, about an hour ago, and she was all hyped up for the team. She goes, I don't care if I'm subbing, I still want to play and I want to win a championship.
Trips left for DeFazio's offense, looking for Bigra, pardon me, once again. This time out route to the left, and that's going to be sufficient for a Knicks touchdown.
Yeah, good job right there on the out route on the goal line by Bigra. Again, just using her length to create some separation, and her catch radius is so big just because of the length that she has on her side.
Bigra 3 catches already in this initial drive and a touchdown to top it off. 17 minutes, 15 seconds left in this first half, and it's already 6-0 for the Knicks, looking to make it 1-0. DeFazio tried to connect once again with Bigra. The ball was a little bit short. The convert is no good, and now we'll get to see the Birds on offense for the first time today.
Yes, it's going to be interesting again what they do here. They gave up the touchdown. Let's see how they respond again. This Birds team, one of the top teams in the division. Like I said, they finished top 3. Veterans on their squad as well. You talked about the quarterback. Let's see what they could do here on our opening drive of the game.
Birds went 6-4 this year, which gave them the 3rd seed coming out of the regular season in this division. Michaud, two receivers to her left, sole receiver to her right. Throws across the middle. It's intercepted by Shelly Grenier, and she has some room in front of her. Will she be tackled? And yes, she's stopped inside the 5 by Alexandra Circe. This is not how you wanted to start the game if you're Clarence Michaud.
Yeah, and it's a bad pass right there. And you see the safety right there playing over the top. Grenier came over. She saw that the entire way. If you're the quarterback, you have to – I understand the idea, but the execution was lacking. You have to put a bit more force behind that pass. You can't have such a rainbow shot of a pass right there. The ball hung in the air long enough for the defender to come over and make a play, hence why we had the INT. So now with the Knicks starting with the ball inside the 5-yard line, you can't ask for a better field position than that if you're the Knicks offense.
DeFazio lacked accuracy here, or at least thought her receiver, if it's not for the accuracy, therefore there's just miscommunication with her receiver, she might have expected Longin to bounce back out there on that route. Longin, thought she was open, decided to stay right put where she was in the middle of the end zone.
And that's just you're going to have sometimes, right, with a quarterback who, again, DeFazio's played a couple of games with this team, but she doesn't have that familiarity, right? That chemistry is not exactly there yet, because, again, she's a sub, so you have to imagine with Ryan, the offense will look a bit more crisp.
It's the Knicks team that finished first this season. We said it earlier. Finished with 7 victories, 2 losses and 1 tie, and now get to score for the second time today. Laura Uzoka scored this touchdown. She was wide open in the front pylon. The lead extends 12-0 for the Knicks with just 5 minutes that have gone by in this game.
And that's a heady route right there by Uzoka, the receiver. She realized it was his own defense. She found an opening and sat right in the hole, made herself available for her quarterback.
Uzoka got the honors of Receiver of the Year in Women's A, the highest level of women divisions here in Flag Plus football in spring 2026. She's showing how she got that award early in this game. DeFazio this time was trying to get Bigra in the end zone for the 1-point convert, but the sack has been called. Good effort by Sofia Di Corto.
Yeah, good effort by her right there, trying to stop the bleeding for her team. So now let's see what the offense could do here to get the ball back. Talking, of course, about the Birds.
The Birds need to get back in this game quickly. In the 2 matchups in the regular season that they had against the Knicks, they actually lost twice. One time by 16 points and the other time a little bit tighter in Week 9 by 7 points. As Clarence Michaud gets her first completion of the ball game, found Sydney Couette on a hook route.
Yeah, Couette, one of the most dangerous receivers in FPF, male or female. She's been a stud since her debut season a couple years ago. Able to use the deep speed to get open for long touchdowns. And we saw right there running a precise route in between 2 defenders, making a grab, giving her team a couple of yards.
Michaud trying to continue the momentum of his first completion, going deep for the corner route. It's caught, leaping catch, and there'll be nobody in front of her. It's Efe Petron with the Birds touchdown.
Efe Petron again, another top receiver right there, showing why right there. Look at that beautiful catch. You see the throw there by the quarterback right down that right sideline. Petron jumping up with a defender right in the back pocket, able to make the grab, come down to the ground, and get the ball into the end zone. Beautiful catch right there, and some yak yards as well for the TD by Petron.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the highest level. I'm repeating myself, but this is the highest level of Flag Plus football women's divisions, and it's being shown very clearly why that is right now in the very beginning of this championship game. Michaud trying to extend or reduce, the deficit by an extra point, and she does
nice catch
by connecting with Alexandra Circe at the back of the end zone.
Yeah, good job by Circe in the back of the end zone. She's all by herself. Quarterback just waited and finally able to make the play. So now finally the Birds are on the board, trailing 12-7.
With 12 minutes, 20 seconds left to play in the first half, the score is 12-7 in favor of the Knicks, who want to extend their lead now. Maya DeFazio is back at the 5-yard line with her offense. Her feet are in her end zone, ready to throw, and she finds once again Léa Bigra with her 4th catch of the matchup.
Yeah, good catch there by Bigra, again using her size to create some separation, shielding the ball from the defender. A pickup of about 7 yards there on first down. Of course, it's a similar, this is the 5v5 format, just like we just saw with the 5v5 co-again that went on before. The only time you can get a first down is by passing midfield versus, of course, the 6-on-6 format where it's a first down every 10 yards.
Condensed formation for DeFazio's offense. Longin is the sole receiver, isolated on the right. Long pass to Bigra, and she makes an incredible catch. Diving catch at the opposing side where her body was leading her. Circus catch for this young lady, her 5th of the game.
So we see an injured player. One of the defenders is down for the Birds, but you're right, though. Incredible catch here by Bigra. Right now, I have to say, and a classy move right here by the Knicks. They're all taking a knee.
And look at how she had to contort her body, catch this ball at the highest point, and survive the landing. Unfortunately, like you said, we have a Birds player that seems to have been banged up on the play. We'll allow her to get the medical attention she needs.
Yeah, it's going to be Lauriane Bouchard who's hurt.
Yes, Lauriane Bouchard, tough blow if she can't come back in this game. She was the Defensive Player of the Year in Women's A this spring. Got 8 interceptions for her team in the regular season. Incredible player, absolute ball hawk on the defense. Getting up on her own, she's being held by our very own Clarence, who is a player here in FPF and also an athletic therapist. And Bouchard is walking away on her own, putting weight on her legs by herself. It's always a good sight to see. Let's hope she can come back in this ball game, but more importantly, that she's healthy. Maya DeFazio now inside the opposing team's red zone, trying to extend her lead. Looking right, goes across the middle, and it is complete to none other than Léa Bigra, her 2nd touchdown of the game, her 6th catch of the contest.
Bigra, I'm going to say I'm only a couple minutes into this contest, so halfway through the opening half. I got to say Bigra is my player of the game, at least so far. Player of the first half, for sure.
That's for sure. No doubt there.
So after the stoppage of play, again, the injury, like we talked about, to Lauriane Bouchard. Again, nice to see her make her way to the bench. Hopefully she'll be okay to continue in this contest.
1-point attempt. Nice pass by DeFazio. Was trying to get Anouk Benalil to get the 1-point convert. Couldn't hold on to it. The score will remain 18-7 in favor of the Knicks as we're 15 seconds from the halfway mark in this first half.
Yeah, so a good response right there by the Knicks. Again, they gave up their first touchdown of the game, but again, they marched right down the field. Big Girl with another huge play for a TD, so now they're up 18-7. How do the Birds respond?
Let's see. Michaud looking to her left, to her isolated receiver on the double move. Completely covered. Blanket coverage by by Shelly Grenier.
Yeah, another big play right there by Shelly Grenier. She was going step for step with Alexandra Circe, but again, great coverage and a good job by her not getting called for holding or for pass interference.
And let's remind ourselves, Shelly Grenier is the player who intercepted Clarence Michaud in her very first pass attempt of the game. She also tallied 5 interceptions in the regular season. Clarence Michaud clearly not scared to test her again. So far, though, Grenier seems to have the advantage. Michaud out routes to her receiver, just couldn't hold on near the sideline. Sydney Couette was the intended target.
Yeah, the pass a little bit out of the reach of the receiver. If the pass would have been on the money, he should have picked up at least a good 5, 6, 7 yards right there.
This will set up 3rd and long for this Birds offense, who was 4th in points scored this year and 3rd in yards per game, so right in the middle of the pack of this 16 division. But got all the way to the championship game, so caught fire at the right moment. Michaud finds a receiver, amazing spin move, still running, is finally tackled. Close to the first down. Actually, she got the first down. Maëlie Roy with an amazing catch and run.
Yeah, great yak yards right there, looking like a young Debo Samuel right there on that catch. Shout out to the Niner Nation. But yeah, good first down right there, and good hustle by Roy, breaking a number of tackles to extend this drive for her squad.
Important first down. Gets the Birds out of a tough situation there where they would have forced a turnover on downs in a 1-possession deficit, would have allowed the Knicks to maybe get up 2, and that's not what you want to do, especially not versus the first-ranked Knicks coming out of the regular season, who are 1st in points against and 2nd in yards per game. A little bit of trickery here on the handoff, double pass! Or rather, pass from the receiver who caught the handoff. The pass was to Alexandra Circe, who managed to get inside for the Birds touchdown.
I think that was Kuwait there with the pass. So a little bit of trickery like you talked about for the Birds offense right there. And sometimes you got to be creative. And see, the pass just went over the outstretched hand right there of Shelly Grenier.
You're absolutely right, Brent. Michaud handed it off to Kuwait. Kuwait, after running laterally, threw it to Circe, and Circe caught it and ran into the touchdown by extending her arms. Very well played by the Birds. We now have a much tighter game here. It is 18-13. Let's see if they can make it 18-14. Crossing route. Yes, Sydney Kuwait catches this football after throwing one for a touchdown. She now catches one for a convert.
Yeah, great play right here. Back-to-back solid plays right there by Kuwait. Throwing a pass, catching a touchdown. Good job by her. 4-point game now, 18-14. It's a good 1-point combo there by Kuwait. Some DeFazio and her offense back on the field here. Let's see what they can do.
DeFazio, 3 receivers to her left. Decides to throw the old reliable Léa Bigra, and Léa almost came down with that one. Good defensive effort, though, to force the incompletion.
And there's also almost a safety right there. Di Loretto came in there. She snatched that flag away from the waist of DeFazio, but maybe half a second after the ball came out.
DeFazio looking to her isolated receiver. Big catch by Anouk Benalil. And the tackle was made by Efe Petron, and thank God she made that tackle, because I think Benalil was gone for a lot of yards, if not a touchdown.
It's a beautiful route right there. And like you talked about, great ball placement, good accuracy by the quarterback, and the receiver working step by step right there. And so now the ball, actually, I believe, short of the first down, so good awareness there by Benalil not to pick up the first.
It'll be 3rd and 2. DeFazio confirms the first down. Finds Léa Bigra for her 8th catch of the game. I'm not mistaken here, guys. 8 catches already. That'll be for another Knicks first down.
Yeah, I had a chance to talk to Bigra. Again, we called the Co-Ed 1 championship, right, where her team lost the Co-Ed 2, championship between Brent Pecans and Plenty of Fish. She was disappointed after the loss, but of course looking to get a championship here. Still motivated.
DeFazio back to Bigra. Eunice Fotso on the flagpole. That'll be 2nd down inside the 10-yard line, about at the 8 here.
Yeah, Fotso, an underrated but impact player, no matter where she plays, obviously this season with the Birds. Great receiver and a good defender as well. And she brings some size to this lineup.
Just under 5 minutes to go in this first half. DeFazio wants to extend her lead. Uzoka under center, gives it back to DeFazio, so now she could run if she wanted to. Finds Bigra, who has to come back to that football and makes an important catch here. Efe Petron was trying to put a hand on that ball, didn't manage to, but got the flagpole.
Yeah, good tackle there by Petron on Bigra, and a good rush right there as well by Di Loretto. Again, like you called it, Nick, when you have a player that goes behind center and then tosses it back rugby style to the quarterback can then run. So good job by Di Loretto realizing that right away and getting right in front of DeFazio, preventing her from taking off.
Condensed formation for DeFazio's offense. DeFazio throws to her left, finds Lara Uzoka for the next touchdown.
So good, easy touchdown right there for the offense. Uzoka, again, making herself available, saw the opening in the defense. She should have sat in it, making herself a good target there for her QB.
The receiver of the year, who tallied up 685 yards through the air in the regular season, just caught her 2nd touchdown of the game, extending her team's lead to 10 points. Score with 3 minutes, 37 seconds to go is 24-14 in favor of the Knicks, who want to get an extra point right here. DeFazio avoiding the rush, passing it right on the center in the front pylon. Connects with Ashley Longin.
Yeah,
so add 1 to the score, Brent. It'll be 25-14.
Yeah, good job, Belanger. Sitting right in the front of the end zone there. And DeFazio was about to have that flag snatched from her waist, but she let off a rocket. Langer able to make that big grab to extend her lead for her squad. Now up by 11 points.
So 11-point game now with under 3 minutes to go. The Birds need to respond. They do get the ball in the second half, though. So an opportunity for a 2-score opportunity here. Great pass to Shelly, pardon me, to Maëlie Roy. Had a lot of grass in front of her. Unfortunately, stepped out. I think she didn't understand that she was stepping out or didn't want to. She turned the corner and thought she was going to, she saw green. She was running towards us too, but unfortunately stepped out of bounds.
Got to have that awareness. Got to know where your feet are at all times. Good call there by the official, Rob White, working the left sideline.
It is a little bit harder when the left sideline is cones here. We are playing 5-on-5, so it's a shortened field compared to what we usually play 6-on-6, which is FPF's original format. Right back to her. Fortunately, drops it this time. A very similar play. She was running a crossing route. That being said, she was better covered this time. I don't think she would have gotten in those extra yards.
No, but again, that's a second mistake right there. First, the lapse in judgment in terms of where she was on the field, and the drop right there. But then she's one of the top players on this team. You have to imagine the quarterback's going to go back to her.
Absolutely. Earlier in the game, remember her big catch, spin move, big first down to get her team outside of their own end zone, right? They're deep in their own zone. She's definitely going to get targeted again by Michaud, and I wouldn't be surprised if she makes a big play when it counts even more down the line in this ball game.
10 seconds left in the play clock.
Yes, sir. Condensed formation for Michaud. Crossing route connects with Patron. Patron has some nice moves and will get the first down for her team.
Again, that's what I talked about earlier. One of the top receivers, male or female, in this league is Effie Patron. A great catch right there. And not just a catch, Nick, the yak yards after she caught that ball. So fresh set of downs now for the offense here.
One minute, 22 seconds to go. We are now in pro clock. New set of downs for Michaud, who would love to have an opportunity to reduce the lead before the halftime break, where she would get the football again to start off. Sydney Couette on a drag route. Wisely comes off the field, but no, remained in bounds. Good effort on the flagpole.
So second and goal now from about let's call it the 15-yard line of their opponents for the Birds offense. So plenty of time, less than a minute now remaining, like you said, in this opening half. So bunch formation here by the Birds.
Kirali Magloire was the one who got that important flagpole.
Pass right down the middle. Smart play right there by the quarterback. Saw that target right over the middle. She took it. No need to get fancy.
Exactly. Michaud found Circe on a hook route down the middle, like you said. Brand Magloire once again with the flagpole.
Yeah, so Constance Millard on this Birds team. She's rushing right here. Getting her number called, and she misses the tackle. Quick out route there to Circe. Tackled, though, about 4 yards short of the goal line.
Constance Millard that we didn't see at the start of the game is now also rushing. Earlier it was Sofia Di Corretto. Both players rocking number 1.
So ball at the 4 here for the Birds.
Long pass back corner. Sydney Couette catches that touchdown with 0 seconds on the clock. Well played by Clarence Michaud, reducing the lead. The deficit, rather, scores now 25-20. And pardon me, I confused myself. Sofia Di Corretto is number 1 for the Birds. She's the rusher there. Constance Millard is number 1 for the Knicks. That makes more sense here.
Yeah, they're both rushers, so I can understand why you made that mistake.
Exactly.
It's all right.
A little bit of confusion here on my roster. It is fixed. I assure you back home, don't worry. This is not only my 6th game. I'm a little bit confused.
Finals weekend, my friend. Finals weekend, don't trust the numbers.
Michaud, crossing route for the 1-point convert. Connects with F.A. Patron. It will therefore be 25-21 going into the half. You cannot cook up a better final drive of the half for this Birds team. 4-point deficit coming into the halftime break, and they will get the ball back to start the second half. Brent, what is the plan for this team into the second half?
I mean, they got to score again, right? I mean, it's a 4-point game. The game started off where Knicks had a ton of control offensively, but we saw the Birds finally answer back and really try to make this a game, and they've done it again. They're only down by 4 heading into the break.
And on the Knicks side, you started off extremely strong. You picked off Clarence Michaud on her very first pass attempt, but now 4-point game coming into the half, and you don't even get the ball to start. You must not be very happy with the way the half actually stopped. What do you do to get back the momentum and to try to get this championship?
Well, if you're the Knicks, right, you have to go back to what brought you success early in the game, and that's hitting big number 99 over the middle, Leah Bigra. You hit her deep, you hit her short, doesn't matter as long as you get her the ball, right? And that opens things up for her other receivers on the outside, players like Lara Azuka and obviously Ashley Langer. The list goes on, and Nick Benalil as well, right? So you start off by getting the ball to who's been your best player so far, and that's Leah Bigra.
Bigra, 9 catches, 2 touchdowns already. This sounds like statistics for an entire game, but we're only talking about the first half. I can't imagine what she can do in that second half, but do you become unidimensional if you keep feeding Bigra in this game, and does it become a little bit easier for the Birds to defend it?
I mean, it becomes a little bit easier, but what happens, right? You know, we both play tackle, we both play flag. Defense will start cheating down, right? Going to see, okay, little hook over the middle, little out route, little crossers over the middle. Defense starts to cheat down a bit, and that's when you start attacking them deep.
Absolutely, Brent. And I'm looking forward to seeing if that will happen. Right now we have Anissa Bechmela, who's on the sideline with Knicks receiver Lara Uzoka.
Donc, on est maintenant avec Ashley de Knicks. Est-ce que tu peux nous parler un peu de la saison que vous avez eue cette année?
On a quand même connu une bonne saison. On n'a pas perdu souvent. On a quand même été constants tout au long de la saison. Fait que ça, c'est vraiment bon. On espère juste pouvoir continuer ça puis finir ça en beauté, for sure.
Est-ce que tu peux nous dire un peu comment ça se passe, votre game en ce moment?
En ce moment, côté offensif, ça se passe vraiment bien. On complète nos jeux, on fait de notre mieux. Je pense qu'on a besoin d'un peu plus de clutch côté défensif, mais on s'en est parlé. On est une équipe, on est là pour ça. La game n'est pas finie.
Qu'est-ce que vous allez faire pour vous assurer d'aller chercher cette victoire?
Pour vrai, il faut jouer notre game. Genre live, on joue pas comme Knicks joue. Je pense qu'il faut juste avoir un bon momentum, être concentré dans nos affaires, faire nos bons jeux, puis everything's gonna be good. Yeah.
Merci. De retour avec Nick et Brent.
Thank you, Anissa, for the great work. Like always, there was a last-minute change. It wasn't Lara Uzoka, but rather Ashley Longing, who said that they haven't been playing like the Knicks so far, and that's what they have to do to keep the lead in this game and to really go get their hands on this trophy, is to start playing like the Knicks organization. What do they mean by that, you think, Brent?
I mean, they got to execute better, especially on defense, right? I mean, they were dominating the first couple of minutes of the game. They were shutting down the opposing offense, but we saw a couple of holes here and there, right? A couple of long plays as well that worked successfully for the Birds. So if you're the Knicks, I mean, listen, you're up by 4, ton of football left. You've been the top team in this division the entire year. Just tighten up a little bit on that back end, and they should be okay.
This is a team that finished the regular season first in points against. So they were the team who allowed the least points against them all season long, with a total of only 146 points in 10 games. That's 14 points per game that they conceded to the opponent. And in this game so far, they let the Birds score 21 points. And in points scored, the Birds were only 4th in the entire league, so they're not playing like the Knicks usually play. But that's what usually happens in championship games. Both teams step it up, and we get really tight matchups. Let's see the Birds' first offensive drive of the half. They have an opportunity to take the lead for the first time in this ball game. Michaud was looking for Alexandra Circe near the sideline, couldn't connect. Incomplete pass.
Yeah, coverage was pretty tight there on Circe. I believe that was Constance Millar there in coverage. Good rush by Leah Bigra. I had a chance, so obviously the game we did earlier, right, when I asked her, how come you weren't rushing more? She rushed a bit in there in that second half, but she told me she was tired. But credit to her, back at it once again at rush.
Second in midfield for Michaud and her offense, condensed formation. Looking deep to a corner route. She connects with Alexandra Circe, who gets a little bit of extra yards before getting her flag pulled. What a play by the Birds, getting out of their own zone. They will now be inside the 10, knocking at the opposing team's end zone.
And that's the second time. Just a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful throw right there by the quarterback. Saw that corner route run by Circe, and she hauled it in with ease on the sideline. 2 defenders right there as well.
Alexandra Circe couldn't come up with the catch earlier on the inaccurate throw by Michaud, but now comes a big. She had a 1-point convert and a touchdown already in this game, and now an important first down. Michaud knocking at the opposing team's end zone, was looking for Circe, I believe, or at least Circe believed it, but behind Circe there was Couette. That ball was a little bit low for her, but she couldn't snag it, unfortunately. Either way, whoever was the targeted receiver, it's passing complete. We're now looking at 2nd and goal.
And I'll tell you what, Shirley Crevier is not going to get a pass deflection there, but what she did do is she got in the field of vision of Couette. That might have been the reason why she couldn't come up with the grab.
Trips to Michaud's right on the left of your screen. 5 yards for the end zone. Crossing route to Circe. And this time Circe walks in for the touchdown.
Yes, I'm not sure right there. The defender number 9, Christophe Jumel, I'm not sure what she was doing right there. That was the only player that was in her zone, in her lane, if you will. And she just kind of hesitant to even jump that route.
Circe caught her 2nd touchdown of this matchup. Score is now 27-25. The Birds have their first lead of the game. They're trying to add 1 point to it. Bunch formation on the left of your screen, but we end up going to the singled out receiver on the right. Maëlie Roy, we told you guys she was going to be back in this game despite a few drops earlier, a few mistakes rather. She now gets the 1 point convert.
Yeah, good play right there by her. So 3 point game now. 28-25.
Maddie Fazio, first offensive play since they've been trailing in this game. The first time that they've been trailing in this game, finds Lara Uzoka on the right sideline.
Yeah, Uzoka, big grab right there on the sideline, realizing where she was, making sure she stayed in bounds to come up with the catch.
Uzoka was immediately tackled by Roselyne Majot. 2nd and about 15 now. DeFazio avoiding the rush and decides to get off. I was going to say get off running, but she can't. This is 5-on-5 football. She prolongs the play to her right and wisely finds Ashley Loggin on the dig route.
Yeah, good job by DeFazio. Using her legs. Again, you're right, you can't scramble. Only way a quarterback can run is if they get a handoff for someone else. If, let's say, one of the receivers gets a snap and then that ball gets tossed back to the quarterback, then they can run. But again, good job by DeFazio keeping the play alive and Langin with the catch on the sideline.
I said dig route, but Langin actually just went into scramble drill, just turned around, went to the other side, and extended the play. And once again, DeFazio manages to extend the play by avoiding the rusher, and this time near the right sideline again finds Léa Bigra for her 10th catch of the ball game. She's already in double digits.
Keep on going to it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Exactly. Go back to Big Ra again. Big catch by her on that sideline, getting her team a little bit closer to the end zone. So now bunch formation, trips to the left for this for DeFazio in her offense.
DeFazio under center. Trickery there. I was caught thinking DeFazio still had the ball. She was running some type of RPO. Actually, it's the center who got the ball. It was Ashley Loggin. She was already deep downfield while I was still looking at DeFazio. If I got confused all the way here in the booth, I can't imagine the players up front with all the traffic. Great play design by the Knicks.
Yeah, great play design indeed. Great play design indeed. And this is what you get with women's football, right? You get a lot of creativity, right? Especially in this 5v5 format. It's a great thing to see.
The Knicks now knocking at the opposite team's end zone, and who other than Léa Bigra to walk into the end zone on the crossing route. Her 11th catch of the game, 3rd touchdown.
LB with the TD right there. Great route by her. Did that drag, but just pass in front of the end zone. Quarterback just had to wait for her to get open, and she did exactly that.
Score is now 31-28, looking to extend it for an extra point. Back end zone. DeFazio connects. 1 point is good.
Yeah, it's just too easy. Right now, the middle of the field is giving problems to this Birds defense. We've seen, obviously, Big Rad doing drag routes. We've seen some other players. Laura Zuko, I believe 2 of her touchdowns were right down the middle. Some places as well from Ashley Langin. The middle of that defense is going to have to tighten up a little bit for the Birds if they want to walk out of here with the championship.
Anouk Benanil was the author of that catch for the 1-point convert. The Birds now trailing by 5, wanting to respond. They've shown their grit so far in this game, responding every time. Long pass for the fade route, intercepted! It's number 17 for the Knicks. Kiraline Magloire with the big interception, allowing her team to put themselves in a position to get the lead, to extend the lead to 2 possessions.
And that's one of those 50-50 plays. You're either going to reach up there with the one hand and make the play, or you're giving up a long bomb, potentially a touchdown. And Magloire, great job reaching up. I believe that was the right hand and pulling on the ball to make the INT. Could be the play of the game right there.
It's now the second time in this matchup that the Birds quarterback, Clarence Michaud, is intercepted. And it's not the very first play of the game for those who don't remember. And now, at a moment where they needed to respond this second half, untimely interceptions in this game is going to make it hard to come back in the game. But I got to give it to the Birds defense. I mean, they're still at 1 possession. So this game is still possible on both sides. Quick handoff to Anouk Benanil for the Knicks.
So this time the Birds obviously more ready for that play. Able to adapt quickly right there, coming down to make that a minimal gain.
Game number 6 today of this spring 2026 championship weekend of Flag Plus football. Deep pass after the fake handoff from Maya DiFazio, who connects with none other than receiver of the year in Women's A this season, Lara Uzoka.
Yeah, great corner route right there by Uzoka. Seems like the corner route is the favorite route by both teams here this afternoon in this game. Big catch there by Uzoka. Again, talked about her earlier game. She has her sights set on Team Canada for the 2032 games. Of course, assuming flag football gets brought back after the 2028 games in LA.
Uzoka's 3rd touchdown snag this afternoon. DeFazio looking for 2-point conversion now. She got the ball after a second handoff, therefore she can run, and she's going for that. Exactly. She dips into the end zone. It's sufficient for a 2-point convert.
And that's the strength right there and the agility by Maya DeFazio, able to stretch that arm out and stretch the ball out as well to get into the end zone. And now we see the score being 40-28, a commanding lead here for Knicks with just under 11 minutes remaining in the contest.
12-point lead to be exact, 2-possession game, but there's a lot of football left to be played. Can the Birds respond if they stop turning the ball over? They've shown explosive ability on offense and the ability to beat this Knicks secondary. Michaud crossing route to Circe, one of her favorite targets today. Circe quickly tackled. Gain of about 6.
So quick little gain right there again, 6 yards. We still have about the 12 to 15 until you get to midfield.
Michaud sends a receiver in motion. Throws it nowhere where her receivers were, and it's intercepted once again. This time it's Christavi Fanfan. Rien ne va plus for the Birds offense. Like we say in French, nothing's going well anymore for the Birds offense.
And I'm not sure, I'm going to watch the replay here. I'm not sure what the quarterback saw there. You see Michaud, she has time. The rush isn't really there yet. Gets her at the last second, and there's no receiver really in the area. I think that ball might have just sailed on her.
It's now the 3rd time that Michaud throws a football that ends up in the hands of a woman in a black jersey. That is a very difficult way to win a championship game, especially versus the #1 seed Knicks organization.
So this could be the death blow delivered here by the Knicks if they're able to score another touchdown. Again, they're already up by 12. Could potentially be up by 18 depending on what happens here on this next series.
Ashley Langin lined up tight here next to Léa Bigra. Ends up taking the ball under center, pitches it to Maya DeFazio, who can now run. Maya DeFazio trying to avoid the sack, and she tried to get rid of the football before she could avoid the sack, but I think it was called a sack. Great effort by Sofia Di Corretto, her 2nd sack of this contest.
Yeah, big sack there by her, because again, that's the whole idea behind that play, right, is you have that pitch back from a receiver to the quarterback and then run. That's what DeFazio wanted to do. We've seen her scrambling ability throughout this contest, but a good job there by the rusher, De Loretto, coming up with a big sack.
The Knicks offense backed up now after this sack across the middle. DeFazio seemed to be looking for Anouk Benalil. She just wasn't there. Incomplete pass. This will lead us to 3rd and about 8 for a midfield first down.
Yeah, we saw good coverage right there by the defense. I think that was Uni's fault. So number 7 with the coverage, John Benalil. DeFazio looking for the crossing route, but Falso said, no, you're not going to have that, not this time.
DeFazio looking deep, actually checks it down rather. Changed her mind last second, tried to reach Léa Bigra. That pass lacked some precision. Bigra is pointing towards DeFazio, telling her it was her fault, but DeFazio seems to think it was her who threw that ball poorly. Either way, we're in a 4th down situation now. And for the Knicks, you absolutely need to get to midfield to get a new set of downs. For the Birds, you'd love to get this stop because with a little bit more than 8 minutes left in this game, it's only a 2-possession game. If you score, you still have a timeout. You can call your onside kick.
Yep.
Or even trust your defense to get a stop, and this game is still very, very possible. DeFazio has a receiver right past the first down marker, connects with her, and that'll do it for the first down. It was Shelly Grenier, I believe, who caught this ball.
It's a good catch there by Langin.
Langin, you're right. It's 13 and not 12. Pardon me. I keep messing up Langin's name today. I apologize to her and or family or friends when they'll be watching this. They're allowed to come hate me.
Her parents are here, actually.
They're allowed to.
Yeah,
I'll take
100%.
the hate messages.
I talked to her dad before.
I deserve it.
So that's actually a defensive stand right there by the Birds. Langin was tackled before the first down, right?
No way. All right. So from our angle, it didn't look that way. Well, good on the Birds.
Not at all.
Good on the Birds. They catch a little break. Corner route. Amazing effort by both players here. Sydney Couette was the targeted receiver.
Yes, it's going to be on Jumel. It's going to be pass interference, or maybe even unnecessary roughness. She went right through the receiver to try to make a play on the ball.
It's Leticia
Ngalou. Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
Pardon me,
Leticia
my apologies.
No worries. That confused me a little bit.
The hair is covering the numbers.
You're
It's
all
hard to see.
good. Leticia Ngalou, who jumped extremely high to try to get that pick, fortunately created a little bit too much contact. That would be called defensive pass interference. If this was tackle football, that would have been an amazing play by Ngalou. But in our non-contact flag football rules, she will be penalized for coming into contact with Sydney Couette, who was the targeted receiver here. The Birds catching another break, a much-needed break, I'd like to say.
So we have a timeout called here on the field, but I don't think either of the teams.
So the call is actually unnecessary roughness.
Yeah.
It's not pass
Yeah, so
interference.
you are.
So correct me if I'm wrong, Brent. This should be a 15-yard penalty and an automatic first down. Or will it be a spot foul? If you can update me here on my brush off the old flagless football rulebook.
So with the unnecessary roughness penalty, it's going to be a 10-play suspension.
It's true.
For Ngalou.
Yes,
so
it's a major foul. You're right.
Exactly. Yes, she set it off to the sideline for 10 plays. So this is huge right here. Again, so only a 12-point game with 6.5 minutes remaining. If the Birds can get the ball into the end zone and come up with a stop, they can get the lead.
And on top of her coming off the field, are we looking at 15-yard penalty, first down, or are we looking at a spot foul, first down?
So I think what's going to happen here, I believe it's a 10-yard penalty here.
All right, so neither of the two options I just laid forward. Can you tell I'm a play-by-play commentator for a living and not a referee?
So either way, the penalty stands 100%. It's going to be a fresh set of downs.
There seems to be a lot of conversation on the sideline for a simple call.
So it's the officials Rob White on the left sideline, Mike Jazz on the right. The head official is actually Alex Hollowak, one of the top officials in FPF. Mo Khan is in there as well.
Who's also a broadcaster, notably the Montreal Alliance play-by-play commentator in the CBL. Does great work there and has been doing so for a couple seasons now. Conversating with one of the Knicks players who doesn't seem too keen of the call that was made on the field. then again, I can understand. As a former player, I was never happy when one of my players got penalized, whether the refs were right or wrong.
I think she thought the player right there, Jumel, probably thinks she should have been pass interference, not unnecessary roughness. Pass interference, then Galo wouldn't be kicked out for 10 plays.
Either way, the Birds are now at the 8-yard line of the Knicks. And the ball was almost intercepted by Léa Bigra. I don't know exactly where Michaud was trying to, who Michaud was trying to target here. Bigra seemed like the closest potential target.
So second down now again because of that penalty rate. They got a fresh set of down, automatic first down with the UR. So second down now facing the Birds offense.
Trips to Michaud's right, to the left of your screen. Second and goal here. Amazing work by Anouk Benanil, who bats that ball down at the line of scrimmage. Second incomplete pass for Michaud in a row. Second time the ball touches an opposing defender and not one of her teammates. Let's see if her confidence is shaken up or not, as she faces this big third down and really needs to score if she wants to hope to bring her team back in this one. Just over 5 minutes to go. Second quarterback option. Actually, 3 quarterbacks. Thank you, Brent. We go to the second quarterback, and now the third quarterback decides to rush. She has some space, dip, and I think she got it. Yes, she did. Touchdown for Ife Patron and the Birds. Brent, are they going to go for the onside kick? I can assume that's what they should do.
Nah, there's still too much time left. There's less than 5 minutes left. They're going to go for 2. Or for 1, I should say. So again, yeah, they went for the 1.
I'm shocked, Brent. I would definitely go for the onside kick the way this game is going.
True. But again, I don't know what the defender's doing right there. Again, that's Juma. I don't mean to pick on her, but you can tell once Couette passes the line of scrimmage, the only thing she can do is run. I'm not sure why she was playing so softly. You need to get your body right in front of the player. Make her try to go through you to get the touchdown.
Easier said than done, though, from our position, but I hear your analysis. 1-point convert complete. Michaud finds Sydney Couette. Will therefore be 40-35. 5-point ball game, a little bit more than 4 minutes to go.
So the Birds are smart here, Nick. After scoring that touchdown, they called a timeout to stop the clock. So that's why we have a stoppage right here for the clock here says 4:22. And yeah, the clock at home now for you guys should say 4:22.
Just been adjusted by productions crew. They're quick with it. They hear you talk, they fix it immediately. Appreciate it. Our producer extraordinaire Ali Reza and his entire team. And now if you're the Knicks, you want to chip away at this clock as much as possible and go score a touchdown. Maya Di Fazio, injury replacement for this squad, finds Léa Bigra, by far her favorite target today, for her 12th reception of the ball game. Athena Ryan was the starting quarterback for this team. If you're just joining us, had 1,216 yards in the regular season before she got injured, and now a rising star in the youth Canadian and Mexican flag football circuit, as well as an established young player in flag post football. Maya Di Fazio is the replacement quarterback for the Knicks, and she's doing very good so far in that position. Di Fazio back to Bigra again for a 12th catch now. Bigra quickly tackled by Alexandra Circe.
And there you go. She's open, so keep on feeding her the ball. The defense is late to rotate over to her. If you're Di Fazio, don't make football complicated. Football sometimes is an easy sport. You just got to take what the defense gives you, take what's there, and that's what she's doing right now.
I said 12th catch. I believe it's actually her 13th for Bigra, looking at my stats here. What a performance.
Bigra's family and friends can send all their hate mail to Nick Pierre Moss.
My email is okay, no. So, Maya Di Fazio under center, condensed formation, hands it to Anouk Benanil for a quick run. That's the second time we see this play call for the Knicks.
This one results in a first down.
For a Knicks first down, well played. 3 minutes, just over 3 minutes to play in the ball game. Di Fazio was trying to go deep, decided to check it down instead, but she was sacked before she could get rid of the football. Sofia De Corto with her 3rd sack of the game.
Big sack right there, because I tell you what, there was a receiver open deep, and that's where Di Fazio was going with the ball. Great sack here by that rusher. Again, coming up with a number of plays for her squad. I believe that's her 2nd or 3rd sack here of the evening, pardon me.
Di Fazio looking deep, has 2 players there, and it's caught by Anouk Benanil for a Knicks touchdown.
Yeah, now right there, if you remember the Birds defense, that's just inexcusable. We're going to see on the replay here. Again, good job by the Fazio getting the ball where it needed to be. Comes off, and then you have a bunch of defenders in the area, and they're just standing around letting the receiver catch the ball. I mean, it's, again, like you said, it's easier from the broadcast booth to say that. Again, good catch there by Benelil, but there was 2 receivers, actually, for the Knicks who were open in that area.
Less than 2 minutes to go in this game. The score is now 46-35. Trickery. DeFazio ends up with the ball. Side pass to Benanil, who has a lot of green grass. Walks it in the end zone. No! The referee says that flag was pulled prior to her crossing the plane of the goal line. The convert will therefore be no good. Great defensive stop here from the Birds on that convert play.
Yes. Yeah, I believe that's Fotso there with the tackle. That's a great play design. Again, a great tackle by her, by Fotso there to make sure the player doesn't get it into the end zone. But I love that play design. You have a little bit of misdirection. If you're the Knicks, everyone's going to the right and you throw it back to the left. Just going to get it in.
Game now. The Birds want to score, and they want to score fast. Michaud finds Couette, I believe, near the sideline. No, it's actually Petron. Wisely comes off the field to stop the clock. Now, surely, if the Birds score this time, they'll go for the onside.
Yeah, they have to. Yeah, exactly. I would hope so. I would hope so
as well. Condensed formation now for Michaud and her offensive unit. Michaud right down the middle. There was a lot of space. Found Petron for the second time in a row. Flag pulled by Ngalu. Was enough for a first down for the Birds. Therefore, the time will stop despite nobody going off outside of the field and no passing complete. The time will stop to give the refs the time to place the first down marker. And now it started right on the whistle. The Birds want to snap this ball quick to avoid any extra time running out. Petron for her 3rd catch in a row. Wisely goes out of bounds.
Yeah, good job. Yeah, exactly. Getting out of bounds before she can be tackled there. So good heads-up play by the veteran receiver on the left sideline.
Not a lot of time came off the clock so far as the Birds managed to get into enemy territory. Well executed by the team in green. There's another team in green.
The Braves, they're getting ready.
Getting ready for their matchup as we'll see 5-on-5 men's competitive divisions championship game right after this one. The Braves versus the Party Crashers, a new, very heated rivalry in the last couple seasons in FPF. We'll get to see a new iteration of it. But for now, we need to finish this very interesting matchup of Women's A as Michaud finds Couette on the drag route, pardon me. Couette, once again, no surprise there, steps out of bounds.
That's a good pickup, and this is what the Birds have been successful at so far in this contest, especially with the second half comeback. Just chunking the ball, little chunk plays here and there.
I believe this is 3rd down, Brent, but don't quote me on that. 3rd and goal. Michaud looking to her left, has somebody right in the middle. It's Cersei who just trottles into the end zone. Good play. They'll now have to go for the onside, and that's what they're doing. Score is 46-41, so this is the 5-point game. Brent, can you explain for the people who just joined us? I feel like we've had it almost for the last 4 games in a row. If you just joined us, some people are not familiar
100%.
With the specific onside rule of flag plus football that doesn't exist in IFAF international rules flag football. So can you please explain it for the people at home?
So this is the first game you're watching. What happens here is the Birds, in this instance, they're going to get the ball at their own 5-yard line. They have to get the ball past midfield to continue this offensive drive. So we saw the touchdown. Instead of the 1 or 2 point convo, you can go for an onside play. You can either pass it or run it.
Michaud, second quarterback. It's Couette, back to Michaud. Michaud has plenty of time. No need to rush here. Nobody is putting pressure on her. She has time. Finds somebody near the right sideline. It's Circe. The onside kick is successful, well executed by the Birds.
So I'll tell you what, I know we talked about throughout this game, Leah Bregra being the MVP of the game, obviously with the next win. If the Birds come back and pull off this W, Alessandra Circe, I mean, not a bad choice for your MVP right there. So again, like I said, we saw that onside play, first down there by Circe to send a drive for her team. If that ball would have been batted down incomplete, Knicks would have got the ball at the Birds' 5-yard line.
Circe won a 1-point convert. 2 touchdowns, and now this catch for the successful onside kick in this game. So yes, could definitely be a candidate for MVP. Another potential candidate for MVP is F.A. Patron with like her 4th catch in the last 5 minutes in this ball game. Also has a touchdown, an important first down earlier in the game with nice yak moves that we saw to allow her to get it.
Yep.
49 seconds left now, Brent. 5-point game, and the Birds are dangerously knocking at the door of the Knicks to get the go-ahead touchdown. The Knicks that were ranked first in this league, in this division, and had beat the Birds twice this season. The Birds are definitely the underdogs, and right now the underdogs are trying to win it all as Patron is targeted for the 2nd time in a row, the 5th time in this drive.
Yeah, Patron, a big catch by her on the sideline right there. And again, a lot of time still left on the clock, so she doesn't have to worry about getting out of bounds. She did though on that play, so with 46 seconds left now, the Birds have all the momentum.
I believe we're in a 3rd down and 6 situation now. And Brent, do you want to score right now if you're the Birds, or do you want to maybe get a little bit more clock off the clock?
I try to
a little bit more
right
time
here.
and score on 4th down. It seems like they want to score right now. Michaud was looking for Maëlie Roy at the back end of the end zone. Couldn't connect. This will lead to 4th down for all the marbles, Brent. Just under 40 seconds to go in this game, 5-possession game.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Roy was open on that back in the end zone, dragging the pass just a little bit too far for her.
Trips to the left of Michaud, the right of your screen. This is for the championship, ladies and gentlemen. Michaud, the ball is batted down at the line of scrimmage by Léa Bigra. And the Knicks know that that'll do it. They're celebrating. Léa Bigra has to be the MVP of this game. 1 pass bat down, 2 pass bat downs, 3 touchdowns, and 13 catches.
Fantastic performance. She's been the best player on the field so far here this evening, and saves her best for last, batted down the ball, potentially winning the game. Now, if I am DeFazio here in the Knicks, I'm just taking a couple of knees. I'm getting sacked. I'm not even throwing the ball here at all.
As long as she's not sacked for a safety, everything should be fine. Leawizoka takes the handoff, gives it to DeFazio, which allows her to take a step forward, and that's exactly what she does. Gets tackled immediately by the rusher, Sofiati Corretto, but time is running. And the refs decide to call the game as mathematically the Knicks have won this one. The Knicks are therefore your spring 2026 Flag Plus Football Women's A champions.
Yeah, fantastic finish again. This game looked like it was going to be lopsided. Credit to the Birds for fighting back, and unfortunately for them, they just couldn't do enough to get the W. But you have to give them credit for not quitting on that game. Again, it looked like they were going to lose and lose for sure, but fought back, just couldn't get that last play that they needed, unfortunately for the Birds.
Absolutely. Congratulations to the Knicks. They were the first seed all year long. They went seven victories, 2 losses, 1 tie, and now in the game that counted the most, they confirmed their victory, although at the half it didn't look like it was going to be assured. We do have to also give credit to the Birds, like you mentioned. This team, they went 6-4. They were only 3rd coming in, and they gave it a lot of heart and came to this game, made it down to the wire. What's the future for the Birds organization in Women's A, the highest women's level we have here in Flag Plus Football?
I mean, I think they need to stay in A. I mean, don't forget, listen, you don't want to take any polish, any shine off of the championship. No Sub-Zero. This year, a lot of those ladies playing for Team Canada, obviously.
Just last week at the World Championships.
Exactly.
Yes.
No Cayenne, no Matrix. Some of those players are combined to play on these teams now. Purple Heat, another one of those top teams, the number 2 seed. But championship is a championship. Obviously, then congratulations to the Knicks. But to answer your question there about the Birds, I mean, I want to see them hopefully come back, play in the highest women's division maybe in the fall, and definitely this coming winter season as well.
Now back to the Knicks, our champions. Do I have to ask the question of who should win the MVP, or is it clear as day?
I mean, I'm thinking maybe one of us should get MVP. No, I'm joking. No, Léa Bigra, 100%. Léa Bigra needs to be the MVP. She made play after play. She started off with a big play, and she helped deliver the championship with the final play with that bat down. Well, second to last play with that bat down. Without question, your MVP, Léa Bigra.
And despite Léa Bigra, I'm agreeing with you, probably getting this MVP, or surely getting this MVP. Yeah. Let's talk about Maya DeFazio coming in as a replacement on this team. First of all, Athena Ryan had an amazing regular season. She's an incredible quarterback and led the Knicks to this position of being able to win for a championship. But then Maya DeFazio, the young quarterback, picks up the pace and has an amazing performance. No interception in this game. I believe she threw for 6 passing touchdowns. The young quarterback at the highest level of women's flag football, just the stakes weren't too high for her, actually. They seemed a little bit too easy.
Yeah, and that's it. I mean, she has a lot of experience, right? She plays in a lot of different divisions. Does Maya DeFazio. Again, she's the daughter of the legendary Gino DeFazio, Hall of Famer, who is in attendance here.
Doesn't miss a game.
Yeah, does not miss a game at all. Great performance by DeFazio, and you can't expect anything less. We're filling in for Ryan. She delivered as promised.
Let's go see the post-game celebrations and who will be the MVP with league owner, Jeff Rosenblatt, who's down on the field with the Knicks.
We're down on field level with the Women's A 2026 Spring Champs, Knicks. Commissioner Ben McMahon, let's give the trophy and the banner to Shelly, the captain. And for our MVP of this game with 7 touchdowns thrown and only 5 incompletions, where is she? Oh, Maya DeFazio, get over there. Maya, you and I have been through everything together. We finally won a championship today. You win another one right now. How does it feel to win this ship with for the Women's A championship with Knicks?
Well, honestly, it feels amazing. I couldn't do it without these girls. I came in as a sub, so it wouldn't be as easy as it is without these girls. So.
Okay, so super sub came in. Can I get team captain Shelly? Get over here. Stay right here. Stay right here. Shelly, on va parler en anglais. Okay. Mais tu peux parler en français. Tell me what it means, this Knicks group, you guys have been together now for a little bit, to win a championship, and how does it feel doing it with your close friends on the team?
Je suis vraiment contente. Puis on était comme un peu les underdogs avant. Fait que je trouve que ça fait juste prove comme un statement que genre on est une bonne équipe puis qu'on mérite ça. Puis c'est ça, je suis contente d'avoir fait avec eux. Ils sont cool.
Okay, so you're to hear they were underdogs to champions. Where will they be in winter after the university season? Let's see what happens. But you have your 2026 Women's A champs, Knicks. Back to you guys up there in the booth.
Thank you, Jeff, for the work on the field. Hey, we thought wrong. We thought Leah Vira for sure Brent was gonna get the MVP. Actually, it was Maya DeFazio. But you know what? When he said the stats, I said 6 touchdown passes. We didn't have the exact stats up here. It was actually 7 touchdown passes coming up as a replacement. I get it, and I'm not mad about it personally.
I was going to say the same thing. I'm not mad at that either. I mean, shout out to Leah Brigron on her performance today. Maya DeFazio as well. We talked about her, right? Filling in for Athena Ryan, 7 TD passes. Okay, we'll concede that L. We'll concede the L.
Yeah, it's all good. This is on us. This is on us. Shelley Grenier, team captain, got interviewed in French, of course, her native tongue. We are in Quebec. Et je parle français aussi, just to let you know. And she said that she's so proud of getting that championship with the Knicks organization because they're seen as the underdogs. Brent, are they still the underdogs? Yes, Sub-Zero weren't there. Yes, Cayenne weren't there. Yes, Matrix weren't there. But after this performance, are they the underdogs even when these stacked teams will come back?
Maybe okay. When other teams come back, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, but again, they won the championship. It's not their fault of who was here and who wasn't.
Exactly.
They played who was on their schedule, right? So credit to those ladies from the Knicks. I want to see what they can do against the Sub-Zero, Matrix, and Cayenne, those 3 teams you talked about in the upcoming fall season, or at least in the winter season for sure. I'll be excited to see what happens. But again, congrats to the Knicks.
Yes, congratulations once again to our Women's A Spring 2026 champion, the Knicks. Stay with us because very soon we have our 5-on-5 competitive matchup featuring the Braves, who are like 6-time champions in that division, or rather in other FPF divisions, the 5-on-5 competitive division a little bit more recent. But anyway, the Braves haven't lost in years in competitive play in terms of championships, facing their biggest nemesis yet, the Party Crashers.
Rematch of last winter's final.
Yes, sir.
The Braves won in a blowout. We'll have to see if the Party Crashers can get revenge here tonight.
Absolutely. Stay with us. My name is Nicholas Piermas. I was your play-by-play commentator. I was with Brent Dopkin, who was the analyst and the 3rd member of our crew. We had Anissa Bechelam as well as Jeff Rosenblatt, league owner. Stay with us for the next matchup. Thank you. gentlemen, welcome to game number 7 of day 2 at Flag Plus Football Spring 2026 Championship Weekend. My name is Nicholas Piermas. I'll be your play-by-play commentator for this ball game. I'm with Kwesi Gordon Mall, veteran DB and receiver here at Flag Plus Football, who's also an analyst for us, and that's what he'll be covering. And the third member of our crew is Anissa Bechelem. She will be the sideline reporter for us in this game, and we are lucky we have the 5-on-5 competitive championship game ahead of us between the 2nd place Braves and the 4th place Party Crashers. Before we develop a little bit more on these teams, Anissa Bechelem is actually on the sideline with Samuel Omombo Gucci, the quarterback for this Party Crashers team.
Compétitive. Je suis avec Samuel de Party Crasher. Est-ce que tu peux nous parler un peu de la saison que vous avez eue cette année?
Honnêtement, je trouve qu'on a eu une saison avec beaucoup de ups and downs comparé à la dernière saison qu'on a eue. Je trouve qu'on a juste continué à fight à travers la saison malgré qu'on avait des ups and downs. So, je trouve qu'on est quand même tough, beaucoup de résilience. Ouais, c'est ça.
Parfait. Puis c'est quoi tes prédictions pour ce match?
Mes prédictions pour ce match, premièrement, on va dans ce match-là en se disant qu'on doit avoir du fun en tant qu'équipe. Aussi, on veut juste s'amuser, tu comprends? On vient pour avoir du fun. On veut gagner, bien sûr. On est là pour ça. On ne s'est pas rendu là juste pour aucune raison. So, mes prédictions finales, Party Crashers, 27, Braves, 24. That's it.
OK, merci. De retour avec Kwesi et Nick.
Thank you, Anissa, for the incredible work on the sideline, like always. I love the confidence, Kwesi, from Samuel Owombo. Despite them having a negative record in this season and only having the 4th seed out of a 5-team division, they went 4-6. He says, we're going to win 27-24 against the Braves that are a powerhouse program. Kwesi, talk to me a little bit about this Braves organization.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'll just kind of go back with kind of what Samuel kind of said.
Of course, go for it.
You kind of have to have a positive attitude like that. At the end of the day, everyone's trying to win. You can't be negative, even though you're playing versus a powerhouse Braves. I believe they won, I think this is like their 5th or 6th championship. They won the last, I think they won the last 5v5 other than the Flagma where they won the first year, and I think that was back in 2022.
I do believe winter 2026, I believe, was their 6th in a row.
Okay, yeah.
I was covering it as a silent reporter, I believe. Don't quote me. So I think this could be their 7th.
Yeah, so I mean, here we go. We have the first play. Where we actually, it's kind of weird. The first play, Jean-Mayer he did take a snap underneath, and they gave it to William Tkatse.
Yeah.
I've played the Braves pretty much a lot, and this is the first time I see them come out with a formation like this.
Hey, one thing about the Braves is they'll innovate consistently. They really don't care about tendency. That's how they stay so dominant. But I appreciate you letting the people know, as you've covered them for so long now and seen them play. But yes, Jonathan Maher gives it back to Will Trottier immediately, which allows him to run, and they get a nice little 5-yard gain to start the game.
Indeed.
Side snap directly to Trottier, hands it off to their speedy receiver, Émile Chateauvert, and he does some damage. Émile Chateauvert, to me, is the Canadian version of Houche Doucette on that USA flag national team, and he just gets a first down and a lot more for the Braves offense.
Yeah, so that was a good play. You actually saw it for the people that kind of were tuning in to the IFFF championships, where Team Canada men's actually got the 3rd bronze medal, where now they're qualified for Olympics 2028. China did pretty much exactly the same play. So maybe Braves is kind of getting some other plays from other playbooks, because that was literally I was watching China play, and that's exactly what they ran against Team Canada. So we're kind of looking at some new play calling that Braves are kind of have here.
I appreciate the insight, Kwesi. I didn't get to see China while I was there in those championships covering certain games. They were predetermined, so China is not one of the teams I got to cover. So I'm happy that you give us this insight. I wouldn't even have known myself. Jonathan Maher handoff directly to Émile Chateauvert, and this time Émile Chateauvert walks into the end zone. First touchdown of the game. First touchdown for the Braves.
Yeah, so again, that looked really effortless. You just had a quick handoff to Émile Chateauvert that he kind of just ran it in, missed tackle from Ivan as well too. But again, it seems like right now Braves are kind of playing a bit of like a schoolyard bullshit, you would like to kind of say, how they feel comfortable right now.
I don't know if we can say that word on air.
I mean, it
shenanigans is the word you have to say.
At this point, I mean, it is what it is. But again, very effortless first drive. I see they're going for 2 here. You're going to have Will Trottier come as the 2nd quarterback here. He goes over the top to Jeremy Murphy. Oh!
And a rare drop for Jeremy Murphy, the former Champlain Shane Lambert receiver standout on the South Shore of Montreal, not too far from where we are here in Brossard, and former Winnipeg Blue Bomber in the Canadian Football League. don't expect to see a lot more of that sight in today's championship game.
Yeah, so I don't think we're going to see a drop like that. I think that was very effortless. I think that was easy for him. No one was kind of there, so I don't think we're going to see Jeremy Murphy drop a pass like that again tonight.
Only 3 minutes have gone off so far in this clock. The Braves are already up 6-0. Now we now get to see the Party Crashers offense for the first time in this game, and Samuel Owombo, formerly known, affectionately known as Gucci in this league, will be under center for this team. Gets the snap from his center, gives it right back to him. Fitzgerald Senatus got an all-star nod in competitive 5-on-5 this year and gets the first yards for his offense. Some people who are familiar with the Party Crashers and FPF may be wondering why Jensly Alexis, who accumulated 1,068 yards as a quarterback this season of spring 2026 for the Party Crashers, isn't under center. He was unfortunately suspended earlier this year for the rest of the season due to an off-field scuffle. Things happen in FPF, tensions get high, and even the best players sometimes get involved in such scuffles. But Gucci is a good quarterback himself and finds star Concordia Stingers receiver Mamadi Kaba on a hook route.
Yeah, so again, you have Jean Slee and his twin brother Jordan said they also got suspended. Unfortunately, things do happen in situations like that. But again, I feel like Party Crashers are in good hands with Gucci. He kind of understands the same concept where he's not going to take anything that's not there. He's going to go nice and easy, and we kind of see the first pass to Fitz, and then the second pass was kind of the same thing. Nice, easy passes to complete.
3rd and 2 situation. Gucci finds Kaba once again for a hook route. He has some green room in front of him. Goes all the way to inside the 10. And gets his flag pulled by Jeremy Murphy. There's a flag on the play, though. Let's see what the call is.
I believe it's going to be flag guard they're going to call. I think when he was running, he kind of has that instincts to kind of tackle football players again. Star receiver from that's at Concordia. They have those what's it called like that? Those habits of kind of covering their sides when they're running. So I think he kind of just...
I would say they don't have the habit to not change their running form. Or rather, they do not have the habit to change their running form like flag players have learned to do. Flag players will often raise their hands when they know the tackle is coming, while tackle football players are actually taught to do the very opposite, right? To brace themselves for impact and to stay compound and square. Mamadi Kaba playing such a high-level flag football here at FPF, but also plays high-level tackle football during his university studies and trying to play pro eventually. Doesn't have that habit locked down in flag football just yet. When he retires from tackle, might then develop it.
Exactly. It's also a hard habit to break. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm assuming we both kind of played at university level where if you don't have enough reps or you're not kind of used to it, it is a hard habit to kind of break until you start getting more reps and you kind of realize, catch the ball, kind of bring the ball up, and then you'll be fine. But someone where he's still constantly playing for the Concordia Stingers, it becomes a bad habit when you're playing flag.
Absolutely, and they're actually in training camp right now. They had a preseason game yesterday. I'm actually surprised he's on the field right now. Just shows how much he takes flag football seriously as well. Gucci looking for Kaba, and I believe he caught it despite the contact. Touchdown, Party Crashers.
That's a actually insane catch. You had Gabe coming across. I thought that was going to be interception. I think you also had Murphy over top, or maybe JD. I'm not exactly sure who was over top, but Gucci literally squeezed that inside, or Kaba had a huge catch where not a lot of receivers actually could do that.
This is a real tackle football catch he just showed us. And right before, I don't want to omit the description here, François Hugues, right before that play, got targeted. Unfortunately, it was passing complete. So I want to make sure to describe that play until I get messages, you didn't describe the play, you were saying the story.
Yeah, so I guess I think Party Crashers are actually going for 1 here instead of going for 2, trying to get a nice little early up on the lead.
Gucci, back pylon, gets Yvan Salomon.
So I believe we're going to have rusher interference. So Party Crashers are going to have to go for 1 from the 7.5 or from the 10. I think it's rusher interference.
So Yvan Salomon's catch for a 1-point convert will be denied due to the penalty. And he seems to be having a lot of issues with his finger. It happened earlier today during another championship game he was a part of with another team. I believe he either has he twisted his finger. He might have, en français on dit foulé. I don't know if you can find that word for me that I clearly cannot find, but not fracture.
No, but, I think it's a sprain.
A bad sprain, exactly. On fingers, those can really hurt.
Yeah. Funny thought, he actually did it against me. He actually kind
of course, Kwesi.
ended up coming
Of course, Kwesi always hurting the opposing team, the
Body-
opposing players.
Body of steel, you know. So we have a 1 point convert here. You have Fitz kind of running through it. He's going to try to do it for himself. He ends up getting tackled. We do have
Another
flag
flag on
guard,
the play.
so I think that's going to be declined, and we're going to have 6-6 with Braves with the ball on their 5-yard line.
Well described, Kwesi. I appreciate you taking over for me there. Let's see if you were right. The officials going to make the call. And yes, you're exactly right. So it's going to be 6-6 with just over 11 minutes, 30 seconds to play in this first half.
Curious to see what the Braves are going to come out here. First play was kind of under snap. Then we had 2 reverses to Emil, so I'm curious to see if Joe Meyer's going to go back to his regular offense or not.
Meyer, looking to his left, finds Will Trottier. Smartly extends the football. There's a lot of contact there. Fitzgerald Senatus did get the flag pull, though. 5-yard gain for the Braves.
Yeah, so there, John Mayer has this also thing where he has Will Trottier kind of come as like a roundabout loop. It's kind of weird to say where Will Trottier kind of could come as a quarterback, or you could do it a bit forward.
It's almost like a bubble route.
Yeah, exactly.
Bubble screen from a running back and tackle.
He does it behind the line of scrimmage, somebody does it in front of the line of scrimmage. Kind of weird to kind of say.
Yeah, give the same look to the opposing defense, and you never know. Is he a second quarterback
Yeah,
here, or
exactly.
is he a passing option?
So now we have a running back option here too.
And Emile Trottier actually kept that ball. A little bit of trickery there, and he's so hard to tackle. But Mamadi Kaba managed to do it. No, actually, it wasn't Mamadi Kaba. It was Medley Joseph who did it right before Kaba.
Yeah. So
good effort by the Party Crashers.
It does seem like the Braves right now are kind of having fun. They're kind of trying new offenses. I think they feel pretty comfortable coming into this game. They feel like they're the dominant team, which I think they are the dominant team, to be honest with you. The fact they went back-to-back champions. So you kind of can see, if people are kind of wondering what kind of offense they're running, I think they're just having fun right now.
Few yards from the first down marker. Will Trottier gets the side snap, finds number 14 for the first time in this game. It's Gabriel Charles Champagne Dabé Kofi. I love that name. It's a little bit long, but I appreciate it.
So that was
first down Braves.
That was very close to get intercepted. Fitz was kind of right there. He just misjudged. You kind of could see it. His left hand went right through the ball, and it just ended up in Gab's hand, where I think Fitz he wishes he kind of could take that back, because he feel like he either had a bat down or an easy interception.
Dabé Kofi, an incredible dual threat for this Braves organization. At the Canadian Nationals, the Braves played the Canadian national team, who then went and won bronze a few months later at the World Championships just last week. And Gabriel Charles had an amazing game against Team Canada. Mind you, the Braves won that game. They upset Team Canada. Will Trottier has the opportunity to run, since he wasn't the first to receive the ball from the center, and he walks into the end zone for the second Brave touchdown.
Yeah, so again, you kind of had a reverse to Emil. Emil kind of threw it to Will Trottier. Party Crashers were kind of a bit short, playing a bit deep in that coverage. You had Frank kind of running around, not sure what to do. They're going to have to make a decision if they're going to go man-to-man in that instance. I feel like it's something where they're going to have to discuss, because if they don't do that, Frank's going to have a really long day. So Braves are going for 2 for here, has 2 quarterbacks.
Side snap, pass to Jeremy Murphy. Incredible bat down by Medley Joseph to deny the Braves from the second, to get these 2 points. Jean-Adiel Chevalier was the second quarterback option who threw this ball to Jeremy Murphy, pardon me.
He actually had John Mayer wide open, kind of after giving the ball to JD. He kind of ran for a route. It looked like he kind of ran for like a post where he was wide open, and unfortunately for JD, he kind of did the no-look pass to Jeremy Murphy, where it ended up getting batted down.
So just over 2 minutes past the halfway mark in this first half. The score is currently 12-6 in favor of the Braves. The Party Crashers would like to reply, though. It's just a 6-point game. Both teams have scored. The Braves have scored twice. Party Crashers have scored once, but both teams haven't gotten a convert yet. Gucci to his favorite target today so far, Mamadi Kaba, who's Jeremy Murphy missed the flagpole, but he stepped out of bounds is what the ref is judging.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I didn't seem like he stepped out of bounds there. I feel
Crazy
like
Gordon Ball always contradicting the refs on and off the field.
Sometimes you got to make sure they're on their toes, But again, I'm not there. We're kind of a bit further. We have Robert White on the sideline over there, so he sees different than we do. But I don't know.
Way better position than us. I'll tell you that.
I would love to see a replay in this situation, but at the end of the day, we're gonna look at second down. I think Party Crashers are kind of also talking about it too, where they don't think he stepped out as well too. But
I mean, they can challenge. That's the beauty of championship weekend.
You can't really challenge that situation because it's earned whistle. He whistled it, so it kind of, I think.
Yes, I see what you're saying in the sense that the Braves would have been maybe able to get the tackle, but they stopped playing as well.
Yeah, everyone stopped. Yeah, exactly.
So all we do is we just shame the ref if he's wrong. Right?
Yeah,
shame.
There you go. The ref's fault. We have second down here.
Samuel Omombo crossing route to Yvan Salomon gets his second catch of the game. Jeremy Murphy with the flagpole.
So Yvan is actually a player that also, I'm pretty sure he sprained his thumb or his finger. The fact that he's making these catches look kind of effortless is very impressive. And hopefully he could kind of stay the way he is. Where again, Party Crashers are right now, they're only 6 guys, so you definitely don't want one of your players to kind of get hurt, especially like a player like Yvan, elusive, where he usually does come out as a second quarterback. So they're definitely going to want him to stay in this game.
Gucci, 5 yards away from a first down, gets pressured by Emile Chateauvert, who gets the sack.
Yeah, so great sack by Emile. Gucci had Fitz coming across. He's wide open. He did look at Yvan for a second, but JD was coming down in that coverage where Gucci kind of held it 1 second too late. He felt like he wanted to throw the ball to Fitz after, but it was too late. Emile ended up getting a great sack for his team, making it fourth down.
Important sack for the Braves. A good play by Emile Chateauvert. Now it's fourth down and about 20 yards to go, a little bit less, about 18 yards to go. For the Party Crashers, they do not want to be in that situation.
No.
Considering they're already trailing by 1 possession here.
Yeah, this is actually a huge play. You might not think about it, but this is a huge play right now.
Gucci. Samuel Omombo. His feet in his own end zone. Throws across the middle. Wasn't sure who he was aiming for here. Was it Kaba or Salomon? Either way, that's pass incomplete. It'll be turnover on downs. Mayer will take possession of the football with his offensive squad at his own 5.
Yeah, so I believe that was going to Kaba. It's just a bad throw. He kind of threw on his back foot, trying to put some pressure, trying to put some power when he was kind of making that throw. But at the end of the day, as the ones that play quarterback and the ones that kind of make throws, it's hard to make a throw when you're throwing from your back foot. So he just didn't have enough power to kind of make the throw in between the 2 defenders from the Braves. And at the end of the day, it was going to be like about an 18 to 20 yard pass that he had to make. So not the easiest thing to do.
Trips left for Mayer and his offense was actually directly snapped to Emile Chateauvert, who gave it back to Will Trottier. Fake handoff, and Trottier actually had a problem with the handoff with Emile. Bobbled that football, and that will be passing complete, essentially.
So there you go.
But it was a 3-yard gain.
Yeah.
Still. Yeah.
Exactly. That's literally what China was running mostly the tournament. The ones that kind of don't know, that kind of didn't witness China, I watched them play. Amazing team. The things that they were kind of doing is insane, and it seems like the Braves kind of like what they're doing, and you kind of see that they're trying to adapt and kind of understand what kind of plays they're doing. It looks like they're trying to mimic what they did back in Germany.
The Chinese national team, who hired former Team USA flag football coaches in the past few years to lead their national team into the new Olympic era. Mayer finds his center right in the middle of the field, and it seemed like he thought he was tackled immediately. Mike Pierresin, I'm referring to. And he kind of had a double take moment where he realized, I can go get an extra yard here, and which he did.
Yeah, so he kind of glitched a bit. I think what
I love that term, glitched.
Yeah, glitched. But one thing, I don't think he wanted to get the first down. A lot of reasons why you don't want to get the first down, because it becomes a 3rd and 1, and you feel comfortable going for a deep shot when you only have to get 1 yard, especially 5-5. Especially you could how you could you could play bunch so easily where it's easier to convert a 4th down. So I feel like it's kind of like right now they have a free play where they're probably going to try to go something deep.
Side snap to Trottier, gives it directly to Jeremy Murphy. I agree with your analysis. A nice little shot would have been smart here. But the Braves went for the sure option and just got the first down with Jeremy Murphy, the former Winnipeg Blue Bomber.
Yeah, which is surprising to see, but at the end of the day, I don't think anything was kind of open deep. Party Crashers kind of played a 2-2 where Jeremy was then ended up being the receiver that was wide open, and Trottier kind of took what was there.
Mayer under center, gets the snap, looks for Pierresin. Pierresin, elusive. He doesn't look like it. He's one of the older players on this team, but he's still got it. A very experienced center, and if guys aren't disciplined in flag pulling, he can make you look silly.
Yeah, that's one thing about flag, right? If you're not able to get that flag, it just takes literally 1 second where a missed flag could end up being a touchdown. So you kind of can see it there where, luckily for the Party Crashers, they didn't kind of stop playing, and they kind of realized if my guy's going to miss a flag, I'm going to try to make it up for and make a flag. So good for them. They kind of have that experience. But sometimes people, when they first start playing flag, you figure when someone's about to make a flag, a tackle, you kind of like stop playing a bit. You stop running towards that person, and a lot of times that can lead to a touchdown. So I believe we're looking at third down here.
Third down, Mayer under center. Gives it directly to Pierresin.
No, that was second down. So we're looking at third down right now.
Perfect. Appreciate you correcting that, Kwesi, and getting that information for us. So we'll now be in third down and 3 for the Braves. And Emile Chateauvert is coming off the field. Jeremy Murphy can be a real red zone threat here. Vertical threat. Will get in the offense for the Braves.
Yeah, so that's something kind of Braves do. They kind of bring the bigger guys kind of out. Emil's a bit shorter, a bit faster, but at the day when you try to get some red zone targets in the red zone when you're about 1 yard away.
Direct snap to Will Trottier, who's looking for Champagne d'Abercrombie. Great play by Kaba, who sniffed the play right away and got the PBU.
Yeah, so that was kind of not the greatest pass, Will Trottier there. I feel like it was more of a force. I also don't think he realized Kaba was able to kind of break down to that how fast he actually did.
Kaba is a real athlete in tackle and flag football.
Yeah, you kind of can see that Gab kind of got the outside. The outside of him, and Kaba was able to kind of recover and be able to take at least he was able to have one hand out to try to make a play. I believe they're challenging. At least they're challenging for pass interference.
The Braves? I'd be surprised here. It seemed quite clean from our angle. Now, then again, these teams don't get to see the angle like we do. Actually, I believe Emile Chateauvert, okay? And this is not the first time I've seen the Braves do this. Last season, in winter 2026, I was covering from the sideline, and the Braves are so smart. They put a phone and stream the game, and they have a player who's on the bench look on the sideline. That's what they're doing right now. So you see Will Trottier,
I don't think
Jeremy Murphy. They're all looking at the replay here. Now, mind you, there's a slight delay, and they're referring to that replay to decide if they're going to call for a challenge, which they did. Let's see.
Yes.
Our video review official is up here with our producer in front of the screen to see, and they're seeing exactly what you're seeing now. So side snap to Will Trottier.
Oh, he does grab his hand.
Throws it to Champagne d'Abercrombie. So late in the play, there was absolutely no question. It was clean. But maybe before the play, there's a little bit. Ooh, right there.
Yeah,
tiny bit of a boomerang technique.
You see him grab his hand a bit. But also, it's a point where Gab is
pushing him.
He is pushing. He is extending his hand to kind of get there. So, I mean, it kind of goes both ways if you're looking at it.
It's at the left of your screen.
Yeah, he is using that backhand to make that push for that breaking route, right?
But to play devil's advocate, you see right there, Kaba is holding the wrist, and it's a little bit more evident that Kaba is holding,
he's holding
than
it.
that Dubé-Champagne is pushing.
There he's definitely holding it, but he is pushing off first.
Agreed that he's clearly pushing. I'm just saying for the referees, how clear is it that he's definitely pushing? But here, that's indisputable evidence that he's holding his wrist.
You kind of got to go you have to go back from this spot here. So when he's breaking off the route, this is where you're kind of looking at it. If he's pushing off from the extension.
I'm not sure there's indisputable evidence that Dubé-Champagne is pushing, but I would say there's indisputable evidence that Kaba is holding.
That's for sure.
And therefore, if I was the referee, I do believe that this will be pass interference. Let's see. Our referee corps, video review group, is left the booth. So it is confirmed that it was pass interference before the Braves get the ball at the 1 with a new set of downs. Yes. Meyer just taking his sweet time. Kaba got to deflag him. So Meyer just wants the time to completely leave the clock here in the first half and score at the very last second.
Yeah, so he's going to try to milk as much clock as possible, force party crashers to kind of call a timeout. At the end of the day, it's so hard to stop a team when you're at the 1 yard line. You have bunch formations. You can just snap the ball from the under snap, just kind of toss it right away. It's one of the hardest things to stop in 5v5.
And then set for the Braves. Meyer once again under center. Snaps the ball, rolls to his left, fakes the handoff to Dubé-Champagne and tries to find Will Trottier at the opposite side of the end zone. Wasn't too precise. That ball was thrown outside of the end zone. Now 25 seconds left. Third down for the Braves, still knocking at the Party Crashers' door for the major.
Yeah, so it looks like he kind of just went over the top there. I also feel like the throw, I don't know if he it feels like he kind of did it on purpose to a point where I felt like he could have had a way better ball. But at the end of the day, it's hard to kind of throw crossbody from your. It's hard to make a throw crossbody. But at the end of the day, it's third down for them. They're on their 1 yard line. I think they score here and they put Party Crashers in a really bad situation.
Under center once again for Meyer, rolling right. He has Will Trottier at the back in the end zone. Diving catch. And our official, a referee on that sideline, Mokan, confirms the Braves touchdown. I believe this is Will Trottier's second touchdown of the game.
Yeah. So that looked like it was, I feel like that was in. His feet is in on the contact of the catch. It seems like it's good. He does land outside, but
that's a beautiful angle that confirms
he's good,
this beautiful catch.
Yeah, he's definitely.
Of course, if you're Mendeley Joseph, you're gonna say no, and I would do the same thing. Crazy. I know you do the same thing. I've played against you when you do such things. Meyer now looking for a 2-point conversion, finds Chevalier as a second quarterback option. Chevalier deep end zone was looking for Dubé-Champagne. Kaba got himself in between Champagne and the quarterback and managed to get his second PBU of the game.
Yeah, so that's actually a great matchup. You have Gabe, you have Keba, two great monsters, two jump ball threats. So that was kind of interesting to see who was going to come down there. In that situation, Kaba won that one.
And I apologize for Gabriel Charles. I keep saying Dubé-Champagne. It's actually Champagne Dabé or Dabé Kofi. So I will fix that. Just received that text message from an angry fan.
Sorry, what was it?
So Gabriel's full name is Gabriel Charles Champagne Dabé Kofi.
Okay.
I keep calling him Dubé-Champagne. I don't know where. I just remixed it. So it's Champagne Dabé Kofi.
So we have first down, 4 Party Crashers. Here we have a play option. Wide open, Kala.
He
does
he's
make
out
the
of
catch,
bounds.
but he doesn't put a foot on.
Leaping grab, but as he leaped, there was no part of him that touched the inside of the field. This will be incomplete pass despite the effort. Good play, though. Good pump fake by Gucci and good pass to reach Kaba.
Yeah, he just needed to get a foot down. Unfortunately for him. I think he's actually in there.
Yeah, but unfortunately, or fortunately for the Braves, Farran is right in the way of that replay.
It's very hard to see. I think he was in there. It's harder to kind of see in real time as a ref. So I mean, it could have went both ways.
Gucci, a lot of pressure, gives it to Yvan, and Yvan very wisely gets rid of the football right over the head of Jean-Daniel Chevalier, who was about to get the sack in the end zone, which would have provoked a safety. Big heads-up play by Yvan Salomon. I mentioned him earlier. He's a Flag Plus football veteran, yet it hasn't been so long that he discovered flag. It's only been about 3 years, and in those 3 years, he's played every single season Flag Plus has to offer. He's a real ambassador for a sport. He coaches young men and young women. He's built tons of FPF teams. He plays for one of the best teams FPF has to offer on the men's side, Party Crashers, and he is a very talented player. Can play quarterback, can play rusher, can play receiver, can play DB. What more do you want?
Yeah, so I think Jack's right now disgusting on a flag. At the end of the day, there's no grounding. So, I mean, he could throw the ball anywhere exactly he wants. It doesn't really matter. I don't know what exactly the call is here. He's kind of talking, but there's no grounding in 5.
I'm hearing that they're potentially calling it an illegal forward pass. Unless
he couldn't throw it. and he had to run. Unless the ball was thrown behind in front of him where he was forced to run, he ended up throwing it. So then it would become a legal forward pass. I think that's what he's calling. So I think they're going to go half distance. It's going to be third down at the 2-yard line, 2.5-yard line. Third down.
Third down situation. Gucci backed up in his own zone, has his foot in the end zone, needs to watch out for a safety, and now I believe they're going to be called for a delay of game. That's a terrible situation for Party Crashers.
I believe they're challenging for a safety.
Oh, got it. So the Braves challenged right before the Party Crashers kids snap the ball. And do they have another challenge because they managed to get the first one? Is that correct, Quasi?
Yeah, exactly.
All
so
right.
when you win a challenge, you get basically a challenge. I think you only get max 2. So this,
so you can't just go for 5 challenges.
Yeah. So this is going to be their last challenge
right.
of tonight. So
Right.
I believe what they're challenging is that they're saying that Ivan didn't throw the ball ahead of time, and it was a sack, which would be, from what I'm seeing from the replay, it would be a safety. So we're kind of looking at it here. He's there, and he ends up throwing in the air. But he's
actually, they're not seeing it right now, Quasi. They're about to see it as we speak. Yes.
Okay, so we're kind of seeing here where technically Ivan's not allowed to even throw the ball. So it becomes a legal throw where technically it'd be a safe unless his arms are going forward and he gets past the line of the end zone. So they have to kind of see where exactly the ball is, because he doesn't really throw right away. He extends his arms, then he throws it. They're gonna have to see where exactly the ball is extended.
So as we see, Gucci, the quarterback, sides pass to Ivan Salomon, and Ivan, right before the rush gets there, I think he got it. Actually, I'm convinced he got it. If it's a question of timing here, he's fine. If it's a question of a legal forward pass.
Yeah, but the thing is not that. He physically can't throw the ball. So what the Braves are challenging, they're saying he's not allowed to throw the ball, so he should be dead as soon as he makes that contact of throwing the ball. So if him throwing the ball is in the end zone, it's a safety. So right here is where the ball is going to be dead. So depending if that is past the line of scrimmage, past the end zone or not.
All right, so because he didn't do the motion of spiking it towards the ground, he pushed it forward.
He can't spike it because the ball was thrown in front of him.
Got it. Now I understand. Thank you. And I'm sure
he
people at home
runner,
get that specific. So he wasn't allowed to spike it either way. Now I understand the situation.
Yeah. So they're basically saying that he was in the end zone while while he got sacked from JD.
So the official call is a safety.
Yeah.
The score will go up 20-6. 2 points will be credited to the Braves, who now get the ball at their own 5-yard line with 8 seconds left. That's the beauty of our video review. I don't think that call would have ever been made without the challenge that we do have here at Championship Weekend. Long pass from Jonathan Mayer, who's trying to benefit from that new possession they get. And Jeremy Murphy catches this at the opposing team's 6-yard line on the right sideline.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he was in there. It was very close. We're going to look for a replay here. He's there. He has the 1 foot. And no, he doesn't have to.
He's in the air. Let's see. Does that left foot touch? It does! Incredible play by Jeremy Murphy. Party Crashers look like they want to call a challenge from what I'm seeing here at the bottom right of your screen. If they had the replay up on the sideline, just like the Braves are doing, they would know that that's probably not where you want to use your challenge.
Yeah, that's also a hard call for a ref as well, too.
Yeah, but they made the right call.
Yeah, he did.
Got to give it to Mo Khan.
A great call, great catch.
Can't just complain when the refs make mistakes or perceived mistakes for the casuals back home. We also need to give them credit when they make good plays. I feel like the Zebras don't get enough love.
No, but I mean, they're Zebras. Sometimes.
Speaking of Zebras, Quay, what did you think of the new uniforms that were showed at the IFAF World Flag Championships in Dusseldorf? The refs were in some green. The refs were in some different looking stripes.
I mean, I liked it. You know, it's different. You know, that's something you kind of want to see, especially for flag. Especially like it's something new, right? So you don't want to bring it as at the NFL. You kind of want to make it a bit different. So yeah, they end up playing. They did end up calling incomplete. Fortunately for the Braves, they can't challenge. They have no more challenges left.
So was it called incomplete on the field? No, it was called a catch on the field. It was called incomplete after the challenge.
No, it was called incomplete after review with the refs.
Got it.
Party Crashers didn't end up challenging.
Got it. Perfect. So the refs got together and called it incomplete.
Yeah.
That makes sense. The Braves should have challenged it, but they don't have a challenge anymore because that was actually a catch.
Yeah, it was a catch. But again, I'm saying
that's a tough call. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
I see now what you're saying. I thought the refs got it right, so that's why I wanted to give them their credit. I take that back.
So pretty much looking at 1 second left, it's going to be a last down. You have JD as quarterback. He's probably going to throw the ball to John Mayer, and then John Mayer is going to just throw a prayer to Gab and Jared. Oh, no.
Actually, Mayer right back to JD Chevalier. There's a lot of room in front of him. Finally gets his flag pulled.
Yeah, we're going to a bit of a stat pad for JD there.
Why not?
I believe
Get all
that's
the
like
stats
20,
you can.
25 yards. Also for Mayer, add some yards going forward there.
Fitzgerald Sinatsus was the one to get this tackle on JD Chevalier's big catch and run. Score is now 20-6 in favor of the Braves after 20 minutes of play. Kwesi, the Braves are the favorites here, and we are not too surprised to see them winning 20-6 at halftime, considering last time these two teams met up at the Winter 2026 5-on-5 competitive championships, they blew out the Party Crashers. What can the Party Crashers do to avoid the same fate this time?
They're going to have to score. I think their defense is going to have to make a stop as well, too. But at the end of the day, they're going to have to score, get some converts. I don't think they're going to be able to stop the Braves. And if they do, great job, but it's very hard. It seems like right now the Braves are having their time of their life. They're just playing, again.
Playing some backyard football.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
some
almost.
Straight backyard football. Mm-hmm. They have reverses. They have Emil kind of doing a read option. They're just kind of having fun with it, which is, again, a lot of people might think it's kind of crazy, but that's what sometimes you have to do in 5v5. 5v5 is such a different game where you could do stuff like that if you have enough athletes to kind of make it work. So the Braves are just kind of trying new things, and it's working out for them. It's the reason why they're up 20-6 right now. It didn't help the fact that the Park Catchers ended up getting that safety where it kind of ended up making them in kind of a worse situation where they could have maybe scored a touchdown and making it a bit closer. But at the end of the day, Party Crash going to have to score because they only scored 6 points at the half.
Obviously, Party Crashers are without Gentsley Alexis, their star quarterback who's well known in the FPF circuit. They're now relying on Samuel Obombo, affectionately known as Gucci around the Flag Plus football world. And Gucci is doing his best right now, but who does he have to rely on to get more offensive output and try to score more points?
Well, definitely Kaba. He's definitely one of the biggest targets that he has to rely on, but also all the other guys. At the end of the day, it's 5-on-5. You need all your 5 guys to make a play. Braves is also they're so versatile where they're going to force you to make someone make a play, so it's not like, okay, we can rely on this guy. You got to rely on all your 5 guys. So I think the whole team's going to have to make a play, and they're just going to have to try to get things going, but again, one play at a time. Don't force something where it becomes interception and then it comes to a point where the game gets further from you. You're only down by 14 points. We've seen bigger comebacks this weekend,
especially from the Party Crashers.
Yeah, exactly. It happens, So at the end of the day, you want to score, get a 2-point convert, and just kind of then rely on your defense, get a stop, and then you score again, and all of a sudden the game is tied.
Yes, and they've beat this Brave teams before. 3 matchups in the regular season between these two organizations this season. One in week 4 where the Braves did win a nail-biter, mind you. They won 38-37. Then they met up again the very next week. The Braves won a little bit bigger this time, 34-25. And then finally in the last matchup, week 11, the Party Crashers won 32-22. So they're able to do so. The issue here, though, with Samuel Omombo, to go back to this, he's not just playing quarterback, which means Gentsley Alexis is not playing quarterback. He's also not playing receiver, and he was the receiver of the year in the division this season, and by far the best receiver for his team. So it's not just one weapon that they're losing at the quarterback position. They're also losing one of their best receivers. That being said, Fitzgerald Sinatsus had a good season himself, 497 yards through the air. I'd like to see him more involved in this game for the Party Crashers if they expect to come back.
Yeah, so we kind of see Fitz on the first play where he kind of caught a hook right away from the snapper. But yeah, we would definitely would like to see Fitz kind of more involved in the game, especially how elusive he is, where I think he could kind of break some tackles and maybe even score for his team, So that's definitely something we're going to see. And we're just going to say, I kind of want to see Party Crouch scoring some points. I mean, again, it doesn't help the situation where Gucci has to go as a quarterback and kind of puts him his team where he's not there as a receiver. But he kind of proved to everybody where Party Crashers end up defeating Infantry, a team that finished the season 7-3 and was one of the top dogs in this division, and they end up winning that game pretty easily. Where Gucci had a great game, they ended up scoring 38 points. So the fact that he only scored 6 points here, I'm looking to see in the second half him scoring way more points. So Party Crashers actually start with the ball here. So I mean they're in a good position here where they kind of want to score, get an easy 2-point convert, 1-point convert, and just kind of put the pressure back on the Braves.
Wumbo under center. Quick strike to Mamadi Kaba, who makes a leaping grab. Flag pulled by Jeremy Murphy right before Kaba could go out of bounds.
Yeah. I feel like every time Kaba makes a catch, it's like a highlight. It's so weird how the catches he made. Again, that was an easy kind of a 5-yard hook where Gucci pump fake to Joseph at the beginning. It was covered, and then you end up going back to Kaba at the second read, or maybe even third. But he makes a kind of leaping catch, ends up getting about 6 to 7 yards, making it a manageable second down and about 10 yards, I like to say.
Gucci finds Yvan Salomon on a hook route on the left sideline. Nicely done. J.D. Chevalier with the flagpole.
Yeah, so I like kind of what Gucci's saying here. First play was kind of, I think it was slants right with a hook. Second play was all hooks about 4 or 5 yards, where easy completed pass to Yvan, tackled by JD, but before I believe he got about 5 yards. So we're looking at a third and about 3-4 yards, which puts Party Crashers in a great situation. So we're looking at third down here. Gucci's coming under snap. He kind of looks at Fitz, throws the ball to Fitz. Fitz makes a little juke, ends up getting through Jeremy Murphy and then tackled by Gab before getting about near 10 to 12 yards. So a great first down by Fitz here.
Great effort by Fitzgerald Sinatsus on the catch and yards after the catch. And we were mentioning him and saying he needs to be a little bit more involved in this game. Mm-hmm. Just like we said, it's almost like the Party Crashers heard us and did that as early as the start of the second half.
Yeah, so again, I was kind of saying first down for Party Crashers. They're about on the 9-10 yard line, so they're going to have 4 plays to kind of punch us in, and I feel like they're feeling pretty good around the situation where getting 10 yards is not it's not the easiest thing to do, but you feel comfortable, especially in 5v5.
Gucci in the middle for Sinatsus once again. And Sinatsus was convinced he would get this touchdown, but the sideline referee says he was down at the 1, or rather tackled at the 1. Nobody gets brought down here. It's flag football. A little bit dramatic here for the reaction for Party Crashers. A lot of characters on that team.
You kind of see them all fall on the floor. I kind of in disbelief that they didn't call it a touchdown there. But at the end of the day, they're going to be on the 1 yard line. I don't think they're going to get stopped here, but I feel like they all felt they were in the end zone. There, you kind of saw them all dropping on the floor and kind of in disbelief that the ref didn't call it a touchdown. So we're looking at 2nd and 1. So, I mean, if they don't score here, I mean, it's not going to be the greatest situation for them. Pretty sure they're going to go bunch and they're just going to flip it to Fitz or someone coming right underneath.
Let's see if your prediction will be accurate. Again, I'm here with Kwesi Gordon-Mall, who is my analyst. My name is Nicholas Pierre-Mass. I'm your play-by-play. We have Anissa Bichmela as our sideline reporter. Gucci keeps the ball a little longer than expected and is intercepted after it was tipped. It's currently in the hands of Phil Farran, who has some green room in front of him, tries to return it for a touchdown, finally gets tackled by Fitzgerald Sinatsus. There's a flag on the play, though, Kwesi. Let's see what the rest are going to call.
They're calling pass interference defense. You see JD ends up grabbing Fitz. You kind of can see him. He's holding on to him completely. He was trying to acting like he wasn't doing it, but you kind of can see that his whole body is around Fitz. So they're going to call pass interference. It's going to be automatic first down. The ball's going to be back on the 1 yard for Party Crashers. Yeah, so they already called it. So Party Crashers are going to get a reset downs. And again, it's going to be first down for them.
Nice little break for the Party Crashers, because this would have been don't want to be negative here. There's still 15 minutes to go, but I feel like it would have been kind of the emotional nail in the coffin.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it would have been. The fact that they would have been down 20-6 with Braves having the ball, where I feel like they would have had the momentum to kind of score. And when you're down 26-6, it starts. The time feels like it's going way faster than it is.
Absolutely, 26-6 is very different than a potential 20-12. And let's see if they can get that 20-12. Gucci across the middle finds Fitzgerald. Say that's just for the touchdown, but once again, there's a flag on the play. Let's see what the officials saw on the field.
Yeah, so now they're going to go the opposite. They're going to go pass interference on the offense. Where, Ferrand did a very good job on a flopping. I would like to say that's a flop. You kind of can see in slow motion that is a flop.
I love Quincy Gordon-Mall not taking any pace set like we say in French.
You tell me. Look at it.
Let's see.
You tell me that's
all right. You know what, Quincy? You're 100% right.
You tell me that's not a flop. I mean, you do what works. Don't get me wrong.
Somebody who's watching at home, please clip this and tag Braves Montreal on Instagram. Ferrand will have a good laugh himself, I'm sure, about that one. He got away with it. Refs didn't see that one. Yvan moved before the snap. The Braves were expecting a false start call, but it won't matter because rolling snap, so it's going to be a loss of down here. It's basically passing complete.
Yeah, so we're looking at a third down here. But again, you know what it is? I rate it. Shout out to Ferrand. At the end of the day, if you can have a play that works like that, you do it.
In a big championship game like this, tous les coups sont permis, like we say in French. Gucci finds Yvan Salomon on the crossing route, puts them in a slightly closer position to that end zone. I believe it's going to be fourth down, though, Kwesi, or did I lose track of the downs with all these penalties?
You're actually dead on. It is going to be fourth down, and I believe they're at the 2-yard line.
Well, I'm not too bad at my job. I'm happy to hear. Fourth down and 4 to get into the end zone for the Party Crashers. This is really important. It would change the face of this game and get a little bit of momentum under the Party Crashers' wings. We're trying to upset the Braves, who are the 6-time 5-on-5 competitive champions of Flag Plus football. 6th time in a row, mind you. Gucci looking left. Yvan Salomon on the front pylon. Touchdown, Party Crashers.
So it seems like the Braves didn't rush there, unless Emil kind of delayed his rush. I'm not exactly sure. I feel like he wasn't there, especially how fast Emil is. He usually gets there pretty fast. It seems like he did not rush. I feel like he was in coverage. They're trying to go
absolutely right.
They were trying to get the 7 seconds. Unfortunately for them, Yvan kind of stayed on the sideline. Gab was kind of playing in between two guys, kind of seeing there's going to be something behind the end zone. And Gucci was able to kind of slid one in there to Yvan, making a touchdown, making it 20-12. So we got a big, I believe it's a 1-point convert they're going here, so they're trying to go something easy.
Yes, they want to make it to reduce their deficit to 7 points, and right in the middle of the end zone, Gucci finds Kaba for the 1-point convert. With a little bit over 12 minutes left to play in this championship game, the score will therefore be 20-13 in favor of the Braves.
So again, great offensive drive from Party Crashers. It took them 8 minutes to score, but at the end of the day, they did score. They kept the game in reach. They're only down by 7, so now their defense is definitely going to try to make a stop here, make it manageable for the offense to make a score. At the end of the day, they still have an onside kick in their pocket, so it's still reachable, especially the fact that they're only down by 7.
Braves offense now. Mayer gets the snap, gives it to Jeremy Murphy, who runs a really good comeback route against Kaba. Mind you, Kaba was right there in coverage, just not close enough to put a hand on the ball. Gets the flagpole, though.
Yeah, again, great route from Jeremy. Good coverage by Kaba as well too. If that ball's thrown if the ball's thrown a bit later, I think Kaba can make a break on it. But John Mayer and Jeremy Murphy chemistry is to a point where as soon as Jeremy kind of broke out, that ball was thrown.
Condensed formation for the Braves. Mayer looking for Will Trottier, his second QB option / hybrid receiver. Trottier couldn't put a hand on it.
Yeah, so good formation with the Braves they're kind of doing. They kind of leveled to one side. They had a go from Jeremy. They had an out from Emil coming underneath. And they had Will Trottier kind of sneak in between about 7-8 yards. As most people say, it levels to one side where you're kind of going 2 versus 3, where Will Trottier was open. John Mayer was kind of just a bit off target. He saw Yvan kind of closing in, and he wanted to make sure that if his receiver wasn't touching the ball, no one was. So we're looking at third down here, which is a big third down at this point.
Yes, this is a one-possession game. If you're the Party Crashers, you want a stop here. This is 3rd and 10. Direct snap to Emile. Emile gives it to Will. Will fakes the handoff, is now looking for an option. He has Jeremy Murphy in the end zone. Catches the ball for a touchdown and gets the N1 as Kaba interfered him in desperation. He was trying to create something, maybe get a flag, at least make sure Jeremy Murphy wouldn't catch that ball.
Yeah, you kind of can see Will Trotich kind of just put up there. He saw Jeremy kind of breaking out. Jeremy Murphy made a great catch coming down underneath, where Kaba was trying to do as much as possible towards him. So he kind of turned him around a bit, ended up causing a flag as well too. So I believe Braves are going to be able to go from 2 from the 5, which is for them it's actually a big convert because they can now go up by 15, which makes it a 2-possession game where onside kick doesn't really help you in the favor. If you score, go for onside, get back to onside, score again, go for 2, you only make 14. So this is going to be a huge convert here for the Braves.
Absolutely. The max points you can get would be 6 plus 8, which, like you said, is 14. So if you have a 15-point lead, you're essentially making it a 3-possession game despite our onside rule, which is quite sad for the Party Crashers. The Braves now, Mayer, side pass to Will Trottier. Will Trottier has Jeremy Murphy front pylon, intercepted by Mendley Joseph. Jeremy Murphy gets the flagpole before Mendley could go back to get those 2 points. So this remains a 13-point ball game, which is attainable with a 2-point. It's a 2-possession game, pardon me. That is, there's a possibility to tie it or even get in the lead if you score and then go for the onside, convert the onside, score again, and get your convert.
Yeah, exactly.
All right,
again,
we're on track.
Yeah.
We're on track.
So it puts Party Crashers in a great spot at the end of the day. You know, if they end up, if Braves got that 2-point convert, it would put them in a really bad spot. But fortunately for them, they were able to get a stop, and Gucci gets the ball.
Gucci, long pass for Kaba, who's covered by Jeremy Murphy, who manages to put a hand on that ball.
Yeah, so that was
passing complete.
That was just a straight go. I feel like Gucci could have kind of put it more towards the outside. A lot of people don't realize how great of an athlete Jeremy Murphy is. He is a great receiver, but he also is a great defender. So it's to a point where if you're going to throw that for one of your top receivers, you got to make sure you throw that one over Jeremy's head and where only Kaba can get it, and more to the outside where it doesn't let Jeremy Murphy be able to break at that ball, which he was able to put a hand on there, and that's the reason why he got it deflected.
Amazing job by Murphy to get that PBU. Has a touchdown earlier in the game as well, just a few minutes ago, playing a hell of a championship game. Gucci now on 2nd and midfield, now finds Fitzgerald Senatus, who wisely heads up play here, puts the ball down right before the first down marker. Will therefore be 3rd and 1 for the first down in midfield.
Yes.
For the Party Crashers.
Great play from Fitz. For the ones that don't know, midfield is a first down, and you like to have a kind of a free play before going to midfield. So when you feel like you're in a 4th and 1, for 5v5, it's very easier to maintain and kind of get it. So the fact that you're able to go 3 and 1, it's kind of a free play to kind of go over the top where a defense has to play 3 deep.
And that strategy is commonly known as shorting the first down or shorting the midline. Gucci was trying to find Kaba on a crossing route in the middle. It was deflected though. Passing complete. It'll now be 4th and first down at the midfield. And now the Party Crashers really want to get that first down. So that's the double-edged sword of trying to short the first down to get a free play. Now the Braves know that the Party Crashers absolutely want the first down, so it could be very aggressive at the line. Does open the door, though, for the Party Crashers if they want to be ballsy
and go
for the bomb
exactly.
behind the Braves, who would be aggressive on the line. Let's see what they opt for.
Yeah. So, again, very hard to stop in general. We're going to see man-to-man here.
Party Crashers ended up for the safe play at first down. Direct snap to Gucci, who just gave a quick pitch to Fitzgerald Senatus, but I believe a flag's on the play for obstructing the rusher, Emile Chateauvert.
So we're looking, I believe the flag is on the Braves. I'm not exactly sure what the call is, but the call is on the Braves, where we're going to get a first down We're going to get a first down for Party Crashers, and I believe they're going to be around the 18-yard line.
All right, well, I was wrong. The call wasn't for obstructing the rusher, something else. I even asked our video official review here on the sideline if he knew from afar what the call was. He's not sure. I think he's going to get that information through the communication system for us, so we'll be right back to you. If you have an idea, though, you can write it in the comments of this YouTube broadcast. Gucci with a new set of downs. Over the middle to Kaba, makes a leaping catch against Jeremy Murphy and walks into the end zone. Oh no, he's called
he ended up getting tackled. Yeah, as soon as he caught it. Yeah,
wow, great effort by Jeremy Murphy. I didn't even see him pull that flag. It will be therefore caught inside the red zone, and I believe they'll have the ball at the 5. The Party Crashers for a third down situation. Oh no, they just got the first. So second down, second down and goal for the Party Crashers.
Okay.
So earlier, the call that we weren't sure about was actually illegal D flag, so Emile Chateauvert pulled the flag too early. Gucci, same play that we saw for the first down, just gets the ball and pitches it right back, shovel pass, to his center, Fitzgerald Senatus, for a short gain there, gain of about 2 for the Party Crashers.
So we're looking at a 3rd and 2 right now for the Party Crashers, where I feel like they feel pretty comfortable in this situation. Again, they were just in it. They're kind of looking to see exactly what it is. I think Jack said 4th down. They're saying it's 3rd down. They're going to the scorekeeper to see what down it is. They should say it's 3rd, from what I believe. They're kind of discussing about it to see what exactly. Is it 4th? Is it 3rd? I believe it's 3rd. Because you had Kaba on a deep in, and then you had Fitz again on a quick hook. So they're they're discussing again. The refs had it at 4th. They talked to the scorekeeper, and the scorekeeper said it's 3rd. So we're looking at a 3rd and 2, where Party Crashers are going to have to score, and I believe they're going to probably have to go for an onside kick if they do end up scoring this touchdown.
So we had it right here as the first down trackers, or the marker trackers. We thought it was 3rd and 2, and we were correct. Gucci creeping into the opposing team's end zone under center, gets the ball and gives it right away to a pitch on the left to Fitzgerald Senatus, who catches it for a Party Crashers touchdown.
So they're neglecting to go for 1, which, to be honest with you, I don't think they should do that. Braves are definitely going to try to kill as much clock as possible, so it puts them in a weird situation. At this point, I think I would have just called onside kick, and you live to you live and die by it. Time is ticking right now. We're going to be under 3 minutes by the time this ball is snapped. So I mean, at this point, Braves are going to be very good at wasting time. So I think they should have went for
Samuel Lumumbo pass at the front pylon on the left. And the referee declines the fact, says that he didn't cross the plane for the 1-point convert. Francois Hogg was the intended receiver who completed that catch, but wasn't able to extend fast enough.
He ended up going out of bounds, where if he extended before going out of bounds, he could have got that 1-point convert, which technically would have helped them. It would have been 26-20. So instead,
it's a 6-point game instead of a 7-point game.
So I mean, at the end of the day, they need to stop. Anyways, I think they're challenging. Are they challenging to see the convert? I guess, yeah, they're challenging I don't know exactly what they're challenging. I believe it's either challenging contact or they're challenging the convert. But I believe they're challenging contact on Frank. From I believe the contact it's going to be on Gab. So if this challenge is successful, I believe Braves could go. I believe Party Crashers could go from the 1. They go for 2 from the 1 if it's successful. So we're kind of looking at it now. They're challenging a legal contact on the arm of Frank from Gab. So you're kind of looking at it here. Frank goes underneath. He ends up catching the ball. Gab has one hand, and he ends up hitting his hand while he catches it. So I guess they're challenging that to kind of see. It's kind of the reason why Frank kind of went out of bounds. And if it is successful, They could go for 2 from the 1, where puts them in a better situation. If it's unsuccessful, they end up losing a timeout, which is not going to help them, and they have no more challenges left.
I'm not a big fan of this challenge. I don't believe it makes much of a difference here. Don't get me wrong. I get that you would like to be in a position where if you score, you can win the game without having to go for a convert. But you lose your opportunity to get a timeout to try to stop that Braves defense who gets the ball back either way that you're going to need to stop to get the opportunity to score a touchdown anyways, right? So I think this is quite risque from the Party Crashers, and I hope that it's successful for them, or else I think their hopes are pretty much dead.
Well, it puts them in a weird situation where, again, it is 2 minute more. It is going to be a 2 minute warning where the time is going to stop. So they're definitely going to have a bit of clock stoppage. So it does help them to the fact where now, if this is a flag, they get the ball to 1. If they do convert the 1, they end up being down by 5, where at least they feel comfortable to a point if they do get that final stop, they just have to score a touchdown where they're like, okay, that's all they're missing. Where it comes to a point where if they don't get this, they're down by 7. If Braves end up scoring, they're down by 13. If Braves get a 2-point convert, they're down by 15, and the game is exactly over because you can't get more than 50 points, even if you score. Onside, again, we're kind of going back to the same thing. Score, onside, go for 2, ends up only being 14. So you could look at it kind of in both ways, where it could be a negative, but also could be a positive. So again, the refs are kind of talking about it. They're kind of deciding what they're going to call. It's something where you actually would never even think about even challenging, but it seems like the Party Crashers also, as well, they kind of have a phone on their side on the sideline, and they're also looking at other things as well, too, to kind of say we could do the same thing the Braves are doing on what to challenge and what not to challenge.
All right, so the Party Crashers challenge was successful. It's deemed that there was contact on François Hug from Gabriel Charles Champagne Dabi Kofi, and therefore the convert will be redone. They'll be able to go for 2 from the 5, is what you were saying, Kwesi?
Yeah, I believe it's actually going to be. It's actually going to be
I believe it's
2 from the 1.
2 from the 1,
yeah,
all right.
Or it's 1, it's because it's unsuccessful, or it's
isn't
1
it, isn't
from
it
the
1 from the 1 or 2 from the 5?
I believe it's 2 from the 5, but I think they're going 1 from the 1.
All right.
We're going to kind of have to see it, check and see, but I believe it's 1 from the 1. 1 from the 1. I apologize for my yawning. It's been a very long day.
It's all good. We're at game 7 out of 9 today. We covered 9 games yesterday as well. It's just a frenzy of Flag Plus Football Championships weekends that happen every season. We work together as well for the winter 2026. Happy to be with you again for spring 2026.
Likewise.
Gucci for the 2-point convert. This time they're not denied, or rather the 1-point convert, pardon me.
So the challenge successful.
Yes.
Ends up working out in their favor. Yeah. It's going to be 26-20. But we're only going to have 2 minutes left. Party Crashers do have 2 timeouts left. So they're definitely going to have to make a stop here. Interesting that they didn't go for onside. At the end of the day, I think maybe they even could have. I think in that situation, if it was successful, maybe they could have went onside and got the ball 5 yards closer. So for the folks that don't know about onside, pretty much it's like it's an onside kick. So basically you get the ball from your 5-yard line and you have to get midfield. If it's successful, you get back the ball back. So in that situation, Party Crashers could have neglected to get onside and they would have been 5 yards closer. So start from the 5, they could start from the 10. But
Will Trottier gets a direct snap. Long pass looking for Gabriel Champagne, who catches this ball for a Braves touchdown. 1 play is all the Braves needed to get ahead from 2 possessions in this ball game. Gabriel Champagne Dabi Kofi with the incredible catch against Mendley Joseph.
Yeah, so you had Gab going a post across the field, making a great catch. And you also had Emil doing about a 10-yard in, which he was also kind of open, where Fitz was kind of trailing behind. William Trottier ended up taking the deeper bomb towards Gab, making it a touchdown.
What
but
a
again,
pass by Trottier.
Here we're in the situation I was talking about, right? There's a minute and 53 seconds left. Braves are only up by 12. If for some reason Party Crashers didn't get that and they end up scoring there, they could have won for 2 and they could have made it a point where Party Crashers wouldn't have a chance to even come back at all.
Mayer, 2 quarterback options if he wanted them. Throws it front pylon to Gabriel. Charles Champagne Dabe Kofi, who makes the circus catch over the top of the defenders for the 2-point convert.
Yeah, so that's 2 points. So we're looking at the Braves going up 34-20 with a minute and 53 seconds left. Party Crashers are definitely going to have to take some to pull some tricks out of their hat right now.
But it's still technically possible for them to score a touchdown, omit the convert, and go for the onside. So that would be 6 points, right? Go for the onside, have it be successful, eventually score again, and get for the 2 points. That would all add up to 14 points, 34-34, and we get a tie game.
Yeah. So, no, exactly. It is possible.
So they're still alive here. Gucci, quick pass to Senatus. Senatus tries to move on Gabriel Dabe Kofi, who gets the flagpole.
Yeah.
Time is running, though.
Yeah, time, it will be against them here. But again, I feel like they do have a long time. And when they do the onside kick, it is going to go midfield. So you don't need exactly that much time if you're...
Gucci under center now, avoids the sack from Emile Chateauvert, goes once again to Senatus. Nice moves after the catch.
So what I was kind of saying, like, at the end of the day, if they score, they go onside, and they get in the onside is successful, it is going to be past midfield. So, I mean, it's not that hard to score, and you don't need that much time when you pass midfield.
The Party Crashers got a first down on that last catch from Senatus, which stopped the clock for a while, leaving the officials a time to get the chains. And for the 3rd time in a row, Gucci finds Senatus, this time in the end zone. Great pass going to his right, crossbody throw to his left. Touchdown, Party Crashers, and they're now setting up for the onside kick. The score is currently 34-26 with 1 minute 25 left in the game. So far, the first step of this master plan we just created for the Party Crashers to get in the game is successful. Let's see if they can do the second really big step, which is crossing that midline to get a successful onside kick. If they do not manage to do it, let's say it's passing complete, the Braves would get the ball back at the opposing 5.
If the Braves get back the ball, the game's over. Because the Braves could just knee it 3-4 times, and Party Crashers don't have enough timeouts to kind of to stop from the time clicking to 0. So this is pretty much the game right here.
Yes, sir. If the ball's incomplete, just for the rules for the people at home, the Braves would get it back at the Party Crashers' own 5-yard line, so directly 5 yards away from their red zone, and like you said, they'd probably need it to end the game. If the Party Crashers get any type of completion at anywhere on the field that's not past the mid line of the field, that's where the Braves would get the ball, where they got the tackle. If the Party Crashers get the ball completed anywhere across the midline, they would get for a first down, essentially, and their hopes would be alive. It's all up to now, folks. Gucci, long pass to Medley Joseph, intercepted by Jean-Daniel Chevalier. Almost would have rather had him put the bat down the ball so the Braves could be at the opposing 5-yard line. Now they will get the ball about at the midfield mark. But I think it won't change much because Jonathan Meyer, veteran quarterback, will just knee down until, or flag version of a knee down, or just not move.
Run the ball. He knows,
until
he's been
the
in
clock runs out.
He's been in the situation so many times where it's to a point where he knows that all he has to do is knee down, take a couple sacks, back up a bit, and just make sure the clock is clicking. We have 1 minute and 19 seconds, and unless the time doesn't stop. Right now it's stopped, but the time should be stopping. I believe it's a first. Maybe that's why the time's not clicking. Time's still at 1 minute 19. Time's ticking right now. So you have 2nd down. Party Crashers only have 1 timeout, and I believe it's 25 seconds per down. So 25 plus 25 plus 25 plus 25 equals 1 minute and 40, which is way more. Plus the timeout too. So let's take away 25. You're looking at 1 minute and 15, which is way more time than there is on the shot clock right now. Clock, not shot clock. Sorry.
Gracie Grand Mall. Talking about basketball for a second here.
Here, so John Mayer's making sure the time is completely ticking, and he's going to probably give a handoff to Emile.
Emile Chateauvert, and immediately tackled by Samuel Omombo.
which is also what's crazy. It is that that's even a first down. So it's not even to a point where party crashers even can stop them because they get an automatic first.
And that'll be all, folks, because mathematically the game's over. So it is whistled dead by our referee crew. The Braves are your 5-on-5 competitive Flag Plus Football Summer 2026 champions for the 7th time in a row, I believe, in the 5-on-5 competitive circuit. Congratulations to them. Incredible performance, and it just speaks to the dynasty and the absolute powerhouse that they've built with this program that not only competes in Flag Plus football, but also competes in tons of leagues, notably Tampa championships that we see every year in Florida.
Yeah, which also something to kind of talk about where we didn't. They're also missing their star receiver, James Drysdale, that also wasn't attending this game.
Right, he was with the national team just last week in
exactly.
Dusseldorf
So
for the World Championships.
maybe he's a bit banged up a bit, maybe a bit
Might be
sore.
taking a little break.
Maybe
Come
take a
on.
little break as well too. But again, it is the championship.
Just qualified his nation to the Olympics.
There you go. So, but that's also something they were missing today too. So it's a big miss. It's a big miss on their part, but it just shows how good this Braves team actually is, and how many weapons and how much talent this team has. The fact that they're missing a player like James and they're not even phased about it, it just shows how good this team actually is.
Yeah, to a lot of people, James Drysdale is in the conversation to be the best wide receiver in all of Flag Plus football. Maybe one of the best wide receivers in all of Canada, if not the best. So the fact that the Braves can go win another championship without him just speaks volumes about the program they run out there. The Party Crashers, though, all credits to them. They are the only team that's been giving the Braves some trouble in the past few years. And today, again, they fought respectably. What's next for that Party Crashers program to really get over the hump and beat the Braves next season?
Yeah, so I don't think the Party Crashers are registering for this year. I think they're kind of taking it off a bit.
Actually, I was talking to them downstairs. It's not sure yet. They might come play fall. We don't know yet.
We're going to find out in a couple of days.
Out.
But again, if they do take it off, again, the next season, it's not the biggest season. It becomes winter. It's more. If you win a lot of people say if you win a winter championship, it's like you're a big dog. Like it's a huge championship. It's a huge championship, but basically kind of shows like there's so many teams. All the university players end up coming back. All the ex-CFL players kind of come out. Current CFL players also come back in the league. So it's a big season. So even if they do take it off, it's not the end of the world. And
yeah, the fall 2026 season, the fall season in general in Flag Plus football, one of the 4 seasons that we have here, is usually a little bit less competitive one, just because a lot of players are playing tackle or coaching tackle or doing other things, even coaching flag in the university circuit, the CJEP circuit. That'll be all for this competitive 5-on-5 presentation. Congratulations once again to the Brave for their 7th competitive 5-on-5 FPF championships in a row. Please stay with us because very soon we will show you the men's Division A championship, 66,
exactly.
where the Braves are also going to be playing versus a program called One Plus.
One Stop,
which will be trying to stop the Braves organizations, which is a hard feat to do. My name is Nicholas Pierre-Mass. I was your play-by-play commentator. I was accompanied by Kwesi Gordon-Mall, who was my analyst, and we had Anissa Bechelem, who was our sideline reporter, giving us incredible insight on the field. Stay tuned. Stay with us. Thank you for being there. In a few minutes, our Division A championship.
Good evening and welcome to the Complexe CN, home of Flag Plus Football's Division A Championship matchup between the number 1 seed 9-1 One Stop and the number 2 seed the Braves. I'm Brent Bach and I'm joined by my broadcast partner Chloe Corbet. Chloe, this is the rubber match of all rubber matches. Both teams met twice in the regular season. The Braves winning in Week 3 by a score of 26-24 in Laval all the way back on June 7th. One Stop winning a little more recently, winning in Week 11 in Laval by a score of 43-34 over the Braves. This is the ultimate rubber match. Winner takes all. One Stop Braves. How do you see this game unfolding?
Je pense que ça va être une game qui va être assez serrée des deux côtés. On va jouer de manière assez explosive. On sait qu'ils ont des bons receveurs des deux côtés, mais aussi des bons joueurs à la défense. Les Braves viennent de jouer un match, on vient de les voir. Donc peut-être qu'il va y avoir un peu de fatigue de ce côté-ci. Mais de mon côté, je pense que l'expérience va gagner de ce côté et que ce sera les Braves qui vont partir avec la victoire. Honnêtement, ça fait plusieurs années qu'ils jouent tous ensemble. La chimie est là, la cohérence. Donc pour moi, ça va être le point qui va venir faire changer la donne et qui va les mettre de l'avant.
So you mentioned explosive players and obviously the chemistry of the Braves playing together for a long time. Joe Mahieu did not play in either of the regular season matchups. Obviously, we just saw him win the 5v5 competitive division title with his team over the Party Crashers 36-24. Obviously, Mahieu's back in the lineup. That's going to be a huge difference in this contest. Mahieu gets the snap. He looks over the middle. Mike Pearson, the snapper, with the first catch of the game. And obviously, Chloe, so I had a chance to watch at least One Stop. They're fresh. They didn't have a game before. Braves, like I just said, playing in a 5v5 championship. Do you expect maybe fatigue to play a little bit of a factor?
Yeah, it could be a factor, but you see how the players here were really explosive. They were really going through with their balls, but the defensive players are really alert right now. Like you saw, like he reacted really fast to the ball. So I think on either side there will be a little bit more of energy.
Somebody who gets the ball. He's looking over to the left-hand side. Open his gap. Dab Champagne. Oh! And a rare drop by the number 1 receiver for this offense.
Ça arrive pas souvent qu'il échappe des balles comme ça. Là, il était en bonne position pour faire cette attrapée-là. Il y avait les deux pieds à l'intérieur. On a tenté d'aller chercher la balle à l'extérieur des lignes parce que ici, en 6 contre 6, eh bien, ça doit être les pieds à l'intérieur. Donc, on va essayer de tenter d'aller chercher la balle. On s'allonge. Failli l'avoir ici, mais un petit échappé. Écoutez, c'est pas habituel parce qu'habituellement, Gabriel Dabé-Champagne, c'est un joueur avec des mains extrêmement sûres qui va chercher des balles même lorsqu'elles sont très difficiles. Donc, à voir si c'est la fatigue qui joue ou s'il va se reprendre plus tôt.
Yeah, so I have to see if he can rebound after that drop. Like you said, it might be fatigue. Could be a factor in the reason why he dropped that ball. Third down now, pass over the middle. Nice catch there by Dab Champagne. Tackled immediately by Janai Copeland-Lewis.
Rapidement ici, là, on peut voir que dès qu'il y a la balle, il la lance directement. Donc son temps de réaction est extrêmement vite. On parle de dès que sa balle, il sait déjà vers quel joueur se tourner. Les couvertures défensives n'ont pas le temps de s'ajuster au jeu offensif de l'équipe parce que il sort la balle extrêmement rapidement. Donc, je pense que c'est ça qui va devoir se faire du côté défensif. On va devoir jouer un peu plus serré parce que lorsque on fait des petits tracés courts, eh bien, on n'a pas le temps d'aller vers le ballon parce qu'on est déjà trop loin. Là. On a pu voir, ils commençaient. Regardez comment ils sont positionnés. Ils sont environ à 7 verges en ce moment. Donc, le temps de réaction est trop lent.
Right, so let's see right here. Again, 4th down now in midfield. Going on 2, Mahieu with the scramble. He's going to easily pick up the first down. And Chloe, obviously, you're familiar with this format, right? Mm-hmm. It's kind of the 5v5 format. Obviously, you play with the Sparks and Women's A. So, again, usually the 6v6 format, you would have players starting at the 10-yard line, or an offense starting at the 10-yard line. It's 10 yards for a first down. Obviously, the 5v5 format, a little different. Can you explain that to the audience?
Yeah. Alors, en 6 contre 6, on doit faire 10 verges. Donc, on a 4 essais, 10 verges. Tandis qu'en 5 contre 5, le terrain est plus petit, puis on doit faire 4 essais pour le milieu. Donc, le format de 4 sur 10, bien, ça favorise d'avoir plus de jeux offensifs parce qu'on doit gruger le terrain petit peu par petit peu. Et on a plus d'essais pour faire des longs jeux comme ce toucher-là de Gabriel Dabé-Champagne.
And there you go, Dab Champagne right there with the touchdown, taking advantage of that space you're talking about. Great play right there. 6-0 Braves.
Écoutez, comme on vient de le dire, vous allez voir qu'en format de 4 essais pour diverges, on a plus la possibilité d'essayer des passes longues. Parce que quand on est en format de 5 versus 5, eh bien, on doit essayer d'envoyer une balle longue peut-être au premier essai ou un troisième quand on est proche du milieu. Mais à part de ça, il faut que tu sois absolument sûr que ta couverture défensive n'est pas en zone profonde. Parce que si ta couverture défensive est en zone profonde, eh bien, ça va être plus difficile d'essayer d'attaquer avec des verticales. Donc, à ce moment-ci, en format 4 essais pour 10 verges, on peut se permettre d'avoir un peu plus de folie, comme on vient de faire avec Gabriel Dabé-Champagne.
And Dab Champagne 2-point convo attempt here for the Braves. 3 quarterbacks dropping back. Jean-Daniel Chevalier and Will Trottier with the ball right now. Pass towards the back of the end zone. Goes out of bounds. So 6-0 is the lead for the Braves. And so it's going to be interesting to see now, Chloe. Davshon Payne usually lining up at our right, his left of the field. On that play, though, he went over, to the right-hand side. Interesting matchup because on the right-hand side, you have Charles Cossette, the former McGill Redbird defensive back, one of the few guys in the secondary with size.
Yeah, I think ils ont essayé d'aller, d'habitude, ils l'ajustent de l'autre côté pour avoir un match-up qui est déséquilibré. Mais là, c'était vraiment un match-up qui est équilibré. Donc, est-ce qu'ils vont tenter de changer de positionnement, Gabriel Dabé-Champagne? Ça va être à suivre. Il faut quand même prendre avantage de ce qu'on nous donne, ce qu'on nous offre. Et là, regardez, devant lui, il y a deux quand même receveurs assez petits. Donc, je pense que c'est un match-up assez déséquilibré ici pour l'offense.
Here comes Mike Caparelli, number 88, pass to Ryan McNally. Speaking of former McGill defensive backs, McNally with the grab there. Mike Caparelli, again, veteran, looking to win obviously a championship here, looking to beat the Braves. 40 touchdowns in the regular season. The last time these two teams met, like I said, in Week 11, Chloe, he had 6 touchdown passes. Obviously, the better quarterback in that game. So, Caparelli, big play there on first down, a pickup of about 7, maybe 8 yards.
Ouais, et en série régulière, c'est pas un receveur qui a été quand même beaucoup utilisé, mais on voit que peut-être que là, ils vont plus l'utiliser. À suivre.
Because Caparelli gets past shot. No, he can't get free of Chateauvert. So a sack by Emile Chateauvert, number 8. A loss of about 4 yards right there, pardon me, on the sack.
Et on peut voir que la vitesse d'Émile Chateauvert, c'est ce qui lui a permis d'aller chercher ce sac du corps-là, qui est assez important dans cette partie-là. On est quand même un 3e essai et très long. Donc ça peut faire assez mal parce qu'il va falloir aller attaquer un peu plus en profondeur. Ça va être difficile parce que si on fait moins de 5 verges, on ne va pas pouvoir réussir à aller franchir le nombre de verges qu'on doit avoir.
So Dash, obviously right now if you're in the huddle, Chloe, if you're part of one stop, it's third and long like you talked about, what would you be calling here offensively?
Moi, j'enverrais un post du numéro 11. Là, tu vois, il passe. Ah, la verticale aussi pourrait marcher.
See it? There you go.
Oh!
Touchdown, Janai Copeland-Lewis. So it wasn't a post, it was a go route. You were pretty close, Chloe.
Ben écoutez, je pense qu'il fallait attaquer la zone profonde à ce moment-ci, mais cette verticale-là, clairement, je pense que les joueurs des Braves ne s'attendaient pas à cet élan de vitesse-là. L'accélération du joueur est assez exceptionnelle, là. Beaucoup de vitesse et il était parfaitement dans le trou de la couverture défensive. On avait 2 joueurs qui étaient dans la zone profonde, mais qui se séparaient la zone profonde en 2. Et puisque le terrain en 6-6 est plus large, bien, quand il devient plus difficile de jouer un tracé vertical comme ça quand on est très loin. Donc, je pense que le temps de réaction des joueurs défensifs pour se rendre jusqu'à la verticale a été trop lent pour la vitesse du joueur.
And you're absolutely right. The reaction time is a little bit slower for that defense, right? And Janai Copeland-Lewis getting behind it, Caparelli taking advantage. 2-point convo attempt here for one stop. One stop pass to the back of the end zone outside of the reach of the intended receiver. That's A.J. Zepatelli. So 6-6 is the score. Just under 13 minutes remaining here in the opening half.
Je pense que c'était Murphy qui était sur ce beau jeu défensif-là. Et lors de la partie juste avant, il a fait quand même beaucoup de passes rabattues. C'est un joueur qui est super agressif vers le ballon et on a pu voir à ce moment-ci son agressivité vers la balle. Est-ce qu'il va faire d'autres jeux impressionnants? Ça va être à suivre. Peut-être que la fatigue va rentrer, mais pour le moment, les Braves ne semblent pas fatigués, là. Ils sont vraiment en pleine capacité. Ils carburent, là.
I fully agree with you again. Speaking to your point about them not being tired, the Braves are used to playing multiple championship games on championship weekend. Pass to the left-hand side of Trottier. Trottier with a gain of about 7 yards. They're tackled by Janai Copeland-Lewis, so second and long facing this Braves offense.
C'est toujours une bonne idée d'aller attaquer les lignes de côté parce que les joueurs défensifs à l'avant, ils vont se partager la zone courte à 2. Donc là, on peut voir qu'il a dû rester dans le milieu puis il ne pouvait pas vraiment commit sur un des 2 tracés parce que les 2 tracés avaient quand même beaucoup d'espace entre les 2.
So you're talking about obviously the zone defense here being played by one stop. If you're a defender on the field, I've seen you play defense as well. Would you stick primarily to zone here against the Braves?
Moi, je pense qu'il faudra aller en zone contre les Braves. 100%. 100% en zone contre les Braves. En couverture homme à homme, on l'a pas, là.
Yeah, that was a little bit of man-to-man right there.
Ça, c'était un genre de man. Et honnêtement, je pense que Émile Chateauvert n'était pas à 100% dans sa vitesse parce que clairement, il aurait battu de vitesse. Je pense que la couverture homme à homme, il faut être sûr de pouvoir les suivre. Je pense qu'il n'y a aucun joueur qui peut accoter Gabriel Dabé-Champagne en grandeur. S'il saute, ça va être difficile. Puis honnêtement, si j'étais Joe Maheu et que je voyais que la défensive faisait de la couverture homme à homme, je ferais exprès de voir où est le match-up déséquilibré avec Gabriel Dabé-Champagne puis je lui enverrais une balle haute parce qu'il n'y a aucun joueur qui va être capable d'aller jouer ça pour le moment. Mais sinon, clairement, ils ont de l'athlétisme du côté de One Stop. Donc, ils seraient capables de les suivre. Et moi, je pense qu'il va manquer ce petit élan de perfection-là. Joe Maheu qui a de placer placer la balle à des endroits tellement précis pour qu'on aille chercher ce ballon-là. Donc moi, je pense que ce serait se tirer dans le pied, la couverture homme à homme à ce moment-ci.
So Mahieu has the double quarterback here. Trache, no stranger to throwing the ball. Pass over the middle, batted into the air. It's picked off by one stop, making it way to the end zone. No tackle. And a player down. Yeah, that's Mike Pearson. I think he made the tackle. Touchdown saving tackle right there. So first turnover of the game goes in favor of one stop.
Quelle belle interception. On était réactifs. Émile Chantouveur qui a tenté d'aller rechercher ce ballon-là. Mike Pearson qui est arrivé à aller faire un excellent plaqué ici. C'était un plaqué qui a quand même sauvé parce que je pense qu'il se dirigeait tout droit vers la zone des buts. Et là, ils vont reprendre le ballon très proche de leur ligne. Donc, clairement, on va pouvoir agir. Il va falloir agir rapidement si on est les braves pour faire un revirement de situation. Peut-être regarder la zone profonde parce que puisque ça a fonctionné une fois, clairement, on va peut-être essayer d'aller attaquer ça une autre fois.
So now the ball at about the 15-yard line here for one stop. Again, they've produced the game's first turnover. Let's see if they can capitalize on it. Caparelli awaits the snap. He gets it. High one. He wheels it in. Looks to his right. Throwing to the left. Caught. Touchdown!
On a fait un 2 étages ici, donc on avait un premier joueur qui faisait un tracé vers l'extérieur qui a attaqué le premier compte, puis le deuxième qui est allé attaquer le deuxième compte. Donc à ce moment-ci, le joueur défensif doit se positionner entre les deux et être patient. Je pense qu'on a été un peu réactif sur le premier tracé. On s'est propulsé vers l'avant, on n'a pas été capable, on s'est propulsé vers l'arrière, pardon, et on n'a pas été capable d'aller jouer le premier tracé, mais habituellement, en zone rouge, la couverture défensive à faire, c'est de toujours commettre sur le premier tracé, donc le tracé qui est dans la zone courte, parce que c'est le tracé le plus facile à aller atteindre pour le corps arrière. Donc, aller briser la ligne directrice entre le corps arrière et le receveur, ça marcherait.
So we go 2-point conversion attempt. Cossette back to Caparelli. Caparelli to the back of the end zone, outside of the reach of the outstretched hands of Zapatelli. So you mentioned something right there about obviously the end zone. Now, playing levels is something I've been a part of in terms of offensively and defensively, and I'm sure you've seen it as well. If you could explain what the levels concept means, at least for an offense.
L'expliquer, dans le fond, un tracé à étage, c'est qu'on envoie, mettons, un premier joueur à l'attaquer la première ligne des buts. Donc, le premier compte est un deuxième joueur qui va aller un peu plus haut, mais au même niveau. Donc, admettons, à 7 verges au lieu de premier verge. Donc, le joueur défensif doit rester entre les deux et doit être patient sur je réagis à quel des deux tracés.
First down, quick pass over the middle to Trache, and Mahieu hit his hand got his hand hit, by the rusher right there. And he is doubled over in pain. And I'll tell you what, Chloe, obviously Joe Mahieu having to come out the game, it looks like here.
Je pense qu'il va prendre un petit 2 minutes sur le banc. On va aller mettre Will Trottier comme carrière. Will Trottier, c'est le deuxième carrière. Il a joué beaucoup de matchs comme carrière cette année aussi. Donc, c'est pas effrayant là, comme nouvelle. Là. C'est un joueur qui sait bien jouer cette position-là et qui devrait bien jouer. Ça ne devrait pas avoir un grand changement au niveau de la partie qui va être jouée.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Trache has played a lot of quarterbacks, specifically against one-stop. Trache for the season, 49 of 68, 622 yards passing, 11 touchdowns, 72% completion percentage. So obviously he's not afraid to spin the ball. So we have to see here again. Penalty is going to be on the rusher for making contact with the quarterback on the follow-through there by Joe Mahieu. So it's going to be an automatic first down for the Braves offense.
C'est une punition qui coûte assez cher au flag football, le contact avec le corps arrière, parce que le corps arrière, c'est quand même une pièce maîtresse de l'offense. Donc, si le corps arrière est blessé, bien, ça peut changer toute une partie. Donc, c'est une des punitions qui coûte le plus cher à avoir. Donc, est-ce qu'on va changer du rusher pour le reste de la partie pour éviter d'autres punitions de ce genre? Je pense que ça va être à suivre, parce que clairement, si on en obtient plus qu'une dans une partie, ça peut vraiment changer la donne.
So, Trache again behind snapper. Trache gets the ball. He looks to the left. Fastball. Ooh, almost picked off. Good catch by Chevalier. Chevalier down the sideline, finally tackled by Copeland Lewis. And I'll tell you what, the defender right there, that's rhyming. Now they came about an inch away from making an INT.
Très belle position de la part du joueur défensif. On est allé chercher notre menace, on s'est mis devant. Malheureusement, il manquait peut-être une demi-seconde pour aller chercher la balle qui était juste avant, mais c'était encore une fois un très beau placement de ballon de la part du corps arrière. Ça, c'est quand même notable. Quand un corps arrière est capable de bien placer sa balle pour ses receveurs, ça fait toute la différence, notamment dans des couvertures défensives comme celle-ci.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that ball placement. And again, being a receiver, you want to get that ball to where you're running to, not exactly where you are all the time. Pass to the end zone, Chevalier. Nice defensive play. Breaking after that pass, Mathis P. Long there in the back of the end zone with the PD.
C'était un excellent jeu défensif de la part du joueur défensif. On va pouvoir voir sur la reprise vidéo. On le voit, le joueur qui vient directement se placer devant et on vient du bout des doigts tiper la balle vers l'arrière. Donc, on a très bien suivi. Belle couverture homme à homme de la part du joueur. Et Joe Murray qui revient sur le jeu. Donc, la blessure est passée.
Yeah, so you're right. Yeah, he's back on the field, so let's see what he can do. Much to the chagrin, obviously, of one stop. I mean, listen, if you don't have to play Joe Murray a third time, I think you'll take it.
Oh que oui.
So Thomas Angelin, number 42, is the rusher here, usually defensive back. Pass to Pearson, and he goes right through. I think that was Charles Cossette right there.
Donc, ça va être... Ici, on a envoyé la punition sur la défense. Et je pense que la raison pour qu'on a fait cette punition-là, dans le fond...
So again, this is a non-contact lead, so it depends. If Cossette was standing his ground, it's going to be on the offense. But if Cossette was late to get there, yeah, you're right. You're right, his feet were moving. They might actually just pick up the flag. Again, I've seen that called on the offense about 9 out of 10 times there. But you can see Cossette talking to Jack Nudie, the head official of this contest. Cossette does not agree with the no call there.
Ouais, c'est ça, c'est sur la défense.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you're right. Yep.
Les pieds du joueur défensif étaient en mouvement et quand les pieds du joueur défensif sont en mouvement,
you're right.
On a la punition sur le joueur défensif. Donc, il faut absolument arrêter ses pieds, sinon la punition directement sur le joueur défensif. Malheureusement, c'est comme ça les règles du flag football. Il faut garder notre ground si on veut pas avoir de punition.
So first and goal, quick pass to Pearson. That's money right there. Touchdown into the end zone. Mike Pearson. We're all tied up at 12. And you're ready to spot on with that call, Chloe, again, like you're talking about. His feet were still moving, hence why the penalties against the defense right there in Cossette.
C'est un petit détail, c'est absolument un mini détail, mais si le joueur défensif arrête ses pieds dans le sol et que le joueur offensif lui rentre dedans, eh bien là, la punition va directement être sur le joueur à l'offense. Mais dès que tes pieds sont en mouvement, directement la punition est sur le joueur défensif parce que tu n'es pas en position pour arrêter ton corps. Donc malheureusement, c'est vraiment des petits détails comme ça qui changent la donne, comme on a pu voir à ce moment-là. Donc c'est important quand on est un joueur défensif d'arrêter.
Double quarterback again on this two-point convo for the Braves. Trache back in the end zone. Murphy open. He catches it. 14-12 lead for the Braves because of the two-point convo by Jeremy Murphy. And when you talk about that penalty, Chloe, obviously I think you have a bit of experience running over players. As long as their feet are moving, and Chloe's book is fine.
Ben c'est ça. Si mes pieds arrêtent de bouger, c'est correct. Si mes pieds sont en mouvement, par contre, ça ne marche plus.
If you take a shot of me and Chloe beside each other, for sure, she's the one running over people. 100%. 1,000%. Gonna lower that shoulder, that's Chloe Kobe.
Ouais, malheureusement. Ben écoutez, maintenant, je suis capable de le voir aussi.
So one stop now starts their third drive of the game from, of course, their own 5-yard line. Caparelli looking at his options. He goes to the right. Quick, easy hook pass there to Cossette. Cossette flagged immediately by Murphy. A pickup of about 3 yards there on first down. So right now, again, it's a back-and-forth game. A lot of momentum for both sides. About 3 minutes remaining here in the first half. If you're one stop now on offense, what do you want to see them do here on this drive?
Moi, je pense qu'il faut continuer à gruger le terrain comme ils sont capables de faire pour le moment. Faut pas se mettre en position où on pourrait perdre la balle parce qu'en ce moment, on a l'avantage. On est dans le momentum. Il nous reste 2 minutes. On écoule le temps, on gruge le terrain puis on essaie d'aller inscrire un autre touché. Si j'étais un one-stop, j'irais avec des petits tracés rapides et on essaie de gruger rapidement le temps.
Caparelli over to the right-hand side. Zeppatelli, nice catch there. Caparelli to Zeppatelli. Say that 3 times fast. Tackle made by Murphy right there. Just shy of the 15-yard line. Of course, again, now about 2:15 and counting remaining here in opening half. Now, one thing we've been talking about throughout the course of yesterday and today with all these different games going on, Chloe, is time management. Again, right now, time is on the side of one stop. But, of course, if they score here, they want to try and be careful as well. Or maybe, what do you think? Should they be careful in terms of not scoring too quickly here?
Moi, je pense qu'on écoule le temps. On écoule le temps, puis après, on prend une shot, quitte à perdre un essai parce qu'on a écoulé notre temps. C'est important, il nous reste moins de 2 minutes. Il faut utiliser tout notre temps. Bon, là, tu vois, les pieds du joueur défensif étaient complètement arrêtés. Donc là, la punition va être directement sur le joueur à l'attaque. Parce que Gabriel Dabé-Champagne avait arrêté de bouger ses pieds. Donc, c'est exactement la punition qu'on a eue tantôt, mais de l'autre côté. Donc, c'est vraiment, comme on a dit, des détails qui font la différence.
Yeah, you're exactly right. So yes, Zapatelli is going to get that penalty. Just wondering if it's before the first down there.
Donc, comme on a vu sur le replay il y a 4 secondes environ, là, on a vu Gabriel Labbé-Champagne qui attendait le joueur à l'attaque vers lui. Les bras grands ouverts en position pour aller faire le plaqué. Et le joueur à l'attaque n'a jamais arrêté de courir et sans faire exprès. Il faut tout le temps être en contrôle de son corps au flag football. Dès qu'on est en perte de contrôle, en perte de déséquilibre et on rentre dans un autre joueur, la punition va toujours être sur la personne qui n'était pas en contrôle de son corps. Comme on peut voir ici, regardez. Il était en position.
I don't know about those feet not moving there. I don't know about that. But again, the referees agree with what you're saying. Hence why the penalty is against the offense. So I believe here is third down. Still third and about 7, maybe 8 here. Let's see what One Stop does here on third. Pass to the left corner. Oh, just to the hands of Janai Copeland-Lewis. And Chloe, I got to tell you right there on that play, there was 3 receivers kind of in the same spot. Unfortunately for One Stop, neither of them could come up with the catch.
Les 3 receveurs étaient placés au bon endroit. Il y avait seulement 2 joueurs défensifs qui étaient là. Donc, clairement, ici, on aurait pu avoir un beau jeu. C'est sûr qu'il y avait un joueur qui était complètement seul. On en avait 2 qui étaient vers l'extérieur. On avait un post. Et regardez là, le Gabriel Labbé-Champagne était clairement entre les 2 receveurs. Mais on n'était pas en position pour aller faire l'interception ou encore aller rabattre ce ballon-là. Donc, malheureusement, on reprend le ballon du côté des Braves.
Okay, so my apologies. That was actually 4th down there, hence why Caparelli and Zapatelli are walking off the field. So defensive stop there for the Braves. Just over 90 seconds remaining here in the opening half. Mahi over the middle. A rare drop there by Pierce. I'm not sure if the defender might have got a hand on that. Nonetheless, a second and long now facing the Braves. I think that was Philippe Trudel, which could play.
Je suis quand même étonnée qu'elle ait joué assez rapidement, avec 1 minute 41 en ce moment à l'horloge. On dirait que j'aurais pensé qu'il aurait peut-être écoulé le temps, mais en même temps, c'était quand même une passe rapide à un receveur qui faisait un tracé assez court. Donc, on pourrait vouloir faire écouler le temps en lançant rapidement nos joueurs qui sont vers l'avant et les faire courir par la suite pour écouler le temps. Parce qu'on sait que Joe Maher, il court, mais pas souvent. C'est quand même assez rare qu'il court. Donc, je pense qu'on va essayer peut-être de faire des petites passes courtes ou passer des balles à l'arrière, peut-être à Émile pour qu'il court. Donc, à suivre.
We're now within the pro clock as well. I'm going to explain that in a second here. Here to the right-hand side. This time he's able to connect. Dob Champagne, nice move. He got past one defender and a second. Still going. Finally taken down past midfield by Trudeau. Good tackle right there, but a great game by Dob Champagne.
Quelle course de Gabriel Labbé-Champagne. Ici, on a vu plusieurs feintes. Donc, on a eu des mouvements de hanches pour aller faire esquiver les joueurs défensifs. Et ça a fonctionné. Le 2 joueurs défensifs qui ont manqué les plaqués à cause de ces mouvements de hanches-là. C'est important au flag football, comparativement au football américain, d'avoir des mouvements de feintes pour esquiver les joueurs défensifs. Parce qu'au football, eh bien, les feintes ne sont pas 100% nécessaire parce que des fois, on peut juste aller jouer physique. Mais au flag football, tu peux pas toujours jouer physique après avoir attrapé le ballon. Donc, il faut falloir... Mon Dieu, je suis incapable de parler. Il faut pouvoir bouger ses pieds rapidement.
It's on the hips in flag football, as they say. Mahieu gets the snap, looks to the right. Pass over the middle, deflected. Falls a complete pass intended for Emile Chateauvert. Ryan McNally with the PD.
Donc, belle couverture défensive de la part du joueur. On est venu vraiment être super agressif sur le ballon, complètement collé sur notre homme. Je ne sais pas si on avait le droit à une couverture homme à homme, mais en tout cas, lui, il en a fait une à lui-même. Il était complètement collé sur son joueur. Impossible pour Émile Chateauvert d'aller mettre la main sur ces ballons-là.
And what we're seeing right now, I find, especially towards the end of this first half, Chloe, is a lot of pardon, if I could talk properly myself, a lot of aggression by the one-stop defense. I think that's about a 3rd or 4th pass deflection we've seen, at least in this first half, by the squad.
Je pense que rendu à ce niveau-là, il faut avoir des jeux agressifs. En division A, c'est un moment pour aller faire des gros jeux, puis il faut montrer qu'on a le niveau de pouvoir jouer dans la plus haute division masculine 6v6.
He gets the snap, flush to his left, now going to his right. He's going to run, takes off towards the end zone. And you're saying, yeah, he got tackled. My apologies. There was no sign. So Jason Leclerc, one of the officials, is coming over now to talk to Jack Nudie.
On a eu un déflagué assez rapide et assez inusité. On ne l'a même pas vu ici en l'air. Mais je pense qu'on a réussi à faire quelques verges. Un court gain, par contre, à la course. Donc là, maintenant, ça va être essayer d'aller rentrer dans le toucher. On est au 4e essai. Donc, on a essayé de se rapprocher le plus possible de la zone de but pour faciliter l'entrée, mais aussi pour écouler le temps parce qu'il nous reste 20 secondes. Et en flag football, 20 secondes, c'est beaucoup.
Il y a beaucoup de temps, exactement, c'est ça.
C'est beaucoup. On peut traverser un terrain complet en 20 secondes, donc laisser autant de temps pour l'autre équipe, c'est assez difficile.
Pass to the end zone, goes incomplete, but it's going to be offside against the rusher. So Thomas Ashley, who made that tackle on the play before on here, didn't reset himself. And, of course, in FPF, what you have to do as the rusher, you're 7 yards back from the line of scrimmage. You're 1 yard to the left or to the right of where the ball is placed. But when you have that, not false start, but when the quarterback goes on 2 or 3, whatever the case may be, you have to reset. You have to get behind the 7-yard line and then rush after that. Ashley got maybe half his body back to that 7-yard line. Hence why you have the offside against the rusher.
Exactement. Donc, il ne s'est pas placé à l'arrière de sa ligne. Donc, malheureusement, il n'était plus éligible. Il perdait son éligibilité. Et quand on est en bas de cette verge pour poursuivre le corps arrière, eh bien, on perd notre immunité. Donc, même n'importe quel autre joueur qui s'était placé, par exemple, le centre, s'il était parti à la course et avait rentré dans le poursuiveur, on n'aurait pas eu de punition ici. Puisqu'il n'était pas replacé derrière la ligne, il a perdu toute son immunité.
After the penalty, the ball now at the 1-yard line, half the distance to the goal for the Braves. Can they punch it in? Let's find out. Matt Hill over the middle. Caught. Easy touchdown there by Dobshan Payne. 20-12 now is the lead for the Braves.
Je pense qu'on jouait en zone du côté de la couverture défensive et le trou était exactement bien placé. Donc, on est allé faire un pas, on est allé prendre un angle de 45 degrés pour aller directement dans le trou de la zone. Parce qu'à ce moment-là, le joueur qui était en milieu a reculé vers l'arrière, ce qui a laissé un gros trou dans le centre. Donc, je pense que en zone rouge, habituellement, une des meilleures couvertures qu'on peut faire, c'est d'aller envoyer un joueur dans le milieu directement, mais aller recentrer le centre. Donc, avoir un joueur qui est sur la ligne directement du toucher et qui attend de se faire attaquer avant de reculer. Parce que quand on recule directement, ben, on ouvre complètement la fenêtre.
So 3 quarterback option here. Trottier with the ball in his hand goes towards the back of the end zone. And Murphy intercepted. I don't think the player's going to run that one back, Trudeau, electing to... I don't know why he's deciding to run it back. He's not going to go all the way. He gets tackled by Shadow Fair. And I believe there's 10 seconds left here on the clock. 20-12 is the lead for the Braves.
Donc, avec 10 secondes, on peut peut-être faire autour de 2 jeux. 3 jeux si on joue extrêmement rapide. Mais il va falloir qu'ils jouent assez rapidement. Donc, on se place sur la ligne, qu'on colle les 2 prochains jeux, qu'on les joue back à back. Parce que si on prend un temps d'arrêt entre les deux, on n'aura pas le temps de jouer. Et là, on est en position cruciale. Les Braves qui ont une avance en ce moment de 8 points. Donc, il faut absolument essayer de reprendre le momentum de la partie avant la demi. Parce que sinon, ben, on va être un peu en retard quand on va reprendre le ballon plus tard.
So, of course, we're now in the pro clock. The clock can be stopped by a first down. If the ball gets caught in play, as you see in regular football, the time will continue to roll, but you can stop the clock by going out of bounds, or if a first down is made. You see the receiver right there. He gets tackled right away. That's McNally. What do they call a timeout? I don't think they're going to. I think they're just going to let the time expire. Nope. I think I spoke too soon.
Ça, ici, on peut voir que c'est vraiment l'expérience qui fait la différence parce que quand ça fait longtemps qu'on joue au flag football, on a souvent le réflexe quand on voit le temps de même d'aller sortir. Mais là, directement, lui, il était proche de la ligne, mais il n'a même pas essayé d'aller sortir, il est remonté directement. Fait que je pense que c'est un réflexe qui se développe et qui peut faire toute la différence dans des situations comme celle-ci, dans des parties qui sont autant serrées parce que chaque seconde compte. Chaque seconde qu'on va essayer d'aller chercher peut faire la différence. Et à ce moment-là, s'il était sorti, on aurait un 4 secondes sur l'horloge. Et en 4 secondes, on peut faire un beaucoup plus grand jeu que ce qu'on a en ce moment. Là, on a un seul essai pour traverser tout le terrain. Si on avait sorti, qu'on avait les 3 secondes de plus, on aurait pu rentrer un jeu supplémentaire avant d'aller attaquer la zone de but.
That's what timeout was called by One Stop. And you talk about the natural instincts, don't forget the majority of this team for One Stop, they're all current or former tackle players. Janai Copeland-Lewis dropping back as the second quarterback, but Caparelli to the end zone, knocked away, incomplete, and we hit halftime with a 20-12 lead for the Braves over One Stop.
Donc, on peut voir qu'on est dans un match qui est assez serré. Chaque minute va compter pour le restant de la demi. On finit avec une avance de 8 points pour les Braves. One Stop qui bat de la patte à l'arrière, mais qui est quand même très proche, là, qui va tranquillement reprendre. Et je pense que c'est One Stop qui repart avec la balle en deuxième demi. Donc, il va avoir le momentum de leur côté. Ça va être à ce moment-là qu'on va devoir aller essayer de frapper fort pour reprendre l'avantage de la partie. Et là, on va avoir notre collaborateur sur le côté qui va aller rencontrer un joueur de One Stop. Je n'arrive pas à voir c'est lequel.
That is a good question. So I think that's Philip Trudell. Okay. Anyways, yeah, we're hitting halftime again, like you said. 20-12 lead for the Braves here over One Stop. I'm going to shoot it down to Nick Pierre-Mas, who has a player from One Stop ready for the halftime interview. Starting first half right here in Brossard. All right, so what we kill some time waiting for that interview to start. Quickly from One Stop, how did they get back in this contest?
Pour revenir dans la partie, là, on a l'avantage. On va reprendre la balle en deuxième demi. Il faut absolument aller faire un toucher. Il ne faut pas laisser les Braves mettre la main sur ce ballon-là du côté de la défensive. Il va falloir jouer rapidement. Elle a attaqué les trous. Il y a beaucoup de trous dans la défensive. Il y a toujours des trous dans toutes les défensives. Il faut essayer d'aller les trouver pour reprendre le contrôle de cette partie-là. Et là, on peut aller voir Nick qui va aller rejoindre un des joueurs de stop, voir est-ce qu'on peut reprendre le momentum de cette partie. Donc, à toi, Nick.
Je suis avec Philippe Trudel, demi-défensif et receveur de cette équipe de One Stop. Vous jouez présentement dans le match de championnat là, contre les Braves qui sont à leur 7e championnat de suite s'ils réussissent à vous battre dans ce match. Actuellement, c'est 20-12. Vous perdez par 8 points. C'est une équipe là, que vous avez, malgré le fait qu'ils sont dominants historiquement dans la FPF, que vous avez déjà battu à la semaine 11, dernière semaine de la saison régulière. Vous les avez vaincus malgré que vous aviez perdu contre eux à la semaine 3. C'est quoi le secret pour battre les Braves qu'aucune équipe a été capable de battre dans les 2 dernières années au match de championnat?
Je pense que on approche cette game-là comme n'importe quel game, comme j'avais mentionné déjà dans un article. Le secret, c'est de jouer notre style de flag football, puis de compter sur nos athlètes, puis notre QB Mike qui va faire des gros jeux. En défense, on va faire des gros jeux aussi. Donc, c'est ça la clé du succès. Je pense pas qu'on a une différente stratégie pour cette équipe-là qu'on aurait pour une autre.
Philippe, tu es un ancien joueur de l'université McGill. Dans cette équipe, vous en avez plusieurs. Ryan McNally notamment, Janai Lewis. Ryan McNally qui a été joueur par excellence à la défensive cette saison dans la division A. Charles Cossette, lui, qui a été joueur par excellence, double plateau là, de cette division. Parle-moi un peu de la cohésion d'équipe et à quel point vous avez du talent dans cette équipe.
Comme tu le dis, c'est beaucoup de talent. Charles, Ryan, Janai, c'est selon moi le meilleur joueur de flag dans cette ligue-là. C'est beaucoup de talent. On a même Pilon, Underrated, Angelin, tous les gars qui sont là, c'est tous des gars edgy comme receveurs incroyables. Donc, c'est tous des bons joueurs. Je pense j'ai mentionné tous les joueurs dans mon équipe parce qu'il n'y en a pas un qui stand out plus qu'un autre dans cette équipe-là.
Rapidement, qu'est-ce qu'on peut voir de vous là, dans cette deuxième demi pour revenir dans ce match et gagner ce championnat?
Juste jouer du sound flag football, ne pas faire d'erreur, puis de rester sur la game et pas trop sur ce qui se passe sur le côté.
Merci Philippe, bonne chance. De retour à vous, Chloé et Brent.
Donc on retourne à la deuxième demi. Brent, à quoi tu t'attends pour cette deuxième demi-là?
I think it's going to be an exciting game, right? Listen, these two teams know each other well. Again, the second game was close with these two squads. Don't expect anything different here with this third game. Start of the second half, Caparelli pass over the middle. Next catch there by Cossette, and a little dive there by Jean-Daniel Chevalier.
On a été très rapide sur les plaqués ici de la part des joueurs défensifs, mais c'est exactement ce qu'on voulait voir du côté de One Stop. On va attaquer rapidement les trous. Il faut que notre balle sorte assez rapidement de notre main. Donc, dès qu'on a la balle en main, le carrière doit prendre des décisions rapides, efficaces, parce que la couverture défensive est quand même assez... On se donne un jeu pour ne pas se faire attaquer en zone profonde. Donc, c'est pour ça qu'on va aller attaquer les zones courtes dès le départ.
Second down now after a gain of 6 on first. Caparelli looks to his left. Pass is going to hit the curtain. Nice catch by the curtain, but unfortunately the curtain does not play for One Stop. Third and long now facing this offense.
Donc, on a essayé de sortir la balle assez rapidement sur notre tracé, mais malheureusement, la balle a un peu manqué de précision. On était un petit peu trop vers l'extérieur. On avait une belle couverture défensive de la part de Gabriel Labbé-Champagne. En bonne position pour jouer la balle si jamais elle avait été bien lancée. Mais écoutez, c'était une belle vision de la part du carrière. On a vu que le joueur avait un petit peu battu son joueur défensif. Si c'était une balle parfaite, je pense que c'était un touché complètement là.
One of the big storylines, Chloe, coming into this game was for One Stop. We talked about it all season long in the articles and in the podcast. Top record, 9-1, best record in Division A. They've fallen short a number of times. They have the athletes, they have the playmakers, they have the experience to get it done. It comes down to either, if not now, then when for this One Stop team. Nice catch by Zeppatelli, breaks one tackle on another. He's able to pick up the first down.
Donc, on a manqué un plaqué ici. On a pu aller chercher environ 5 verges supplémentaires de gain. Donc, ça peut faire mal en finale comme ça, là, des plaqués manqués. Quand on a des joueurs super rapides, comme le joueur qui vient d'attraper la balle et réussit à aller chercher rapidement d'autres verges. Donc, on se met en position octopus et on va chercher les plaqués.
So the ball now just past midfield. Here's a snap for Caparelli, first down. Gets flushed to his right, throws it to the corner. Cassette in the back of the end zone. Couldn't make the grab. Not sure if Chevalier got a piece of that. Nonetheless, the fall is incomplete.
C'était extrêmement belle position de ballon. On a failli l'avoir. Je pense qu'on a quand même mis les mains sur ce ballon-là. Malheureusement, on n'a pas été en mesure de le compléter. Mais belle vision, encore une fois, de la passe carrière. On commence à jouer encore plus rapide que ce qu'on faisait en première demi. Donc, on commence à comprendre qu'il faut jouer avec l'horloge dans cette partie-là. Ça va être une question de temps, de qui aura assez de temps pour rentrer des touchés parce qu'on est très proche. C'est un touché de différence là, avec un converti. Donc, ça va vraiment être une question de qui est en mesure de contrôler cette partie-là.
And speaking of the Braves defense, obviously you said there's a couple of holes here in one stop. You want to see them play fast as they've been doing. What do the Braves need to do to kind of close some of those holes on defense that you're seeing?
Je pense que la défensive des Braves sera en mesure de faire de la couverture homme à homme. Ils ont la chimie pour la cohérence. Donc moi, je pense qu'il faut communiquer. Regardez, là, on avait un trou complet ici. Pourquoi? Le joueur qui était à l'avant, donc William Trottier, rapidement, il a laissé passer son joueur, l'a envoyé à son autre joueur défensif, mais il n'a pas pris de la profondeur, il est resté sur du gazon. Donc, malheureusement, le joueur a pu se faufiler à l'arrière et prendre sa position directement en arrière. Donc, c'est un jeu de communication. Il faut... Oui, là, on a laissé le joueur filer vers notre autre joueur défensif, mais il faut être un peu plus en réaction à ce qu'on fait. Donc, aller prendre un peu de profondeur quand on voit que notre joueur a réussi à filer sous nous. Et puis, par la suite, là, il aurait été en mesure de faire ce jeu-là s'il avait pris quelques pas vers l'arrière.
So a couple of things I like what you just said right there. First of all, you talked about Troche basically covering grass right there. And again, with all if you're going to leave your man, if you're going to pass somebody off, you have to let your teammate know, right? You can't just leave someone and assume your teammate's going to come over and make the play. But that's what the Braves did right there, and they got burnt. The ball now at the 2-yard line. Can one stop punch it in? Pass to the left, wide open again, back in the end zone. And that's caught for the touchdown. Mathis Pilon.
On était en position, donc le joueur défensif qui était entre les deux étages. On a encore une fois, on peut voir sur la rediffusion ici. Donc, on est allé attaquer le premier cône à l'avant et il y a un autre joueur qui s'était mis à l'arrière. Ici, on a Chevalier qui est allé tout de suite attaquer la première ligne. C'est une bonne réaction à avoir en défense, mais il faut être en position, donc être en position open key. On ouvre nos hanches, on est en mesure ici d'aller jouer autant le joueur qui s'en va à l'arrière que le joueur qui va être à l'avant. Là, on était vraiment en position square, donc carré, les épaules face au joueur défensif. Donc là, dès qu'on triche puis qu'on ouvre d'un côté, ça devient un peu plus difficile de se retourner sur nous-mêmes et d'aller attaquer l'autre tracé qui était plus à l'arrière.
So we got 2-point conversion now. Pass in the middle. Oh, off the hands of the intended receiver. So they want to have that one back. I think that was Ryan McNally there. So now the score is 20-18 in favor of the Braves.
Donc, on garde l'avantage du côté des Braves, mais on est allé inscrire un touché supplémentaire du côté de One Stop. Donc, peut-être une question de converti pour le reste de la partie. Celui qui réussit le plus de convertis gagnera la partie. Peut-être à suivre. Donc, à voir, mais pour le moment, beau départ de deuxième demi de la part de One Stop.
And you bring up a good point about conversions, right? Those are huge, and that's one of the great specialties. In the regular season meeting with these two teams, One Stop was 1 for 10. In both meetings, I should say, against the Braves in terms of conversions. Right now, they're still struggling to get those conversions. They haven't got any so far in this contest.
Ça va être une question de converti. C'est vrai que les Braves sont quand même assez bons en converti. Belle expérience, comme on a dit. La chimie est super importante. Quand tu as un carrière qui te connaît assez bien, qui sait ta vitesse, qui sait ton positionnement, eh bien, il y a une meilleure façon de placer ses ballons parce qu'il sait où tu vas être plus facilement que des joueurs que ça fait moins longtemps qu'ils jouent ensemble. Mais aussi, du côté des Braves, on a beaucoup de joueurs qui sont des joueurs d'offense en premier lieu. Donc, c'est pour ça qu'ils performent mieux du côté offensif que défensif. Ils sont excellents en défense aussi, mais ils performent encore mieux en offense parce que c'est des joueurs qui sont de base des joueurs offensifs.
And it's interesting because, nice play there by Shadavar. And that's what he does best in the open field with the ball in his hands. So he's able to pick up some yak yards. A late flag, though, here on the field.
À voir, est-ce qu'on aurait une retenue? Peut-être. Quand on fait... Dans le fond, un des mouvements préférés des Château Vert, c'est un dip qu'on appelle au flag football. Donc, on va venir descendre son centre de gravité vers le sol et tenter de bouger ses hanches en même temps pour faire esquiver les joueurs défensifs. Et quand on baisse notre centre de gravité subitement, le joueur défensif n'a pas le réflexe souvent de se baisser aussi. Donc, on va être un peu en réaction décalée sur le premier joueur.
So dip, is that part of your arsenal moves?
Non. Moi, je suis vraiment pas bonne en dip. Là. Non, malheureusement, j'aimerais beaucoup maîtriser ce mouvement-là. Je pense que c'est une des meilleures feintes au flag football parce que surtout quand on est petit, faire des dips, c'est complètement très difficile d'aller déflaguer ça. Mais j'ai trop des longues jambes, donc je suis pas capable. Moi, je me relève pas. Je descends puis je me relève plus. Je reste au sol.
Same here, yeah. If I go down as well, I don't think I can get back up after that. And it's going to be offside again against the rusher unless he resets here. He does. Wide open, and that's his money right there. That's just too easy right there. Shut up there with the touchdown.
Donc, on va aller enlever la punition, évidemment. Mais là, le rusher, il a eu une bonne réaction au moins. Il s'est arrêté. Il est retourné. Il n'est pas retourné derrière, mais au moins, il n'a pas poursuivi le corps arrière. Donc, on est en train de s'adapter, mais je pense qu'on est très réactif. On écoute beaucoup. Au flag football, il faut absolument regarder le ballon parce que c'est dès que le ballon se lève que le poursuivant peut partir sa course. Donc, là, quand on fait juste écouter les sons qui s'en viennent vers nous, ça peut être plus difficile de réagir. Bien, comme vous voyez, là, il réagit dès qu'il entend un son. Donc, on vient mettre des punitions, mais là, ça laissait un toucher parce que je pense que les autres joueurs ont été un peu déstabilisés. Ça n'avait plus vraiment où se placer. On a laissé un joueur complètement seul.
So I think, like you talked about, Angela kind of stopped there. The rest of the defense seemed to stop there too. Shot it very wide open. 1 point convo here for the Braves. Looking to extend their lead. Quick pass over the middle. Murphy with the catch.
Wow.
He's able to fight off. Yeah, wow, that's right. Able to fight off Copeland Lewis. Gets it in for the 1 point convo. So you talked about Angelaine right there, obviously being instincts, like you said, right? It was one of the reasons why he maybe went offside. He's a tackle player. He plays for McGill. Like currently right now, he should know you have to watch the ball.
Exactement. Donc, clairement, je pense que c'est juste en format de compétition, des fois, la frénésie qui est dans l'air dans une finale. On peut réagir de manière un peu décalée, réagir de manière un peu inhabituelle. À voir, mais clairement, il va finir par s'adapter. Je pense que c'est pas des jeux qui se font souvent, les double calls, donc à suivre.
There's Caparelli now over the middle. Nice catch by Copeland Lewis. Tackle right away by Murphy. About 4 to 5 yards short of the first down. Good throw right there by Caparelli. About 11 minutes remaining here in the second half.
On laisse beaucoup d'espace aux joueurs de l'attaque pour faire des longs gains. Donc, je pense que peut-être du côté Braves, il faudrait peut-être resserrer au niveau défensif parce que pour le moment, on avait complètement le champ libre de zéro, de la ligne de mêlée jusqu'à 9 verges. N'importe quelle passe qui aurait été faite dans cette zone-là aurait été complétée. Il n'y avait aucun joueur défensif qui était à l'avant dans la zone courte. Est-ce que c'est une stratégie? Peut-être. Peut-être qu'on est dans une stratégie.
So see if that strategy pays off. Well, right now the decision by Caparelli to run is paying off. Gets past one defender and the second finally taken down by Murphy. Big gain there by Mike Caparelli getting a first down for his squad.
Belle course. On a fait des petites feintes pour essayer d'esquiver les joueurs défensifs et elles ont fonctionné. 2 joueurs qui ont manqué le plaqué. Les joueurs n'étaient pas en position de pouvoir faire, les joueurs défensifs n'étaient pas en position pour pouvoir faire ce plaqué-là parce que leurs pieds n'étaient pas arrêtés. Ils étaient encore en mouvement en train d'essayer de voir où ce qu'ils s'en allaient et ils ont dû plonger à 2 reprises. Le plongeon, ça peut fonctionner une fois comme ça a fonctionné au dernier joueur défensif, mais souvent, ça ne fonctionne pas parce qu'on est dans un élan, on est loin et le joueur à l'attaque a tout le momentum pour faire n'importe quelle feinte pour esquiver. N'importe quel coup d'anche alors que tu es en plongeon, mais tu peux rien faire parce que tu es dans les airs. T'sais.
And kind of push you to no man's land right there if you don't make the tackle. Oh, and Caparelli is going to want to have that one back. He had that wheel route to, I believe that was to McNally, who was wide open for a walk-in touchdown.
Ça, c'est un échappé qui va faire mal. On était complètement seul. Le joueur défensif qui s'était enfargé était tombé au sol. Donc, clairement, ça aurait été une passe assez payante. On peut voir sur la reprise vidéo le tracé de chaise, là, complètement seul. Ici, on a échappé la balle. Je pense qu'on ne s'est pas retourné assez rapidement sur ce tracé-là où le carrière pensait qu'il allait être à un endroit, il n'était pas. C'est ce qui peut faire la différence. Là. Quand ça fait pas assez longtemps qu'on joue ensemble, on ne sait pas souvent où ils vont se positionner. Puis je pense que ça, c'est un cas qui peut le démontrer assez facilement. Là. On était placés, on avait battu notre défenseur, mais la balle n'était pas au bon endroit, au receveur.
And that's a mistake you'll see. I'll finish my thought after this play here. Caparelli, sidearm pass. Nice catch by Zapatelli. Staying in bounds down the right sideline. Push out of bounds. I want to say around the 5-yard line. No, let's call it the 7-yard line. But going back, so you brought up a good point there, Chloe, going back to what you were just saying about that pass. That's a mistake you'll see in the lower divisions where you have a quarterback who's trying to hit the receiver where they're at. On that wheel route that you talked about, you want to kind of throw the ball to where the receiver is going.
Exactement. Là, on avait la balle qui était à l'arrière. Donc, le joueur devait absolument retourner sur ses pas pour aller chercher ce ballon-là. Alors que d'habitude, dans un tracé chaise, tu vas mettre la balle en l'avant pour que le joueur aille chercher son ballon, quitte à accélérer pour essayer d'aller rentrer dans la fenêtre dans laquelle le coureur pensait mettre le ballon.
Caprelli now, another chance towards the end zone call. Oh, intercepted!
Non. Ça fait extrêmement mal à One Stop. On a typé la balle à l'arrière vers le joueur défensif. On peut voir sur la rediffusion ici, Carrère qui regarde son joueur, qui était complètement seul. On a typé la balle à l'arrière et on avait Philippe Farran qui était fin prêt. Philippe Farran qui revient du championnat, qui revient en plus d'Allemagne. Clairement, il manque pas d'énergie parce qu'il était là, il était prêt, il était concentré pour aller chercher ce ballon-là qui est complètement atterri dans ses bras. Là. Donc ça fait très mal à One Stop qui avait le pouvoir ici d'aller resserrer l'écart vers la fin de la deuxième demi.
And if you're Phil Ferrand, you're not going to have an INT easier than that right there. And he'll take it. So Maillot now, fresh offensive drive. Nice pass to the sideline. Catch there by Murphy. Had Cossette in his back pocket. Pickup of about 4 yards there on first down.
C'est un bon jeu défensif ici. On a attendu le joueur, on a été rapide, un gain de 4 verges. On peut absolument prendre ça à 7 minutes de jeu. On peut se permettre de prendre des petits gains comme ça, essayer de faire sortir le joueur. Donc, belle réaction de la part du joueur défensif, mais aussi belle attrapée de la part du joueur à l'attaque.
A good play all around by both players, as you said. So now 2nd and long now facing this Braves offense. Smart play here by Joe Maher. Take your time in the huddle. The clock is the only enemy you have right now. Just let it run as long as you can. Pierre Saint sets the ball down. Snaps it to Maher. Maher looking to his left. He goes over the middle. Dabshan Payne with the catch. Gets past one defender and a second. Whoop. Gets tackled short of midfield there. Does the long receiver, number 14 for the Braves.
Beau jeu de la part de Gabriel Labbé-Champagne qui était chercher plusieurs verges après l'attraper. On a parlé tantôt là, de la fin du dip. Donc, on s'est penché, on a descendu notre centre de gravité, ce qui a fait esquiver quelques joueurs défensifs. Et c'était un petit dip. C'était pas... on peut voir le petit dip ici. Mais, encore une fois, ça a fonctionné. C'est une des feintes qui marche le mieux au flag football.
And I believe we have 3rd down now facing the offense here. So 3rd and about a long 3 facing the Braves. Just shy midfield. 21-18 is the score. Less than 6 minutes remaining in the contest. Mahieu gets a snap. Goes to his right. Wow. Nice catch by Dab Mahieu. Dab Champagne, pardon me. Ryan McNally is right in his back pocket. Oh, penalty though. Flag on the play. Yeah, rusher. Nope. Unnecessary contact on the defense.
On a essayé de jouer agressif ce ballon-là. Les deux joueurs qui étaient en belle couverture défensive. Donc, on avait un joueur qui était à l'avant, un joueur qui était à l'arrière, Gabriel Labbé-Champagne qui était entre les deux. On a été capable d'aller faire cette attrapée-là. Encore une fois, c'était le ball placement. La balle était extrêmement bien placée. Ça fait toute la différence dans des matchs comme ça parce qu'une balle qui est mal placée, ça aurait pu être une interception de la part du joueur défensif parce qu'on était en position parfaite pour aller jouer ce ballon-là. Mais la balle était tellement bien placée qu'on a évité les deux joueurs défensifs qui étaient en couverture double sur Gabriel Labbé-Champagne.
So the catch by the receiver, first down for the Braves. Pass to the left side. Nice catch by Murphy. Can he get the ball into the end zone? No, he goes out at about the 2-yard line. Again, you talked about the Braves playing with aggression right here. An aggressive catch by Murphy.
On voit que on est agressif sur le ballon. On va faire des gros jeux quand on a besoin. Quand on va attaquer la ligne de mêlée, la ligne d'extérieur comme ça, c'est la parfaite position parce que c'est très difficile pour un joueur défensif d'aller jouer ce ballon-là, surtout quand il est positionné parfaitement. Donc, si on va l'accoter sur le bord de la ligne extérieure, aller chercher le ballon, très difficile de la part du joueur défensif d'aller jouer cette balle-là, d'aller se placer en position parfaite pour aller couper la fenêtre entre le corps arrière et son receveur. Mais encore une fois, c'est la stratégie d'aller attaquer la première ligne. C'est ce que les Braves devraient faire encore une fois cette fois-ci.
And Mahieu throwing the ball in tight windows. Right there, in tight window right there. A shot of air. Couldn't come up with the grab.
C'est exactement le jeu qu'on pensait qu'il allait faire. On va attaquer la première ligne. C'est la passe la plus facile à réussir. Et quand les joueurs défensifs donnent ce premier tracé-là, court à l'avant directement sur la ligne de la zone début, eh bien, c'est la ligne que le carrière va prendre. C'est la passe qui est la plus facile à compléter. La passe à l'arrière, elle va être plus difficile à aller chercher. Il faut absolument avoir un bon positionnement. Donc, habituellement, les carrières vont préférer aller tenter de rentrer ce ballon-là dans la petite fenêtre qu'on a juste à l'avant. C'est pourquoi le joueur défensif se doit de bloquer cette fenêtre-là dès qu'il le peut. Donc, aller rester sur notre ligne à l'avant, tenter d'éviter que le joueur nous traverse, donc passe à l'intérieur et nous dépasse.
And you're right about a lot of what you said. I'm going to finish my thought after this play right here. Mahir gets the snap, throws to the opposite side. Easy touchdown right there for Dab Champagne. You talk about windows, though, Chloe, and you mentioned, right, throwing it to that first window. It's an easier throw, and pretty much it's either the receiver or nobody making that catch versus, like you talked about, making that tougher throw to the back of the end zone. You invite a possibility for more hands to get in there. But saw that throw to the opposite front window, touchdown Braves.
Vous voyez, c'est exactement le tracé qu'on vient de parler. Donc, la fenêtre qui était complètement ouverte. Quand on donne de l'espace aux joueurs à l'attaque d'aller se mettre dans la fenêtre qui est déjà là sur la ligne de la zone début, eh bien, on va aller la compléter. C'est la passe la plus facile pour un corps arrière. Son joueur est placé, il est devant, c'est une courte distance. Donc, on peut rapidement aller lancer notre ballon, sortir notre balle vers notre joueur. Tandis que la balle qui est à l'arrière, il faut absolument que le joueur soit à la fenêtre qu'on veut qu'il soit. Donc, s'il fait une banane à l'arrière, il faut absolument qu'il ait pris la vitesse. Il ne faut pas qu'il y ait de joueurs défensifs qui soient proches parce que c'est une balle qui est plus difficile à compléter. Donc, du côté de la défensive, il va falloir s'ajuster dans des parties comme celle-ci. Il faut absolument bloquer la première fenêtre. Il faut se mettre sur la ligne de mêlée et éviter de prendre des pas de l'avant. Si on est pour prendre des pas vers l'arrière, commencer en avant de la ligne, commencer avant la zone début, puis après atterrisser dans la zone début. Parce que quand tu commences sur la ligne puis tu prends la profondeur, bien, tu laisses complètement ta fenêtre à l'avant.
And that's something that a lot of defensive players, especially watching right now, have to be aware of. You're positioning three quarterbacks back there for the Braves, back in the end zone. Gab Champagne makes the catch, but he's out of bounds.
Belle attrapée de la part de Gabriel Dabé-Champagne. On était en bonne position pour faire cette attrapée-là. Malheureusement, les pieds qui ont glissé à l'arrière de la zone début. Comme on l'a mentionné plus tôt, il faut absolument avoir les pieds à l'intérieur de la zone début pour que l'attrapée soit éligible. Donc, malheureusement, c'était un beau jeu qui ne sera pas compté. Le converti qui ne sera pas réussi. On a quand même une bonne avance, 33-18 pour les Braves, tout de même. Ça va être très difficile du côté de One Stop de resserrer les taux.
Fast over the middle. Nice plays by Chevalier batting on that pass intended for McNally. So like I said, yeah, just outside of 2 minutes remaining here in the contest. So now, Chloe, time's of the essence for One Stop. They have to score here, and you have to imagine they'll go for the onside play if they can get the ball into the end zone.
Il faut absolument faire toucher et le plus rapidement possible pour avoir le temps de jouer notre onside.
Caparelli with the ball. Another fastball over the middle. Nice catch by Cossette, leaping up high to make the grab. He's tackled by Chevalier, but not before getting a first down.
Donc ici, le joueur avait perdu son flag avant d'attraper la balle. Donc, qu'est-ce que ça devient? Bien, ça devient du touch football. Dès que le joueur défensif va toucher le joueur à l'attaque, la partie va s'arrêter. Et on peut toucher n'importe où, donc pas obligé d'aller toucher sa hanche ou ce qu'on manque un drapeau. On peut aller toucher n'importe quelle partie de son corps et le jeu va s'arrêter directement.
Yeah, good eye by you right there. You're seeing that the flag came off before. Pass to the end zone. That's picked. And the easy play right there for Dab Champagne. Again, Michael Caparelli late on that throw. The idea was good, but the execution was lacking. And that's going to do it. An early, extremely early wave of the flag, but this one is done. 33-18. The Braves are your Division A champions.
Belle lecture défensive de la part de Gabriel Dabé-Champagne pour clore cette partie-ci. On est allé bloquer la fenêtre entre le corps arrière et son receveur. On est allé jouer le ballon, placer en bonne position pour aller chercher ça et redonner la balle à son équipe. Donc, 2 victoires de suite pour les Braves. On est en bonne fin de partie, clairement.
So, Chloe, I got to ask you, obviously, we're going to have the trophy presentation. Who's your pick for MVP of this game?
Je pense que ça va être probablement Joe Maheu ou Gabriel Dabé-Champagne. Je pense que c'est 2 joueurs qui ont clairement contribué à cette finale-ci. Joe Maheu avec beaucoup de touchés, des balles qui étaient pratiquement parfaites. Une seule interception dans la partie. Gabriel Dabé-Champagne qui a fait des beaux jeux à la défensive et des beaux attrapés à l'attaque. Donc, à voir. Mais je pense qu'on va aussi remettre le prix de la game de la partie précédente qu'on n'avait pas encore remis, le prix du joueur qui a excellé dans la partie. Donc, à voir. Toi, c'était quoi que tu pensais?
I'm thinking in terms of this MVP race that you're talking about. I mean, I think so. Looking at it here, because we talked about it again with the last game, right? With the Braves winning back-to-back championships right here. I don't believe that actually they got a post-game interview. So they're gonna have that post-game interview now with Nick Pierre-Mas. We're gonna see who he's gonna have here as his MVP. I agree with you. I'm gonna go with Gab Dab Champagne. Honestly, as my MVP. Sealed the game with the INT. Had a big performance.
Donc, deux joueurs qui ont grandement contribué à la finale. C'est important d'avoir des joueurs comme Joe Murray qui ont beaucoup d'expérience, qui peuvent faire la différence, comme on a vu dans ses ball placement ici. Donc, moi, ça ne m'étonnerait pas que ce soit lui aussi, puisque, contrairement à l'autre équipe, je pense qu'il avait un peu moins d'expérience que les Braves. Ça fait quand même plusieurs championnats qu'ils font ensemble. Donc, on va aller voir qui sera ce joueur-là.
So we're going to shoot it down to Nick Pierre-Mas with the post-game interview. Nick, over to you.
Je suis avec vos champions de la division A 6 contre 6 Flag plus football du printemps 2026 pour la 7e fois de suite, les Braves. Les gars, vous avez le droit d'être contents. Sans plus tarder, on va tout de suite annoncer le joueur par excellence de la partie. Je pense que tu le sais, tu es juste à côté de moi, Gab Kofi. 3 touchés par la voie des airs et 1 interception. Parle-moi un peu de cette performance extraordinaire.
Écoute, Joe, il m'a juste feedé aujourd'hui, ça s'est bien passé. Puis écoute, quand on connecte, c'est ce genre de choses qui arrive. Ouais. Puis c'est ça, juste a good game.
La dominance de ce programme depuis maintenant 7 championnats. Là, ça fait 2 fois que vous faites le tour du calendrier complètement et que vous gagnez. Parle-moi un peu du sacrifice que ça prend là, d'exécuter. C'est facile, c'est difficile de gagner un championnat, mais c'est encore plus difficile de le faire à répétition. Comment vous réussissez à le faire time and time again?
Je pense qu'on est juste une équipe qui est vraiment connectée, qu'on a une bonne synergie ensemble. Puis à chaque fois qu'on arrive en playoff, je veux dire, on est locked in, on est là pour gagner. C'est ce qu'on veut, c'est les playoffs le plus important pour nous. Fait que, yeah, it is what it is.
Au championnat national, vous avez même réussi à vaincre l'équipe nationale canadienne qui est ensuite allée au championnat du monde la semaine dernière, qui a fini 3e, là, qui a qualifié le pays aux Jeux olympiques. Est-ce que c'était quelque chose que vous pensiez qui était possible pour les Braves de battre l'équipe canadienne qui, eux, sont allés battre plein d'équipes au plus haut niveau de notre sport? Là. Ils ont fini avec la médaille de bronze quand même.
100%. Écoute, à chaque fois qu'on s'en va dans des tournois ou qu'on joue contre différentes équipes, on se compte pas out. On va toujours aller le plus fort qu'on peut, puis on va essayer de gagner à chaque fois, puis on pense jamais qu'on va perdre une game. On est toujours là pour gagner. Fait que, yeah, on était confiants en rentrant dans la game, puis that's what happened.
Gab, félicitations encore. On va vous amener votre trophée et votre bannière. Emma, qui a votre trophée, qui va venir l'amener à l'équipe. Les gars, votre trophée. Et la bannière de championnat. Je vous laisse faire votre petite célébration. Je trouve que vous êtes très hype en ce moment. Je le sens, Émile.
On est fatigué.
C'est ça fait 2 matchs de suite. Messieurs, félicitations encore une fois. Je vais vous laisser prendre votre photo officielle. C'est le tout pour notre championnat Flag Plus Football printemps 2026, Division A. Restez les nôtres car dans quelques temps, notre championnat, la Division B. Je vous laisse avec Chloé et Brent.
La force du mental des Braves. Comme on vient de l'entendre avec Gabriel Labbé-Champagne, peu importe les personnes qui vont se mettre devant nous, nos opposants, donc les personnes contre qui on va jouer, il faut garder la même mentalité, aller essayer de faire des jeux. Je pense que c'est ce que les Braves ont réussi à faire depuis maintenant 7 championnats, comme on vient de le mentionner. C'est rester en tête, rester dans la partie, continuer à donner la même énergie, peu importe contre qui qu'on joue. Donc, je pense que c'est ce qui fait leur victoire.
I was going to say, you took the words out of my mouth. You talked about, like you said, Gab, obviously, the team being locked in and the energy that comes with being a part of the Braves. Like you said, 7 championships. They are the best dynasty, the current dynasty, and maybe future dynasty here in FPF. Another victory for them. Again, they won the 5v5 comp, and now they win Division A. Again, back-to-back champions. Are we that surprised?
On l'avait prédit au début de la partie, on pensait que c'était les Braves qui allaient repartir avec cette victoire et ils l'ont fait. Comme on a dit, la chimie d'équipe, quand ça fait plusieurs années qu'on joue avec la même personne, le même carrière, les mêmes receveurs, eh bien ça paraît sur le terrain et on a pu le voir cette fois-ci, surtout comme on a mentionné avec les placements de ballon, la rapidité d'exécution des tracés, la rapidité d'exécution des décisions, donc le carrière qui rapidement prend sa décision vers ses joueurs, mais aussi la lecture défensive de la part de nos joueurs. Donc on est capable de savoir où nos autres joueurs vont se positionner pour aller aider notre équipe. C'est un jeu d'équipe, il faut se parler, il faut de la chimie, ça fait toute la différence, surtout à ce niveau-ci.
And don't forget, Chloe, this is the Braves team today that played without Weedens Alexander, who was an addition this season, made an impact, and of course James Drysdale, of course, of Team Canada. Both those guys didn't play here tonight. Neither did Guillaume Berland as well, right? Another one of the leaders on his team. So again, they went 33-18. Not their entire squad. So, I mean, the rest of Division A, I don't think the Braves are going to get rid of that the championship or that stronghold that they have on this division for a long time.
clairement. Donc, je pense que c'est pas la dernière victoire de la part des Braves. Et quand ils vont avoir leur équipe complète, on va peut-être avoir droit à encore plus de spectacles offensifs parce qu'on sait que les joueurs qui manquaient, c'était par exemple James Drysdale, un des joueurs qui court très vite, beaucoup de feintes au niveau des hanches, mais aussi qui fait des attrapés spectaculaires. Donc, clairement, on aurait peut-être eu droit à un match avec encore plus de points inscrits au niveau de l'attaque.
Quickly from one stop, I mean, a heartbreaking loss. They were the top team in this division. They knocked off the Braves this season. Where do you think they need to improve going forward?
Je pense qu'ici, c'est vraiment d'aller bloquer au niveau de la zone des buts. Je pense que qu'est-ce qui nous a coûté cher, c'est beaucoup, notamment au niveau de la zone rouge. Donc, notre positionnement défensif vers la ligne de toucher. On a souvent laissé de l'espace aux joueurs des Braves d'aller remplir cette fenêtre, comme on l'a mentionné plusieurs fois lors de la partie. Donc, à la première lecture de corps arrière qui est directement sur la ligne de mêlée, mais il faut aller bloquer cette fenêtre-là le plus rapidement possible et on leur a laissé l'espace d'aller compléter ces petites passes-là. Je pense que c'est une des affaires qu'ils vont devoir travailler clairement, c'est ça. Et je pense que le reste, c'est vraiment la chimie, jouer beaucoup avec la personne pour compléter des passes comme par exemple la chaise qu'on n'a pas réussi à placer au bon endroit. Je pense que c'est juste vraiment de continuer à jouer, mais c'est des joueurs qui sont très athlétiques. On peut faire beaucoup toucher, notamment un joueur qui est allé clairement avec sa verticale battre tous les autres joueurs défensifs des Braves. Donc moi, je pense que clairement, ça va être d'aller bloquer ces petites fenêtres-là au niveau défensif. Puis après, on va avoir la réussite clairement là.
There you go. So a little bit more time, a little bit extra practice, I guess you say, for the Braves. And pardon me, for one stop again. One stop, a predominantly tackle team, most of these guys. So again, a bit more time on the field. Get 9-1 this season. Nothing to complain about. Nothing to hold up your nose against. So a bit more, and we'll have to see what happens in the future for one stop. Again, the Braves win 33-18. They are your Division A champions. That's game 17 of 18 here on Championship Weekend. Final game coming up. A battle for the Division B Championship. Hard 8 against the Silent Ticklers. She's Chloe Kobe. I'm Brent Bachman. Thanks for tuning in. Don't go anywhere. Final game of the weekend coming up next. Welcome to Brossard's Complexe CN, home of Flag Plus Football's championship weekend, and this is the final game, game number 18. We're going to end it off in a bang. Division B championship, the number 4 seed, 6-4 Hard 8 against the number 6 seed, 5-5 Silent Ticklers. These two teams met in the regular season back in week 10 on July 25th. Hard 8 got the 37-34 win. Silent Ticklers led 20-18 at the half, but they got outscored 19-14 in the second half, and again, 37-34 victory for Hard 8. Nick Paramas, Brent Blocken with you for this final game of championship weekend. What kind of game are you expecting here tonight, Nick?
Well, I'm expecting a 37-34 victory by either side because when these teams met in Winter 2026 Division 2 Championship, which is a rematch of, that was the score. And when they met earlier this year, that was the score. In both cases, it was slight edge by the Silent Ticklers. So jokes aside, I'm expecting a very tight game, but I don't know who can win. I think Hard 8 might want to go get their revenge. It's hard to beat a team 3 times in a row.
No, that's exactly it. Well, technically, Hard 8 won in the regular season, so Hard 8 kind of broke that streak.
You're right. You're absolutely right. Pardon me.
I read for this division. I know I'm right.
You're completely right. So it went both ways. So Silent Ticklers won when it mattered the most in last year's championship. Hard 8 won in the regular season. It could go both ways because the score was exactly the same here. This is going to be a great matchup.
100%. First pass falls incomplete. Panetta now on second down over the middle. Great rusher by Ethan Adrian, causing Panetta to get rid of the ball before he wanted to. Now third and long now, 3rd and 10 facing the Silent Ticklers offense.
And there's good players on both sides here. On the Hard 8 side, Ethan Adrian won Defensive Player of the Year in this division. Yep. And on the Silent Ticklers side, Daniel Mancini was the favorite target for Jordan Panetta this year. He racked up 491 yards through the air, and he got an all-star nod. And I remember in Winter 2026, I was a sideline reporter in that same matchup when he won MVP of the game.
Yeah, Dan Mancini getting the game-winning 23-yard touchdown in the dying minutes of that contest. Again, 37-34 victory for Silent Ticklers in the Division II championship. Tyson Otis Copeland, a former Montreal Alouette, with the catch over the middle, getting a first down for his squad. Big first down for the Silent Ticklers.
Former Montreal Alouette and former Concordia Stinger. Former Montreal Carabin. And I was thinking about the Concordia Stingers because that's your former team. Yes, I just had to mention it, a little rivalry. I know Montreal Carabin been beating the Concordia Stingers a lot on the football field. So I just wanted to have a friendly jab at the last game we get to do together tonight, Brent.
So first down just past midfield. Panetta gets a snap. He looks to his left. He goes in that direction. Mancini open. And a drop. You're not going to see that. I think right now people should take a picture of that. You're not going to see a drop too often from Mancini. He was open. You might want to see a bit better of a pass from Panetta. But still, as you know, you get your hands on the ball.
Touch it, catch it, Brandon. You're right. This is a very rare sight, especially how alone he was. This wasn't a tough catch for him. Of course, it's over the shoulder, but that's a routine catch for a receiver of the caliber of Daniel Mancini. He'll definitely want to see that one again later in the game to make it up for his team.
Second down now for Panetta. Gets a snap. He looks to the left. He has Mancini on the sideline. He makes that grab. Tackled by Bakary Barrett. So for those of you that weren't aware, Bakary Barrett played obviously this past Tuesday in the semifinal matchup for his team. A victory by Hard 8 over Les Petits Carottes. But
I love your English accent for Les Petits Carottes. Les Petits Carottes.
Les Petits Carottes. So I'm tired. It's been a long 2 days.
Brandon, it is Quebec at the end of the day. I know you can say that better. Don't get the OQLF coming knocking at
for
our door.
LPC. So Bakary Barrett, though, in that game, he actually got injured. Against the Party Crashers. My apologies. In 5v5, he got injured with a concussion first drive of the game. Came out, did not return. I had a chance to talk to him a little later in the week. Said he was trying to make sure he was okay to play in his championship game. Obviously, Bakary's good enough to play. It's good to see him back on the field. So Kesher on the right side.
Copeland here on a zig route, as some people call it. Other people call it smash route. That's what the playbooks I grew up in would call it smash out. But either or, it is a fake in route for a few steps, and then you bang back out. It puts the defender in a very tough spot. Whether they're playing zone or man, it's quite hard to cover that route. So well executed here by the Silent Ticklers.
Pass, starting first and goal, pass over the middle, caught by Mancini, in for the touchdown. So Mancini and Tony for that earlier drop that would have been a touchdown makes up for it there with a TD grab, 6-0 lead for the Silent Ticklers.
Well executed. We said Mancini was going to come back in this game. He had a rare drop earlier, and he was going to get targeted like very quickly as soon as that drop was moved on from, and he was going to have an impact, and it's happened even faster than I assumed it would.
And Mancini, the leading receiver for the Silent Tickler squad, that's his 7th touchdown of the playoffs.
Of the playoffs, not of the year,
Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen. You heard that right. His 7 touchdowns of the playoffs. And if you're wondering, there's only 2 rounds of playoffs in this league, so only semifinals, quarterfinals. That means he racked up 3 touchdowns or 4 touchdowns, about 3.5 exactly touchdowns per game in a 2-game playoff run. Incredible.
Double quarterback is McMahon back over to Panetta. Panetta to the left side to McMahon. Oh, the idea was good, but the execution was lacking. It was a wheel route there by McMahon. The pass just out of his reach.
I have to come back on this mathematics. This is his 7th in the 3rd game. So what I meant to say is in the 2 games he had 6, which means 3 touchdowns per game. Okay, I'm not that bad at math. I did do what is it called in English? In French we'd say math essai in high school. I did hard math in high school. You know when you have to choose in 11th grade in Quebec? Well, my parents forced me to go for the tougher math classes.
I mean, I have a teaching degree as well, so I mean,
nice,
I can tell you whether you're good at math or not. Gotta have options, my friend. Gotta have options.
Yes, sir. Ben McMahon, who's not playing quarterback in this matchup.
Yeah, snapper and rush.
Exactly. But Jeff Rosenblatt, who was his opponent earlier, is the quarterback, and he gets Crazy Gordon Mull near the sideline. A lot of room. Makes it all the way into the end zone. Touchdown, hard 8.
And that's just bad tackling right there. That's just bad tackling by Gordon Mull. Listen, great hustle by him down the sideline. Again, you can see his left leg bandaged up heavily. He got injured a few games ago earlier today.
We didn't think he was even going to come back to play.
No, he got carried off the field.
Second game he plays ever since he got carried off the field. So now I'm wondering, is he the toughest player I've ever seen, or was he giving us a little bit of a show with that injury? I'm going to have to ask him after the game.
I'm going to say it's the latter. Knowing Kwesi, it's definitely the latter. Definitely the latter for sure. No doubt
He's
about
gonna
it.
watch this, and he's going to let you know.
You can't trust a guy named Kwesi, I tell you.
Ah la la. If you're still with us and you feel like the level of seriousness has lowered a little bit as the night has progressed, you are absolutely right.
It's because it's game 18.
Exactly.
1-point convo. Good sack there by McMahon. So 6-6 is your score just inside of 13 minutes remaining here in the first half. Nick Pierre-Mas, Brent Bakken with you live in the final game of championship weekend here, Flag Plus Football. 6-6, and let's see what the Silent Ticklers do now in their second offensive possession of the game.
And Ben McMahon has to like getting that sack against Jeff Rosenblatt. For those who are not familiar with the FPF ownership, if you will, Jeff Rosenblatt is the owner and Ben McMahon is the commissioner. They work hand in hand throughout the year to provide 4 seasons a year for us here at Flag Plus Football. So they're definitely gonna talk about this at the office tomorrow.
Panetta gets a snap. He's going deep. Otis Copeland! Touchdown! Defensive back showing he has some hands right there. Got past the defender and hauled in that pass for the TD.
That's just athletic play by Copeland. Essentially just ran straight forward for the entire route. Classic fade route. Didn't have to put any sauce. He was just much faster than Nicholas Gropini. There's nothing against Nicholas Gropini, but Tyson Copeland a few months ago, was playing for the Montreal Alouettes in the CFL, the second best football league in the entire world. He's a hell of an athlete, and anybody would have a hard time covering him, not just on an FPF field.
And that's the evolution of his game. I remember when he first came into FPF right after his career ended with the Owls, he played only defense. He would get a couple of long shots here and there, a couple of go routes, but he went from a guy who had trouble catching the ball to now making a big play like that. 2-point conversion is no good, so it is a 12-6 game now in favor of the underdog Silent Ticklers.
It was still a very manageable game for a hard 8. Just a 1-possession game and a convert, whether 1 or 2 could get them in the lead. We're just 1 minute away from the halfway mark in this first half. Like we said, we thought this game was going to be tight. So far, it is delivering. Jeff Rosenblatt with the reply for his team.
Pass over the middle. He has Nick Gropini open. Nicknamed the White Tiger. Big catch right there. Picks up more than enough for the first down. Tackled by Mancini.
Good catch and run for Gropini. Was left alone in the intermediate zone, the hardest to cover in flag football, considering just how much space there is for very few players, especially in 6-on-6. 5-on-5 has one less player, of course, but the field is much smaller. 6-on-6 FPS style flag football, the original style, has quite a wide field. And so if teams aren't disciplined in the middle of the field, it can get open very fast.
Rosenblatt, late pass there. Good presence, good rush, I should say, pardon me, by McMahon, and great coverage right there by the secondary. So second down now. Ball at about the 14-yard line. Of course, you talked about McMahon. Of course, a heartbreaking weekend for him so far, losing the Co-Ed 1 and Co-Ed 2 championship.
He's lost every game he's partaken in so far in championship weekend, and they were all by a very, very tight margin. One at the very last play of a regular time, and the other one on the very last play of overtime. He told me later, I kind of jokingly mentioned it to him, and he said, hey, I still got a championship where I could still win in Division B.
True. So that's true.
I hope for him he does.
Again, he was a part of that championship winning team again from Division 2. West McMahon along with the Silent Ticklers.
Exactly.
That pass by Rosenblatt falls incomplete, intended for, speaking of U of M, a former U of M Caribbean, Khalil Kerr, who's a snapper for Hard 8 in this contest.
Also a former Vanier Cheetah, long time ago now. 2015 his last season with the Cheetahs, where he was a returner extraordinaire as well as a running back.
So great coverage right there. Mancini and Marty Freeman, number 13, bracketing Gropini. That's what the ball was intended for. Rosenblatt tried to put it up, but again, great coverage there by that defense.
Brent, I just realized 2015 is 12 years ago. Isn't that crazy to say?
God, yeah. I think we base everything off of COVID, right?
Exactly.
We base everything off of 2020, and it's like, oh, did it happen before or after COVID? It feels like now if it happened before COVID, it's like a lifetime ago.
That's crazy. And if anybody's wondering how I have that specific date in mind, it's just that I joined the Vanier Cheetahs as a tackle football player at the time in 2016.
Okay.
Khalil Kerr had just graduated, and I knew because I had watched the highlights and followed the season before I made my decision. And he was an impressive player. I remember being a young high school football player, looking at his highlight tape and asking myself if I could ever produce as well on the field for Vanier, and the short answer is no. I never did that.
Did you get his autograph before the game started?
Nah, relax, man. Come on. Let me glaze in peace.
Rosenblatt over the middle. Good coverage there by Panetta. Might have been a hold though.
Absolutely. Panetta clearly went for what we call in the jargon a boomerang technique. He yanked Khalil Kerr towards him with his right hand while putting his left hand out to tip the ball and get the PBU. But if it's done correctly, it's very hard for the refs to see it. We'll see it on replay right here, hopefully. We only see the end of the play. But that was well done.
I'll tell you, so speaking to your point, you brought up a good point right there. What Panetta did is he reached out ever so slightly with his right hand, and then when he made the bat down attempt, he lunged with the left side of his body, so you can't really tell that there's a hand on the back of the receiver.
If you do it simultaneously, it's very hard for the referees to see it. I think Hard 8 is asking for a challenge, and I don't think we have the exact angle. But yes, from my point of view at least, we really see that he took his right hand, pulled on Khalil Kerr, and at the same time took out his left hand to tip the ball.
And this would be
right here, his right hand. But we only see the end of the action. I don't know if we'll be able to. If on the field the call was no pass interference, it's gonna be really hard to overturn that.
Yeah, don't forget, you are allowed to put your hand on a receiver. You can't impede their movement.
Exactly. See right here? You see that right hand on the left of your screen? I believe that hand is pulling towards which is helping him get his body, project his body further with the left hand. And actually, he didn't even touch the ball. Or if he did, it slightly deviated it because Khalil Kerr actually had the opportunity to catch it. I put two hands on it, so it was tough, a lot of contact, but touch it, catch it, as we have said all weekend, Brent.
So a big call right here.
Oh, we might see it perfectly here. Yeah. Look at the right hand right here. Look at the yank. You see this?
So, but is that really a yank, or does he just have his hand on his back?
Look at his jersey.
Look
at the jersey pull.
On that second movement, you can see.
And DBs, when I was still playing college football, DBs would practice that and time it perfectly. If you time it well in the heat of the moment, it's almost impossible for a ref to call it. Now we do have video
review. That's what we saw here. Exactly.
But on the field, in the moment, bang, bang, play, it's very hard to do so, especially in tackle, where there's a lot more going on.
It's true.
Right? And more contact is also tolerated in tackle just in general. So.
Oh, wow. So the challenge is unsuccessful.
I'm surprised, truly, Brent. I thought they were going to overturn this. So when we got that final angle.
Yeah, 100%. And so now let's not forget, with that challenge not being successful for Hard 8, there are other challenges for the rest of the contest now. And they lose a timeout as well.
Tough blow for Hard 8, but I understand the feeling of going to make that call. Put yourself in Khalil Kerr's shoes. He feels that yank, so he's telling his teammates definitely go for the challenge.
So turnover on downs. Silent Ticklers get the ball at about their 13-yard line here. Let's see if they can score with about 6 minutes remaining here. An opening half pass over the middle. Ooh, that was a dangerous one. Gropini almost got a hand on it. Freeman did, and he's able to shake the tackle. Touchdown, Silent Ticklers.
What a throw by Panetta. Absolutely threaded the needle there between two defenders. Found Marty Freeman. I can't believe he found him. And then Freeman just walked himself out of the end zone. It feels like almost Hard 8 was just as surprised as me and stopped playing, unfortunately. We have the replay right here. Panetta doing a good effort to evade the rusher, and then boom, threads the needle right over Nicholas Gropini, which allows Marty Freeman to walk the yards that were left to get into the end zone for his first touchdown of the game, the third touchdown of the championship for the Silent Ticklers.
18-6 is the lead for the Silent Ticklers. 1-point convo attempt here, back of the end zone. And a snatch out of the air. I believe that's Thomas Coutu. Thomas Coutu trying to run it back. He finally gets D flag. Good hustle there by number 11 for Hard 8. But now again, like I said, the lead is 18-6 in favor of the Silent Ticklers.
Thomas Coutu denies the convert for the Ticklers and tries to run it back with all his might, because remember, no matter if it's a 1-point or 2-point convert, it's been a few seasons where the rule has been changed here at FPF, and if you return the convert, you get 2 points for your team. Since Hard 8 is now trailing by 12, it would have been lovely to go get these extra 2 points and make it a 10-point ball game. So 2 possessions, but 2 touchdowns, no converts, gives you the lead instead of the tie.
Rosenblatt now leading this drive over to Kerr. Kerr trying to take the ball up field. Gets the flag, looks like, by Adam Rosen. So a gain of about 4 yards there on first down for Kerr. Clock ticking down now, just under 6 minutes left here in this opening half. Rosenblatt looks to his right. He goes back to Kerr again. That's an easy play right there by Kerr. You take it if you're Rosenblatt.
I'll tell you what, Rosenblatt makes a great effort to build his teams year after year, division after division, no matter where he's playing, with athletes. All right, we saw him earlier in the weekend. He has teams with Jalen Greaves, 2 teams with Jalen Greaves. Yep. Now he has a team with Khalil Kerr. He loves to find a very athletic receiver. Pairs it with other weapons, mind you, veteran guys, good route runners, but he always likes to have a freak athlete on his squad that's able to really just make athletic plays, whether it's yards after the catch or vertical leap catches.
Ball over the middle to Gropini. And play continues here. He bangs down Mancini. Gropini backing up towards the end zone. And I'll tell you what, there was definitely some contact made, but I think there could have been a little bit of acting there by Mancini. He's tougher than that. He's a former tackle player as well. He usually doesn't go down that easy, but
hey, Mancini is a veteran player. It did seem like the contact just caught him off guard. So I really do think that he fell. But if he did add a little bit to it, I wouldn't blame him. It's championship weekend. You have to do what you got to do, as long as it's not proper flopping. Just exaggerating, a little yell on top of the fall, a little throw your hands in the air to, accentuate the possibility of getting the flag. I have nothing against that.
It's Rosenblatt to the end zone, and he had Rory Submergent talking about veteran top-level receivers. Submergent was open, just couldn't get that pass, a bad pass there by Rosenblatt. You made a good point before, Nick, when you talked about, obviously, Jeff Rosenblatt every year building up his team, adding a lot of new players. I mean, we look again, we talked about that winter championship, right? In that championship game, Garner, Gab Dab Champagne, who we just saw in back-to-back games with the Braves, Sanders Armand, Hall of Famer Paul Lapierre, right? Those are 3 top players. They've left the Hard 8 squad. Jacob Sasson as well, Matt Dessers. I'll finish my thought after this pass. It is caught by Kwesi Gordon-Mall in for the touchdown. 18-12 was the lead right now for the Silent Ticklers.
Great route by Kwesi Gordon-Mall here. It's a quick out of the front pylon. Nothing too complicated, but he stems it towards the inside at the top of his route, forces Gropini to respect the threat of an in-breaking route, and then breaks it off. And the connection with Jeff Rosenblatt, who just throws it perfectly timed. It's almost impossible to cover. Well executed when you see the end of that play. Touchdown, Kwesi Gordon-Mall.
Again, Mall might win MVP of this finals weekend.
The entire weekend?
Yep.
Yeah, because he returned from an injury.
Yeah, there you go.
We're not going to let him get away with this, are we?
No, not at all. 1-point combo back at the end, in front of the end zone, rather. Submergent makes the catch. Did he get it in? No. Yeah, they're saying that he did. He extended the ball.
Great effort by Submergent here. I didn't think he was going to make it. Extreme heads-up play to extend at the peak of his arm length to get the 2 points for his team. The lead is now reduced. The Silent Ticklers lead is now reduced by an extra 2 points. It's therefore 18-13 in favor of the Ticklers.
Now I got to ask you, Nick, have you ever played against Rory Submersion before?
I've never played against him. I've played with him.
Okay, well, there you go. So as you know, if that call would have been
we would have heard about
no convo, yeah, 100%.
Would have heard about it all the way up here in the booth. He might have came up and told us on the mic.
Rory Submersion operating from the replay booth. Pass deep down the middle. Rosen was open, but a pass just a little bit too far for him to get. Good coverage in late there by Gordon Mall.
And we haven't mentioned him yet, but on hard 8, they have the luxury of having one of the best rushers in the game of flag plus football. Ethan Adrian is actually the defensive player of the year. I mentioned that early in the game, but his rushes are some of the most difficult rushes to handle for any quarterback in this league. Even in a game where he doesn't necessarily get stats like a sack or a bat down, his pressures are so annoying for a quarterback, and they throw off the entire offensive system because he gets to the quarterback very fast, and he's hard to juke to try to run away from him.
And we see, Nick, when you get to the higher divisions, right, getting a ton of sacks isn't always what's going to happen, right? But like you talked about, getting an early false start. I believe that was Marty Freeman who jumped a little early. Oh, it's a time count violation. My apologies. Not a false start.
So delay of game.
Yep. Do you prefer delay of game or time count violation? I prefer delay of game, to be honest.
I also prefer delay of game. I think it's a more common one. It's more evident as well. My mom understands what delay of game means off the bat. Time count violation just sounds a little bit more complicated for no reason, in my opinion. And we see that Pineda was really not happy about that one. I think he blames himself. Now has to back up 5, and they're from the 5. He's going to get the snap off in his own end zone.
Pineda now looking to the right. He's going deep. Corner route by Freeman. Makes a nice grab. Picks up a first down. Goes out of bounds. And plus territory. About 90 seconds remaining here in the opening half.
Very well executed by the Ticklers. They send Copeland on a fade route with his speed. It forces the defense to respect it. Stretches the corner deep. And then they send another player in the flat, which made the flat defender have to go in the bottom. So classic flood concept. If you have 2 defenders in that part of the field, one has to go deep, one has to go into the flat. If you send a third guy in the intermediate zone, he should be open. Quick maths. Brendan, in this case, it worked. Good first down for the Silent Ticklers.
So the ball, just on the plus side of the field. Let's see what the Silent Ticklers do here. High snap, corralled in by the quarterback. Quick pass to the sideline. Quick catch there by Mancini. Tackled immediately by Barrett. So a pickup of about 5, maybe 6 yards there on first down. We see here. Pineda getting the ball, pass to the corner. Yes, McMahon. Oh, they can't come up with the grab. That would have been a touchdown right there.
Rare drop for Ben McMahon. He's not going to be happy with himself on that one. He has so much speed. He's so hard to cover. It's been the second time we see him not come down with that important ball in this game so far. And this is a routine catch for Ben McMahon.
So don't forget, it's going to be important here for the Silent Ticklers to score with 47 seconds remaining. They started the game with the ball. Right, so if they can score here and go back on defense and get a stop, they'll be in full control of this one. Obviously, switching sides, the hard 8. If they can get the stop here to close the half and get the ball and score to start the second half, they'll have the lead. Pineda gets the snap. He goes to his right. Now, he ends up getting sacked there. He got rid of the ball. I'm not sure. I guess they were saying there was a receiver in the area. I thought that maybe it could have been intentional grounding there. But
because remember, this is in 5-on-5. You're not allowed to just spike the ball to get an incomplete pass. There is intentional grounding in 6-on-6. But the ref, I guess, decided that there was somebody close enough. He threw at somebody's feet. Well, I think the Silent Ticklers catch a break there because I don't know about that one. Either way, 4th down and 5 for them. They actually have the opportunity to go get a first down before the goal line. And with 42 seconds left, they could opt for that. So it's going to be hard here for hard 8 because they have to cover the end zone as well as cover the first down marker. Gives Silent Ticklers a lot of options here.
So 4th down here, what are you looking for out of this defense? How can they make a stop?
I would play man-to-man for this one, try to change the tendency. And I think, nope, that's not what they're doing. They're playing zone. And Tyson Copeland catches it right under right inside the red zone, it'll be sufficient for a silent taker's first down. That's the hard thing about playing zone. The curl routes are very, very effective when whoever's the flat defender doesn't go right away to the flat. The deep defenders has to respect the deep route. Tyson Copeland did his cut, and Pineda found him right then and there. First down ticklers. That's why I was going to propose some man-to-man, but of course, you can't play man-to-man all game.
Touchdown saving tackle there by Thomas Coutu. Here comes fresh at the down pass. Easy touchdown right there for the Silent Ticklers. You tell this Heartache kind of just gave up on that play.
Yeah, there seemed to be a little bit of confusion at Heartache with who had which responsibility. They seemed a little bit frustrated with themselves. They're giving each other looks of disappointment. Either way, Silent Ticklers got the touchdown now to extend their lead with 18 seconds left to play. The score will be 24-13, pardon me. 11-point lead. But remember, Heartache gets the ball back to start the half, like you were saying, Brent. So this game is far from over. They'll be able to reduce the lead right when we come back.
So Rosen, touchdown for him. That's his third of the postseason. Big grab right there to give his team the lead. Extend the lead, I should say, pardon me. 1-point convoy, 10 for the Silent Ticklers. Pass over the middle. Coutu almost picked it off again. Falls incomplete. So now 24-13 is the lead, like I said, for the Silent Ticklers. 18 seconds remaining here in the first half. So 18 seconds, still a decent amount of time. If you're Jeff Rosenblatt right here, Nick, are you trying to get something to the middle of the field, or what would you try to do here?
I think 18 seconds, like you said, there's plenty of time to get something to the middle of the field. Knowing Jeff Rosenblatt and what I've seen from him all tournament long, he's going to go for a simple down the sideline fade to curl. You're kind of asking your guy to run a flying dive if you want me to go into football specifics, which means they're kind of jogging for a fade and you're trying to hit them back shoulder right, and then they catch it and they go right to the sideline. I think we'll do that, and that'll set up a possibility to then maybe get a red zone strike. Let's see. And that's exactly what they do. Kwesi Gordon-Mall down the sideline to the left. He ran it a little bit more like a traditional curl than what I was expecting, but either way, you guys get the point. 6-yard gain.
So like a gain of 6 right there. A gain of 7, I should say, pardon me, on first down. So second and about 3 right here. Rosenblatt over the middle. It's Gropini. Gropini trying to get out of bounds. He can't.
He's tackled inbounds, but he did get the first down there for the time.
We'll
stop for a little bit. But they do need to snap it fast. I would like to see more teams in FPF tell each other that we snap on the whistle. I don't even need a snap count. When the whistle is blown, that means we snap. I haven't seen that in the league so far, but it's something I've seen in youth sports. My alma mater of Bishop's Gators, we used to do that. We had a tempo that was called, I don't remember the name, let's say it was called speed tempo, which just meant we literally had our slot receivers aligned like American slots, so no free release. And as soon as the ball was whistled, that's the snap count for everybody. It disturbed defensive so much.
Makes sense, yeah.
So just a little, I'm putting it out there for anyone who wants to steal that. Kwesi Gardner-Mall once again on a little hook route near the sideline. Wisely stepped out of bounds immediately after catching the football. This puts Jeff in a really nice situation. 3 seconds to go is probably just one shot, but he's just 12 yards away from the end zone. He can definitely try to get a touchdown here to reduce the lead before the half.
Yeah, should be last play bearing a penalty here. Quick pass over the middle to the hands of Gordon Mall. Double zeros on the scoreboard. I got to tell you, though, honestly, that ball went through his hands with 0.2 seconds remaining. I feel like Heartache there should have had one last play, but the timekeeper disagrees. So 24-13 is the score at the half in favor of the underdog Silent Ticklers. Nick, what are your thoughts about the first half?
I thought the Silent Ticklers were quite impressive so far in this first half. They really caught a break here, not letting Heartache get a score right before getting into the half, because they would have had the ability to get a double scoring possibility, basically scoring twice without the Silent Ticklers even getting the chance to touch the football. I think Jordan Pineda is playing a hell of a game, and Jeff Rosenblatt is having a hard time right now fully playing his masterful type style of offense that he usually does. He usually silently kills you and then strikes at the very end when you're a little bit disappointed with a touchdown when he's close to the end zone, and so far hasn't been able to do so as well as he would. We see at that last play with Kwesi Gordon-Mall, he was quite open, but they didn't have the chemistry. He expected Kwesi to turn around faster. Kwesi thought he was going to get led in the second window, and they're still discussing it until now. You guys don't have the angle right now, but they're on the sideline discussing that very play, and they started discussing it as soon as the play ended.
Yeah, yep.
What about you, Brent? What do you think?
I mean, I think you're right. I mean, you're talking about missed opportunities right here, Nick, is pretty much what I think you're alluding to for Hard 8 again. Only 13 points on the scoreboard. This is one of the top offenses in Division B. Quick halftime here as both teams take the field. Quickly, Nick, I got to ask you, what's going to be the key to the second half here for for Hard 8?
For Hard 8, we just like we mentioned, we just need the connection to come back. So it's not that, I mean, you can't make it up, you can't manufacture it, but what you got to do is go to your go-to plays, build your confidence up, and then try to go for the big strikes. And for the silent ticklers, we haven't talked about them too much, but I love the distribution here from Pineda. We have 3 different guys who caught touchdowns: Mancini, Copeland, and Friedman. I think they have to continue to spread the love and make it very difficult. They're unpredictable right now, which is part of their strengths.
So first play of the second half, Rosenblatt goes to the left side, caught by Submergent, tiptoes out of bounds, but not before getting tackled by Otis Copeland. So a pickup of a first down here on the opening play of the second half for Hard 8. Again, in the regular season meeting, Silent Ticklers they led 20-18 at the half. This is a little bit different now. Instead of being up by 2, they're up by 11, 24-13. Rosenblatt gets the snap, looks to the opposite side of Kwesi Guatemala. That play's been open all game. Nice diving tackle there by Marty Friedman. Pickup of about, I'm going to say it's first down. Pickup of about 12 yards there by Guatemala.
So far, this is what Hard 8 are doing. They're going through their bread and butter plays, the ones that work. Now, this is where they struggled so far in this game, in the red zone when it's time to execute. Let's see if they can do it now.
Rosenblatt smartly just checks it down to Kerr. Kerr, again, a former running back there, making himself useful.
What about Jeff Rosenblatt there? Going to his third read, not panicking. Looking at Kwesi, then looking at Gropini, and looking at the rusher one more time to make sure, okay, they're not rushing me. And then finally finding his check down in Khalil Kerr, veteran quarterback, who will need more plays of Jeff Rosenblatt like this in the second half if we expect Hard 8 to get back in this game.
Ball inside the 10-yard line. At the 9, pass to the right sideline again. The Gordon Mall tackled after a gain by Dan Mancini. And I'll tell you what, right now for the Silent Ticklers, they're only playing 6 players in this contest. So I see Tanner Burrell, number 44, on the sideline holding a ball, but he hasn't taken a snap in this game. Team also without Mike Zanobi, it appears, this evening as well, and Jack Antaki. So 3 regulars out of this lineup here tonight for the Silent Ticklers. But right now, they don't seem to be worrying too much. Again, up 24-13. Rosenblatt gets the snap. He looks to his left, fires it, Submergent in for the touchdown.
Submergent got into the end zone with a crafty route here. He faked the pivot route, or the zig, or the smash out, whatever you want me to say. Basically, the fade out back in. He faked it. You'll see it right here. Fakes the out and in. It was slight, a tiny, tiny move. But a veteran corner, high-level corner like Tyson Copeland, who played in the CFL, he's going to respect that small move just enough to hesitate and get beat by 1 step, which allowed him to get into the end zone, Submergent.
And Nick, why was Rory so successful on that route?
He was so successful on that route because he really sold the first move, and it's also a question of tendency. He is a guy who usually runs double moves, so when he fakes a double move, you really have to respect it. And Copeland, having played in the CFL, being such a smart corner and a very how can I say this, meticulous corner, he knows that Submergent has that tendency. So he just took the slightest move. And also, it's Submergent's knowledge that he doesn't need to fully sell the move. He just needs to get an inch on Tyson Copeland because he has such a connection with Jeff Rosen that he's going to put the ball in the right place. So it's all these factors that made this such a great route.
Just a 1-point convo attempt, no good. Ethan Adrian made the grab, but he was tackled a couple yards short of the end zone. So now the lead is 19, in favor of the Silent Ticklers. 5-point lead. Let's see if they can add on to it right here.
Little adjustment here at the line of scrimmage. Mancini making sure that Rosen knew the route.
Pass. Otis Copeland had a step on the defender, but a bad pass right there by Pineda, setting up 2nd and long.
Just a bad throw there from from Pineda, who's had a very accurate game so far. Just threw that one a little bit too far on the outside and didn't give Tyson Copeland a chance.
So a big opportunity here again. Hard 8 marched down the field. They scored a touchdown A little bit of momentum now on their side. Do you think right now it's too early to start jumping routes if you're the Hard 8 defense?
I do believe it's way too early to start jumping routes. There's still 15 minutes to go in the second half. And plus, there's going to be stoppage time, pro clock at the 2-minute marker. And it's just a not even a 5-point game. I would stay very disciplined right now. If I get an opportunity to make a pick, I will go for it. But if not, I don't mind getting catches in front of me and then just going for my flags.
So we see the catch there being by Dan Mancini. Kind of got ridden into the turf there a little bit by Bakary Barrett, but you can see the Hard 8 defense does not agree with that call right there. See on the replay. Yeah, I think Mancini might have tripped over his own feet right there. We'll get a chance. It's a better replay. Yeah, so there was contact made, so the referees elect to pick up the flag there, much to the chagrin of the Silent Ticklers. So we hear their moans and groans all the way up here in the broadcast booth, broadcast area, pardon me. So it's going to be 3rd and 5 here. Pineda gets a snap. He goes to his right. Double pump. Nice catch there by Otis Copeland. Gets past his own player into the end zone. Touchdown, Silent Ticklers.
This is exactly what I didn't want to see. Kwesi Gordon-Mall was trying to make a play a little bit of a hero ball. He's a great DB. He can make those plays. He jumped that route, but by missing, right, it was so close to not missing and getting the PBU, but by missing, he essentially was the last line of defense, and then Tyson Copeland was able to use his speed and athleticism to basically just beat his own player, who was the closest one to make the play and get into the end zone. The only person that could have trailed and made the play was Bakary Barrett. That being said, Tyson managed to outspeed him and make it into the end zone. That's why I said I didn't think it was time for Hard 8 to be jumping routes. It was time for them to just play conservative and get those flagpoles and wait for the Silent Ticklers to make mistakes of their own.
Good call by you. Pineda to the left-hand side is caught. Yeah, in for the 1-point convo. That's Adam Rosen. Khalil Kerr there, a little bit of soft coverage on that 1-point convo. So now the lead is 32, I should say, 19 in favor of the Silent Ticklers. So still plenty of time left, just over 13 minutes remaining here in this game. But if you're Hard 8, you got to score some points and score quickly here.
Absolutely, because even if there's 13 minutes left, like you said, it's a 2-possession game now, so you got to think about the time to score, the time to stop the other team, the time to score again, or potentially use your onside. That's a possibility as well.
So Kesher made it over the middle of the field. Enough for the first down for the Hard 8 offense. Let's see what Rosenblatt has up his sleeve here on first down. Rosenblatt gets the snap over to Kerr in the flat. Kerr can't get past the defender, and Rosen. Kerr gets tackled after a pickup of it's got about 4, maybe 5 yards there. And it feels like, Nick, again, this is a long weekend for the both of us, obviously calling all these games, but for the players as well. Like we talked about, a lot of these guys playing in multiple games this weekend. It feels though that the energy has been sapped out of the building a little bit.
I must admit, it's the fact that the crowd right now is basically inexistent. We've had good crowds all throughout this tournament, but can you blame people at 11 p.m. on a Sunday when they have work tomorrow to be there? I got to give all credit to these athletes for being there currently and pouring their heart out despite everybody around them being quite tired.
Again, that's why people at home, you guys are smart, watching on YouTube, on the Flat Plus Football YouTube channel. Brent Bach and Nick Pierre-Mas with you live here in Brossard. Again, the final game number 18 of championship weekend. Again, looking at how both teams got here. Hard 8 knocking off Camping Saint-Boutin in the quarterfinals, and then Les Petits Carottes in the semis. Silent Ticklers knocking off Speed Academy in the quarterfinals, and the number 1 seed Idaho U, the Pims, in the semis this week. Catch made by Adrian. Touchdown! Gropini, rather, gets in for the TD.
Great play by Nicholas Gropini for his first touchdown of the game, if I'm not mistaken here, Brent. Veteran receiver coming up big for his squad. A moment where they really needed to reduce that lead. And now with just over 10 minutes to go, about at the halfway mark of the second half of this championship game, he puts his team in a 1-possession game.
Gropini there with his 5th touchdown of the postseason. 32-25 is the score right here. 1-point convo attempt for Hard 8. Rosenblatt, quick pass to Kerr. Referee not making a signal here. Oh, so they're saying Kerr lost the flag before the play was over. So in that case, Chloe Kobe actually made that point in the last game with the brace and one stop. When you lose a flag, it becomes two-hand touch football, or one hand in this case.
And Brent, you mentioned the people at home that are smartly or wisely watching instead of being here in Brossard at such a late time when we all have work tomorrow morning. Or at least I hope so. I hope everybody has a job or school or something. Anyways, don't get me started on that. 58 people are doing that just now and watching us on live. And just to let you know, the Day 1 championship stream that lasted 11 hours, 54 minutes, and 57 seconds, which was posted 22 hours ago, already has 2,200 views. So for anybody wondering if people are actually watching these games, they clearly are, whether it's friends, family, flag enthusiasts, across the province, across the country. Flag Plus is quite popular. The biggest flag football league in the world in terms of number of teams.
Pineda now going deep. Oh, through the hands of Mancini. I said earlier, a rare drop. He had one on the first possession of the game. He dropped another touchdown right there. And again, a rare misfire by Dan Mancini, the former Chateauguay Raider.
For his defense on this one, Pineda's pass was a little bit too far. Mancini, unlike his end zone drop earlier in the ball game, this one, he really had to give it all he had to even get the possibility to touch it, and really just grazed his fingertips. So I'm going to give him a little bit. Look, we see as the replay right there, barely touched his left hand. So I'm going to give him some leeway on that one. This one's a little bit more on Pineda than on Mancini.
Pineda there with a fastball to the right. Otis Copeland with the catch before being tackled, before going out of bounds by Thomas Coutu. So Coutu with the tackle, pick up of about 9 right there. So setting up third down here, third and short for the Silent Ticklers offense. Eight and a half minutes remaining in this contest here, the final contest of championship weekend. Silent Ticklers looking to make it 2 championships in a row victories, I should say, over Hard 8. And they won the Winter Division 2 championship by a score of 37-34. Pass to the left side. Mancini's open. That pass just out of his reach. And you can tell by the reaction by Jordan Pineda as he looked to the heavens. He's frustrated with himself because that would have been another touchdown for Mancini.
And this one I'll put 50-50. Pineda's ball was catchable, but it wasn't ideal because it was on the wrong shoulder. Not that it's okay to throw it on the outside shoulder of a receiver, but in this case it just wasn't necessary. He had beat his defender. You just want to throw it ahead of him, ideally right, not on the left shoulder or the right shoulder, like right in the middle of his body, right ahead in the breadbasket, like we call it.
I was going to say, drop it in the basket.
Exactly, but I'll also say Mancini can make that catch and he can adjust for that football. It just seems like late night Sunday, 11 p.m., that Pineda-Mancini connection that has shown us fireworks before just isn't connecting as well as it used to, as well as it could.
Pass over the middle. Otis Copeland does it again. Will he get into the end zone? He does. Touchdown.
Well, if the Mancini-Pineda connection isn't working, let me tell you something. The Copeland-Pineda connection, that one's been working. This is Copeland's 3rd receiving touchdown of this championship game, and he allows his team to get ahead in a 2-possession matchup once again.
Yeah, good job. Good route right there by Otis Copeland over the middle of the field. A deep drag route, deep crosser. Pineda waited and saw him right over the middle, and that was just money. Easy touchdown. Good job with the yak yards as well by Otis Copeland. Just over 6.5 minutes now remaining in the contest. 38-25 lead right here for Silent Ticklers, looking to add on to it, and that ball gets picked off by Coutu. He's not going to run it back.
It's Gropini, actually.
Oh, you're right, Gropini. My apologies.
We had a great play here, jumping with Tyson Copeland. Athlete on athlete, Gropini got the best of Copeland for that one. For Copeland's defense, Gropini was a little bit better placed. He had, Copeland had beat him deep by a step. So because that ball was a little bit short, it actually puts Gropini in a better position. That being said, the ball was high, and Gropini really jumped just as high as Copeland and made the play.
Rosenblatt gets a snap. Quick check down the submergent over the middle. Tackle right away by Otis Copeland. A pickup. Football, let's call it 6 on the play. Rosenblatt moving with a bit more pace right now. Again, realizing time is not on his side. His team is down by 13 in the pass. Khalil Kerr, corner out, well off target.
Khalil Kerr is clearly physically expecting, by his nonverbal, he's showing that he's expecting a flag here. That being said, this is such a common thing that happens when you play football and you run a lot of routes. It's just, to me, it was just contact that happened between the cleats, and that happens so often between a DB and a receiver, and it's very rarely called. But as I say that, Brett, I realize that there's actually some hardware on the field of the orange color. Therefore, there seems to be a flag. Let's see
You're right, yep.
what it will be about.
So wonder, maybe illegal contact? Not sure, but play continues here. Pass to the sideline, submerge another catch again, gets out of bounds.
So regardless, we see that they went up 5 yards and they got a first down. So
it's probably illegal contact, and it's probably the call.
So it's now 2nd and 5.
Yep.
For Hard 8, which would really like to score fast. Brent, do you think they go for the outside kick?
I was asking the same question, my friend.
Look at us.
Let's see what happens. Pass over the middle, and it's picked off. Panetta with the INT.
And that one's on Jeff Rosenblatt, unfortunately. Gropini ran a nice post corner, and Jeff was anticipating it. You can see he wasn't sure when to throw it, and he threw it at the right place. He just threw it way not enough force, if you allow me to say it that way. It's just not enough power on that ball. Unfortunately, it got picked off, and you can tell Jeff is feeling a little frustrated with himself on that one.
Yeah, and rightfully so. I mean, that was just a bad pass. There's no other way to put it. You can't sugarcoat that. And he'd be the first one to tell you that. Gropini was able to get open deep, but again, that pass is way underthrown, hence why it was an easy INT for Panetta. Son Ticklers take over the ball, throwing 10-yard line. Scramble here by Panetta. Dual threat quarterback. It's the first time, though, he's scrambled in this contest. Pick up of about 7 yards there on first down for the veteran QB. And that, again, that misfire there by Rosenblatt. You talked about not sure when to throw the ball. And that's what it is, right, with Gropini. Again, one of the not newest additions. He's been on the team now for about a year or so. But again, you're bringing in so many fresh faces, guys like Ethan Adrian, Bakary Barrett, and Gropini, Thomas Couture as well. You don't have the time to really get that chemistry, whereas the Silent Ticklers, they've been together for several seasons, the squad. Hence why you don't have any issues when it comes to timing and chemistry. Catch right there. Another catch by Otis Copeland. I think the leading candidate right now for the MVP trophy.
Definitely the leading candidate right now, in my opinion. Then again, Brent, we've been wrong with a lot of our predictions this weekend. But 3 touchdowns so far through the air for Tyson Copeland. A nice couple of tackles or flag pulls on the defensive end, doing it on both sides for his team.
Silent Ticklers with the ball just past midfield. Play clock winding down. Panetta gets the snap, goes to his left. He has a man on the sideline. That's Mancini. Gets past the tackle attempt by Gordon Mall, by Kerr, I believe.
Yes, it was Khalil Kerr.
Pick up of a first down. Yep, it was Kerr.
It was indeed Khalil Kerr who made a good effort, because that would have been a touchdown, I believe, if he doesn't manage to get that tackle on the second effort.
No, tackle a little short of the first down. My apologies. So a gain of about, let's call it 7.5 and 8 yards.
If you're the Silent Ticklers here, all you want to do is milk that clock, walk away with that championship trophy. Late night here, the very last trophy that's up for grabs of this amazing Spring 2026 Flag Plus Football Championship weekend, where we saw 17 champions crowned in the past 2 days. It's now time for our 18th champion, and it's looking like all road is showing towards the team in blue. Double pass to Ben McMahon. He can take off running. Good diving tackle by Kwesi Gordon Mall.
Nice run there by McMahon. Taking it down that left sideline. Of course, McMahon not eligible to throw, I don't believe, in this division because of his QB rating. Yeah, McMahon's QB rating is 90.1. QB rating for Division B. Yeah, he's 0.1 over the QB cap. QB cap is set at 90. So if Ben McMahon were to throw a ball at any point in this game, that would result in an automatic forfeit for his team. And McMahon, they're dropping that pass.
But are the hard eights is the hard eight defense aware of that? I'm not sure. And that's why you can still use him as a second quarterback, as a threat.
All right, okay, so
threat that he might throw. You see what I'm saying?
That's it.
Of course, the refs are aware. I'm aware of that. But the point is, you use him as a double quarterback. They think he might throw, and then he goes off running,
so
knowing he can't throw.
Yeah, but that's it. I'm not glad I used Ben on my team doing that this season as well. The one loophole around that, of course, is the extra point.
All right, so he can throw in an extra point. Oh, wow, that's a nice little loophole.
Pass to the end zone, and that's caught for the touchdown. Marty Freeman adding on to this lead, and that pretty much, I think, Nick, is going to be the nail in the coffin for hard eight.
I'm afraid so. All credit to Silent Ticklers, who really executed perfectly throughout. That was a real 40-minute performance for this team. And mind you, the two last times these teams faced off, it was wins on both ends. And both times it was 37-34, and now it's 38-25, so it's still quite close.
So now Tanner Burrow finally. 44-25.
So it's not close anymore to that score.
19-point game. So Ben McMahon takes a well-deserved rest. Tanner Burrell, number 44, finally coming into this game. I'm not sure if he was injured or not, but he's been on the sideline the entire game. Able to play. He plays snapper, plays some defense as well. Big number 44 in the middle. Pittsburgh Steelers fan. Former Strategy Raider. Burrow with the snap. Well, he's running. He looks okay. Burrow past the end zone off the hands of Burrell. They're trying to give him a little bit of shine there on the one-point convo attempt, so it's no good. 44-25 is the lead for the Silent Ticklers. Less than a minute remaining in the contest.
Kwesi Gordon-Mall didn't even try to defend that play. He literally did not move. Look at this on the replay. He let him by. Come on, Kwesi. I'm telling you, this man is a character. Why would you stop playing?
So I said you can't trust someone named Kwesi. Catch there by some merchant, tackle by Panetta.
And then you guys didn't see that on the replay, but he went and mocked him and imitated the route. Kwesi is, oh, don't get me started. Hard eight trying to get a last play going for honor at this point.
Yeah, so merchant picks up the first down. Here's Thomas Coutu. Coutu there gets tackled and bounced by Rosen. Thought he would run on the bouncer at least.
And that will be all she wrote, folks.
Yep. There you have it. 44-25 is your final. The Silent Ticklers are your Division B champions, ending a fantastic, an amazing, and eventful championship weekend here with Flag Plus Football. Yeah, so Nick, obviously, again, 44-25 is your final. What are your thoughts on this game? Pretty much dominated by the Silent Ticklers.
Absolutely, that's what I was going to say. I think the Silent Ticklers executed 40 full minutes, 2 halves from A to Z, and we have to give them credit for that. That's an incredible performance versus a tough opponent in hard eight. And I have to say, on a personal standpoint, Ben McMahon, league commissioner, after 3 championship games tonight, finally gets one in the very last one. And mind you, he's been here since the very morning today. Same thing yesterday. Had to take care of everything. He operates the entire league, right? So to finally, at the very last game, get his championship out of 3 attempts, I think that's quite poetic.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, listen, if at first you don't succeed, try again. And in his case, you got to try and try and try again. Finally winning that championship. So congrats to him. Congrats again to the Silent Ticklers as well, right? Again, they won the Winter Division 2 championship. Now they're winning the Spring Division B championship, pardon me. So back-to-back championship for this squad. Let's see what they do in the fall season. Don't forget, by the way, fall season registration is still open. Go to Flag Plus Football. Yep, flagplusfootball.com. Register yourself as a team or register yourself as an individual. Again, flagplusfootball.com. 18 games up, 18 games down. What are your thoughts about this entire championship weekend?
I mean, it's a testament to the beautiful sport of flag football that is the highest growing sport in Quebec in the past few years. Same thing in Canada. I had the chance last week to be at the World Championships in Dusseldorf, and it was an amazing experience, don't get me wrong. But there's nothing like grassroots, Flag Plus Football, Quebec Championships. I was here for Winter 2026. We just got to do Spring 2026, and the beautiful people behind Flag Plus, the community, the fans, the friends, the camaraderie, that word usually kicks my but now I pulled it off, is just incredible, and I love to see it. It's a reason why it's the biggest flag football league in the world in terms of consecutive teams year after year, and I'm proud to say it's a Montreal-based league. It's beautiful to be a part of it.
Yeah, FPF has been in business for over 20 years and hopefully will for another 20. Again, I just want to thank you guys at home as well for watching on YouTube. Again, I want to thank Ali Reza and his whole team here. They've done a great job of the camera people on the sideline, all the people bringing the instant replays, getting all the stats online for you guys to see, and at home on YouTube as well. Ali Reza and his crew from Mirror Productions, fantastic job. Obviously, Ben McMahon, Jeff Rosenblatt, everybody. The sideline reporters, so I know there was Jan, there was Nick, there was Anissa, there was Shani, Yvonne, yeah, exactly. So a lot of players.
Jeff Rosenblatt, the league owner.
Jeff Rosenblatt, all the commentators, Quasi, Nick, myself,
Keon,
there's Keon.
Chloe, who came for just one game, traveled all the way to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just a testament to the community we have here at Flag Plus. Started way before me, and I hope it keeps going way longer than me. And now it's about time to go to the post-game celebrations where the Silent Ticklers will know who's the MVP as well with Yvan Salomon, our sideline reporter.
Donc, je suis présentement avec l'équipe championne de la division 2, Silent Ticklers. Donc, there you go. the champion, Silent Ticklers. Yeah. John, comment on se sent d'avoir fait un back-to-back?
Honestly, feels pretty good. I didn't think it would happen. We went 5-5 in the regular season. Last season we went 4-6, but we pull off wins when it matters, and that's what it takes.
For real. That's what it takes. Donc, on va présenter le trophée et la bannière à l'équipe championne. Et maintenant, pour le MVP, c'est Jordan Panetta. Right. Donc voilà, Jordan MVP. So how do you feel?
No, honestly, that was a team win. I mean, they make my job easy throwing the ball, but there's a lot of people that balled out today. Defense especially played good across the board, so it's more of a team MVP.
Donc voilà, c'était la Silent Ticklers, l'équipe championne de la division 2. Donc je retourne au bout avec vous, Brent et Nick.
All right, thank you, Yvonne. So we see Jordan Panetta, deservedly so, winning the MVP, getting one of these MVP flashy, little bling bling here, FPF MVP trophies. So good job of him. Yeah, we'll wait for the zoom in here. Sterling silver. I can't confirm or deny whether the diamonds are real or not, but a solid trophy
nice addition
for deserving
since
MVP.
Winter 2026 here.
Yeah.
For Flag Plus football. Let me wear it. Let me wear
there you go. You can have it, my man. You can have it. There you go.
Commentators can get rings too.
I think we're the MVPs after everything. All right, so you have it once again. Silent Ticklers are your Division B champions, 44-25 over Hard 8. Again, we thanked everybody. We thanked the whole FPF crew, but of course, we want to thank you guys at home the most, the fans. This is the reason why we bring Finals Weekend. We stream it on YouTube. I just told earlier today that it's been records in terms of the viewers. So thank you guys for tuning in and giving us your time and your attention. Thank you. And we're going to see you obviously back in the winter finals here in Brossard. Again, like I said, don't forget, fall registration is still open at flagplusfootball.com. Any final thoughts?
Thank you to everybody. See you for winter 2026.
All right, have a good one.
Actually, winter 2027.
Yeah, winter 2027.
Year,
there you go. He's Nick. I'm Brent. We'll see you next time.